from her own self-absorption, and one step nearer to the suffering that is the heart of things. But Helen had to keep that thought and dwell upon it in solitude. There was no chance for her to talk with Mr. Howard any more, for she heard her aunt's step in the hall behind her. She had only time to say, "I am going home myself this afternoon, will you come there to see me, Mr. Howard? I cannot tell you how much pleasure it would give me." "There is nothing I should like to do more," the man answered. "I hope to keep your friendship." "When would you like me to come?" "Any time that you can," replied Helen. "Come soon, for I know how unhappy I shall be." That was practically the last word she said to Mr. Howard, for her aunt joined them, and after that the conversation was formal. It was not very long before the carriage came for him, and Helen pressed his hand gratefully at parting, and stood leaning against a pillar of the porch, shading her eyes from the sun while she watched the carriage depart. Then she sat down to wait for it to return from the depot for her, which it did before long, and so she bid farewell to her aunt. It was a great relief to Helen, and while we know not what emotions it may cause to the reader, it is perhaps well to say that he may likewise pay his last respects to the worthy matron, who will not take part in the humble events of which the rest of our story must be composed. For Helen was going home to the poor little parsonage of Oakdale. She was going with a feeling of relief in her heart second only to her sorrow, the more she had come to feel how shallow and false was the splendor that had allured her, the more she had found herself drawn to her old home, with its memories that were so dear and so beautiful. She felt that there she might at least think of Arthur all that she chose, and meet with nothing to affront her grief, and also she found herself thinking of her father's love with a new kind of hunger. When she arrived, she found Mr. Davis waiting for her with a very anxious look upon his countenance. He had stopped at Hilltown on his way, and learned about Arthur's disappearance, and then heard from Elizabeth what she knew about Helen's engagement. The girl flung herself into his arms, and afterwards, quite overcome by the emotions that surged up within her, sank down upon her knees before him and sobbed out the whole story, her heart bursting with sorrow and contrition, as he lifted her up and kissed her and whispered his beautiful words of pardon and comfort. Helen found it a real homecoming indeed. Mr. Davis was also able to calm her worry a little by telling her that he did not think it possible that Arthur would keep his whereabouts secret from him very long. "When I find him, dear child," he said, "it will all be well again, for we will believe in love, you and I, and not care what the great world says about it. I think I could be well content that you should marry our dear Arthur." "But, father, I do not love him," put in Helen faintly. "That may come in time," said the other, kissing her tenderly, and smiling. "There is no need to talk of it, for you are too young to marry, anyway. And in the meantime we must find him." There was a long silence after that. Helen sat down on the sofa beside her father and put her arms about him and leaned her head upon his bosom, drinking in deep draughts of his pardon and love. She told him about Mr. Howard, and of the words of counsel which he had given her, and how he was coming to see her again. Afterwards the conversation came back to Arthur and his love for Helen, and then Mr. Davis went on to add something that caused Helen to open her eyes very wide and gaze at him in wonder. "There is still another reason for wishing to find him soon," he said, "for something else has happened today that he ought to know about." "What is it?" asked Helen. "I don't know that I ought to tell you about it just now," said the other, "for it is a very sad story. But someone was here to see Arthur this morning, someone whom I never expected to see again in all my life." "To see Arthur?" echoed the girl in perplexity. "Who could want to see Arthur?" As her father went on she gave a great start. "It was his mother," said Mr. Davis. And Helen stared at him, gasping for breath as she echoed the words, "His mother." "You may well be astonished," said the clergyman. "But the woman proved beyond doubt that she was really the person who left Arthur with me." "You did not recognize her?" "No, Helen, for it has been 21 or 2 years since I saw her, and she has changed very much since then. But she told me that in all that time she has never once lost sight of her boy, and has been watching all that he did. Where has she been? She did not tell me, the other answered, but I fancy in New York. The poor woman has lived a very dreadful life, a life of such wretched wickedness that we cannot even talk about it. I think I never heard of more cruel suffering. I was glad that you were not here to see her, or know about it until after she was gone. She said that she had come to see Arthur once, because she was going away to die. To die, exclaimed the girl, in horror. Yes, said Mr. Davis, to die. She looked as if she could not live many days longer. I begged her to let me see that she was provided for, but she said that she was going to find her way back to her old home, somewhere far off in the country, and she would hear of nothing else. She would not tell the name of the place, nor her own name, but she left a letter for Arthur, and begged me to find him and give it to him, so that he might come and speak to her once if he cared to do so. She begged me to forgive her for the trouble she had caused me, and to pray that God would forgive her too, and then she bade me farewell and dragged herself away. Mr. Davis stopped, and Helen sat for a long time staring ahead of her, with a very frightened look in her eyes, and thinking, "Oh, we must find Arthur." Then she turned to her father, her lips trembling and her countenance very pale. "Tell me," she said, in a low, awe-stricken voice, "a long time ago someone must have wronged that woman." "Yes, dear," said Mr. Davis, "when she was not even as old as you are. And the man who wronged her was worth millions of dollars, Helen, and could have saved her from all her suffering with a few of them if he cared to. No one but God knows his name, for the woman would not tell it." Helen sat for a moment or two staring at him wildly, and then suddenly she buried her head in his bosom and burst into tears, sobbing so cruelly that her father was sorry he had told her what he had. He knew why that story moved her so, and it wrung his heart to think of it, that this child of his had put upon her own shoulders some of that burden of the guilt of things, and must suffer beneath it, perhaps for the rest of her days. When Helen gazed up at him again there was the old frightened look upon her face, and all his attempts to comfort her were useless. "No, no," she whispered. "No, father. I cannot even think of peace again, until we have found Arthur." Freundlichsvoglein. Chapter 12. A fugitive and gracious light he seeks. Shy to illumine, and I seek it too. This does not come with houses or with gold. With place, with honor, and a flattering crew. 'Tis not in the world's market bought and sold. 3 days passed by after Helen had returned to her father, during which the girl stayed by herself most of the time. When the breaking off of her engagement was known, many of her old friends came to see her, but the hints that they dropped did not move her to any confidences. She felt that it would not be possible for her to find among them any understanding of her present moods. Her old life, or rather the life to which she had been looking forward, seemed to her quite empty and shallow, and there was nothing useful that she knew of to do except to offer to help her father in such ways as she could. She drew back into her own heart, giving most of her time to thinking about Mr. Howard and Arthur, and no one but her father knew why it was that she was so subdued and silent. It was only on the third morning, when there came a letter from Mr. Howard saying that he was coming out that afternoon to see her, that Helen seemed to be interested and stirred again. She went to the window more than once to look for him, and when at last her friend had arrived, and the two were seated in the parlor, she said to him without waiting for any circumstance, "I have been wishing very much to see you, Mr. Howard, because there is something I am anxious to talk to you about, if you will let me. I am sorry to say that it is about myself," she went on, when the other had expressed his willingness to hear her, "for I want to ask you to help me, and to give me some advice. I ought to have asked you the questions I am going to before this, but the last time I saw you I could think about nothing but Arthur. They only came to me after you had gone." "What are they?" asked the man. "You must know, Mr. Howard," said Helen, "that it is you who have shown me the wrongness of all that I was doing in my life, and stirred me with a desire to do better. I find now that such thoughts have always been so far from me that the wish to be right is all that I have, and I do not know at all what to do. It seemed to me that I would rather talk to you about it than to anyone, even my own father. I do not know whether that is just right, but you do not mind my asking you, do you? It is my wish to help you in every way that I can, was the gentle response. I will tell you what I have been thinking, said Helen. I have been so unhappy in the last 3 days that I have done nothing at all, but it seemed to me somehow that it must be wrong of me to let go of myself in that way, as if I had no right to pamper myself and indulge my own feelings. It was not that I wished to forget what wrong things I have done, or keep from suffering because of them, yet it seemed to me that the fact that I was wretched and frightened was no excuse for my doing no good for the rest of my life. When I have thought about my duty before, it has always been my schoolgirl's task of studying and practicing music, but that is not at all what I want now, for I cannot bear to think of such things while the memory of Arthur is in my mind. I need something that is not for myself, Mr. Howard, and I find myself thinking that it should be something that I do not like to do. Helen paused for a moment, gazing at the other anxiously, and then she went on, you must know that what is really behind what I am saying is what you said that evening in the arbor, about the kind of woman I ought to be because God has made me beautiful. My heart is full of a great hunger to be set right, and to get a clearer sight of the things that are truly good in life. I want you to talk to me about your own ideals, and what you do to keep your life deep and true, and then to tell me what you would do in my place. I promise you that no matter how hard it may be, I shall feel that just what you tell me to do is my duty, and at least I shall never be happy again until I have done it. Do you understand how I feel, Mr. Howard? Yes, the man answered, in a quiet voice, I understand you perfectly. And then as he paused, watching the girl from beneath his dark brows, Helen asked, you do not mind talking to me about yourself? When a man lives all alone and as self-centered as I, the other replied, smiling, it is fatally easy for him to do that. He may blend himself with his ideals in such a curious way that he never talks about anything else. But if you will excuse that, I will tell you what I can. Tell me why it is that you live so much alone, said the girl. Is it that you do not care for friends? It is very difficult for a man who feels about life as I do to find many friends, he responded. If one strives to dwell in deep things, and is very keen and earnest about it, he is apt to find very little to help him outside of himself. Perhaps it is because I have met very few persons in my life, but it has not happened to me to find anyone who thinks about it as I do, or who cares to live it with my strenuousness. I have met musicians, some who labored very hard at their art, but none who felt it a duty to labor with their own souls, to make them beautiful and strong, and I have met literary men and scholars, but they were all interested in books, and were willing to be learned, and to classify and plod. I have never found one who was swift and eager, and full of high impatience for what is real and the best. There should come times to a man, I think, when he feels that books are an impertinence, when he knows that he has only the long-delayed battle with his own heart to fight, and the prize of its joy to win. When such moods come upon him, he sees that he has to live his life upon his knees, and it is rarely indeed that he knows of anyone who can follow him and share in his labor. So it is that I have had to live all my life by myself, Miss Davis. You have always done that? Helen asked, as he stopped. Yes, he answered, or for very many years. I have a little house on the wildest of lakes up in the mountains, where here I play the hermit in the summer, and where I should have been now if it had not been that I yielded to your aunt's invitation. When I spoke of having no friends, I forgot the things of nature, which really do sympathize with an artist's life. I find that they never fail to become full of meaning whenever my own spirit shakes off its bonds. It has always been a belief of mine that there is nothing that nature makes that is quite so dull and unfeeling as man. With the exception of children and lovers, I had much rather play my violin for the flowers and the trees. You like to play it out of doors? Helen asked, with a sudden smile. Yes, laughed the other, that is one of my privileges as a hermit. It seems quite natural to the wild things, for they have all a music of their own, a wonderful, silent music that the best musicians cannot catch. Do you not believe that, Miss Davis?" "Yes," Helen said, and sat gazing at her companion silently for a minute. "I should think a life of such effort would be very hard," she said finally. "Do you not ever fail?" "I do not do much else," he replied with a sad smile, "and get up and stumble on. The mastership of one's heart is the ideal, you know, and after all one's own life cannot be anything but struggle and failure, for the power he is trying to conquer is infinite. When I find my life very hard I do not complain, but know that the reason for it is that I have chosen to have it real, and that the essence of the soul is its effort. I think that is a very important thing to feel about life, Miss Davis." "That is why I do not wish to be idle," said Helen. "It is just because people do not know this fact about the soul," the other continued, "and are not willing to dare and suffer, and overcome dullness, and keep their spiritual faculties free, that they sink down as they grow older, and become what they call practical, and talk very wisely about experience. It is only when God sends into the world a man of genius that no mountains of earth can crush, and who keeps his faith and sweetness all through his life, that we learn the baseness of the thought that experience necessarily brings cynicism and selfishness. There is to me in all this world nothing more hateful than this disillusioned worldliness, and nothing makes me angrier than to see it taking the name of wisdom. If I were a man with an art, there is nothing, I think, that I should feel more called to make war upon. It is a very blow in the face of God. Nothing makes me sadder than to see the life that such people live, to see for instance how pathetic are the things they call their entertainments, and when one knows himself that life is a magic potion, to be drank with rapture and awe, that every instance of it ought to be a hymn of rejoicing, and the whole of it rich and full of power, like some majestic symphony. I often find myself wishing that there were some way of saving the time that people spend in their pleasures. Life piled on life. We're all too little, and of one to me. Little remains. As I kneel before God's altar of the heart, I know that if I had infinite time and infinite energy there would be beauty and joy still to seek, and so as I look about me in the world and see all the sin and misery that is in it, it is my comfort to know that the reason for it is that men are still living the lives of the animals, and have not even dreamed of the life that belongs to them as men. That is something about which I feel very strongly myself. That is part of my duty as a man who seeks worship and rightness, to mark that difference in my own life quite plainly." Mr. Howard paused for a moment, and Helen said very earnestly, "I wish that you would tell me about that." "I consider it my duty," the other replied, "to keep all the external circumstances of my life as simple and as humble as I should have to if I were quite poor. If I were not physically unable, I should feel that I ought to do for my own self all that I needed to have done, for I think that if it is necessary that others should be degraded to menial service in order that my soul might be beautiful and true, then life is bad at the heart of it, and I want none of its truth and beauty. I do not have to look into my heart very long, Miss Davis, to discover that what I am seeking in life is something that no millions of money can buy me, and when I am face to face with the sternness of what I call that spiritual fact, I see that fine houses and all the rest are a foolish kind of toy, and wonder that any man should think that he can please me by giving the labor of his soul to making them. It is much the same thing as I feel, for instance, when I go to hear a master of music, and find that he has spent his hours in torturing himself and his fingers in order to give me an acrobatic exhibition, when all the time what I wish him to do, and what his genius gave him power to do, was to find the magic word that should set free the slumbering demon of my soul. So I think that a man who wishes to grow by sympathy and worship should do without wealth, if only because it is so trivial, but of course I have left unmentioned what is the great reason for a self-denying life, the reason that lies at the heart of the matter, and that includes all the others in it, that he who lives by prayer and joy makes all men richer, but he who takes more than his bare necessity of the wealth of the body must know that he robs his brother when he does it. The things of the soul are everywhere, but wealth stands for the toil and suffering of human beings, and thousands must starve and die so that one rich man may live at ease. That is no fine rhetoric that I am indulging in, but a very deep and earnest conviction of my soul, First of all facts of morality stands the law that the life of man is labor, and that he who chooses to live otherwise is a dastard. He may chase the phantom of happiness all his days and not find it, and yet never guess the reason, that joy is a melody of the heart, and that he is playing upon an instrument that is out of tune. Few people choose to think of that at all, but I cannot afford ever to forget it, for my task is to live the artist's life, to dwell close to the heart of things. It is something that I simply cannot understand how any man who pretends to do that can know of the suffering and starving that is in the world, and can feel that he who has God's temple of the soul for his dwelling, has right to more of the pleasures of earth than the plainest food and shelter and what tools of his art he requires. If it is otherwise, it can only be because he is no artist at all, no lover of life, but only a tradesman under another name, using God's high gift to get for himself what he can, and thinking of his sympathy and feeling as things that he puts on when he goes to work, and when he is sure that they will cost him no trouble. Mr. Howard had been speaking very slowly, and in a deep and earnest voice. He paused for a moment, and then added with a slight smile, "I have been answering your question without thinking about it, Miss Davis, for I have told you all that there is to tell about my life." Helen did not answer, but sat for a long time gazing at him and thinking very deeply. Then she said to him, her voice shaking slightly, "You have answered only half of my question, Mr. Howard. I want you to tell me what a woman can do to bring those high things into her life to keep her soul humble and strong. I do not think that I have your courage and self-reliance." The man's voice dropped lower as he answered her, "Suppose that you were to find this friend of yours that knows you so well, and loves you so truly, do you not think that there might be a chance for you to win this prize of life that I speak of?" Helen did not reply, but sat with her eyes still fixed upon the other's countenance. As he went on, his deep, musical voice held them there by a spell. "Miss Davis," he said, "a man does not live very long in the kingdom of the soul before there comes to be one thing that he loves more than anything else that life can offer. That thing is love. For love is the great gateway into the spiritual life, the stage of life's journey when human beings are unselfish and true to their hearts, if ever the power of unselfishness and truth lies in them. As for man, he has many battles to fight and much of himself to kill before the great prizes of the soul can be his, but the true woman has but one glory and one duty in life, and sacredness and beauty are hers by the free gift of God. If she be a true woman, when her one great passion takes its hold upon her, it carries all her being with it, and she gives herself and all that she has. Because I believe in unselfishness and know that love is the essence of things, I find in all the world nothing more beautiful than that, and think that she has no other task in life, except to see that the self which she gives is her best and ingest, and to hold to the thought of the sacredness of what she is doing. For love is the soul's great act of worship, and the heart's great awakening to life. If the man be selfish and a seeker of pleasure, what I say of love and woman is not for him, but if he be one who seeks to worship, to rouse the soul within him to its vision of the beauty and preciousness of life, then he must know that this is the great chance that nature gives him, that no effort of his own will ever carry him so far towards what he seeks. The woman who gives herself to him he takes for his own with awe and trembling, knowing that the glory which he reads in her eyes is the very presence of the spirit of life, and because she stands for this precious thing to him he seeks her love more than anything else upon earth, feeling that if he has it he has everything, and if he has it not, he has nothing. He cherishes the woman as before he cherished what was best in his own soul. He chooses all fair and noble actions that may bring him still more of her love. All else that life has for him he lays as an offering at the shrine of her heart, all his joy and all his care, and asks but love in return. And because the giving of love is the woman's joy and the perfectness of her sacrifice, her glory, they come to forget themselves in each other's being, and to live their lives in each other's hearts. The joy that each cares for is no longer his own joy, but the other's, and so they come to stand for the sacredness of God to each other, and for perpetual inspiration. By and by, perhaps, from long dwelling out of themselves and feeding their hearts upon things spiritual, they learn the deep and mystic religion of love. That is the last lesson life has to teach. it is given to no man to know what is the source of this mysterious being of ours, but men who come near to it find it so glorious that they die for it in joy, and the least glimpse of it gives a man quite a new feeling about a human heart. So at last it happens that the lovers read a fearful wonder in each other's eyes, and give each other royal greeting, no longer for what they are, but for that which they would like to be. They come to worship together as they could never have worshipped apart, and always that which they worship and that in which they dwell, is what all existence is seeking with so much pain, the sacred presence of wonder that some call truth, and some beauty, but all love. When you ask me how unselfishness is to be made yours in life, that is the answer which I give you. Mr. Howard's voice had dropped very low, as he stopped. Helen was trembling within herself. She was drinking still more from the bottomless cup of her humiliation and remorse, for she was still haunted by the spectre of what she had done. The man went on after an interval of silence. I think there is no one, he said, whom these things touch more than the man who would live the life of art that I have talked of before, for the artist seeks experience above all things, seeks it not only for himself but for his race. And it must come from his own heart, no one can drive him to his task. All artists tell that the great source of their power is love, and the wisest of them makes of his love an artwork, as he makes an artwork of his life. He counts his power of loving most sacred of all his powers, and guards it from harm as he guards his life itself. He gives all his soul to the dreaming of that dream, and lays all his prayer before it, and when he meets with the maiden who will honor such effort, he forgets everything else in his life, and gives her all his heart, and studies to worship her by years of noble deeds. For a woman who loves love, the heart of such a man is a lifetime's treasure, for his passion is of the soul, and does not die, and all that he has done has been really but a training of himself for that great consecration. If he be a true artist, all his days have been spent in learning to wrestle with himself, to rouse himself and master his own heart, until at last his very being has become a prayer, and his soul like a great storm of wind that sweeps everything away in its arms. Perhaps that hunger has possessed him so that he never even wakens in the dead of night without finding it with him in all its strength. It rouses him in the morning with a song, and when midnight comes and he is weary, it is a benediction and a hand upon his brow. All the time, because he has a man's heart and knows of his life's great glory, his longing turns to a dream of love, to a vision of the flying perfect for which all his life is a search. There is a maiden who dwells in all the music that he hears, and who calls to him in the sunrise, and flings wide the flowers upon the meadows. She treads before him on the moonlit waters and strews them with showers of fire. If his soul be only strong enough, perhaps he waits long years for that perfect woman, that woman who loves not herself, but loves love, and all the time the yearning of his heart is growing, so that those who gaze at him wonder why his eyes are dark and sunken. He knows that his heart is a treasure house which he himself cannot explore, and that in all the world he seeks nothing but some woman before whom he might fling wide its doors. Helen had been leaning on the table, holding her hands in front of her. Towards the end they were trembling so much that she took them away and clasped them in her lap. When he ceased her eyes were lowered. She could not see how his were fixed upon her, but she knew that her bosom was heaving painfully, and that there were hot tears upon her cheeks. He added slowly, I have told you all that I think about life, my dear friend, and all that I think about love, so I think I have told you all that I know. And Helen lifted her eyes to his and gazed at him through her tears. You tell me of such things, she asked. You give such advice to me. Yes, said the other, gently, why not to you? Mr. Howard, Helen answered, do you not know what I have done, and how I must feel while I listen to you? It is good that I should hear such things, because I ought to suffer, but when I asked you for your advice I wished for something hard and stern to do, before I dared ever think of love, or feel myself right again. Mr. Howard sat watching her for a moment in silence, and then he answered gently, I do not think, my dear friend, that it is our duty as struggling mortals to feel ourselves right at all. I am not even sure that we ought to care about our rightness in the least. For God has put high and beautiful things in the world, things that call for all our attention, and I am sure that we are never so close to rightness as when we give all our devotion to them and cease quite utterly to think about ourselves. And besides that, the love that I speak of is not easy to give, Miss Davis. It is easy to give up oneself in the first glow of feeling, but to forget oneself entirely, and one's comfort and happiness in all the little things of life, to consecrate oneself and all that one has to a lifetime of patience and self-abnegation, and to seek no reward and ask for no happiness but love, do you not think that such things would cost one pain and bring a good conscience at last? Helen's voice was very low as she answered, perhaps, at last. Then she sat very still, and finally raised her deep, earnest eyes and leaned forward and gazed straight into her companion's. Mr. Howard, she said, you must know that you are my conscience, and it is the memory of your words that causes me all my suffering. And now tell me one thing, suppose I were to say to you that I could beg upon my knees for a chance to earn such a life as that, and suppose I should ever come really to love someone, and should give up everything to win such a treasure, do you think that I could clear my soul from what I have done, and win rightness for mine? Do you think that you could ever forget that I was the woman who had wished to sell her love for money? Mr. Howard answered softly, yes, I think so. But are you sure of it? Helen asked, and when she had received the same reply she drew a long breath, and a wonderful expression of relief came upon her face. All her being seemed to rise, as if all in an instant she had flung away the burden of shame and fear that had been crushing her soul. She sat gazing at the other with a strange look in her eyes, and then she sank down and buried her head in her arms upon the table. And fully a minute passed thus without a sound. Helen was just lifting her head again, and Mr. Howard was about to speak, when an unexpected interruption caused him to stop. The front door was opened, and as Helen turned with a start the servant came and stood in the doorway. What is it, Elizabeth? Helen asked in a faint voice. I have just been to the post office, the woman answered, here is a letter for you. Very well, Helen answered, give it to me. And she took it and put it on the table in front of her. Then she waited until the servant was gone, and in the meantime, half mechanically, turned her eyes upon the envelope. Suddenly the man saw her give a violent start and turn very pale. She snatched up the letter and sprang to her feet, and stood supporting herself by the chair, her hand shaking, and her breath coming in gasps. What is it? Mr. Howard cried. Helen's voice was hoarse and choking as she answered him, it is from Arthur. As he started and half rose from his chair the girl tore open the letter and unfolded the contents, glancing at it once very swiftly, her eyes flying from line to line. The next instant she let it fall to the floor with a cry and clutched with her hands at her bosom. She tried to speak, but she was choking with her emotion. Only her companion saw that her face was transfigured with delight, and then suddenly she sank down upon the sofa beside her, her form shaken with hysterical laughter and sobbing. Mr. Howard had risen from his chair in wonder, but before he could take a step toward her he heard someone in the hall, and Mr. Davis rushed into the room. Helen, Helen, he exclaimed, what is the matter, and sank down upon his knees beside her. The girl raised her head and then flung herself into his arms, exclaiming incoherently, oh, Daddy, I am free. Oh, oh, can you believe it, I am free. Long after her first ecstasy had passed, Helen still lay with her head buried in her father's bosom, trembling and weeping and repeating half as if in a dream that last wonderful word, free. Meanwhile Mr. Davis had bent down and picked up the paper to glance over it. Most certainly Arthur would have wondered had he seen the effect of that letter upon Helen, for he wrote to her with bitter scorn, and told her that he had torn his love for her from his heart, and made himself master of his own life again. He bid her go on in the course she had chosen, for a day or two had been enough for him to find the end of her power over him, and of his care for her, and he added that he wrote to her only that she might not please herself with the thought of having wrecked him, and that he was going far away to begin his life again. The words brought many emotions to Mr. Davis, and suggested many doubts, but to Helen they brought but one thought. She still clung to her father, sobbing like a child and muttering the one word free. When at last the fit had vented itself and she looked up again, she seemed to Mr. Howard more like a girl than she ever had before, and she wiped away her tears laughingly, and smoothed back her hair, and was wonderfully beautiful in her emotion. She introduced Mr. Howard to her father, and begged him to excuse her for her lack of self-control. "I could not help it," she said, "for oh, I am so happy, so happy." And she leaned her head upon her father's shoulder again and gazed up into his face. "Daddy dear," she said, "and are you not happy too?" "My dear," Mr. Davis protested, "of course I am glad to hear that Arthur is himself again. But that is not finding him, and I fear—" "Oh, oh, please don't!" Helen cried, the frightened look coming back upon her face in a flash. "Oh, please do not tell me that. No, no. Do let me be happy just a little while. Think of it, how wretched I have been. And now to know he is safe. Oh, please, Daddy." And the tears had welled up in Helen's eyes again. She turned quickly to Mr. Howard, her voice trembling. "Tell me that I may be happy," she exclaimed. "You know all about it, Mr. Howard. Is it not right that I should be happy just a little?" As her friend answered her gently that he thought it was, she sat looking at him for a moment, and then the cloud passed over. She brushed away her tears, and put her arms about her father again. "I cannot help it," she went on, quickly, "I must be happy whether I want to or not. You must not mind anything I do. For oh, think what it means to have been so wretched, so crushed and so frightened. I thought that all my life was to be like that, that I could never sing again, because Arthur was ruined. Nobody will ever know how I felt, how many tears I shed, and now think what it means to be free, oh, free. And to be able to be good once more. I should go mad if I thought about it." Helen had risen as she spoke, and she spread out her arms and flung back her head and drank in a deep breath of joy. She began singing, half to herself, and then as that brought a sudden idea into her mind she ran to the window and shut it quickly. "I will sing you my hymn," she laughed, "that is the way to be happy." And she went to the piano. In a minute more she had begun the chorus she had sung to Arthur, "Hail thee joy, from heaven descending." The flood of emotion that was pent up within her poured itself out in the wild torrent of music, and Helen seemed happy enough to make up for all the weeks of suffering. As she swept herself on she proved what she had said, that she would go mad if she thought much about her release, and Mr. Howard and her father sat gazing at her in wonder. When she stopped she was quite exhausted and quite dazed, and came and buried her head in her father's arms, and sat waiting until the heaving of her bosom had subsided, and she was calm once more, in the meantime murmuring faintly to herself again and again that she was happy and that she was free. When she looked up and brushed away her tangled hair again, perhaps she thought that her conduct was not very conventional, for she begged Mr. Howard's pardon once more, promising to be more orderly by and by. Then she added, laughing, "It is good that you should see me happy, though, because I have always troubled you with my egotisms before." She went on talking merrily, until suddenly she sprang up and said, "I shall have to sing again if I do not run away, so I am going upstairs to make myself look respectable." And with that she danced out of the room, waking the echoes of the house with her caroling. "Merrily, merrily, shall I live now, under the blossom that hangs on the bough. Lustig I'm laid, sing ich von Liebe." Chapter 13. Someone whom I can court, with no great change of manner, still holding reasons for't, though waving fancy's banner. Several weeks had passed since Helen had received the letter from Arthur. The girl having in the meantime settled quietly down at Oakdale, she had seen few of her friends excepting Mr. Howard, who had come out often from the city. She was expecting a visit from him one bright afternoon, and was standing by one of the pillars of the vine-covered porch, gazing up at the blue sky above her and waiting to hear the whistle of the train. When she saw her friend from the distance she waved her hand to him and went to meet him, laughing, "I am going to take you out to see my stream and my bobolink today. You have not seen our country yet, you know. The girl seemed to Mr. Howard more beautiful that afternoon than he had ever known her before, for she was dressed all in white and there was the old spring in her step, and the old joy in her heart. When they had passed out of the village, she found the sky so very blue, and the clouds so very white, and the woods and meadows so very green, that she was radiantly happy and feared that she would have to sing. And she laughed. Away, away from men and towns. To the wild wood and the downs. And then interrupted herself to say, you must not care, Mr. Howard, if I chatter away and do all the talking. It has been a long time since I have paid a visit to my friends out here, and they will all be here to welcome me. Even as Helen spoke she looked up, and there was the bobolink flying over her head and pouring out his song, also the merry breeze was dancing over the meadows, and everything about her was in motion. Do you know, she told her companion, I think most of the happiness of my life has been out in these fields. I don't know what made me so fond of the country, but even when I was a very little thing, whenever I learned a new song I would come out here and sing it. Those were times when I had nothing to do but be happy, you know, and I never thought about anything else. It has always been so easy for me to be happy, I don't know why. There is a fountain of joy in my heart that wells up whether I want it to or not, so that I can always be as merry as I choose. I am afraid that is very selfish, isn't it, Mr. Howard? I am trying to be right now, you know. You may consider you are being merry for my sake at present, said the man with a laugh. It is not always so easy for me to be joyful. Very well, then, smiled Helen, I only wish that you had brought your violin along. For you see I always think of these things of nature with music. When I was little they were all creatures that danced with me. These winds that are so lively were funny little fairy men, and you could see all the flowers shake as they swept over them. Whenever I heard any music that was quick and bright I always used to fancy that some of them had hold of my hands and were teaching me to run. I never thought about asking why, but I used to find that very exciting. And then there was my streamlet, he's just ahead here past the bushes, and I used to like him best of all. For he was a very beautiful youth, with a crown of flowers upon his head, there was a wonderful light in his eyes, and his voice was very strong and clear, and his step very swift, so it was quite wonderful when you danced with him. For he was the lord of all the rest, and everything around you got into motion then, there was never any stopping, for you know the streamlet always goes faster and faster, and gets more and more joyous, until you cannot bear it any more and have to give up. We shall have to play the Kreutzer Sonata sometime, Mr. Howard. I was thinking of that, said the other, smiling. I think it would be interesting to know what people imagine when they listen to music, went on Helen. I have all sorts of queer fancies for myself. Whenever it gets too exciting there is always one last resource, you can fly away to the top of the nearest mountain. I don't know just why that is, but perhaps it's because you can see so much from there, or because there are so many winds. Anyway, there is a dance, a wonderfully thrilling thing, if only the composer knows how to manage it. There is someone who dances with me, I never saw his face, but he's always there, and everything around you is flying fast, and there comes surge after surge of the music and sweeps you on, perhaps some of those wild runs on the violins that are just as if the wind took you up in its arms and whirled you away in the air. That is a most tremendous experience when it happens, because then you go quite beside yourself and you see that all the world is alive and full of power. The great things of the forest begin to stir too, the trees and the strange shapes in the clouds, and all the world is suddenly gone mad with motion, and so by the time you come to the last chords your hands are clenched and you can hardly breathe, and you feel that all your soul is throbbing. Helen was getting quite excited then, just over her own enthusiasm, perhaps it was because the wind was blowing about her. Is that the way music does with you? She laughed, as she stopped. Sometimes, said Mr. Howard, smiling in turn, but then again while all my soul is throbbing I feel my neighbor reaching to put on her wraps, and that brings me down from the mountain so quickly that it is painful. Afterwards you go outside among the cabs and cable cars, and make sad discoveries about life. You are a pessimist, said the girl. Possibly, responded the other, but try to keep your fountain of joy a while, Miss Davis. There are disagreeable things in life to be done, and some suffering to be borne, and sometimes the fountain dries up very quickly indeed. Helen was much more ready to look serious than she would have been a month before. She asked in a different tone, "You think that must always happen?" "Not quite always," was the reply. "There are a few who manage to keep it, but it means a great deal of effort." "Perhaps you never took your own happiness so seriously," he added with a smile. "No," said Helen, "I never made much effort that I know of." "Some day perhaps you will have to," replied the other, "and then you will think of the creatures of nature as I do, not simply as rejoicing, but as fighting the same battle and daring the same pain as you." The girl thought for a moment, and then asked, "Do you really believe that as a fact?" "I believe something," was the answer, "that makes me think when I go among men and see their dullness, that nature is flinging wide her glory in helpless appeal to them, and that it is a dreadful accident that they have no eyes and she no voice." He paused for a moment and then added, smiling, "It would take metaphysics to explain that, and meanwhile we were talking about your precious fountain of joy." "I should think," answered Helen, thoughtfully, "that it would be much better to earn one's happiness." "Perhaps after you had tried it a while you would not think so," replied her companion. "That is the artist's life, you know. And in practice it is generally a very dreadful life. Real effort is very hard to make, and there is always a new possibility to lure the artist, so that his life is always restless and a cruel defeat." "It is such a life that you have lived, Mr. Howard?" asked Helen, gazing at him. "There are compensations," he replied, smiling slightly, "or there would be no artists. There comes to each one who persists some hour of victory, some hour when he catches the tide of his being at the flood, and when he finds himself master of all that his soul contains, and takes a kind of fierce delight in sweeping himself on and in breaking through everything that stands in his way. You made me think of such things by what you said of your joy in music, only perhaps the artist discovers that not only the streamlets and the winds have motion and meaning, but that the planets also have a word for his soul, and his own being comes suddenly to seem to him a power which it frightens him to know of, and he sees the genius of life as a spirit with eyes of flame. It lifts him from his feet and drags him away, and the task of his soul takes the form of something that he could cry out to escape. He has fought his way into the depths of being at last, and stands alone in all his littleness on the shore of an ocean whose waves are centuries, and then even while he is wondering and full of fear, his power begins to die within him and to go he knows not how, and when he looks at himself again he is like a man who has had a dream, and wakened with only the trembling left, except that he knows it was no dream but a fiery reality, and that the memory of it will cast a shadow over all the rest of his days and make them seem trivial and meaningless. No one knows how many years he may spend in seeking and never find that lost glory again." Mr. Howard had been speaking very intensely, and when he stopped Helen did not reply at once, but continued gazing at him. "What is the use of such moments," she asked at last, "if they only make one wretched?" "At least one may keep the memory," he replied with a smile, "and that gives him a standard of reality. He learns to be humble, and learns how to judge men and men's glory, and the wonderful things of men's world, so that while they are the most self-occupied and self-delighted creatures living he may see them as dumb cattle that are grazing while the sunrise is firing the hilltops." "You have had such moments yourself?" asked Helen. "A long time ago," said the other, smiling at the seriousness with which she spoke. "When you were telling me about your musical fancies you made me remember how once when I was young I climbed a high hill and had an adventure with a wind that was very swift and eager. At first I recollect I tried not to heed it, because I had been dull and idle and unhappy, but I found that I could not be very long in the presence of so much life without being made ashamed, and that brave windstorm put me through a course of repentance of the very sternest kind before it let me go. I tried just to promise that I would be more wide awake and more true, but it paid not the least attention to that, and it would hear no arguments as to the consequences, it came again and again with a furious burst, and swept me away every time I tried to think. It declared that I had been putting off the task of living my life long enough, and that I was to attend to it then and there. And when I gave myself up as demanded, it had not the least mercy upon me, and each time that I protested that I was at the end of my power it simply whirled me away again like a mad thing. When at last I came down from the hillside I had quite a new idea of what living meant, and I have been more respectful before the winds and other people of genius ever since. Helen felt very much at home in that merry fantasy of her companions, but she did not say anything. After a moment's waiting the other went on to tell her of something else that pleased her no less. "I remember," he said, "how as I came down I chanced upon a very wonderful sight, one which made an impression upon me that I have not forgotten. It was a thicket of wild roses, and I have always dreamed that the wild rose was a creature of the wind and fire, but I never knew so much about it before. After that day I have come seriously to believe it would be best if we prudent and timid creatures, who neither dare nor care anything for the sake of beauty, if we simply did not ever see the wild rose. For it lives only for a day or two, Miss Davis, and yet, as I discovered then, we may live all our years and never get one such burst of glory, one such instant of exultation and faith as that. And also I seriously think that among men and all the wonderful works of men there is nothing so beautiful and so precious as that little flower that none of them heeds." Mr. Howard glanced at the girl suddenly. She had half stopped in her walk, and she was gazing at him with a very eager look in her bright eyes. "What is it?" he asked her, and Helen exclaimed, "Oh, I am so glad you mentioned it. I had forgotten, actually forgotten." As her friend looked puzzled, the girl went on with her merriest laugh, "I must tell you all about it, and we shall be happy once more, for you turn down this path towards the woods, and then you must go very quietly and hold your breath, and prepare yourself just as if you were going into a great cathedral, for you want all your heart to be full of expectation and joy. It is for only about 1 week in the year that you may see this great sight, and the excitement of the first rapture is best of all. It would be so dreadful if you were not reverent. You must fancy that you are coming to hear a wonderful musician, and you know that he'll play for you, but you don't know just when. That's what I used to pretend, and I used to come every day for a week or two, and very early in the morning, when the dew was still everywhere and the winds were still gay. Several times you go back home disappointed, but that only makes you more eager for the next time, and when you do find them it is wonderful, oh, most wonderful. For there is a whole hedge of them along the edge of the wood, and you may be just as madly happy as you choose and never be half happy enough, because they are so beautiful." "These are wild roses?" asked the other, smiling. "Yes," said Helen, "and oh, think how many days I have forgotten them, and they may have bloomed. And for 3 years I have not been here, and I was thinking about it all the way over on the steamer." They had come to the path that turned off to the woods, and Helen led her companion down it, still prattling away in the meantime. When they came to the edge of the woods she began walking upon tiptoe, and put her fingers upon her lips in fun. Then suddenly she gave a cry of delight, for there were the roses for a fact, a whole hedge of them as she had said, glowing in the bright sun and making a wonderful vision. The two stopped and stood gazing at them, the girl's whole soul dancing within her. "Oh, do you know," she cried suddenly, "I think that I could get drunk with just looking at roses. There is a strange kind of excitement that comes over one, from drinking in the sight of their rich red, and their gracefulness and perfume. It makes all my blood begin to flow faster, and I quite forget everything else." Helen stood for a few moments longer with her countenance of joy. Afterwards she went towards the flowers and knelt down in front of them, choosing a bud that was very perfect. "I always allow myself just one," she said, "just one for love," and then she bent over it, whispering softly, "Hush, 'tis the lullaby time is singing. Hush and heed not, for all things pass." She plucked it and held it up before her, while the wind came up behind her and tossed it about, and tossed her skirts. Helen, radiant with laughter, glanced at her companion, saying gaily, "You must hold it very lightly, just like this, you know, with one finger and a thumb, and then you may toss it before you and lose yourself in its perfectness, until it makes all your soul feel gracious. Do you know, Mr. Howard, I think one could not live with the roses very long without becoming beautiful. That was what Plato thought, said the other with a smile, and many other wise people. I only wish that they might bloom forever, said the girl. I should try it. Her companion had been lost in watching her, and now as she paused he said, sometimes, I have been happy with the roses, too, Miss Davis. Here is some music for your flower. She gazed at him eagerly, and he recited, half laughingly. Wild rose, sing me thy song, come, let us sing it together. I hear the silver streamlet call from his home in the dewy heather. Let us sing the wild dance with the mountain breeze, the rush of the mountain rain, and the passionate clasp of the glowing sun when the clouds are rent again. They tell us the time for the song is short, that the wings of joy are fleet, but the soul of the rose has bid me sing that oh, while it lasts 'tis sweet. Afterwards Helen stood for a moment in silence, then a happy idea came to her mind, and she turned towards the hedge of roses once more and threw back her head upon the wind and took a deep breath and began singing a very beautiful melody. As it swelled out Helen's joy increased until her face was alight with laughter, and very wonderful to see, she stood with the rose tossing in one of her hands, and with the other pressed upon her bosom singing of summer in full throat ease. One might have been sure that the roses knew what she was saying, and that all about her loved her for her song. Yet the girl had just heard that the wings of joy are fleet, and she was destined to find even then that it was true. For when she stopped she turned to her companion with a happy smile and said, do you know what that is that I was singing? When he said no, she went on, it is some wild rose music that somebody made for me, I think. It is in the same book as the water lily that I played you. And then in a flash the fearful memory of that evening came over the girl, and made her start back. For a moment she stood gazing at her friend, breathing very hard, and then she lowered her eyes and whispered faintly to herself, and it was not a month ago. There was a long silence after that, and when Helen looked up again the joy was gone out of her face, and she was the same frightened soul as before. Her lips were trembling a little as she said, Mr. Howard, I feel somehow that I have no right to be quite happy, for I have done nothing to make myself good. Then, thinking of her friend, she added, I am spoiling your joy in the roses. Can you forgive me for that? As he answered that he could, Helen turned away and said, let us go into the woods, because I do not like to see them any more just now. They passed beneath the deep shadows of the trees, and Helen led Mr. Howard to the spring where she had been with Arthur. She sat down upon the seat, and then there was a long silence, the girl gazing steadfastly in front of her. She was thinking of the last time she had been there, and how it was likely that the pale, wan look must still be upon Arthur's face. Mr. Howard perhaps divined her thought, for he watched her for a long time without speaking a word, and then at last he said gently, as if to divert her attention, Miss Davis, I think that you are not the first one whom the sight of the wild rose has made unhappy. Helen turned and looked at him, and he gazed gravely into her eyes. For at least a minute he said nothing. When he went on his voice was much changed, and Helen knew not what to expect. Miss Davis, he said, God has given to the wild rose a very wonderful power of beauty and joy, and perhaps the man who looks at it has been dreaming all his life that somewhere he too might find such precious things and have them for his own. When he sees the flower there comes to him the fearful realization that with all the effort of his soul he has never won the glory which the wild rose wears by heaven's free gift, and that perhaps in his loneliness and weakness he has even forgotten all about such high perfection. So there rises within him a yearning of all his being to forget his misery and his struggling, and to lay all his worship and all his care before the flower that is so sweet. He is afraid of his own sin and his own baseness, and now suddenly he finds a way of escape, that he will live no longer for himself and his own happiness, but that his joy shall be the rose's joy, and all his life the rose's life. Do you think, my dear friend, that that might please the flower? Yes, said Helen wonderingly, it would be beautiful, if one could do it. The other spoke more gently still as he answered her, his voice trembling slightly, and do you not know, Miss Davis, that God has made you a rose? The girl started visibly. She whispered, you say that to me, Mr. Howard? Why do you say that to me? And he fixed his dark eyes upon her, his voice very low as he responded, I say it to you, because I love you. And Helen shrank back and stared at him, and then as she saw his look her own dropped lower and the color mounted to her face. Mr. Howard paused for a moment or two and then very gently took one of her hands in his, and went on. Helen, he said, you must let me call you Helen. Listen to me a while, for I have something to tell you. And since we both of us love the roses so much, perhaps it will be beautiful to speak of them still. I want to tell you how the man who loves the flower needs not to love it for his own sake, but may love it for the flowers, how one who really worships beauty, worships that which is not himself, and the more he worships it the less he thinks of himself. And Helen, you can never know how hard a struggle my life has been, just to keep before me something to love, how lonely a struggle it has been, and how sad. I can only tell you that there was very little strength left, and very little beauty, and that it was all I could do to remember there was such a thing as joy in the world, and that I had once possessed it. The music that moved me and the music that I made was never your wild rose singing, but such yearning, restless music as you heard in the garden. I cannot tell you how much I have loved that little piece that I played then. Perhaps it is my own sad heart that finds such breathing passion in it, but I have sent it out into the darkness of many a night, dreaming that somewhere it might waken an echo. For as long as the heart beats it never ceases to hunger and to hope, and I felt that somewhere in the world there must be left some living creature that was beautiful and pure, and that might be loved. So it was that when I saw you all my soul was roused within me, you were the fairest of all God's creatures that I had ever seen. That was why I was so bitter at first, and that was why all my heart went out to you when I saw your suffering, and why it is to me the dearest memory of my lifetime that I was able to help you. Afterwards, when I saw how true you were, I was happier than I had ever dared hope to be again, for when I went back to my lonely little home, it was no longer to think about myself and my sorrow and my dullness, but to think about you, to rejoice in your salvation, and to pray for you in your trouble, and to wait for the day when I might see you again. And so I knew that something had happened to me for which I had yearned, oh so long and so painfully. That my heart had been taken from me, and that I was living in another life. I knew, dear Helen, that I loved you. I said to myself long ago, before you got Arthur's letter, that I would wait for the chance to say this to you, to take your hand in mine and say, sweet girl, the law of my life has been that all my soul I must give to the best thing that ever I know, and that thing is you. You must know that I love you, and how I love you, that I lay myself at your feet and ask to help you and watch over you and strengthen you all that I may. For your life is young and there is much to be hoped for in it, and to my own poor self there is no longer any duty that I owe. My heart is yours, and I ask for nothing but that I may love you. Those were the words that I first meant to say to you, Helen, and to ask you if it pleased you that I should speak to you thus. Mr. Howard stopped, and after he had waited a minute, the girl raised her eyes to his face. She did not answer him, but she put out her other hand and laid it very gently in his own. There was a long silence before the man continued. At last he said, Dear Helen, that was what I wished to say to you, and no more than that, because I believed that I was old, and that my heart was dying within me. But oh, when that letter came from Arthur, it was as if I heard the voice of my soul crying out to me that my life had just begun, that I had still to love. As I came out here into the forest with you today, my soul was full of a wondrous thought, a thought that brought more awe and rapture than words have power to tell. It was that this precious maiden was not made to be happy alone, but that some day she and all her being would go out to someone who could win her heart, who could love her and worship her as she deserved. And my soul cried out to me that I could worship you. The thought wakened in me a wilder music than ever I had heard in my life before. Here as I kneel before you and hold your hands in mine, dear Helen, all my being cries out to you to come to me, for in your sorrow your heart has been laid bare to my sight, and I have seen only sweetness and truth. To keep it, and serve it, and feed it upon thoughts of beauty, would be all that I could care for in life, and the thought of winning you for mine, so that all your life I might cherish you, is to me a joy which brings tears into my eyes. Oh, dearest girl, I must live before you with that prayer, and tell me what you will, I must still pray it. Nor do I care how long you ask me to wait, my life has now but one desire, to love you in such a way as best may please you, to love you as much as you will let me. Helen, I have told all myself to you, and here as we gaze into each other's eyes our souls are bare to each other. As I say those words they bring to me a thought that sweeps away all my being, that perhaps the great sorrow you have known has chastened your heart so that you too wish to forget yourself, and worship at the shrine of love. I see you trembling, and I think that perhaps it may be that, and that it needs only a word of mine to bring your soul to me. What that thought is I cannot tell you, but oh, it has been the dream of my life, it has been the thing for which I have lived, and for which I was dying. If I could win you for mine, Helen, for mine, and take you away with me, away from all else but love. The thought of it chokes me, and fills me with mighty anguish of yearning, and my soul burns for you, and I stretch out my arms to you, and I cry out to you that the happiness of my life is in your hands, that I love you, oh, that I love you. As the man had been speaking he had sunk down before Helen, still clasping her hands in his own. A great trembling had seized upon the girl and her bosom was rising and falling swiftly, but she mastered herself with a desperate effort and looked up, staring at him. You tell me that you love me, she gasped, you tell me that I am perfect. And yet you know what I have done, you have seen all my wrongness. Her voice broke, and she could not speak a word more, she bowed her head and the trembling came again, while the other clasped her hands more tightly and bent towards her. Helen, he said, I call you to a sacred life that forgets all things but love. Precious girl, my soul cries out to me that I have a right to you, that you were made that I might kneel before you, it cries out to me, speak the word and claim her for your own, for no man could love her more than you love her. Tell her that all your life you have waited for this sacred hour to come, tell her that you have power and life, and that all your soul is hers. And oh, dear heart, if only you could tell me that you might love me, that years of waiting might win you, it would be such happiness as I have never dared to dream. Tell me, Helen, tell me if it be true. And the girl lifted her face to him, and he saw that all her soul had leaped into her eyes. Her bosom heaved, and she flung back her head and stretched wide her arms, and cried aloud, Oh, David, I do love you. He clasped her in his arms and pressed her upon his bosom in an ecstasy of joy, and kissed the lips that had spoken the wonderful words. Tell me, he exclaimed, you will be mine. And she answered him, yours. For that there was no answer but the clasp of his love. At last he whispered, Oh, Helen, a lifetime of worship can never repay you for words like those. My life, my soul, tell me once more, for you cannot be mine too utterly, tell me once more that you are mine. And suddenly she leaned back her head and looked into his burning eyes, and began swiftly, her voice choking, Oh, listen, listen to me. If it be a pleasure to you to know how you have this heart. I tell you, wonderful man, that God has given me for mine, that I loved you the first word that I heard you speak in the garden. You were all that I knew of in life to yearn for, you were a wonderful light that had flashed upon me and blinded me, and when I saw my own vileness in it I flung myself down on my face, and felt a more fearful despair than I had ever dreamed could torture a soul. I would have crawled to you upon my knees and groveled in the dirt and begged you to have mercy upon me, and afterwards when you lifted me up, I could have kissed the ground that you trod. But oh, I knew one thing, and it was all that gave me courage ever to look upon you, I heard the sacred voice of my womanhood within me, telling me that I was not utterly vile, because it was in my ignorance that I had done my sin, and that if ever I had known what love really was, I should have laughed at the wealth of empires. To win your heart I would fling away all that I ever cared for in life, my beauty, my health, my happiness, yes, I would fling away my soul. And when you talked to me of love and told me that its sacrifice was hard, I, little girl that I am, could have told you that you were talking as a child, and I thought, oh, if only this man, instead of urging me to love another and win my peace, if only he were not afraid to trust me, if only he were willing that I should love him. And this afternoon when I set out with you, do you know what was the real thing that lay at the bottom of my heart and made me so happy? I said to myself, it may take months, and it may take years, but there is a crown in life that I may win forever. And this man shall tell me my duty, and night and day I shall watch and pray to do it, and do more, and he will not know why I do it, but it shall be for nothing but the love of him, and some day the worship that is in his heart shall come to me, though it find me upon my deathbed. And now you take me and tell me that I have only to love you, and you frighten me, and I cannot believe that it is true. But oh, you are pilot and master, and you know, and I will believe you. Only tell me this wonderful thing again, that I may be sure that in spite of all my weakness and my helplessness and my failures, you love me and you trust me and you ask for me. If that is really the truth, David, tell me if that is really the truth. David whispered to her, yes, yes, that is the truth, and the girl went on swiftly, half sobbing with her emotion. If you tell me that, what more do I need to know? You are my life and my soul, and you call me. For the glory of your wonderful love I will leave all the rest of the world behind me, and you may take me where you will and when you will, and do with me what you please. And oh, you who frightened me so about my wrongness and told me how hard it was to be right, do you know how easy it is for me to say those words? And do you know how happy I am because I love you and you are mine? David, my heart has been so full, so wild and thirsty, that now when you tell me that you want all my love, it is a word of glory to me. It tells me to be happy as never in my life have I been happy before. And David bent towards her and kissed her upon her beautiful lips and upon her forehead, and he pressed the trembling form closer upon him, so that the heaving of her bosom answered to his own. Listen, my love, my precious heart, he whispered, I will tell you about the vision of my life, now when you and I are thus heart to heart. Helen, my soul cries out that this union must be perfect, in mind and soul and body, a blending of all ourselves, so that we may live in each other's hearts, and seek each other's perfection, so that we may have nothing one from the other, but be one and the same soul in the glory of our love. That is such a sacred thought, my life, my darling, it makes all my being a song. And as I clasp you to me thus, and kiss you, I feel that I have never been so near to God. I have worshipped all my days in the great religion of love, and now as the glory of it burns in my heart I feel lifted above even us, and see that it is because of him that we love each other so, because he is one, our souls may be one, actually and really one, so that each loses himself and lives the other's life. I know that I love you so that I can fling my whole self away, and give up every thought in life but you. As I tell you that, my heart is bursting. Oh, drink in this passion of mine, and tell me once more that you love me. Helen had still been leaning back her head and gazing into his eyes, all her soul uplifted in the glory of her emotion. There was a wild look upon her face, and her breath was coming swiftly. For a moment more she gazed at him, and then she buried her face on his shoulder, crying, mine, mine. For a long time she clung to him, breathing the word and quite lost in the joy of it, until at last she leaned back her head and gazed up into his eyes once more. Oh, David, she said, what can I answer you? I can only tell you one thing, that here I am in your arms, and that I am yours. And I love you, oh, before God I love you with all my soul. And I am so happy, oh, David, so happy. Dearest heart, can you not see how you have won me, so that I cannot live without you, so that anything you ask of me you may have? I cannot tell you any more, because I am trembling so, and I am so weak, for this has been more than I can bear, it is as if all my being were melting within me. But oh, I never thought that a human being could be so happy, or that to love could be such a world of wonder and joy. Helen, as she had been speaking, had sunk down exhaustedly, letting her head fall forward upon her bosom. She lay quite limp in David's arms, while little by little the agitation that had so shaken her subsided. In the meantime he was bending over the golden hair that was so wild and so beautiful, and there were tears in his eyes. When at last the girl was quiet, she leaned back her head upon his arm and looked up into his face, and he bent over her and pressed a kiss upon her mouth. Helen gazed into his eyes and asked him, "David, do you really know what you have done to this little maiden, how fearfully and how madly you have made her yours? I never dreamed of what it could mean to love before. When men talked to me of it I laughed at them, and the touch of their hands made me shrink. And now here I am, and everything about me is changed. Take me away with you, David, and keep me. I do not care what becomes of me, if only you let me have your heart." The girl closed her eyes and lay still again for a long time. When she began to speak once more it was softly, and very slowly, and half as if in a dream. "David," she whispered, "my David, I am tired. I think I never felt so helpless. But oh, dear heart, it seems a kind of music in my soul, that I have cast all my sorrow away, and that I may be happy again, and be at peace at peace." And the girl repeated the words to herself more and more gently, until her voice had died away altogether. The other was silent for a long time, gazing down upon the perfect face, and then at last he kissed the trembling eyelids till they opened once again. "Sweet girl," he whispered, "as God gives me life you shall never be sorry for that beautiful faith, or sorry that you have laid bare your heart to me." Long afterwards, having watched her without speaking, he went on with a smile, "I wonder if you would not be happier yet, dearest, if I should tell you all the beautiful things that I mean to do with you. For now that you are all mine, I am going to carry you far away. You will like that, will you not, precious one?" He saw a little of an old light come back into Helen's eyes as he asked that question. "What difference does it make?" she asked, gently. David laughed and went on, "Very well then, you shall have nothing to do with it. I shall take you in my arms just as you are. And I have a beautiful little house, a very little house among the wildest of mountains, and there we shall live this wonderful summer, all alone with our wonderful love. And there we shall have nature to worship, and beautiful music, and beautiful books to read. You shall never have anything more to think about all your life but making yourself perfect and beautiful." The girl had raised herself up and was gazing at him with interest as he spoke thus. But he saw a swift frown cross her features at his last words, and he stopped and asked her what was the matter. Helen's reply was delivered very gravely. "What I was to think about," she said, "was settled long ago, and I wish you would not say wicked things like that to me." A moment later she laughed at herself a little, but then, pushing back her tangled hair from her forehead, she went on seriously, "David, what you tell me of is all that I ever thought of enjoying in life, and yet I am so glad that you did not say anything about it before. For I want to love you because of you, and I want you to know that I would follow you and worship you and live in your love if there were nothing else in life for you to offer me. And, David, do you not see that you are never going to make this poor, restless creature happy until you have given her something stern to do, something that she may know she is doing just for your love and for nothing else, bearing some effort and pain to make you happy?" The girl had put her hands upon his shoulders, and was gazing earnestly into his eyes. He looked at her for a moment, and then responded in a low voice, "Helen, dearest, let us not play with fearful words, and let us not tempt sorrow. My life has not been all happiness, and you will have pain enough to share with me, I fear, poor little girl." She thought in a flash of his sickness, and she turned quite pale as she looked at him, but then she bent forward gently and folded her arms about him, and for a minute more there was silence. There were tears standing in David's eyes when she looked at him again. But he smiled in spite of them and kissed her once more, and said, "Sweetheart, it is not wrong that we should be happy while we can, and come what may, you know, we need not ever cease to love. When I hear such noble words from you, I think I have a medicine to make all sickness light, so be bright and beautiful once more for my sake." Helen smiled and answered that she would, and then her eye chanced to light upon the ground, where she saw the wild rose lying forgotten. She stooped down and picked it up, and then knelt on the grass beside David and pressed it against his bosom while she gazed up into his face. "Once," she said, smiling tenderly, "I read a pretty little stanza, and if you will love me more for it, I will tell it to you. The sweetest flower that blows I give you as we part, to you, it is a rose, to me, it is a heart." And the man took the flower, and took the hands too, and kissed them. Then a memory chanced to come to him, and he glanced about him on the moss-covered forest floor. He saw some little clover-like leaves that all forest lovers love, and he stooped and picked one of the gleaming white blossoms and laid it in Helen's hands. "Dearest," he said, "it is beautiful to make love with the flowers. I chanced to think how I once wrote a pretty little poem, and if you will love me more for it, I will tell it to you." Then while the girl gazed at him happily, he went on to add, "This was long before I knew you, dear, and when I worshipped the flowers. One of them was this little wood sorrel. I found it in the forest dark, a blossom of the snow. I read upon its face so fair, no heat of human woe. Yet when I sang my passion song, and when the sun rose higher, the flower flung wide its heart to me, and lo, its heart was fire." Helen gazed at him a moment after he finished, and then she took the little flower and laid it gently back in the group from which he had plucked it. Afterwards she looked up and laughed. "I want that poem for myself," she said, and drew closer to him, and put her arms about him. He gazed into her upraised face, and there was a look of wonder in his eyes. "Oh, precious girl," he said, "I wonder if you know what a vision of beauty God has made you. I wonder if you know how fair your eyes are, if you know what glory a man may read in your face. Helen, when I look upon you I know that God has meant to pay me for all my years of pain, and it is all that I can do to think that you are really, really mine. Do you not know that to gaze upon you will make me a mad, mad creature for years and years and years?" Helen answered him gravely, "With all my beauty, David, I am really, really yours, and I love you so that I do not care anything in the world about being beautiful, except because it makes you happy. To do that I shall be always just as perfect as I may, through all those mad years and years and years." Then, as she glanced about her, she added, "We must go pretty soon, because it is late, but oh, before we do, sweetheart, will you kiss me once more for all those years and years and years?" And David bent over and clasped her in his arms again. "Sie ist mir wig, ist mir immer, und eigen, ein und all." Part 2. When summer gathers up her robes of glory, and like a dream of beauty glides away. Chapter I. Across the hills and far away, beyond their utmost purple rim, and deep into the dying day the happy princess followed him. It was several months after Helen's marriage. The scene was a little lake, in one of the wildest parts of the Adirondacks, surrounded by tall mountains which converted it into a basin in the land, and walled in by a dense growth about the shores, which added still more to its appearance of seclusion. In only one place was the scenery more open, where there was a little vale between two of the hills, and where a mountain torrent came rushing down the steep incline. There the underbrush had been cleared away, and beneath the great forest trees a house constructed, a little cabin built of logs, and in harmony with the rest of the scene. It was only large enough for 2 or 3 rooms downstairs, and as many above, and all were furnished in the plainest way. About the main room there were shelves of books, and a piano and a well-chosen music library. It was the little home which for a dozen years or more David Howard had occupied alone, and where he and Helen had spent the golden summer of their love. It was late in the fall then, and the mountains were robed in scarlet and orange. Helen was standing upon the little piazza, a shawl flung about her shoulders, because it was yet early in the morning. She was talking to her father, who had been paying them a few days' visit, and was taking a last look about him at the fresh morning scene before it was time for him to begin his long homeward journey. Helen was clad in a simple dress, and with the prettiest of white sunbonnets tied upon her head. She was browned by the sun, and looked a picture of health and happiness as she held her father's arm in hers. "And then you are quite sure that you are happy," he was saying, as he looked at her radiant face. She echoed the word happy, and then she stretched out her arms and took a deep breath and echoed it again. "I am so happy," she laughed, "I never know what to do." "You did not stay long enough for me to tell you, Daddy." She paused for a moment, and then went on, "I think there never was anybody in the world so full of joy. For this is such a beautiful little home, you know, and we live such a beautiful life, and oh, we love each other so that the days seem to fly by like the wind. I never even have time to think how happy I am." "Your husband really loves you as much as he ought," said the father, gazing at her tenderly. "I think God never put on earth another such man as David," replied the girl, with sudden gravity. "He is so noble, and so unselfish in every little thing. I see it in his eyes every instant that all his life is lived for nothing but to win my love. And it just draws the heart right out of me, Daddy, so that I could live on my knees before him, just trying to tell him how much I love him. I cannot ever love him enough, but it grows like great music, and every day my heart is more full." Helen was standing with her head thrown back, gazing ahead of her. Then she turned and laughed, and put her arm about her father again, saying, "Haven't you just seen what a beautiful life we live? And oh, Daddy, most of the time I am afraid because I married David, when I see how much he knows. Just think of it, he has lived all alone ever since he was young, and done nothing but read and study. Now he brings all those treasures to me, to make me happy with, and he frightens me." She stopped for a moment and then continued earnestly, "I have to be able to go with him everywhere, you know. I can't expect him to stay back all his life for me, and that makes me work very hard. David says that there is one duty in the world higher than love, and that is the duty of labor, that no soul in the world can be right for one instant if it is standing still and is satisfied, even with the soul it loves. He told me that before he married me, but at first when we came up here he was so impatient that he quite frightened me, but now I have learned to understand it all, and we are wonderfully one in everything. Daddy, dear, isn't it a beautiful way to live, to be always striving, and having something high and sacred in one's mind? And to make all of one's life from one's own heart, and not to be dependent upon anything else? David and I live away off here in the mountains, and we never have anything of what other people call comforts and enjoyments. We have nothing but a few books and a little music and nature and our own love, and we are so wonderfully happy with just those that nothing else in the world could make any difference, certainly nothing that money could buy us." "I was worried when you wrote me that you did not even have a servant," said Mr. Davis. "It isn't any trouble," laughed Helen. "This is such a tiny little cottage, and David and I are very enthusiastic people, and we want to be able to make lots of noise and do just as we please. We have so much music, you know, Daddy, and of course David is quite a wild man when he gets excited with music." Helen stopped and looked at her father and laughed, then she rattled merrily on, "We are both of us just two children, for David is so much in love with me that it makes him as young as I am, and we are away off from everything, and so we can be as happy with each other as we choose. We have this little lake all to ourselves, you know. It's getting cold now, and pretty soon we'll have to fly away to the south, but all this summer long we used to get up in the morning in time to see the sun rise, and to have a wonderful swim. And then we have so many things to read and study, and David talks to me, and tells me all that he knows, and besides all that we have to tell each other how much we love each other, which takes a fearful amount of time. It seems that neither of us can ever quite realize the glory of it, and when we think of it, it is a wonder that nobody ever told. Is not that a beautiful way to live, Daddy dear, and to love?" "Yes," said Mr. Davis, That is a very beautiful way indeed. And I think that my little girl has all that I could wish her to have. Oh, there is no need to tell me that, laughed Helen. All I wish is that I might really be like David and be worth his love. I never think about anything else all day. The girl stood for a moment gazing at her father, and then, looking more serious, she put her arm about him and whispered softly, "And oh, Daddy, it is too wonderful to talk about, but I ought to tell you, for some day by and by God is going to send us a new wonder." And Helen blushed beautifully as her father gazed into her eyes. He took her hand tenderly in his own, and the two stood for some time in silence. When it was broken, it was by the rattling of the wagon which had come to take Mr. Davis away. David came out then to bid his guest goodbye, and the three stood for a few minutes conversing. It was not very difficult for Helen to take leave of her father, for she would see him, so she said, in a week or two more. She stood waving her hands to him, until the bumping wagon was lost to sight in the woods, and then she turned and took David's hand in hers and gazed across the water at the gorgeous colored mountains. The lake was sparkling in the sunlight, and the sky was bright and clear, but Helen's thoughts took a different turn from that. All summer long she had been rejoicing in the glory of the landscape about her, in the glowing fern and the wild flowers underfoot, and in the boundless canopy of green above, with its unresting songbirds. Now there were only the shrill cries of a pair of blue jays to be heard, and every puff of wind that came brought down a shower of rustling leaves to the already thickly covered ground. "Is it not sad, David," the girl said, "to think how the beauty should all be going?" David did not answer her for a moment. "When I think of it," he said at last, "it brings me not so much sadness as a strange feeling of mystery. Only stop, and think of what that vanished springtime meant. Think that it was a presence of living, feeling, growing creatures, infinite, unthinkable masses of them, robing all the world, and that now the life and the glory of it all is suddenly gone back into nothingness, that it was all but a fleeting vision, a phantom presence on the earth. I never realized that without coming to think of all the other things of life, and that they too are no more real than the springtime flowers, and so it makes me feel as if I were walking upon air, and living in a dream." Helen was leaning against a post of the piazza, her eyes fixed upon David intently. "Does that not give a new meaning to the vanished springtime?" he asked her, and she replied in a wondering whisper, "Yes," and then gazed at him for a long time. "David," she said at last, "it is fearful to think of a thing like that. What does it all mean? What causes it?" "Men have been asking that helpless question since the dawn of time," he answered. "We only know what we see, this whirling and weaving of shadows, with its sacred facts of beauty and love." Helen looked at him thoughtfully a moment, and then, recollecting something she had heard from her father, she said, "But, David, if God be a mystery like that, how can there be any religion?" "What we may fancy God to be makes no difference," he answered. "That which we know is always the same, we have always the love and always the beauty. All men's religion is but the assertion that the source of these sacred things must be infinitely sacred, and that whatever may happen to us, that source can suffer no harm, that we live by a power stronger than ourselves, and that has no need of us." Helen was looking at her husband anxiously, then suddenly she asked him, "But tell me then, David, you do not believe in heaven? You do not believe that our souls are immortal?" As he answered her in the negative, she gave a slight start, and knitted her brows, and after another pause she demanded, "You do not believe in revealed religion then?" David could not help smiling, recognizing the voice of his clerical father-in-law. When he answered, however, he was serious again. "Some day, perhaps, dear Helen," he said, "I will tell you all about what I think as to such things. But very few of the world's real thinkers believe in revealed religions any more. They have come to see them simply as guesses of humanity at God's great sacred mystery, and to believe that God's way of revealing himself to men is through the forms of life itself. As to the question of immortality that you speak of, I have always felt that death is a sign of the fact that God is infinite and perfect, and that we are but shadows in his sight, that we live by a power that is not our own, and seek for beauty that is not our own, and that each instant of our lives is a free gift which we can only repay by thankfulness and worship. He paused for a moment, and the girl, who had still been gazing at him thoughtfully, went on, "Father used to talk about those things to me, David, and he showed me how the life of men is all spent in suffering and struggling, and that therefore faith teaches us." "Yes, dearest," the other put in, "I know all that you are going to say. I have read these arguments very often, you know. But suppose that I were to tell you that I think suffering and struggling is the very essence of the soul, and that what faith teaches us is that the suffering and struggling are sacred, and not in the least that they are some day to be made as nothing. Dearest, if it is true that the soul makes this life what it is, a life of restless seeking for an infinite, would it not make the same life anywhere else? Do you remember reading with me Emerson's poem about Uriel, the seraph who sang before God's throne, how even that could not please him, and how he left it to plunge into the struggle of things imperfect, and however after the rest of the seraphim were afraid of Uriel? Do you think, dearest, that this life of love and labor that you and I live our own selves needs anything else to justify it? The life that I lived all alone was much harder and more full of pain than this, but I never thought that it needed any rewarding." David stopped and stood gazing ahead of him thoughtfully. When he continued, his voice was lower and more solemn. "These things are almost too sacred to talk of, Helen," he said, "but there is one doubt that I have known about this, one thing that has made me wonder if there ought not to be another world after all. I never sympathized with any man's longing for heaven, but I can understand how a man might be haunted by some fearful baseness of his own self, something which long years of effort had taught him he could not ever expiate by the strength of his own heart, and how he could pray that there might be some place where rightness might be won at last, cost what it would." The man's tone had been so strange as he spoke that it caused Helen to start. Suddenly she came closer to him and put her hands upon his shoulders and gazed into his eyes. "David," she whispered, "listen to me a moment." "Yes, dear," he said, "what is it? Was it because of yourself that you said those words?" He was silent for a moment, gazing into her anxious eyes, then he bowed his head and said in a faint voice, "Yes, dear, it was because of myself." And the girl, becoming suddenly very serious, went on, "Do you remember, David, a long time ago, the time that I was leaving Aunt Polly's, that you told me how you knew what it was to have something very terrible on one's conscience? I have not ever said anything about that, but I have never forgotten it. Was it that you thought of then?" "Yes, dear, it was that," answered the other, trembling slightly. Helen stooped down upon her knees and put her arms about him, gazing up pleadingly into his face. "Dearest David," she whispered, "is it right to refuse to tell me about that sorrow?" There was a long silence, after which the man replied slowly, "I have not ever refused to tell you, sweetheart. It would be very fearful to tell, but I have not any secrets from you, and if you wished it, you should know. But, dear, it was long, long ago, and nothing can ever change it now. It would only make us sad to know it, so why should we talk of it?" He stopped, and Helen gazed long and earnestly into his face. "David," she said, "it is not possible for me to imagine you ever doing anything wrong, you are so good." "Perhaps," said David, "it is because you are so good yourself." But Helen interrupted him at that with a quick rejoinder, "Do you forget that I too have a sorrow upon my conscience?" Afterwards, as she saw that the eager remark caused the other to smile in spite of himself, she checked him gravely with the words, "Have you really forgotten so soon? Do you suppose I do not ever think now of how I treated poor Arthur, and how I drove away from me the best friend of my girlhood? He wrote me that he would think of me no more, but, David, sometimes I wonder if it were not just an angry boast, and if he might not yet be lonely and wretched, somewhere in this great cold world where I cannot ever find him or help him." The girl paused. David was regarding her earnestly, and for a long time neither of them spoke. Then suddenly the man bent down, and pressed a kiss upon her forehead. "Let us only love each other, dear," he whispered, "and try to keep as right as we can while the time is given us." There was a long silence after that while the two sat gazing out across the blue lake. When Helen spoke again it was to say, "Some day you must tell me all about it, David, because I can help you, but let us not talk about these dreadful things now." She stopped again, and afterwards went on thoughtfully, "I was thinking still of what you said about immortality, and how very strange it is to think of ceasing to be. Might it not be, David, that heaven is a place not of reward, but of the same ceaseless effort as you spoke of?" "Ah, yes," said the other, "that is the thought of the wages of going on. And of course, dear, we would all like those wages. There is no thought that tempts me so much as the possibility of being able to continue the great race forever, but I don't see how we have the least right to demand it, or that the facts give us the least reason to suppose that we will get it. It seems to me simply a fantastic and arbitrary fancy, the recreating of a worn-out life in that way. I do not think, dearest, that I am in the least justified in claiming an eternity of vision because God gives me an hour, and when I ask Him the question in my own heart I learn simply that I am a wretched, sodden creature, that I do not crowd that hour with all infinity and go quite mad at the sight of the beauty that He flings wide before me." Helen did not reply for a while, and then she asked, "And you think, David, that our life justifies itself no matter how much suffering may be in it?" "I think, dearest," was his reply, "that the soul's life is struggle, and that the soul's life is sacred, and that to be right, to struggle to be right, is not only life's purpose, but also life's reward, and that each instant of such righteousness is its own warrant, though the man be swept out of existence in the next." Then David stopped, and when he went on it was in a lower voice. "Dear Helen," he said, "after I have told you what I feel I deserve in life, you can understand my not wishing to talk lightly about such things as suffering. Just now, as I sit here at my ease, and in fact all through my poor life, I have felt about such sacred words as duty and righteousness that it would be just as well if they did not ever pass my lips. But there have come to me one or two times, dear, when I dared a little of the labor of things, and drank a drop or two of the wine of the Spirit, and those times have lived to haunt me and make me at least not a happy man in my unearned ease. There come to me still just once in a while hours when I get sight of the gleam, hours that make me loathe all that in my hours of comfort I loved, and there comes over me then a kind of titanic rage, that I should go down a beaten soul because I have not the iron strength of will to lash my own self to life, and tear out of my own heart a little of what power is in it. At such times, Helen, I find just this one wish in my mind, that God would send to me, cost what it might, some of the fearful experience that rouses a man's soul within him, and makes him live his life in spite of all his dullness and his fear." David had not finished, but he halted, because he saw a strange look upon the girl's face. She did not answer him at once, but sat gazing at him, and then she said in a very grave voice, "David, I do not like to hear such words as that from you." "What words, dearest? Do you mean actually that it sometimes seems to you wrong to live happily with me as you have?" David laid his hand quietly upon hers, watching for a minute her anxious countenance. Then he said in a low voice, "You ought not to ask me about such things, dear, or blame me for them. Sometimes I have to face the very cruel thought that I ought not ever to have linked my fate to one so sweet and gentle as you, because what I ought to be doing in the world to win a right conscience is something so hard and so stern that it would mean that I could never be really happy all my life." David was about to go on, but he stopped again because of Helen's look of displeasure. "David," she whispered, "that is the most unloving thing that I have ever heard from you." "And you must blame me, dear, because of it?" he asked. "I suppose," Helen answered, "that you would misunderstand me as long as I chose to let you. Do you not suppose that I too have a conscience? Do you suppose that I want any happiness it is wrong for us to take, or that I would not dare to go anywhere that your duty took you? And do you suppose that anything could be so painful to me as to know that you do not trust me, that you are afraid to live your life, and do what is your duty, before me." David bent down suddenly and pressed a kiss upon the girl's forehead. "Precious little heart," he whispered, "those words are very beautiful." "I did not say them because they were beautiful," answered Helen gravely, "I said them because I meant them, and because I wanted you to take them in earnest. I want to know what it is that you and I ought to be doing, instead of enjoying our lives, and after you have told me what it is I can tell you one thing, that I shall not be happy again in my life until it is done." David watched her thoughtfully a while before he answered, because he saw that she was very much in earnest. Then he said sadly, "Dearest Helen, perhaps the reason that I have never been able all through my life to satisfy my soul is the pitiful fact that I have not the strength to dare any of the work of other men. I have had always to chafe under the fact that I must choose between nourishing my poor body, or ceasing to live. I have learned that all my power and more too, as it sometimes seemed, was needed to bear bravely the dreadful trials that God has sent to me." Helen paled slightly. She felt his hand trembling upon hers, and she remembered his illness at her aunt's, about which she had never had the courage to speak to him. "And so, dear heart," he went on slowly, "let us only be sure that we are keeping our lives pure and strong, that we are living in the presence of high thoughts and keeping the mastery of ourselves, and saying and really meaning that we live for something unselfish, so that if duty and danger come, we shall not prove cowards, and if suffering comes we should not give way and lose our faith. Does that please you, dear Helen?" The girl pressed his hand silently in hers. After a while he went on still more solemnly, "Some time," he said, "I meant to talk to you about just that, dearest, to tell you how stern and how watchful we ought to be. It is very sad to me to see what happens when the great and fearful realities of life disclose themselves to good and kind people who have been living without any thought of such things. I feel that it is very wrong to live so, that if we wished to be right we would hold the high truths before us, no matter how much labor it cost." "What truths do you mean?" asked Helen earnestly, and he answered her, "For one, the very fearful fact of which I have just been talking, that you and I are two bubbles that meet for an instant upon the whirling stream of time. Suppose, sweetheart, that I were to tell you that I do not think you and I would be living our lives truly, until we were quite sure that we could bear to be parted forever without losing our faith in God's righteousness." Helen turned quite white, and clutched the other's hands in hers. She had not once thought of actually applying what he had said to her. "David! David!" she cried, "no." The man smiled gently as he brushed back the hair from her forehead and gazed into her eyes. "And when you asked for sternness, dear," he said, "was it that you did not know what the word meant? Life is real, dear Helen, and the effort it demands is real effort." The girl did not half hear these last words. She was still staring at her husband. "Listen to me, David," she said at last, still holding his hand tightly in hers, her voice almost a whisper. "I could bear anything for you, David, I know that I could bear anything, I could really die for you, I say that with all my soul. That was what I was thinking of when you spoke of death. But David, if you were to be taken from me, if you were to be taken from me," and she stopped, unable to find a word more. "Perhaps it will be just as well not to tell me, dear heart," he said to her, gently. "David," she went on more strenuously yet, "listen to me, you must not ever ask me to think of that. Do you hear me? For, oh, it cannot be true, it cannot be true, David, that you could be taken from me forever. What would I have left to live for? Would you not have the great wonderful God?" asked the other gently, "the God who made me and all that was lovable in me, and made you, and would demand that you worship him?" But Helen only shook her head once more and answered, "It could not be true, David, no, no." Then she added in a faint voice, "What would be the use of my having lived?" The man bent forward and kissed her again, and kissed away a little of the frightened, anxious look upon her face. "My dear," he said with a gentle smile, "perhaps I was wrong to trouble you with such fearful things after all. Let me tell you instead a thought that once came to my mind, and that has stayed there as the one I should like to call the most beautiful of all my life, it may help to answer that question of yours about the use of having lived. Men love life so much, Helen dear, that they cannot ever have enough of it, and to keep it and build it up they make what we call the arts. This thought of mine is about one of them, about music, the art that you and I love most. For all the others have been derived from things external, but music was made out of nothing, and exists but for its one great purpose, and therefore is the most spiritual of all of them. I like to say that it is time made beautiful, and so a shadow picture of the soul. It is this, because it can picture different degrees of speed and of power, because it can breathe and throb, can sweep and soar, can yearn and pray, because, in short, everything that happens in the heart can happen in music, so that we may lose ourselves in it and actually live its life, or so that a great genius can not merely tell us about himself, but can make all the best hours of his soul actually a part of our own. This thought that I said was beautiful came to me from noticing how perfectly the art was one with that which it represented, so that we may say not only that music is life, but that life is music. Music exists because it is beautiful, dear Helen, and because it brings an instant of the joy of beauty to our hearts, and for no other reason whatever. It may be music of happiness or of sorrow, of achievement or only of hope, but so long as it is beautiful it is right, and it makes no difference, either, that it cost much labor of men, or that when it is gone forever. And dearest, suppose that the music not only was beautiful, but knew that it was beautiful, that it was not only the motion of the air, but also the joy of our hearts, might it not then be its own excuse, just one strain of it that rose in the darkness, and quivered and died away again forever? When David had spoken thus he stopped and sat still for a while, gazing at his wife, then seeing the anxious look still in possession of her face, he rose suddenly by way of ending their talk. Dearest, he said, smiling, it is wrong of me, perhaps, to worry you about such very fearful things as those. Let us go in, and find something to do that is useful, and not trouble ourselves with them any more. Chapter 2. O Freude, have echt. Sprich Das nicht der Schmerz erwacht. It was late on the afternoon of the day that Helen's father had left for home, and David was going into the village with some letters to mail. Helen was not feeling very well herself and could not go, but she insisted upon his going, for she watched over his exercise and other matters of health with scrupulous care. She had wrapped him up in a heavy overcoat, and was kneeling beside his chair with her arms about him. Tell me, dear, she asked him, for the third or fourth time, are you sure this will be enough to keep you warm? For the nights are so very cold, you know. I do not like you to come back alone anyway. I don't think you would be much of a protection against danger, laughed David. But it will be dark when you get back, dear. It will only be about dusk, was the reply. I don't mind that. Helen gazed at him wistfully for a minute, and then she went on, do you not know what is the matter with me, David? You frightened me today, and I cannot forget what you said. Each time that it comes to my mind it makes me shudder. Why should you say such fearful things to me? I am very sorry, said the other, gently. You simply must not talk to me so, cried the girl. If you do you will make me so that I cannot bear to leave you for an instant. For those thoughts make my love for you simply desperate, David. I cry out to myself that I never have loved you enough, never told you enough. And then she added pleadingly, but oh, you know that I love you, do you not, dear? Tell me. Yes, I know it, said the other gently, taking her in his arms and kissing her. Come back soon, Helen went on, and I will tell you once more how much I do, and then we can be happy again, and I won't be afraid any more. Please let me be happy, won't you, David? Yes, love, I will, said the man with a smile. I do not think that I was wise ever to trouble you. Helen was silent for a while, then as a sudden thought occurred to her she added, David, I meant to tell you something. Do you know if those horrible thoughts keep haunting me, it is just this that they will make me do. You said that God was very good, and so I was thinking that I would show him how very much I love you, how I could really never get along without you, and how I care for nothing else in the world. It seems to me to be such a little thing, that we should only just want to love, and truly, that is all I do want. I would not mind anything else in the world. I would go away from this little house and live in any poor place, and do all the work, and never care about anything else at all, if I just might have you. That is really true, David, and I wish that you would know it, and that God would know it, and not expect me to think of such dreadful things as you talk of. As David gazed into her deep, earnest eyes, he pressed her to him with a sudden burst of emotion. You have me now, dearest, he whispered, and oh, I shall trust the God who gave me this precious heart. He kissed her once more in fervent love, and kissed her again and again until the clouds had left her face. She leaned back and gazed at him, and was radiant with delight again. Oh, 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 she cried. David, it only makes me more full of wonder at the real truth. For it is the truth, David, it is the truth that you are all mine. It is so wonderful, and it makes me so happy, I seem to lose myself more in the thought every day. You can never lose yourself too much, little sweetheart, David whispered, let us trust to love, and let it grow all that it will. Helen, I never knew what it was to live until I met you, never knew how life could be so full and rich and happy. And never, never will I be able to tell you how much I love you, dearest soul. Oh, but I believe you without being told, she said, laughing. Do you know, I could make myself quite mad just with saying over to myself that you love me all that I could ever wish you to love me, all that I could imagine you loving me. Isn't that true, David? Yes, that is true, the man replied. But you don't know what a wonderful imagination I have, laughed the girl, and how hungry for your love I am. And she clasped him to her passionately and cried, David, you can make me too happy to live with that thought. I shall have to think about it all the time that you are gone, and when you come back I shall be so wonderfully excited. Oh, oh, David. Then she laughed eagerly and sprang up. You must not stay any longer, she exclaimed, because it is getting late, only hurry back, because I can do nothing but wait for you. And so she led him to the door, and kissed him again, and then watched him as he started up the road. He turned and looked at her, as she leaned against the railing of the porch, with the glory of the sunset falling upon her hair. She made a radiant picture, for her cheeks were still flushed, and her bosom still heaving with the glory of the thought she had promised to keep. There was so much of her love in the look which she kept upon David that it took some resolution to go on and leave her. As for Helen, she watched him until he had quite disappeared in the forest, after which she turned and gazed across the lake at the gold and crimson mountains. But all the time she was still thinking the thought of David's love, the wonder of it was still upon her face, and it seemed to lift her form, until at last she stretched wide her arms, and leaned back her head, and drank a deep draught of the evening air, whispering aloud, Oh, I do not dare to be as happy as I can. And she clasped her arms upon her bosom and laughed a wild laugh of joy. Later on, because it was cold, she turned and went into the house, singing a song to herself as she moved. As she went to the piano and sat down, she saw upon the rack the little springtime song of Grieg's that was the first thing she had ever heard upon David's violin. She played a few bars of it to herself, and then she stopped and sat still, lost in the memory which it brought to her mind of the night when she had sat at the window and listened to it, just after seeing Arthur for the last time. And to think that it was only 4 or 5 months ago, she whispered to herself. And how wretched I was. I do not believe I could ever be so unhappy again, she went on after a while. I know that I could not, while I have David, after which her thoughts came back into the old course of joy. When she looked at the music again, the memory of her grief was gone, and she read in it all of her own love glory. She played it through again, and afterwards sat quite still, until the twilight had begun to gather in the room. Helen then rose and lit the lamp, and the fire in the open fireplace, she glanced at the clock and saw that more than a quarter of an hour had passed, and she said to herself that it could not be more than that time again before David was back. I should go out and meet him if I were feeling quite strong, she added as she went to the door and looked out. Then she exclaimed suddenly, but oh, I know how I can please him better. And the girl went to the table where some of her books were lying, and sat down and began very diligently studying, glancing every half-minute at the clock and at the door. I shall be too busy even to hear him, she said, with a sudden burst of glee, and quite delighted with the effect that would produce. She listened eagerly every time she fancied she heard a step, and then fixed her eyes upon the book, and put on a look of most complete absorption. Unfortunately for Helen's plan, however, each time it proved to be a false alarm, and so the 15 minutes passed completely, and then 5, and 5 again. The girl had quite given up studying by that time, and was gazing at the clock, and listening to its ticking, and wondering very much indeed. At last, when more than 3/4 of an hour had passed since David had left, she got up and went to the door once more to listen. As she did not hear anything, she went out on the piazza, and finally to the road. All about her was veiled in shadow, which her eyes strove in vain to pierce, and so, growing still more impatient, she raised her voice and called, "David, David," and then stood and listened to the rustling of the leaves and the faint lapping of the water on the shore. That is very strange, Helen thought, growing very anxious indeed. It is fearfully strange. What in the world can have happened? And she called again, with no more result than before, until with a sudden resolution she turned and passed quickly into the house, and flinging a wrap about her, came out and started down the road. Occasionally she raised her voice and shouted David's name, but still she got no reply, and her anxiety soon changed into alarm, and she was hurrying along, almost in a run. In this way she climbed the long ascent which the road made from the lake shore, and when she had reached the top of it she gathered her breath and shouted once more, louder and more excitedly than ever. This time she heard the expected reply, and found that David was only a few rods ahead of her. "What is the matter?" she called to him, and as he answered that it was nothing, but to come to him, she ran on more alarmed than ever. There was just light enough for her to see that David was bending down, and then as she got very near she saw that on the ground in front of him was lying a dark, shadowy form. As Helen cried out again to know what was the matter, her husband said, "Do not be frightened, dear, it is only some poor woman that I have found here by the roadside." "A woman?" the girl echoed in wonder, at the same time giving a gasp of relief at the discovery that her husband was not in trouble. "Where in the world can she have come from, David?" "I do not know," he answered, "but she probably wandered off the main road. It is some poor, wretched creature, Helen, she has been drinking, and is quite helpless." And Helen stood still in horror, while David arose and came to her. "You are out of breath, dear," he exclaimed, "why did you come so fast?" "Oh, I was so frightened," the girl panted. "I cannot tell you, David, what happens in my heart whenever I think of your coming to any harm. It was dreadful, for I knew something serious must be the matter." David put his arm about her and kissed her to quiet her fears. Then he said, "You ought not to have come out, dear, but be calm now, for there is nothing to worry you, only we must take care of this poor woman. It is such a sad sight, Helen, I wish that you had not come here." "What were you going to do?" asked the girl, forgetting herself quickly in her sympathy. "I meant to come down and tell you," was David's reply, "and then go back to town and get someone to come and take her away." "But, David, you can never get back over that rough road in the darkness," exclaimed Helen in alarm. "It is too far for you to walk, even in the daytime. I will not let you do it, you must not." "But dear, this poor creature cannot be left here, it will be a bitter cold night, and she might die." Helen was silent for a moment in thought, and then she said in a low, trembling voice, "David, there is only one thing to do." "What is that, dear?" asked the other. "We will have to take her home with us." "Do you know what you are saying?" asked the other with a start. "That would be a fearful thing to do, Helen." "I cannot help it," she replied, "it is the only thing. And it would be wicked not to be willing to do that, because she is a woman." "She is in a fearful way, dear," said the other hesitatingly, "and to ask you to take care of her. I would do anything sooner than let you take that walk in such darkness as this," was the girl's reply, and with that statement she silenced all of his objections. And so at last David pressed her hand, and whispered, "Very well, dear, God will bless you for it." Then for a while the two stood in silence, until Helen asked, "Do you think that we can carry her, poor creature?" "We may try it," the other replied, and Helen went and knelt by the prostrate figure. The woman was muttering to herself, but she seemed to be quite dazed, and not to know what was going on about her. Helen did not hesitate any longer, but bent over and strove to lift her. The woman was fortunately of a slight build, and seemed to be very thin, so that with David's help it was easy to raise her to her feet. It was a fearful task nonetheless, for the poor wretch was foul with the mud in which she had been lying, and her wet hair was streaming over her shoulders. As Helen strove to lift her up, the head sunk over upon her, but the girl bit her lips together grimly. She put her arm about the woman's waist, and David did the same on the other side, and so the three started, stumbling slowly along in the darkness. "Are you sure that it is not too much for you?" David asked. "We can stop whenever you like, Helen." "No, let us go on," the girl said. "She has almost no weight, and we must not leave her out here in the cold. Her hands are almost frozen now." They soon made their way on down to where the lights of the little cottage shone through the trees. David could not but shrink back as he thought of taking their wretched burden into their little home, but he heard the woman groan feebly, and he was ashamed of his thought. Nothing more was said until they had climbed the steps, not without difficulty, and had deposited their burden upon the floor of the sitting room, after which David rose and sank back into a chair, for the strain had been a heavy one for him. Helen also sprang up as she gazed at the figure. The woman was foul with every misery that disease and sin can bring upon a human creature, her clothing torn to shreds and her face swollen and stained. She was half delirious, and clawing about her with her shrunken, quivering hands, so that Helen exclaimed in horror, "Oh God, that is the most dreadful sight I have ever seen in my life." "Come away," said the other, raising himself from the chair, "it is not right that you should look at such things." But with Helen it was only a moment before her pity had overcome every other emotion. She knelt down by the stranger and took one of the cold hands and began chafing it. "Poor, poor woman," she exclaimed, "oh, what misery you must have suffered. David, what can a woman do to be punished like this? It is fearful." It was a strange picture which the two made at that moment, the woman in her cruel misery, and the girl in her pure and noble beauty. But Helen had no more thought of shrinking, for all her soul had gone out to the unfortunate stranger, and she kept on trying to bring her back to consciousness. "Oh, David," she said, "what can we do to help her? It is too much that any human being should be like this. She would have died if we had not found her." And then as the other opened her eyes and struggled to lift herself, Helen caught an incoherent word and said, "I think she is thirsty, David. Get some water and perhaps that will help her. We must find some way to comfort her, for this is too horrible to be. And perhaps it is not her fault, you know, who knows, but perhaps some man may have been the cause of it all. Is it not dreadful to think of, David?" So the girl went on. Her back was turned to her husband, and she was engrossed in her task of mercy, and did not see what he was doing. She did not see that he had started forward in his chair and was staring at the woman. She did not see him leaning forward, farther and farther, with a strange look upon his face. But there was something she did see at last, as the woman lifted herself again and stared first at Helen's own pitying face, and then vaguely about the room, and last of all gazing at David. Suddenly she stretched out her arms to him and strove to rise, with a wild cry that made Helen leap back in consternation. "David! It's David. And at the same instant David sprang up with what was almost a scream of horror. He reeled and staggered backwards against the wall, clutching with his hands at his forehead, his face a ghastly, ashen grey, and as Helen sprang up and ran towards him, he sank down upon his knees with a moan, gazing up into the air with a look of agony upon his face. "My God! My God!" he gasped, "it is my Mary!" And Helen sank down beside him, clutching him by the arm, and staring at him in terror. "David, David," she whispered, in a hoarse voice. But the man seemed not to hear her, so overwhelmed was he by his own emotion. "It is Mary," he cried out again, "it is my Mary. O God, have mercy upon my soul." And then a shudder passed over him, and he buried his face in his arms and fell down upon the floor, with Helen, almost paralyzed with fright, still clinging to him. In the meantime the woman had still been stretching out her trembling arms to him, crying his name again and again. As she sank back exhausted, the man started up and rushed toward her, clutching her by the hand, and exclaiming frantically, "Mary, Mary, it is I, speak to me." But the other's delirium seemed to have returned, and she only stared at him blankly. At last David staggered to his feet and began pacing wildly up and down, hiding his face in his hands, and crying helplessly, "Oh, God, that this should come to me now! Oh, how can I bear it? Oh, Mary, Mary!" He sank down upon the sofa again and burst into fearful sobbing. Helen, who had still been kneeling where he left her, rushed toward him and flung her arms about him, crying out, "David, David, what is the matter? David, you will kill me, what is it?" And he started and stared at her wildly, clutching her arm. "Helen," he gasped, "listen to me. I ruined that woman. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? It was I who betrayed her, I who made her what she is. I. Oh, leave me alone, oh, what can I do?" Then as the girl still clung to him, sobbing his name in terror, the man went on, half beside himself with his grief, "Oh, think of it, oh, how can I bear to know it and live? 23 years ago, and it comes back to curse me now. And all these years I have been living and forgetting it and been happy, and talking of my goodness, O God, and this fearful madness upon the earth. And I made it, I, and she has had to pay for it. Oh, look at her, Helen, look at her, think that that foulness is mine. She was beautiful, she was pure, and she might have been happy, she would have been good, but for me. O God in heaven, where can I hide myself, what can I do?" Helen was still clutching at his arm, crying to him, "David, spare me." He flung her off in a mad frenzy, holding her at arm's length, and staring at her with a fearful light in his eyes. "Girl, girl," he cried, "do you know who I am? Do you know what I have done? This girl was like you once, and I made her love me with the sacred fire that God had given me, made her love me as I made you love me. And she was beautiful like you, she was younger than you, and as happy as you. And she trusted me as you trusted me, she gave herself to me as you did, and I took her, and promised her my love, and now look at her. Can you wish to be near me, can you wish to see me? Oh, Helen, I cannot bear myself, oh, leave me, I must die." He sank down once more, weeping, all his form shaking with his grief. Helen flung her arms about his neck again, but the man seemed to forget her presence. "Oh, think where that woman has been," he moaned, "think what she has seen and done and suffered, and what she is. Was there ever such a wreck of womanhood, ever such a curse upon earth? And, oh, for the years that she has lived in her fearful sin, and I have been happy, great God, what can I do for those years? How can I live and gaze upon this crime of mine? I, who sought for beauty, to have made this madness, and it comes now to curse me, now, when it is too late, when the life is wrecked, when it is gone forever." David's voice had sunk into a moan, and then suddenly he heard the woman crying out, and he staggered to his feet. She was sitting up again, her arms stretched out. David caught her in his own, gazing into her face and crying, "Mary, Mary! Look at me! Here I am David, the David you loved." He stopped, gasping for breath, and the woman cried in a faint voice, "Water, water!" David turned and called to Helen, and the poor girl, though scarcely able to stand, ran to get a glass of it. Another thought came to the man in the meantime, and he turned to the other with a sudden cry. "If there were a child," he gasped, "a child of mine somewhere in the world, alone and helpless." He stared into the woman's eyes imploringly. She was gazing at him, choking and trying to speak. She seemed to be making an effort to understand him, and as David repeated his agonizing question she gave a sign of assent, causing a still wilder look to cross the man's face. He called to her again to tell him where, but the woman seemed to be sinking back into her raving, and she only gasped faintly again for water. When Helen brought it they poured it down her throat, and then David repeated his question once more, but he gave a groan as he saw that it was all in vain. The wild raving had begun again, and the woman only stared at him blankly, until at last the wretched man, quite overcome, sank down at her side and buried his head upon her shrunken bosom and cried like a child, poor Helen in the meantime clinging to him still. It was only when David had quite worn himself out that he seemed to hear her pleading voice. Then he looked at her, and for the first time through his own grief caught sight of hers. There was such a look of helpless woe upon Helen's face that he put out his hand to her and whispered faintly, "Oh, poor little girl, what have you done that you should suffer so?" As Helen drew closer to him, clinging to his hand in fright, he went on, "Can you ever forgive me for this horror? Forgive me that I dared to forget it, that I dared to marry you." The girl's answer was a faint moan, "David, David, have mercy on me." He gazed at her for a moment, reading still more of her suffering. "Helen," he asked, "you see what has come upon me. Can you ask me not to be wretched? Can you ask me still to live? What can I do for such a crime? When I look at this wreck of a soul, what comfort can I hope to find?" And the girl, her heart bursting with grief, could only clasp his hands in hers and gaze into his eyes. There was no word she could think of to say to him, and so for a long time the two remained in silence, David again fixing his eyes upon the woman, who seemed to be sinking into a kind of stupor. When he looked up once more it was because Helen was whispering in his ear, a new thought having come to her, "David, perhaps I might be able to help you yet." The man replied in a faint, gasping voice, "Help me? How?" And the girl answered, "Come with me," and rose weakly to her feet, half lifting him also. He gazed at the woman and saw that she was lying still, and then he did as Helen asked. She led him gently into the other room, away from the fearful sight, and the two sat down, David limp and helpless, so that he could only sink down in her arms with a groan. "Poor, poor David," she whispered, in a voice of infinite pity, "oh, my poor David." "Then you do not scorn me, Helen?" the man asked in a faint, trembling voice, and went on pleading with her, in words so abject and so wretched that they wrung the girl's heart more than ever. "David, how can you speak to me so?" she cried, "you who are all my life." And then she added with swift intensity, "Listen to me, David, it cannot be so bad as that, I know it. Will you not tell me, David? Tell me all, so that I may help you." So she went on pleading with him gently, until at last the man spoke again, in faltering words. "Helen," he said, "I was only a boy. God knows that is one excuse, if it is the only one. I was only 17, and she was no more." "Who was she, David?" the girl asked. "She lived in a village across the mountains from here, near where our home used to be. She was a farmer's daughter, and she was beautiful. Oh, to think that that woman was once a beautiful girl, and innocent and pure. But we were young, we loved each other, and we had no one to warn us. It was so long ago that it seems like a dream to me now, but we sinned, and I took her for mine. Then I went home to tell my father, to tell him that she was my wife, and that I must marry her. And oh, God, She was a farmer's daughter, and I was a rich man's son, and the cursed world knows nothing of human souls. And I must not marry her. I found all the world in arms against it. And you let yourself be persuaded? Asked the girl, in a faint whisper. Persuaded, echoed David, his voice shaking. Who would have thought of persuading a mad boy? I let myself be commanded and frightened into submission, and carried away. And then 5 or 6 miserable months passed away, and I got a letter from her, and she was with child, and she was ruined forever. She prayed to me in words that have haunted me night and day all my life, to come to her and keep my promise. And David stopped and gave a groan. The other whispered, You could not go. I went, he answered. I borrowed money, begged it from one of my father's servants, and ran away and went up there, and oh, I was 2 days too late. Too late, exclaimed Helen wonderingly. Yes, yes, was the hoarse reply, for she was a weak and helpless girl, and scorned of all the world, and her parents had turned her away, and she was gone, no one knew where. Helen, from that day to this I have never seen her, nor ever heard of her, and now she comes to curse me, to curse my soul forever. And it is more than I can bear, more than I can bear. David sank down again, crying out, It is too much, it is too much. But then suddenly he caught his wife's hand in his and stared up at her, exclaiming, And she said there was a child, Helen. Somewhere in the world there is another soul suffering for the sin of mine. Oh, somehow we must find out about that. Something must be done. I could not have 2 such fearful things to know of. We must find out, we must find out. As the man stopped and stared wildly about him, he heard the woman's voice again, and sprang up, but Helen, terrified at his suffering, caught him by the arm, whispering, No, no, David, let me go in, I can take care of her. And she forced her husband down on the sofa once more, and then ran into the next room. She found the woman again struggling to raise herself upon her trembling arms, staring about her and calling out incoherently. Helen rushed to her and took her hands in hers, trying to soothe her again. But the woman staggered to her feet, oblivious of everything about her. Where is he? Where is he? She gasped hoarsely. He will come back. She began calling David's name, and a moment later, as Helen tried to keep her quiet, she tore her hands loose and rushed blindly across the room, shrieking louder yet, David, where are you? Don't you know me, David? As Helen turned, she saw that her husband had heard the cries and come to the doorway again, but it was all in vain, for the woman, though she looked at him, knew him no more. It was to a phantom of her own brain that she was calling, in the meantime pacing up and down, her voice rising higher and higher. She was reeling this way and that, and Helen, frightened at her violence, strove to restrain her, only to be flung off as if she had been a child. The woman rushed on, groping about her blindly and crying still, David. Tell me, where is David? Then as David and Helen stood watching her in helpless misery, her delirious mood changed, and she clutched her hands over her bosom, and shuddered, and moaned to herself, It is cold, oh, it is cold. Afterwards she burst into frantic sobbing, that choked her and shook all her frame, and again into wild peals of laughter, and then last of all she stopped and sprang back, staring in front of her with her whole face a picture of agonizing fright. She gave one wild scream after another and staggered and sank down at last upon the floor. Oh, it is he, she cried, her voice sinking into a shudder. Oh, spare me, why should you beat me? Oh God, have mercy, have mercy. Her cries rose again into a shriek that made Helen's blood run cold. She looked in terror at her husband, and saw that his face was white. In the meantime the wretched woman had flung herself down prostrate upon the floor, where she lay groveling and writhing. That again, however, was only for a minute or two. She staggered up once more and rushed blindly across the room, crying, I cannot bear it, I cannot bear it. Oh, what have I done? Then suddenly, as she flung up her arms imploringly and staggered blindly on, she lurched forward and fell, striking her head against the corner of the table. Helen started forward with a cry of alarm, but before she had taken half a dozen steps the woman had raised herself to her feet once more, and was staring at her, blinded by the blood which poured from a cut in her forehead. Her clothing was torn half from her, and her tangled hair streamed from her shoulders. She was a ghastly sight to behold, as, delirious with terror, she began once more rushing this way and that about the room. The two who watched her were powerless to help her, and could only drink in the horror of it all and shudder, as with each minute the poor creature became more frantic and more desperate. All the while it was evident that her strength was fast leaving her. She staggered more and more, and at last she sank down upon her knees. She strove to rise again and found that she could not, but lurched and fell upon the floor. As she turned over and Helen saw her face, the sight was too much for the girl's self-control, and she buried her face in her hands and broke into frantic sobbing. David in the meantime was crouching in the doorway, his gaze fixed upon the woman. He did not seem even to notice Helen's outburst, so lost was all his soul in the other sight. Fi saw that the stranger's convulsive efforts were weakening, and he staggered forward with a cry, and flung himself forward down on his knees beside her. "Mary, Mary," he called, but she did not heed him, though he clasped her hands and shook her, gazing into her face imploringly. Her eyes were fixed upon him, but it was with a vacant stare, and then suddenly he started back with a cry of horror. "Great God, she is dying!" The woman made a sudden fearful effort to lift herself, struggling and gasping, her face distorted with fierce agony. As it failed she sank back, and lay panting hard for breath. Then a shudder passed over her, and while David still stared, transfixed, a hoarse rattle came from her throat, and her features became suddenly set in their dreadful passion. In a moment more all was still, and David buried his face in his hands and sank down upon the corpse, without even a moan. Afterwards, for a full minute there was not a sound in the room. Helen's sobbing had ceased. She had looked up and sat staring at the two figures, until at last, with a sudden start of fright she sprang up and crept silently toward them. She glanced once at the woman's body, and then bent over David. As she felt that his heart was still beating, she caught him to her bosom, and knelt thus in terror, staring first into his white and tortured features, and then at the body on the floor. Finally, however, she nerved herself, and though she was trembling and exhausted, staggered to her feet with her burden. Holding it tightly in her arms she went step by step, slowly and in silence out of the room. When she had passed into the next one she shut the door and, sinking down upon the sofa, lifted David's broken figure beside her and locked it in her arms and was still. Thus she sat without a sound or emotion, her heart within her torn with fear and pain, all through the long hours of that night. When the cold, white dawn came up, she was still pressing him to her bosom, sobbing and whispering faintly, "Oh, David! Oh, my poor, poor David! Hast du im Venusberg geweilt, so bist nun. Wig du verdammt." Chapter 3. Then said I, "Woe is me! For I am undone, for mine eyes have seen the King, the Lord of hosts." David's servant drove out early upon the following morning to tell him of a strange woman who had been asking for him in the village. They sent the man back for a doctor, and it was found that the poor creature was really dead. They wished to take the body away, but David would not have it, and so, late in the afternoon, a grave was dug by the lake shore near the little cottage, and what was left of Mary was buried there. David was too exhausted to leave the house, and Helen would not stir from his side, so the two sat in silence until the ceremony was over, and the men had gone. The servant went with them, because the girl said they wished to be alone, and then the house settled down to its usual quietness, a quietness that frightened Helen now. For when she looked at her husband her heart scarcely beat for her terror. He was ghastly white, and his lips were trembling, and though he had not shed a tear all the day, there was a look of mournful despair on his face that told more fearfully than any words how utterly the soul within him was beaten and crushed. All that day he had been so, and as Helen remembered the man that had been before so strong and eager and her whole soul stood still with awe. yet as before she could do nothing but cling to him, and gaze at him with bursting heart. But at last, when the hours had passed and not a move had been made, she asked him faintly, "David, is there no hope? Is it to be like this always?" The man raised his eyes and gazed at her helplessly. "Helen," he said, his voice sounding hollow and strange, "what can you ask of me? How can I bear to look about me again? How can I think of living? Oh, that night of horror! Helen, it burns my brain, it tortures my soul, it will drive me mad." He buried his face in his hands again, shaking with emotion. "Oh, I cannot ever forget it," he whispered hoarsely, "it must haunt me until I die. I must know that after all my years of struggle it was this that I made, it is this that stands for my life, and it is over, and gone from me forever and finished. Oh, God, was there ever such a horror flashed upon a guilty soul, ever such fiendish torture for a man to bear? And Helen, there was a child, to think how that thought must goad me, a child of mine, and I cannot ever aid it, it must suffer for its mother's shame. And think, if it were a woman, Helen, this madness must go on, and go on forever. Oh, where am I to hide me, and what can I do?" There came no tears, but only a fearful sobbing. Poor Helen whispered frantically, "David, it was not your fault, you could not help it, surely you cannot be to blame for all this." He did not answer her, but after a long silence he went on in a deep, low voice, "Helen, she was so beautiful. She has lived in my thoughts all these years as the figure that I used to see, so bright and so happy. I used to hear her singing in church, and the music was a kind of madness to me, because I knew that she loved me. And her home was a little farmhouse, half buried in great trees, and I used to see her there with her flowers. Now oh, think of her now, think of her life of shame and agony, think of her turned away from her home, and from all she loved in the world, deserted and scorned, and helpless, think of her with child, and of the agony of her degradation. What must she not have suffered to be as she was last night? Oh, are there tears enough in the world to pay for such a curse, for that 20 years' burden of wretchedness and sin? And she was beaten, oh, she was beaten, Mary, my poor, poor Mary. And to die in such horror, in drunkenness and madness. And now she is gone, and it is over, and oh, why should I live? What can I do?" His voice dropped into a moan, and then again there was a long silence. At last Helen whispered, in a weak, trembling voice, "David, you have still love, can that be nothing to you?" "I have no right to love," he groaned, "no right to love, and I never had any. For oh, all my life this vision has haunted me. I knew that nothing but death could have saved her from shame. Yes, and I knew, too, that some day I must find her. I have carried the terror of that in my heart all these years. Yet I dared to take your love, and dared to fly from my sin, and then there comes this thunderbolt. Oh, merciful heaven, it is too much to bear, too much to bear." He sank down again. Poor Helen could find no word of comfort, no utterance of her own bursting heart except the same frantic clasp of her love. So the day went by over that shattered life, and each hour the man's despair grew more black, his grief and misery more hopeless. The girl watched him and followed him about as if she had been a child, but she could get him to take no food, and to divert his mind to anything else she dared not even try. He would sit for hours writhing in his torment, and then again he would spring up and pace the room in agitation, though he was too weak to bear that very long. Afterwards the long night came on, and all through it he lay tossing and moaning, sometimes shuddering in a kind of paroxysm of grief. Helen, though she was weary and almost fainting, watching through the whole night, her heart wild with her dread. And so the morning came, and another day of misery, and in the midst of it David flung himself down upon the sofa and buried his face in his arms and cried out, "O God, my God, I cannot stand it, I cannot stand it. Oh, let me die. I dare not lift my head, there is no hope for me, there is no life for me, I dare not pray. It is more than I can bear, I am beaten, I am lost forever." And Helen fell down upon her knees beside him, and tore away his hands from his face and stared at him frantically, exclaiming, "David, it is too cruel. Oh, have mercy upon me, David, if you love me." He stopped and gazed long and earnestly into her face, and a look of infinite pity came into his eyes. At last he whispered, in a low voice, "Poor, poor little Helen, oh, Helen, God help you, what can I do?" He paused and afterwards went on tremblingly, "What have you done that you should suffer like this? You are right that it is too cruel, it is another curse that I have to bear. For I knew that I was born to suffering, I knew that my life was broken and dying, and yet I dared to take yours into it. And now, what can I do to save you, Helen? Can you not see that I dare not live?" "David, it is you who are killing yourself," the girl moaned in answer. He did not reply, but there came a long, long silence, in which he seemed to be sinking still deeper, and when he went on it was in a shuddering voice that made Helen's heart stop. "Oh, it is no use," he gasped, "it is no use. Listen, Helen, there was another secret that I kept from you, because it was too fearful, but I can keep it no more, I can fight no more." He stopped, the girl had clutched his arm, and was staring into his face, whispering his name hoarsely. At last he went on in his cruel despair, "I knew this years ago, too, and I knew that I was bringing it upon you, the misery of this wretched, dying body. Oh, it hurts now." And he put his hand over his heart, as a look of pain came into his face. "It cannot stand much more, my heart," he panted, "the time must come, they told me it would come years ago. And then. The man stopped, because he was looking at Helen. She had not made a sound, but her face had turned so white, and her lips were trembling so fearfully that he dared not go on. She gave a loud, choking cry and burst out wildly, "Oh, David, David, it is fiendish, you have no right to punish me so. Oh, have mercy upon me, for you are killing me. You have no right to do it, I tell you it is a crime. You promised me your love, and if you loved me you would live for my sake, you would think of me. A thing so cruel ought not to be, it cannot be right, God could never have meant a human soul to suffer so. And there must be pardon in the world, there must be light, it cannot all be torture like this." She burst into a flood of tears and flung herself upon David's bosom, sobbing again and again, "Oh, no, no, it is too fearful, oh, save me, save me." He did not answer her. As she looked up at him again she saw the same look of fearful woe, and read the cruel fact that there was no help, that her own grief and pleadings were only deepening the man's wretchedness. She stared at him for a long time, and when she spoke to him again it was with a sudden start, and in a strange, ghastly voice, and then, "David, there is no God." He trembled, but the words choked him as he tried to respond, and his head dropped. Then at last she heard him moan, "Oh, how can God free my soul from this madness, how can he deliver me from such a curse?" Helen could say no more, could only cling to him and sob in her fright. So the day passed away, and another night came, and still the crushed and beaten soul was writhing in its misery, lost in blackness and despair, and still Helen read it all in his white and tortured features, and drank the full cup of his soul's fiery pain. They took no heed of the time, but it was long after darkness had fallen, and once when the girl had gone upstairs for a moment she heard David pacing about, and then heard a stifled cry. She rushed down, and stopped short in the doorway. For the man was upon his knees, his face uplifted in wild entreaty. "O God, O merciful God," he sobbed, "all the days of my life I have sought for righteousness, labored and suffered to keep my soul alive. And oh, was it all for this? Was it to go down in blackness and night, to die a beaten man, crushed and lost? Oh, I cannot bear it, I cannot bear it. It cannot, it must not be." He sank forward upon the sofa, and buried his head in his arms, and the girl could hear his breathing in the stillness. At last she crept across the room and knelt down beside him, and whispered softly in his ear, "You do not give me your heart any more, David." It was a long time before he answered her, and then it was to moan, "Oh, Helen, my heart is broken, I can give it to no one. Once I had strength and faith, and could love, but now I am lost and ruined, and there is nothing that can save me. I dare not live, and I dare not die, and I know not where to turn." He started up suddenly, clasping his hands to his forehead and staggering across the room, crying out, "Oh no, it cannot be, oh, it cannot be. There must be some way of finding pardon, some way of winning tightness for a soul. Oh God, what can I do for peace?" But then again he sank down and hid his face and sobbed out, "In the face of this nightmare, with this horror fronting me." She cried for pardon, and none came. After that there was a long silence, with Helen crouching in terror by his side. She heard him groan, "It is all over, it is finished, I can fight no more," and then again came stillness, and when she lifted him and gazed into his face she knew not which was worse, the silent helpless despair that was upon it, or the torment and the suffering that had gone before. She tried still to soothe him, begging and pleading with him to have mercy upon her. He asked her faintly what he could do, and the poor girl, seeing how weak and exhausted he was, could think of only the things of the body, and begged him to try to rest. "It has been 2 nights since you have slept, David," she whispered. "I cannot sleep with this burden upon my soul," he answered her, but still she pleaded with him, begging him as he loved her, and he yielded to her at last, and broken and helpless as he was, she half carried him upstairs and laid him upon the bed as if he had been a little child. That seemed to help little, however, for he only lay tossing and moaning, "Oh, God, it must end, I cannot bear it." Those were the last words Helen heard, for the poor girl was exhausted herself, almost to fainting. She lay down, without undressing, and her head had scarcely touched the pillow before she was asleep. In the meantime, through the long night watches David lay writhing and crying out for help. The moon rose dim and red behind the mountains, it had mounted high in the sky, and the room was bright with it, when at last the man rose from the bed and began swiftly pacing the room, still muttering to himself. He sank down upon his knees by the window and gazed up at the silent moon. Then again he rose and turned suddenly, and after a hurried glance at Helen went to the door and passed out, closing it silently behind him, and whispered to himself, half deliriously, "Oh, great God, it must end. It must end." It was more than an hour afterwards that the girl awakened from her troubled sleep. She lay for an instant half dazed, trying to bring back to her mind what had happened, and then she put out her hand and discovered that her husband was no longer by her. She sat up with a wild start, and at the same instant her ear was caught by a sound outside, of footsteps pacing swiftly back and forth, upon the piazza. The girl leaped up with a stifled cry, and ran out of the room and down the steps. The room below was still half lighted by the flickering log fire, and Helen's shadow loomed up on the opposite wall as she rushed across the room and opened the door. The gray light of dawn was just spreading across the lake, but the girl noticed only one thing, her husband's swiftly moving figure. She rushed to him, and as he heard her, he turned and stared at her an instant as if dazed, and then staggered with a cry into her arms. "David, David," she exclaimed, "what is the matter?" Then as she clasped him to her she found that his body was trembling convulsively, and that his hand as she took it was hot like fire. She called to him again in yet greater anxiety, "David, David. What is it? You will kill me if you treat me so." He answered her weakly, "Nothing, dear, nothing," and she caught him to her, and turned and half carried him into the house. She staggered into a chair with him, and then sat gazing in terror at his countenance. For the man's forehead was burning and moist, and his frame was shaking and broken. He was completely prostrate by the fearful agitation that had possessed him. Helen cried to him once more, but he could only pant, "Wait, wait," and sink back and let his head fall upon her arm. He lay with his eyes closed, breathing swiftly, and shuddering now and then. "It was God," he panted with a sudden start, his voice choking, "He has shown me his face. He has set me free." Then again for a long time he lay with heaving bosom, Helen whispering to him pleadingly, "David, David." As he opened his eyes, the girl saw a wonderful look upon his face, and at last he began speaking, in a low, shaking voice, and pausing often to catch his breath. "Oh, Helen," he said, "it is all gone, but I won, and my life's prayer has not been for nothing. I was never so lost, so beaten, but all the time there was a voice in my soul that cried to me to fight, that there was glory enough in God's home for even me. And oh, tonight it came, it came." David sank back, and there was a long silence before he went on. "It was wonderful, Helen," he whispered, "there has come nothing like it to me in all my life, for I had never drunk such sorrow before, never known such fearful need. It seems as if all the pent-up forces of my nature broke loose in one wild, fearful surge, as if there was a force behind me like a mighty, driving storm, that swept me on and away, beyond self and beyond time, and out into the life of things. It was like the surging of fierce music, it was the great ocean of the infinite bursting its way into my heart. And it bore me on, so that I was mad with it, so that I knew not where I was, only that I was panting for breath, and that I could bear it no more, and cried out in pain." David as he spoke had been lifting himself, the memory of his vision taking hold of him once more, but then he sank down again and whispered, "Oh, I have no more strength, I can do no more, but it was God, and I am free." He lay trembling and breathing fast again, but sinking back from his effort and closing his eyes exhaustedly. After a long time he went on in a faint voice, "I suppose if I had lived long ago that would have been a vision of God's heaven, and yet there was not an instant of it even when I fell down upon the ground and when I struck my hands upon the stones because they were numb and burning, when I did not know just what it was, the surging passion of my soul flung loose at last. It was like the voices of the stars and the mountains, that whisper of that which is and which conquers, of that which conquers without sound or sign. Helen, I thought of that wonderful testament of Pascal's that has haunted me all my lifetime, those strange, wild, gasping words of a soul gone mad with awe, and beyond all utterance except a cry, joy, joy, tears of joy. And I thought of a still more fearful story. I thought that it must have been such thunder music that rang through the soul of the Master and swept him away beyond scorn and pain, so that the men about him seemed like jeering phantoms that he might scatter with his hand, before the glory of vision in which it was all one to live or die. Oh, it is that which has brought me my peace. God needs not our help, but only our worship, and beside his glory all our guilt is nothing, and there is no madness like our fear. And oh, if we can only hold to that and fight for it, conquer all temptation and all pain, all fear, because we must die, and cease to be." The man had clenched his hands again, and was lifting himself with the wild look upon his countenance. He seemed to the girl to be delirious, and she was shuddering, half with awe and half with terror. She interrupted him in a sudden burst of alarm. "Yes, yes, but David, David, not now, not now, it is too much, you will kill yourself." "I can die," he panted, "I can die, but I cannot ever be mastered again, never again be blind. Oh, Helen, all my life I have been lost and beaten by my weakness and my fear, but this once I was free, this once I knew, and I lived, and now I can die rejoicing. Listen to me, Helen, while I am here there can be no more delaying, no more weakness. Such sin and doubt as that of yesterday must never conquer my soul again. I will not any more be at the mercy of chance. I love you, Helen, God knows that I love you with all my soul, and this much for love I will do, if God spares me a day, take you, and tear the heart out of you, if need be, but only teach you to live, teach you to hold by this truth. It is a fearful thing, Helen, it is madness to me to know that at any instant I may cease to be, and that you may be left alone in your terror and your weakness. Oh, look at me, look at me. There is no more tempting fate, there is no more shirking the battle, there is life to be lived. And it calls to you now, now. And now you must win, cost just what it may in blood and tears. You have the choice between that and ruin, and before God you shall choose the right. Listen to me, Helen, it is only prayer that can do it. It is only by prayer that you can fight this fearful battle, bring before you this truth of the soul, and hold on to it though it kill you. For he was through all the ages, his glory is of the skies, and we are but for an instant, and we have to die, and this we must know, or we are lost. There comes pain, and calls you back to fear and doubt, and you fight. Oh, it is a cruel fight, it is like a wild beast at your vitals, but still you hold on, you hold on. The man had lifted himself with a wild effort, his hands clenched and his teeth set. He had caught the girl's hands in his, and she screamed in fear, "David, David! You will kill yourself." "Yes, yes," he answered, and rushed on, chokingly, "it is coming just so, for I have just force enough left to win, just force enough to save you, and then it will rend this frame of mine in two. It comes like a clutch at my heart, it blinds me, and the sky seems to turn to fire." He sank back with a gasp. Helen caught him to her bosom, exclaiming frantically, "Oh, David, spare me, wait. Not now, you cannot bear it, have mercy." He lay for a long time motionless, seemingly half dazed, then he whispered faintly, "Yes, dear, yes, let us wait. But oh, if you could know the terror of another defeat, of sinking down and letting oneself be bound in the old chains I must not lose, Helen, I dare not fail." "Listen, David," whispered Helen, beginning suddenly with desperate swiftness, "why should you fail? Why can you not listen to me, pity me, wait until you are strong? You have won, you will not forget, and is there no peace, can you not rest in this faith, and fear no more?" The man seemed to Helen to be half out of his mind for the moment. She was trying to manage him with a kind of frenzied cunning. As she went on whispering and imploring, she saw that David's exhaustion was gradually overcoming him more and more, and that he was sinking farther and farther back from his wild agitation. At last, after she had continued thus for a while, he closed his eyes and began breathing softly. "Yes, dear," he whispered, "yes, I will be quiet. There has come to my soul tonight a peace that is not for words. I can be still, and know that He is God, and that He is holy." His voice dropped lower each instant, the girl in the meantime soothing him and stroking his forehead and pleading with him in a shuddering voice, her heart wild with fright. When at last he was quite still, and the fearful vision, that had been like a nightmare to her, was gone with all its storm and its madness, she took him upon her lap, just as she had done before, and sat there clasping him in her arms while the time fled by unheeded. It was long afterwards the sun was gleaming across the lake and in at the window before at last her trembling prayer was answered, and he sank into an exhausted slumber. She sat watching him for a long time still, quite white with fear and weariness. Finally, however, she rose, and carrying the frail body in her arms, laid it quietly upon the sofa in the next room. She knelt watching it for a time, then went out upon the piazza, closing the door behind her. And there the fearful tension that the dread of wakening him had put upon her faculties gave way at last, and the poor girl buried her face in her hands, and sank down, sobbing convulsively, "Oh, God, oh, God, what can I do, how can I bear it?" She gazed about her wildly, exclaiming, "I cannot stand it, and there is no one to help me. What can I do?" Perhaps it was the first real prayer that had ever passed Helen's lips, but the burden of her sorrow was too great just then for her to bear alone, even in thought. She leaned against the railing of the porch with her arms stretched out before her imploringly, her face uplifted, and the tears running down her cheeks. She poured out one frantic cry, the only cry that she could think of: "Oh, God, have mercy upon me, have mercy upon me. I cannot bear it." So she sobbed on, and several minutes passed, but there came to her no relief. When she thought of David, of his breaking body and of his struggling soul, it seemed to her as if she were caught in the grip of a fiend, and that no power could save her. She could only clasp her hands together and shudder, and whisper, "What shall I do, what shall I do?" Thus it was that the time sped by, and the morning sun rose higher in front of her, and shone down upon the wild and wan figure that seemed like a phantom of the night. She was still crouching in the same position, her mind as overwrought and hysterical as ever, when a strange and unexpected event took place, one which seemed to her at first in her state of fright like some delusion of her mind. Except for her own emotion, and for the faint sound of the waves upon the shore, everything about her had been still. Her ear was suddenly caught, however, by the noise of a footstep, and she turned and saw the figure of a man coming down the path from the woods. She started to her feet, gazing in surprise. It was broad daylight then, and Helen could see the person plainly. She took only one glance, and reeled and staggered back as if it were a ghost at which she was gazing. She crouched by a pillar of the porch, trembling like a leaf, and scarcely able to keep her senses, leaning from side to side and peering out, with her whole attitude expressive of unutterable consternation, and even fright. At last, when she had gazed until it was no longer possible for her to think that she was the victim of madness, she stared suddenly up into the air, and caught her forehead in her hands, at the same time whispering to herself in an almost fainting voice, "Great heaven, what can it mean? Can it be real? Can it be true? It is Arthur." Chapter 4. I am Merlin. And I am dying, I am Merlin. Who follow the gleam? Helen stood gazing at the figure in utter consternation for at least half a minute before she could find voice. Then she bent forward and called to him wildly, "Arthur." It was the other's turn to be startled then, and he staggered backward. As he gazed up at Helen, his look showed plainly that he too was half convinced that he was gazing at a phantom of his own mind, and for a long time he stood, pressing his hands to his heart and unable to make a sound or a movement. When finally he broke the silence, his voice was a hoarse whisper. "Helen," he panted, "what in heaven's name are you doing here?" And then, as the girl answered, "This is my home, Arthur," he gave another start. "You live here with him?" he gasped. "With him," echoed Helen in a low voice. "With whom, Arthur?" He answered, "With that Mr. Harrison." A look of amazement crossed Helen's face, though followed quickly by a gleam of comprehension. She had quite forgotten that Arthur knew nothing about what she had done. "Arthur," she said, "I did not marry Mr. Harrison." Then, seeing that he was staring at her in still greater wonder, she went on hastily, "It seems strange to go back to those old days now, but once I meant to tell you all about it, Arthur." She paused for a moment and then went on slowly, "All the time I was engaged to that man I was wretched, and when I saw you the last time, that dreadful time by the road, it was almost more than I could bear, so I took back my wicked promise of marriage and came to see you and tell you all about it." As the girl had been speaking, the other had been staring at her with a look upon his face that was indescribable, a look that was more terror than anything else. He had staggered back, he grasped at a tree to support himself. Helen saw the look and stopped, frightened herself. "What is it, Arthur?" she cried. "What is the matter?" "You came to see me," the other gasped hoarsely. "You came to see me and I was gone." "Yes, Arthur," said Helen, "you had gone the night before, and I could not find you. Then I met this man that I loved, and you wrote that you had torn the thought of me from your heart, and so—" Again Helen stopped, for the man had sunk backwards with a cry that made her heart leap in fright. "Arthur," she exclaimed, taking a step towards him, and he answered her with a moan, stretching out his arms to her. "Great God, Helen, that letter was a lie!" Helen stopped, rooted to the spot. "A lie," she whispered faintly. "Yes, a lie," cried the other with a sudden burst of emotion, leaping up and starting towards her. "Helen, I have suffered the tortures of hell. I loved you, I love you now." The girl sprang back, and the blood rushed to her cheeks. Half instinctively she drew her light dress more tightly about her, and the other saw the motion and stopped, a look of despair crossing his face. The two stood thus for fully a minute, staring at each other wildly. Then suddenly Arthur asked, "You love this man whom you have married? You love him?" The girl answered, "Yes, I love him," and Arthur's arms dropped, and his head sank forward. There was a look upon his face that tore Helen's heart to see, so that for a moment or two she stood quite dazed with this new terror. Then all at once, however, the old one came back to her thoughts, and with a faint cry she started toward her old friend, stretching out her arms to him and calling to him imploringly. "Oh, Arthur," she cried, "have mercy upon me, do not frighten me any more. Arthur, if you only knew what I have suffered, you would pity me, you could not help it. You would not fling this burden of your misery upon me too." The man fixed his eyes upon her, and for the first time he seemed to become aware of the new Helen, the Helen who had replaced the girl he had known. He read in her ghastly white face some hint of what she had been through, and his own look turned quickly to one of wonder, and even awe. "Helen," he whispered, "are you ill?" "No, Arthur," she responded quickly, full of desperate hope as she saw his change. "Not ill, but oh, so frightened. I have been more wretched than you can ever dream. Can you not help me, Arthur, will you not? I was almost despairing, I thought that my heart would burst. Can you not be unselfish?" The man gazed at her at least a minute, and when he answered at last, it was in a low, grave voice that was new to her. "I will do it, Helen," he said. "What is it?" The girl came toward him, her voice sinking. "We must not let him hear us, Arthur," she whispered. Then as she gazed into his face she added pathetically, "Oh, I cannot tell you how I have wished that I might only have someone to sympathize with me and help me. I can tell everything to you, Arthur." "You are not happy with your husband?" asked the other, in a wondering tone, not able to guess what she meant. "Happy," echoed Helen. "Arthur, he is ill, and I have been so terrified. I feared that he was going to die, we have had such a dreadful sorrow." She paused for a moment, and gazed about her swiftly, and laying her finger upon her lips. "He is asleep now," she went on, "asleep for the first time in 3 nights, and I was afraid that we might waken him. We must not make a sound, for it is so dreadful." She stopped, and the other asked her what was the matter. "It was 3 nights ago," she continued, "and oh, we were so happy before it. But there came a strange woman, a fearful creature, and she was drunk, and my husband found her and brought her home. She was delirious, she died here in his arms, while there was no one to help her. The dreadful thing was that David had known this woman when she was a girl." Helen paused again, and caught her breath, for she had been speaking very swiftly, shaken by the memory of the scene. The other put in a low tone, "I heard all about this woman's death, Helen, and I know about her. That was how I happened to be here." And the girl gave a start, echoing, "Why you happen to be here?" Afterwards she added quickly, "Oh, I forgot to ask you about that." "What do you mean, Arthur?" He hesitated a moment before he answered her, speaking very slowly. "It is so sad, Helen," he said, "it is almost too cruel to talk about." He stopped again, and the girl looked at him, wondering, then he went on to speak one sentence that struck her like a bolt of lightning from the sky. "Helen, that poor woman was my mother." And Helen staggered back, almost falling, clutching her hands to her forehead, and staring, half dazed. "Arthur," she panted, "Arthur." He bowed his head sadly, answering, "Yes, Helen, it is dreadful." And the girl leaped towards him, seizing him by the shoulders with a thrilling cry. She stared into his eyes, her own glowing like fire. "Arthur," she gasped again, "Arthur." He only looked at her wonderingly, as if thinking she was mad, until suddenly she burst out frantically, "You are David's child. You are David's child." And then for fully half a minute the two stood staring at each other, too much dazed to move or to make a sound. At last Arthur echoed the words, scarcely audibly, "David's child," and added, "David is your husband." As Helen whispered yes again, they stood panting for breath. It was a long time before the girl could find another word to speak, except over and over, "David's child." She seemed unable to realize quite what it meant, she seemed unable to put the facts together. But then suddenly Arthur whispered, "Then it was your husband who ruined that woman," and as Helen answered yes, she grasped a little of the truth, and also of Arthur's thought. She ran on swiftly, "But oh, it was not his fault, he was only a boy, Arthur. And he wished to marry her, but they would not let him. I must tell you about that." Then she stopped short, however, and when she went on it was in sudden wild joy that overcame all her other feelings, joy that gleamed in her face and made her fling herself down upon her knees before Arthur and clutch his hands in hers. "Oh," she cried, "it was God who sent you, Arthur, oh, I know that it was God. It is so wonderful to think of to have come to us all in a flash. And it will save David's life." It was the thought of the child and the fate that it might have suffered that terrified him most of all, Arthur. "And now to think that it is you, oh, you. And you are David's son. I cannot believe it, I cannot believe it." Then with a wild laugh she sprang up again and turned, exclaiming, "Oh, he will be so happy, I must tell him. We must not lose an instant." She caught Arthur's hand again, and started towards the house, but she had not taken half a dozen steps before she halted suddenly, and whispered, "Oh, no, I forgot. He is asleep, and we must not waken him now, we must wait." And then again the laughter broke out over her face, and she turned upon him, radiant. "It is so wonderful," she cried. "It is so wonderful to be happy, to be free once more. And after so much darkness, oh, it is like coming out of prison. Arthur, dear Arthur, just think of it. And David will be so glad." The tears started into the girl's eyes, she turned away to gaze about her at the golden morning and to drink in great draughts of its freshness that made her bosom heave. The life seemed to have leaped back into her face all at once, and the color into her cheeks, and she was more beautiful than ever. "To think of being happy," she panted, "happy again. Oh, if I were not afraid of waking David, you do not know how happy I could be. Don't you think I ought to waken him anyway, Arthur? It is so wonderful, it will make him strong again. It is so beautiful that you, whom I have always been so fond of, that you should be David's son. And you can live here and be happy with us. Arthur, do you know I used to think how much like David you looked, and wonder at it, but, oh, are you sure it is true?" She chanced to think of the letter that had been left at her father's, and exclaimed, "It must have been that. You have been home, Arthur," she added quickly. "And while father was up here?" "Yes," said he, "I wanted to see your father. I could not stay away from home any longer. I was so very lonely and unhappy." Arthur stopped for a moment, and the girl paled slightly. As he saw it he continued rapidly, "There was no one there but the servant, and she gave me the letter." "And did she not tell you about me?" asked Helen. "I asked if you were married," Arthur said. "I would not listen to any more, for I could not bear it. When I had read the letter I came up here to look for my poor mother. I wanted to see her, I was as lonely as she ever was, and I wanted someone's sympathy, even that poor, beaten soul's. I heard in the town that she was dead, they told me where the grave was, and that was how I happened out here. I thought I would see it once before I left, and before the people who lived in this house were awake. Helen, when I saw you I thought it was a ghost." "It is wonderful, Arthur," whispered the girl, "it is almost too much to believe, but, oh, I can't think of anything except how happy it will make David. I love him so, Arthur, and you will love him, too, you cannot help but love him." "Tell me about it all, Helen," the other answered. "I heard nothing, you know, about my poor mother's story." Before Helen answered the question she glanced about her at the morning landscape, and for the first time thought of the fact that it was cold. "Let us go inside," she said, "we can sit there and talk until David wakens." And the two stole in, Helen opening the door very softly. David was sleeping in the next room, so that it was possible not to disturb him. The two sat down before the flickering fire and conversed in low whispers. The girl told him the story of David's love, and told him all about David, and Arthur in turn told her how he had been living in the meantime, only because he saw how suddenly happy she was, and withal how nervous and overwrought, he said no more of his sufferings. And Helen had forgotten them utterly. It was pathetic to see her delight as she thought of being freed from the fearful terror that had haunted her. She was like a little child in her relief. "He will be so happy, he will be so happy," she whispered again and again. "We can all be so happy." The thought that Arthur was actually David's son was so wonderful that she seemed never to be able to realize it fully, and every time she uttered the thought it was a sweep of the wings of her soul. Arthur had to tell her many times that it was actually Mary who had been named in that letter. So an hour or two passed by, and still David did not waken. Helen had crept to the door once or twice to listen to his quiet breathing, but each time, thinking of his long trial, she had whispered that she could not bear to disturb him yet. However, she was getting more and more impatient, and she asked Arthur again and again, "Don't you think I ought to wake him now? Don't you think so, even if it is just for a minute, you know? For oh, he will be so glad, it will be like waking up in heaven." So it went on until at last she could keep the secret no longer. She thought for a while, and then whispered, "I know what I will do, I will play some music and waken him in that way. That will not alarm him, and it will be beautiful." She went to the piano and sat down. "It will seem queer to be playing music at this hour," she whispered, but then she glanced at the clock and saw that it was nearly 7, and added, "Why, no, we have often begun by this time. You know, Arthur, we used to get up wonderfully early all summer, because it was so beautiful then, and we used to have music at all sorts of times. Oh, you cannot dream how happy we were. You must wait until you see David, and then you will know why I love him so." She stopped and sat thoughtfully for a moment, whispering, "What shall I play?" Then she exclaimed, "I know, Arthur, I will play something that he loves very much and that you used to love, too, something that is very soft and low and beautiful." Arthur had seated himself beside the piano and was gazing at her. The girl sat still for a moment more, gazing ahead of her and waiting for everything to be hushed. Then she began, so low as scarcely to be audible, the first movement of the wonderful Moonlight Sonata. As it stole upon the ear and swelled louder, she smiled, because it was so beautiful a way to waken David. And yet there are few things in music more laden with concentrated mournfulness than that sonata with the woe that is too deep for tears. As the solemn beating of it continued, in spite of themselves the two found that they were hushed and silent. It brought back to Helen's mind all of David's suffering. It seemed to be the very breathing of his sorrow, and yet still she whispered unto herself, "He will waken, and then he will be happy." In the next room David lay sleeping. At first it had been heavily, because he was exhausted, and afterwards, when the stupor had passed, restlessly and with pain. Then at last came the music, falling softly at first and blending with his dreaming, and afterwards taking him by the hand and leading him out into the land of reality, until he found himself lying and listening to it. As he recollected all that had happened, he gave a slight start and sat up, wondering at the strangeness of Helen's playing then. He raised his head, and then rose to call her. And at that instant came the blow. The man suddenly gave a fearful start. He staggered back upon the sofa, clutching at his side with his hand, his face turning white, and a look of wild horror coming over it. For an instant he held himself up by the sofa, staring around him, and then he sank back, half upon the floor, his head falling backwards. And so he lay gasping, torn with agony, while the fearful music trod on, the relentless throbbing of it like a hammer upon his soul. Twice he strove to raise himself and failed, and twice he started to cry out, and checked himself in terror, and so it went on until the place of despair was reached, until there came that one note in the music that is the plunge into night. Helen stopped suddenly there, and everything was deathly still except for the fearful heaving of David's bosom. That silence lasted for several moments. Helen seemed to be waiting and listening, and David's whole being was in suspense. Then suddenly he gave a start, for he heard the girl coming to the door. With a gasp of dread he half raised himself, grasping the sofa with his knotted hands. He slid down, half crawling and half falling, into the corner, where he crouched, breathless and shuddering. So he was when Helen came into the room. She did not see him on the sofa, and she gave a startled cry. She wheeled about and gazed around the room. "Where can he be?" she exclaimed. "He is not here," and ran out to the piazza. Then came a still more anxious call, "David! David! Where are you?" And in the meantime David was still crouching in the corner, his face uplifted and torn with agony. He gave one fearful sob, and then he sank forward, drawing himself by the sheer force of his arms. He crawled again into sight, and lay clinging to the sofa. Then he gave a faint gasping cry, "Helen!" And the girl heard it, and rushed to the door. She gave one glance at the prostrate form and at the white face, and then leaped forward with a shrill scream, a scream that echoed through the little house, and that froze Arthur's blood. She flung herself down on her knees beside her husband, crying, "David! David!" And the man looked up at her with his ghastly face and his look of terror, and panted, "Helen, Helen, it has come!" She screamed again more wildly than before, and caught him to her bosom in frenzy. "No, no, David! No, no," she cried out, but he only whispered hoarsely again, "It has come." Meanwhile Arthur had rushed into the room, and the two lifted the sufferer up to the sofa, where he sank back and lay for a moment or two, half dazed. Then, in answer to poor Helen's agonized pleading, he gazed at her once more. "David, David," she sobbed, choking, "listen to me, it cannot be, David, no, no. And see, here is Arthur, Arthur. And David, he is your son, he is Mary's child." The man gave a faint start and looked at her in bewilderment. Then as she repeated the words again, "He is your son, he is Mary's child," gradually a look of wondering realization crossed his countenance, and he turned and stared up at Arthur. "Is it true?" he whispered hoarsely. "There is no doubt." Helen answered him yes, yes, again and again, swiftly and desperately, as if thinking that the joy of it would restore his waning strength. The thought did bring a wonderful look of peace over David's face. As he gazed from one to the other and comprehended it all, he caught Arthur's arm in his trembling hands. "Oh, God be praised," he whispered, "it is almost too much. Oh, take care of her for me." The girl flung herself upon his bosom, sobbing madly, and David sank back and lay for an instant or two with his eyes shut, before at last her suffering roused him again. He lifted himself up on his elbows with a fearful effort. "Helen," he whispered, in a deep, hollow voice, listen to me, listen to me. I have only a minute more to speak." The girl buried her head in his bosom with another cry, but he shook her back and caught her by the wrists, at the same time sitting erect, a strain that made the veins in his temples start out. "Look at me," he gasped. "Look at me," and as the girl stared into his eyes that were alive with the last frenzied effort of his soul, he went on, speaking with fierce swiftness and panting for breath between each phrase. "Helen, Helen, listen to me. 20 years I have kept myself alive on earth by such a struggle, by the power of a will that would not yield. And now there is but an instant more, an instant I cannot bear it except to save your soul. For I am going, do you hear me, going? And you must stay, and you have the battle for your life to fight. Listen to me, look into my eyes, for you must call up your powers now before it is too late. You cannot shirk it, do you hear me? It is here." And as the man was speaking the frenzied words, the look of a tiger had come into his face, his eyes were starting from his head, and he held Helen's wrists in a grip that turned them black, though then she did not feel the pain. She was gazing into his face, convulsed with fright, and the man gasped for breath once more, and then rushed on. "A fight like this conies once to a soul, Helen, and it wins or it loses, and you must win. Do you hear me? Win. I am dying, Helen, I am going, and I leave you to God, and to life. He is, he made you, and he demands your worship and your faith, that you hold your soul lord of all chances, that you make yourself master of your life. And now is your call now? You clench your hands and you pray, it tears your heartstrings, and it bursts your brain, but you say that you will, that you will, that you will. Oh, God, that I have left you so helpless that I did not show you the peril of your soul. For you must win, oh, if I could but find a word for you. For you stand upon the brink of ruin, and you have but an instant to save yourself, to call up the vision of your faith before you, and though the effort kill you, not to let it go. Girl, if you fail, no power of earth or heaven can save you from despair. And oh, have I lived with you for nothing, showed you no faith, given you no power? Helen, save me, have mercy upon me, I cannot stand this, and I dare not die. The man was leaning forward, gazing into the girl's face, his own countenance fearful to see. I could die, he gasped, I could die with the song, he has shown me his face and he is good. But I dare not leave you and I am going. Helen! Helen! The man's fearful force seemed to have been acting upon the girl like magnetism, for though the look of wild suffering had not left her face, she had raised herself and was staring into his burning eyes. Then suddenly, with an effort that shook her frame, she clenched her hands and gave a gasp for breath, and panted, scarcely audibly, "What can I do?" David's head had sunk, but he mastered himself once more, and he whispered, "I leave you to God, I leave you to life. You can be a soul, you can win, you must win, you must live and worship and rejoice. You must kneel here, while I am going, never more to return, and you must know that you can never see me again, that I shall no longer exist, and you must cling to your faith in the God who made you, and praise Him for all that He does. And you will not shed a tear, not a tear." And his grip tightened yet more desperately, he stared in one last wild appeal, and gasped again, "Promise me not a tear." And again the throbbing force of his soul roused the girl. She could not speak, she was choking, but she gave a sign of assent, and then all at once David's fearful hold relaxed. He gave one look more, one that stamped itself upon Helen's soul forever by its fearful intensity of yearning, and after it he breathed a sigh that seemed to pant out the last mite of strength in his frame, and sank backwards upon the sofa, with Helen still clinging to him. There for an instant or two he lay, breathing feebly, and the girl heard a faint whisper again, "Not a tear, not a tear." He opened his eyes once more and gazed at her dimly, and then a slight trembling shook his frame. His chest heaved once more and sank, and after it everything was still. For an instant Helen stared at him, dazed, then she clutched him by the shoulders, whispering hoarsely, then calling louder and louder in frenzied terror, "David, David!" He gave no answer, and with a cry that was fearful to hear, the girl clutched him to her. The body was limp and lifeless, the head fell forward as if the neck were broken, and Helen staggered backward with a scream. There came an instant of fierce agony, then she stood in the center of the room, reeling and swaying, clutching her head in her hands, her face upturned and tortured. And first she gasped, "He is dead," and then, "I shall not ever see him again." And she choked and swallowed a lump in her throat, whispering in awful terror, "Not a tear, not a tear." And then she flung up her arms and sank forward with an incoherent cry, and fell senseless into Arthur's arms. A week had passed since David's death, and Helen was in her father's home once more, sitting by the window in the gathering twilight. She was very pale, and her eyes were sunken and hollow, but the beauty of her face was still there, though in a strange and terrible way. Her hand was resting upon Arthur's, and she was gazing into his eyes and speaking in a deep, solemn voice. "It will not ever leave me, Arthur, I know it will not ever leave me. It is like a fearful vision that haunts me night and day, a voice that cries out in my soul and will not let me rest, and I know I shall never again be able to live like other people, never be free from its madness. For oh, I do not think it is often that a human soul sees what I saw. He seemed to drag me out into the land of death with him, into the very dwelling place of God. And I almost went with him, Arthur, almost. Can you dream what I suffered? Have you any idea of what it means to a human being to make such an effort? I loved that man as if he had been my own soul, I was bound to him so that he was all my life, and to have him go was like tearing my heart in two, and he had told me that I should never see him again, that there was nothing to look for beyond death. And yet, Arthur, I won. Do you ever realize it? I won. It seemed to me as if the earth were reeling about me, as if the very air I breathed were fire, and oh, I thought that he was dead, that he was gone from me forever, and I believed that I was going mad. And then, Arthur, those awful words of his came ringing through my mind, not a tear, not a tear. I had no faith, I could see nothing but that the world was black with horror, and yet I heard those words. It was love, it was even fear, I think, that held me to it. I had worshipped his sacredness, I had given all my soul to the wonder of his soul, and I dared not be false to him, I dared not dishonor him, and I knew that he had told me that grief was a crime, that there was truth in the world that I might cling to. And oh, Arthur, I won it, I won it. I kept the faith, David's faith, and it is still alive upon the earth. It seems to me almost as if I had won his soul from death, as if I had saved his spirit in mine, as if I could still rejoice in his life, still have his power and his love, and there is a kind of fearful consecration in my heart, a glory that I am afraid to know of, as if God's hand had been laid upon me. David used to tell me, Arthur, that if only that power is roused in a soul, if only it dwells in that sacredness, there can no longer be fear or evil in its life, that the strife and the vanity and the misery in this cruel world about us come from nothing else but that men do not know this vision, that it is so hard, so dreadfully hard to win. And he used to say that this power is infinite, that it depends only upon how much one wants it, and that he who possessed it had the gift of King Midas, and turned all things that he touched to gold. That is real madness to me, Arthur, and will not let me be still, and yet I know that it cannot ever die in me, for whenever there is an instant's weakness there flashes over me again the fearful thought of David, that he is gone back into nothingness, that nowhere can I ever see him, ever hear his voice or speak to him again, that I am alone. And that makes me clench my hands and nerve my soul, and fight again, and still again. Arthur, I did that for days, and did not once know why, only because David had told me to, because I was filled with a fearful terror of proving a coward soul, because I had heard him say that if one only held the faith and prayed, the word would come to him at last. And it was true, Arthur, it was like the tearing apart of the skies, it was as if I had rent my way through them. I saw, as I had never dreamed I could see when I heard David speak of it, how God's presence is infinite and real, how it guides the blazing stars, and how our life is but an instant and is nothing beside it, and how it makes no difference that we pass into nothingness, his glory is still the same. Then I saw too what a victory I had won, Arthur, how I could live in it, and how I was free, and master of my life. There came over me a feeling for which there is no word, a kind of demon force that was madness. I thought of that wonderful 6th chapter of Isaiah that David used to think so much beyond reading, that he used to call the artist's chapter, and oh, I knew just what it was that I had to do in the world. Helen had been speaking very intensely, her voice shaking, the other's gaze was riveted upon her face. Arthur, she added, her voice sinking to a whisper, I have no art, but you have, and we must fight together for this fearful glory, we must win this prize of God. And for a long time the two sat in silence, trembling, while the darkness gathered about them. Helen had turned her head, and gazed out, with face uplifted, at the starry shield that quivered and shook above them. Suddenly Arthur saw her lips moving again, and heard her speaking the wonderful words that she had referred to, her voice growing more and more intense, and sinking into a whisper of awe. In the year that King Uzziah died I saw also the Lord sitting upon a throne, high and lifted up, and his train filled the temple. Above it stood the seraphims, each one had 6 wings, with twain he covered his face, and with twain he covered his feet, and with twain he did fly. And one cried unto another, and said, Holy, 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 is the Lord of hosts, the whole earth is full of his glory. and the posts of the door moved at the voice of him that cried, and the house was filled with smoke. Then said I, Woe is me, for I am undone, because I am a man of unclean lips, and I dwell in the midst of a people of unclean lips, for mine eyes have seen the King, the Lord of hosts. Then flew one of the seraphims unto me, having a living coal in his hand, which he had taken with the tongs from off the altar. And he laid it upon my mouth, and said, Lo, this hath touched thy lips, and thine iniquity is taken away, and thy sin purged. Also I heard the voice of the Lord, saying, Whom shall I send, and who will go for us? Then said I, Here am I, send me. The End. The Journal of Arthur Sterling. Contents. Editor's Introduction. I writing a poem. 2. Seeking a publisher. 3. The End. Editor's Introduction. The matter which is given to the public in this book will speak with a voice of its own. It is necessary, however, to say a few words in advance to inform the reader of its history. The writer of the journal herein contained was not known, I believe, to more than a dozen people in this huge city in which he lived. I am quite certain that I and my wife were the only persons he ever called his friends. I met him shortly after his graduation from college, and for the past few years I knew, and I alone, of a life of artistic devotion of such passionate fervor as I expect never to meet with again. Arthur Sterling was entirely a self-educated man. He had worked at I know not how many impossible occupations, and labored in the night time like the heroes one reads about. He taught himself to read 5 languages, and at the time when I saw him last he knew more great poetry by heart than any man of letters that I have ever met. He was the author of one book, a tragedy in blank verse, called The Captive. That drama forms the chief theme of this journal. For the rest, it seems to me enough to quote this notice, which appeared in the New York Times for June 9, 1902. Sterling. By suicide in the Hudson River, poet, and man of genius, in the 22nd year of his age, only son of Richard T. and Grace Sterling, deceased, of Chicago. Chicago papers please copy. Arthur Sterling was in appearance a tall, dark-haired boy. He was really only a boy with a singularly beautiful face, and a strange wistful expression of the eyes that I think will haunt me as long as I live. I made him, somewhat externally and feebly, I fear, one of the characters in a recently published novel. That he was a lonely spirit will be plain enough from his writings. He lived among the poverty-haunted thousands of the city, without ever speaking to a living soul for a week. Pecuniarily I could not help him, for though he was poor, I was scarcely less so. At the time of his frightful death I had not seen him for nearly 2 months, owing to circumstances which were in no way my fault, but for which I can nevertheless not forgive myself. The writing of The Captive, as described in these papers, was begun in April, 1901. I was myself at that time in the midst of a struggle to have a book published. It was not really published until late in that year, at which time The Captive was finished and already several times rejected. It was an understood thing between us that should my book succeed it would mean freedom for both of us, but that, unfortunately, was not to be. Early in April of 1902 I had succeeded in laying by provisions enough to last me while I wrote another book, and I fled away to put up my tent in the wilderness. The last time that I ever saw Arthur Sterling was in his room the night before I left. He smiled very bravely and said that he would keep his courage up, that he was pretty sure he would come out all right. I did not expect him to write often. I knew that he was too poor for that, but after 6 weeks had passed and I had not heard from him at all, I wrote to a friend to go and see him. It developed that he had moved. The lodging housekeeper could only say that he had left her his baggage, being unable to pay his rent, and that he looked sick. Where he went she did not know, and all efforts of mine to find him were of no avail. The only person that I knew of to ask was a certain young girl, a typewriter, who had known him for years, and who had worshipped him with a strange and terrible passion, who would have been his wife, or his slave, if he had not been as iron in such things, a man so lost in his vision that I suppose he always thought she was lost in it too. This girl had copied his manuscripts for years, with the plea that he might pay her when he succeeded, and she has all of his manuscripts now, except what I have, if she is alive. All that we could learn was that she had gone away. I feel pretty certain that she went in search of him. In addition, all that I have to tell is that on Monday, June 9th last, I received a large express package from Arthur. It was sent from New York, but marked as coming from another person, evidently to avoid giving an address of his own. Upon opening it, I found two packages, one of them carefully sealed and marked upon the outside, "The Captive," the other was the manuscript of this journal, and upon the top of it was the following letter. "My dear, you have no doubt been wondering what has become of me. I have been having a hard time of it. I wish I could find some way to make this thing a little easier, but I cannot. When you read this letter I shall be dead. There is nothing that I can tell you about it that you will not read in the papers I send you. It is simply that I was born to be an artist, and that as anything else I cannot live. The burden that has been laid upon me I cannot bear another day. I have told the whole story of it in this book. I have kept myself alive for months, sick and weeping with agony, in order that I might tear it out of my heart and get it written. It has been my last prayer that the struggle my life has been may somehow not be useless. There will come others after me, others perhaps keener than I, and oh, the world must not kill them all. You will take this manuscript, please, and go over it, and cut out what you like to make it printable, and write a few words to make people understand about it. And then see if anyone will publish it. You know more about all these things than I do. If it should sell, keep part of the money for your own work and give the rest to poor Ellen. As to The Captive, I all but burned it, as you will read, but keep it, sealed as I have sealed it, for 2 years, and then offer it to some publishers, to others than the 9 who have already rejected it. If you cannot find anyone to take it, then burn it, or keep it for love, I do not care which. I am writing this on Thursday night, and I am almost dead. I mean to get some money tomorrow, and then to buy a ticket for as far up the Hudson as I can go. In the evening I mean to find a steep bank, and, with a heavy dumbbell I have bought, and a strong rope, I think I can find the peace that I have been seeking. The first thing that I have to say to you about it is, that when you get this letter it will be over and done, and that I want you, for God's sake, not to make any fuss. No one will find my body and no one will care about it. You need not think it necessary to notify the newspapers. What I'm sending you here is literature and not journalism. I have no earthly belongings left except these manuscripts, upon which you will have to pay the toll. I have written to M., a man who once did some typewriting for me, asking him to use $1 he owes me in putting a notice in one of the papers. I suppose I owe that to the people out west. I can't write you tonight, before God I can't. My head is going like a steel mill, and I'm so sick. You will get over this somehow, and go on and do your task and win. And if the memory of my prayer can help you, that will be something. Do the work of both of us if you can. Only, if you do pull through, remember my last cry, remember the young artist. There is no other fight so worth fighting. Take it upon you, shout it day and night at them what things they do with their young artists. God bless you, dear friend. Yours, Arthur. The above is the only tidings of him, excepting the extended accounts of his death which appeared in the New York Times and the New York World for June 10 and 11, 1902, and several letters which he wrote to other people. There remains only to say a few words as to the journal. It is scrawled upon old notebooks and loose sheets of paper. The matter, although a diary, contains odd bits of his writings, one of 2 letters to me which he had me send back, and some extracts from an essay which a friend of mine was offering at that time to magazines in the hope of placing it for him. There is a problem about the work which I leave to others to solve, how much of it was written as dated, and how much afterward, as a piece of art, as a testament of his sorrow. Parts of it have struck me as having been composed in the latter way, and the last pages, of course, imply as much. Extraordinary pages they are to me. That a man who was about to take his life should have written them is one of the strangest cases of artistic absorption I know of in literature. But Arthur Sterling was a man lost in his art, just so full of it, so drunk with it, that nothing in life had other meaning to him. To quote the words he loved, from the last of his heroes, he longed for excellence as the lion longs for his food. So he lived and so he worked, the world had no use for his work, and so he died. S. New York, November 15, 1902. Reader. I do not know if the Valley of the Shadow means to you what it means to me, I do not know if it means anything at all to you. But I have sought long and far for these words, to utter an all but unutterable thought. When you walk in the forest you do not count the lives that you tread into nothingness. When you rejoice with the springtime you do not hear the cries of the young things that are choked and beaten down and dying. When you watch the wild thing in your snare you do not know the meaning of the torn limbs, and the throbbing heart, and the awful silence of the creature trapped. When you go where the poor live, and see thin faces and hungry eyes and crouching limbs, you do not think of these things either. But I, reader, I dwell in the valley of the shadow. Sometimes it is silent in my valley, and the creatures sit in terror of their own voices, sometimes there are screams that pierce the sky, but there is never any answer in my valley. There are quivering hands there, and racked limbs, and aching hearts, and panting souls. There is gasping struggle, glaring failure, maniac despair. For over my valley rolls the shadow, a giant thing, moving with the weight of mountains. And you stare at it, you feel it, you scream, you pray, you weep, you hold up your hands to your God, you grow mad, but the shadow moves like time, like the sun, and the planets in the sky. It rolls over you, and it rolls on, and then you cry out no more. It is that way in my valley. The shadow is the shadow of death. I writing a poem. The book. The book. This day, Saturday, the 6th day of April, 1901, I begin the book. I have never kept a journal, I have been too busy living, but today I begin a journal. I am so built that I can do but one thing at a time. Now that I have begun the captive, I must be haunted with it all day, when I am not writing it I must be dreaming it, or restless because I am not. Therefore it occurred to me that in the hours of weariness I would write about it what was in my mind, what fears and what hopes. Why and how I write it will be a story in itself, and some day I think it will be read. I have come to the last stage of the fight, and I see the goal. I will tell the story, and by wise editors can print it in the appendix. Yesterday I was a cable car conductor, and today I am a poet. I know of some immortal poems that were written by a druggist's clerk, and some by a gauger of liquid barrels, but none by a cable car conductor. It sounds interesting, tell us about it, says the reader. I shall, but not today. Today I begin the book. I did not write that on April 6th, I wrote it a month ago one day when I was thinking about this. I put it there now, because it will do to begin, but I had no jests in my heart on April 6th. April 10th. I have been for 4 days in a kind of frenzy. I have come down like a collapsed balloon, and I think I have had enough for once. I have written the opening scene, but not finally, and then I got into the middle, I could not help it. How in God's name I am ever to do this fearful thing, I don't know, it frightens me, and sometimes I lose all heart. I suppose I shall have to begin again tonight. I must eat something first, though. That is one of my handicaps, I wear myself out and have to stop and eat. Will anybody ever love me for this work, will anybody ever understand it? I suppose I can get back where I was yesterday, but always it grows harder, and more stern. I set my teeth together. It was like the bursting of an overstrained dam, these last 4 days. How long I have been pent up, 18 months. And 18 months seems like a lifetime to me. I have been a bloodhound in the leash, hungering for this thing, and the longing has piled up in me day by day. Sometimes it has been more than I could bear, and when the time was near, I was so wild that I was sick. The book. The book. Freedom and the book. And last Saturday I went out of the hell house where I have been pent so long, and I covered my face with my hands and fled away home, away to the little corner that is mine. There I flung myself down and sobbed like a child. It was relief, it was joy, it was fear. It was everything. The book. The book. Then I got up and the world seemed to go behind me, and I was drunk. I heard a voice calling, it thundered in my ears that I was free, that my hour was come, that I might live live. And I could have shouted it, I know that I laughed it aloud. Every time I thought the thought, it was like the throbbing of wings to me, free. Free. No one can understand this, no one who has not a demon in his soul. No one who does not know how I have been choked, what horrors I have borne. I am through with that, I did not think of that. I am free. They will never have me back. That motive alone would drive me to my work, would make me dare anything. But I do not need that motive. I think only of the book. I thought of it last Saturday, and it swept me away out of myself. I had planned the opening scene, but then the thought of the triumph song took hold of me, and it drove me mad. That song was what I had thought I could never do, I had never dared to think of it. And it came to me, it came. Wild, incoherent, overwhelming, it came, the victorious hymn. I could not think of remembering it, it was not poetry, it was reality. I was the captive, I had won freedom of faith and a vision. So it throbbed on, and I was choked, and my head on fire, and my hands tingling, until I sank down from sheer exhaustion, laughing and sobbing, and talking to God as if He were in the room. I never really believe in God except at such times. I can go through this dreadful world for months, and never think if there be a God. Here I sit gossiping about it. But I am tired out. The writing of a book is like the bearing of a child. But every birth pang of the former lasts for hours, and it is months before the labor is done. It is not merely the vision, the hour of exaltation, that is but the setting of the task. Now you will take that ecstasy, and hold on to it, hold on with soul and body, you will keep yourself at that height, you will hold that flaming glory before your eyes, and you will hammer it into words. Yes, that is the terror, into words that leap the hilltops, that bring the ends of existence together in a lightning flash. You will take them as they come, white hot, in wild tumult, and you will forge them, and force them. You will seize them in your naked hands and wrestle with them, and bend them to your will. All that is the making of a poem. And last and worst of all, you will hold them in your memory, the long, long surge of them, the torrent of whirling thought, you will hold it in your memory. You are dazed with excitement, exhausted with your toil, trembling with pain, but you have built a tower out of cards, and you have mounted to the clouds upon it, and there you are poised. And anything that happens, anything. Ah, God, why can the poet not escape from his senses? A sound, a touch, and it is gone. These things drive you mad. But meanwhile it is not gone yet. You have still a whole scene in your consciousness, as if you were a juggler, tossing a score of golden balls. And all the time, while you work, you learn it, you learn it. It is endless, but you learn it. In the midst of it, perhaps, you come down of sheer exhaustion, and you lie there, panting, shuddering, your hands moist, you dare not think, you wait. And then by and by you begin again. If it will not come, you make it come, you lash yourself like a dumb beast up, to the mountain tops again. And then once more the thing comes back, you live the scene again, as an actor does, and you shape it and you master it. And now in the midst of it, you find this highest of all moments is gone. It is gone, and you cannot find it. Those words that came as a trumpet clash, burning your very flesh, that melody that melted your whole being to tears, they are gone, you cannot find them. You search and you search, but you cannot find them. And so you stumble on, in despair and agony, and still you dare not rest. You dare not ever rest in this until the thing is done and over, until you have nailed it fast. So you go back again, though perhaps you are so tired that you are fainting, but you fight yourself like a madman, you struggle until you feel a thing at your heart like a wild beast, and you keep on, you hold it fast and learn it, clinch it tight, and make it yours forever. I have done that same thing 5 times today without a rest, and toiled for 5 hours in that frenzy, and then lain down upon the ground, with my head on fire. Afterward, when you have recovered, you sit down, and for 2 or 3 hours you write. You have it whole in your memory, now you have but to put it down. And this forlorn, wet, bedraggled thing, this miserable, stammering, cringing thing, this is your poem. Some day the world will realize these things, and then they will present their poor poets with diamonds and palaces, and other things that do not help. I wrote this, and then I leaned back, tired out. My thoughts turned to Shakespeare, and while I was thinking of him. But, look, the morn, in russet mantle clad, walks o'er the dew of yon high eastern hill. April 11th. I have not done much today. I spent the morning brooding over the opening speech. It is somber and terrible, but I have not gotten it right. It must have a tread like an orchestra. Ah, how I wish I had an orchestra. I would soon do it then, so bist nunwig do verdammt. The secret of the thing is iteration. I must find a word that is like a hammer stroke. I have tried 20, but I have not found the one. I spent the rest of the day thinking over the whole first act, mapping it out, so to speak. I have often fancied a resemblance between the Captive and the C minor symphony. I wonder if anyone else would have thought of it. It is not merely the opening, it is the whole content of the thing, the struggle of a prisoned spirit. I would call the Captive a symphony, and print the C minor themes in it, only it would seem fanciful. But it would not really be fanciful to put the second theme opposite the thought of freedom, of the blue sky and the dawning spring. All except the scherzo. I couldn't find room for the scherzo. Men who have wrestled with the demons of hell do not tumble around like elephants, no matter how happy they are. I wish I could take out Beethoven's scherzos. My heart leaps when I think of my one big step. I have put those pages away, I shall not look at them again for a month. Then I can judge them. April 13th. A cable car conductor and a poet. I think that will be a story worth telling. I have tried many and various occupations, but I have not found one so favorable to the study of poetry as my last. I should have made out very well if I had not been haunted by the Captive. With everything else you do, you are more or less hampered by having to sell your brain, and also by having to obey someone. But a cable car is an unlimited monarchy, and all you have to do is to collect fares and pull the bell, both of which duties are quite mechanical. And besides that, you receive princely wages and can live off 1/3 of them, if you know how, and that means that you need only work 1/3 of the time, and can write your poetry the rest of it. This sounds like jesting, but it is not. I have only been a cable car conductor 6 months, but in that time I have taught myself to read Greek with more than fluency. All you need is good health and spirits, a will of iron, and a very tiny notebook in the palm of your hand, full of the words you wish to learn. And then for 10 or 12 hours a day you go about running a car with your body and with your mind hammering. It is excellent discipline. It is fighting all day, pose, podos, the foot pose, podos, the foot, 34th Street, Crosstown East and West pose, podos, the foot. And then when you get home late at night, are there not the great masters who love you? April 15th. Thou wouldst call thyself artist, thou wouldst have the eternal presence to dwell within thee, to fire thy heart with passion and dower thy lips with song. Canst thou go into thy closet, and alone with thy Maker, say these words? O thou unthinkable, source of all light and life, thou the great unselfish one, the great sufferer, thou seest my heart this day, how in it dwells but love of thy truth and worship of thy holiness. Thou seest that I seek not wealth that men should serve me, nor fame that they should honor me, for the glory that is thine. Thou seest that I bring all my praise to thy feet, that I love all things that thou hast made, that I envy no man thy gifts, that I rejoice when thou sendest one stronger than I into the battle. And when these things are not, may thy power leave me, for I seek but to dwell in thy presence, and to speak thy truth, which cannot die. That prayer welled up in my heart today. There are times when I sit before this thing in my soul, crouching and gazing at it in fear. Then I see the naked horror of it, the shuddering reality of it. I see the soul, motionless, tense, quivering, wrestling in an agony with the powers of destruction. It is so real to me that my body stiffens into stone, and I sit with the sweat on my forehead. That happened to me today, and I wrote a few lines of the poem that made my voice break the passionate despairing cry for deliverance, for rest from the terror. But there is no rest. The mountain slope is so that there is no standing upon it, and once you stop, it breaks your heart to begin again. And so you go on up and there is not any summit. It is that way when you write a book, and that way when you make a symphony, and that way when you wage a war. But my soul hungered for it. I have loved the great elemental artworks, the artworks that were born of pure suffering. For months before I began The Captive I read but 3 books, read them and brooded over them, all day and all night. They were Prometheus Bound, Prometheus Unbound, and Samson Agonists. You sit with these books, and time and space to nothingness do sink. There looms up before you like a bare mountain in its majesty the great elemental world fact, the death grapple of the will with circumstance. You may build yourself any philosophy or any creed you please, but you will never get away from the world fact, the death grapple of the soul with circumstance. Aeschylus has one creed, and Milton has another, and Shelley has a third, but always it is the death grapple. Chaos, evil circumstance lies about you, binds you, and you grip it, you close with it all your days, you toil with it, you shape it into systems, you make it live and laugh and sing. And while you do that, there is in your heart a thing that is joy and pain and terror mingled in one passion. Who knows that passion? Who knows? With travail and heavy sorrow. The Holy Spirit of man. Prometheus Bound, Prometheus Unbound, and Samson Agonists. And now there will be a 4th. It will be The Captive. Am I a fool? I do not know, that is none of my business. It is my business to do my best. Horace bids you, if you would make him weep, to weep first yourself. I understand by the writing of a poem just this, that the problem you put there you discover for yourself, that the form you put it in you invent for yourself, and, finally, that what you make it, from the first word to the last word, from the lowest moment to the highest moment, you live, that when a character in such a place acts thus, he acts thus because you, in that place not would have acted thus, but did act thus, that the words which are spoken in that moment of emotion are spoken. Because you, in that moment of emotion not would have spoken them, but did speak them. I propose that you search out the scenes that have stirred the hearts of men in all times, and see if you can find one that was written thus not because the author had lived it thus, but because somebody else had lived it thus, or because he wanted people to think he had lived it thus. And now you are writing The Captive. You do not go into the dungeon in the body, because you need all your strength, but in the spirit you have gone into the dungeon, and the door has clanged, and it is black night, the world is gone forever. And there you sit, while the years roll by, and you front the naked fact. 6 feet square of stone and an iron chain are your portion, that is circumstance, and the will you are the will. And you grip it, you close with it all your days, you toil with it, you shape it into systems, make it live and laugh and sing. And while you do that there is in your heart a thing that is joy and pain and terror mingled in one passion. Yes, sometimes I shrink from it, but I will do it meaning what those words mean. I will fight that fight, I will live that life to the last gasp, and it shall go forth into the world a living thing, a new wellspring of life. It shall be, I don't know what you call the thing, but when you have hauled your load halfway up the hill you put a block in the way to keep it from sliding back. That same thing has to be done to society. Man will never get behind the Declaration of Independence again, nor behind the writings of Voltaire again. We let Catholicism run around loose now, but that is because Voltaire cut its claws and pulled out all its teeth. April 16. I was thinking today, that The Captive would be an interesting document to students of style. Read it, and make up your mind about it, then I will tell you the first line of it is almost the first line of blank verse I ever wrote in my life. I have read about the French artists, the great masters of style, and how they give 10 years of their lives to writing things that are never published. But I have noticed that when they are masters at last, and when they do begin to publish, they very seldom have anything to say that I care in the least to hear. My soul is centered upon the thing. Let it be a test. I am trying to be an artist, but I have never been able to study style. I believe that the style of this great writer came from what he had to say. You think about how he said it, but he thought about what he was saying. It seemed strange to me when I thought of it. With all my trembling eagerness, with all my preparation, such an idea as practice never came to me. How could I cut the path until I had come to the forest? All my soul has been centered upon living. Since this book first took hold of me 18 months ago, I could not tell with what terrible intensity I have lived it. They said to me, "You are a poet, why don't you write verses for the magazines?" But I was not a writer of verses for the magazines. It has been a shrine that I have kept in the corner of my heart, and tended there. I have never gone near it, except upon my knees. There were days when I did not go near it at all, when I was weak, or distraught. But I knew that every day I was closer to the task, that every day my heart was more full of it. It was like wild music, it came to a climax that swept me away in spite of myself. To get the mastery of your soul, to hold it here, in your hands, at your bidding, to consecrate your life to that, to watch and pray and toil for that, to rouse yourself and goad yourself day and night for that, to thrill with the memory of great consecrations, of heroic sufferings and aspirations, to have the power of the stars in your heart, of nature, of history, and the soul of man, that is your practice. April 17. It is true that my whole life has been a practice for the writing of this book, that this book is the climax of my whole life. I have toiled, learned, built up a mind, found a conviction, but I have never written anything, or tried to write anything, to be published. I have said, wait, it is not time. And now it is time. If there is anything of use in all that I have done, it is in this book. Yes, and also it is a climax in another way. It is my goal and my salvation. Ah, how I have toiled for it! April 19. I saw my soul today. It was a bubble, blown large, palpitating, whirling over a stormy sea, glorious with the rainbow hues it was, but perilous, abandoned. Do you catch the feeling of my soul? Something perilous, I do not much care what. A traveler scaling the mountains, leaping upon dizzy heights, a gambler staking his fortune, his freedom, his life upon a cast. I will tell you about it. It began when I was 15. My great uncle, my guardian, is a wholesale grocer in Chicago. He has a large palace and a large waistcoat. "Will you be a wholesale grocer?" said he. "No," said I will not." I might have been a partner by this time, had I said yes, and had a palace and a large waistcoat too. "Then what will you be?" asked the great uncle. "I will be a poet," said I. "You mean you will be a loafer?" said he. "Yes," said I, disliking argument, "I will be a loafer." And so I went away, and while I went I was thinking, far down in my soul. And I said, it must be everything or nothing, either I am a poet or I am not. I will act as if I were, I will burn my bridges behind me. If I am, I will win, for you cannot kill a poet, and if I am not, I will die. Thus is it perilous. I fight the fight with all my soul, I give every ounce of my strength, my will, my hope, to the making of myself a poet. And when the time comes I write my poem. Then if I win empires, and if I lose. "You put all your eggs into one basket," someone once said to me. "Yes," I replied, I put all my eggs into one basket and then I carry the basket myself. Now I have come to the last stage of the journey, the one fight more, and the last. And can I give any idea of what is back of me, to nerve me to that fight? I will try to tell you. For 7 years I have borne poverty and meanness, sickness, heat, cold, toil that I might make myself an artist. The indignities, the degradations, I could not tell them, if I spent all the time I have in writing a journal. I have lived in garrets among dirty people, vulgar people, vile people, I have worn rags and unclean things, I have lived upon bread and water and things that I have cooked myself, I have seen my time and my strength wasted by 1,000 hateful impertinences, I have been driven half mad with pain and rage, I have gone without friends, I have been hated by everyone, I have worked at all kinds of vile drudgery or starved myself sick that I might avoid working. But I have said, I will be an artist. Day and night I have dreamed it, day and night I have fought for it. I have plotted and planned, I have plotted to save a minute. I have done menial work that I might have my brain free, all the languages that I know I have worked at such times. I have calculated the cost of foods, I have lived on 1/3 of the pittance I earned, that I might save 2/3 of my time. I once washed dishes in a filthy restaurant because that took only 2 or 3 hours a day. I have said, I will be an artist. I will fix my eyes upon the goal, I will watch and wait, and fight the fight day by day. And when at last I am strong, and when my message is ripe, I will earn myself a free chance, and then I will write a book. All the yearning, all the agony of this my life I will put into it, every hour of trial, every burst of rage. I will make it the hope of my life, I will write it with my blood, give every ounce of strength that I have and every dollar that I own, and I will win, I will win. So I will be free, and the horror will be over. I have done that, I am doing that now. I mean to finish it if it kills me. But I was sitting on the edge of the bed tonight, and the tears came into my eyes and I whispered, but oh, you must not ask me to do any more. I cannot do any more. It will leave me broken. Only so much weight can a man carry. The next pound breaks his back. April 22d. I am happy tonight, I am a little bit drunk. Today was 1 day in 50. Why should it be? Sometimes I have but to spread my wings to the wind. Yesterday I might have torn my hair out, and that glory would not have come to me. But today I was filled with it, it lived in me and burned in me, I had but to go on and go on. The captive. It was the burst of rage, the first glow in the ashes of despair. I was walking up and down the room for an hour, thundering it to myself. I have not gotten over the joy of it yet, thou in thy mailed insolence. I wonder if anyone who reads those 30 lines will realize that they meant 8 hours of furious toil on my part. Stone by stone I build it. The whole possibility of a scene, that is what I pant for, always, that it should be all there, and yet not a line to spare, compact, solid, each phrase coming like a blow, and above all else, that it should be inevitable. When you stand upon the height of your being, and behold the thing with all your faculties, the thing and the phrase are one, and one to all eternity. April 24th. I was looking at a literary journal today. Oh, my soul, it frightens me. All these libraries of books, who reads them, what are they for? And each one of them a hope. And I am to leap over them all. I dare not think about it. I have been helpless today. I cannot find what I want. I struggled for hours, I wore myself out with struggling. And I have torn up what I wrote. Blank verse is such a thing not to be spoken of. Is there anything worse, except it be a sonnet? How many miles of it are ground out every day? Sometimes that kind comes to me to mock me. I could have written a whole poem full of it this afternoon. If there are 2 lines of that sort in The Captive, I'll burn it all. An awful doubt came to me besides. Somebody had sown it long ago, and it sprouted today. Yes, but will it be interesting? Heaven help me, how am I to know if it will be interesting? The question made me shudder. I have never thought anything about making it interesting. I've been trying to make it true. Can it possibly be that the ecstasy of one soul, the reality of one soul, the quivering, exulting life of it will not interest any other soul? How can you know that what you are doing is real, anyhow? The devil would plague me to death today. But how many millions write poems and think they are wonderful? I do not believe in my soul today, because I have none. April 25th. Would you like to know where I am, and how I am doing all these things? I am in a lodging house. I have one of 3 hall rooms in a kind of top half-story. There is room for me to take 4 steps, so it is that I walk up and down when I am excited. I have not kept count of how many places, and this is the quietest. The landlady's husband has a carpenter shop downstairs, but he is always drunk and doesn't work. It has also been providentially arranged that the daughter, who sings, is sick for some time. Next door to me there is a man who plays the cello in a dance hall until I know not what hour of the night. He keeps his cello at the dance hall. Next to him is a pale woman who sits and sews all day and waits for her drunken husband to come home. In front there is some kind of foolish girl who leaves her door open in the hope that I'll look in at her, and a couple of inoffensive people not worth describing. I get up, I never know the time in the morning, and sometimes I lie without moving for hours thinking. Or sometimes I go out and roam around the streets, or sit perfectly motionless, gazing at the wall. When it will not come, I make it. I breakfast on bread and milk, and I eat bread and milk at all hours of the day when I am hungry. For dinner I cook a piece of meat on a little oil stove, and for supper I eat bread and milk. The rest of the time I am sitting on the floor by the window, writing, or perhaps kneeling by the bed with my head buried in my arms, and thinking until the room reels. When I am not doing that I wander around like a lost soul. I cannot think of anything else. Sometimes when I am tired and must rest, I force myself to sit down and write some of this. I have just $40 now. It costs me $3 a week, not including paper and typewriting. Thus I have 10 or 12 weeks in which to finish The Captive, that many and no more. If I am not finished by that time it will kill me. To try to work and earn money in the state that I am in just at present would turn me into a maniac. I should kill someone, I know. I am quivering with nervous tension, every faculty strained to breaking. The buzz of a fly is a roar to me. I build up these towering castles of emotion in my soul, castles that shimmer in the sunlight. Banners yellow, glorious, golden. And then something happens, and they fall upon me with the weight of mountains. 10 weeks. And yet it is not that which goads me most. What goads me most is that I am a captive in a dungeon, and am fighting for the life of my soul. I shall win. I do not fear. The fountains of my being will not fail me. I saw my soul a second time today. It was no longer the bubble, blown large, palpitating. It was a bird resting upon a bough. The bough was tossed and flung about by a tempest, and a chasm yawned below, but the bough held, and the bird was master of its wings, and sang. The name of the bough was Faith. April 27th. I have read a great deal of historical romance, and a great deal of local color fiction, and a great deal of original character drawing, and I have wished to get away from these things. There is no local color, and no character drawing, in The Captive. You do not know the name of the hero, you do not know how old he is, or of what rank he is, at what period or in what land he lives. He is described but once. He is a man. My philosophy is a philosophy of will. All virtue that I know is conditioned upon freedom. The object of all thinking and doing, as I see it, is to set men free. There is the tyranny of kings, the tyranny of force, there is the tyranny of priests, the tyranny of ignorance, there is the tyranny of society, the tyranny of selfishness and indolence, and above all, and including all, and causing all, there is the tyranny of self, the tyranny of sin, the tyranny of the body. So it is that I see the world. So it is that I see history. I can see nothing else in history. The tyranny of kings and nobles, the tyranny of the mass and the Inquisition, the tyranny of battle and murder and crime. How was a man to live in those ages? How is a man to live in this age? The tyranny of kings and of priests is gone, and from the tyranny of industrialism the individual can escape. But the lightning is not that an inquisition? And if it comes after you, will it not find out all your secrets? And the tyranny of hurricane and shipwreck, of accident, disease, and death? Any tyranny is all tyranny, I say, and the existence of tyranny is its presence. It is conceivable that some day the sovereign mind may shake off its shackles, and the tyranny of matter be at an end. But that day is not yet, and meanwhile, the thing existing, how shall a man be free? That has been the matter of my deepest brooding. This much I have learned. The man may accept this life, if it please him, and its chances, but while he does he can never be a soul. So long as he accepts this life and its chances, he is the slave of tyranny. When the day comes that mind is sovereign, I will give myself into the hands of this life. But meanwhile I will know myself for what I am, a bubble upon the surface of a whirling torrent, an insect borne aloft upon a flying wheel. It is by your will that you are free, by your will you are one with the infinite freedom, by your will you are master of time and your fate, lord of the stars and the endless ages, thinker of all truth, hearer of all music, beholder of all beauty, doer of all righteousness. That is the truth which I have brought out of my deepest brooding. So long as your happiness is in anything about yourself, your wealth, or your fame, or your life, you are not free. So long as your happiness is in houses and lands, in sons and in daughters, you are not free. You give one atom of your soul to these things at your own peril, for when your hour comes you tear them from you, though they be as your eyes, and by your will you save your soul alive. Therefore I write the captive. I put aside childish things, I grip my hands upon naked reality. There are 9 characters in the captive, a tyrant, 2 slaves, 6 guests, and a man. There are 2 scenes, a dungeon, and a banquet hall. A tyrant, I understand by a tyrant a man whose happiness is the unhappiness of others. I read of the discoverers of Mexico, and how they found a pyramid of human skulls, raised as a monument, that has been to me, ever since, the type of tyranny. The forms of tyranny vary through the ages, but the principle is always the same. A tyrant is a man who is made great by the toil and sorrow of others. The slave also remains the same through all time, and likewise the guest. The guest is the man who takes the world as he finds it, and likes a good dinner. The population of society is made up of tyrants, slaves, and guests. The man is a character of my own imagining. The first scene of the captive is the dungeon. When I was very young I was in Europe, and I was in a dungeon, I have never forgotten it. There enter the tyrant and the 2 slaves with the man. They chain him to the wall, and then the tyrant speaks. That first speech I have written it now, I have gotten the hammer thuds. Tyranny is an iron thing, you had to feel the tread of it, the words had to roll like thunder. It is an advantage to me that I am full of Wagner, I always hear the music with my poetry. The man is there, and he is there forever. After that, once a day, bread and water are shoved in through an opening. But the door of the dungeon does not open again until the last act, when 10 years have passed. That is all. And now the man will battle with that problem. Will he go mad with despair? Will he sink into a wild beast? Will he commit suicide? Or what will he do? Day by day he sinks back from the question, numb with agony. Day by day the grim hand of fate drags him to it, and so, until from the chaos of his soul he digs out, blow by blow, a faith. Here there will be reality, no shams and no lies will do. Here is iron necessity, and cries out for iron truth. God, duty, will, virtue, let such things no more be names, let us see what they are. These are awful words. Sometimes I shrink from this thing as from fire, sometimes I rush to it with a song. I am writing about it now because I am worn out, and yet I cannot think of anything else. This man will find the truth, being delivered from the captivity of the world and set free to be a soul. Superstition blinds him, doubt and despair and weakness blind him, but still he gropes and strives, cries out and battles for truth, until at last, shut up in his own being, he tears his way out to the very source of it, and knows for himself what it is. Infinite it is, and unthinkable, glorious, all-consuming, all-sufficing, food and drink, friendship and love, ambition and victory, joy, power and eternity it is to him who finds it, and all things in this world are nothing to him who finds it. And so comes the victory to this soul. Hour by hour he catches gleams of the light, day by day he toils toward it, with fear and agony and prayer, until at last he knows his salvation to rest never, and to toil always, and to dwell in this presence of his God. In one desperate hour he flings away the world and the hope of the world, and vows this consecration, and lives. He keeps the vow, it is iron necessity that drives him. He finds himself, he finds his way each day his step is surer. Each day the channels of his being deepen. He lays broad plans for his life, he gathers all knowledge, he solves all problems, Lord of the infinite mind, he ranges all existence, and beholds it as the symbol of himself. Into the deeps and yawning spaces of it he plunges, blind, he sees what men have never seen, deaf, he hears what men have never heard, singer he is, prophet and poet and maker. New worlds leap into being in the infinite fullness of his heart, visions of endless glory that make his senses reel, as a column of incense towering to the sky is the ecstasy of his adoration and his joy. And so the long years roll by, and the unconquered spirit has left the earth, left time and space and self, and dwells where never man has dwelt before. And then one day the door of the dungeon is opened, and his chains are shattered, and the slaves lead him up to the light of day. It is the banquet hall, and there is the tyrant, and there the guests, there is the world. He is aged, and weak, and white, and terrible. They stare at him, and he stares at them, for he is dazed. They begin to mock at him, and then at last he realizes, and he covers his face and weeps, beholding the world, and the way that it must come. They jeer at him, they strike him, and when he answers not, they call to the slaves to torture him. This man has lived for 10 years with himself. He is nothing but a will. And now they will conquer him. I recall the highest moment of my being. I saw that moment, and all the others of my life. I saw them as something that I could not bear to see, and I cried out that from that hour I would change them. I have not kept the vow, there was no one to drive me. But this man they drive, they pinch him and burn him and tear him, they crush his limbs, they break his bones, they grind his flesh, they make his brain a living fire of anguish. And he fights them. Into the deep recesses of his being goes the cry for all that he has, for all that he is. For every ounce of his strength, for every throb of his will, for every vision, every truth that he knows. To bear this, to save him here. And so he wrestles, so he rises, so he gropes and gasps, and in the moment of his fiercest straining, with the throb of all his being he bursts the barrier, he rends the veil, and infinite passion rolls in floods upon him, he clutches all existence in his arms, and from his lips there bursts a mad frenzied shout of rapture that makes his torturers stand transfixed, listening, trembling with terror. And so they drag him back to his dungeon, and there, unable to move, he lies upon the stones and pants out his ecstasy and his life. That is the captive. April 29th. What counts in this thing is momentum, spiritual momentum. You are filled with it all the time, it never leaves you, it drives behind you like a gale of wind, it roars in your ears when you are awake, it rocks you to sleep when you are weary, whenever you are dull or do not heed it, it nags at you, it goads you, it beats into your face. Each day it is more, each day it is harder, more unattainable, but only do not stop, it carries you with it like a wave, you mount upon each day's achievement to reach the next, you move with the power of all the days before. It is momentum that counts. Do not stop. I cry it all day, do not stop. April 30th. It is weak of me, but sometimes I cannot help but look ahead and think that it is done. I could not find any words to tell the joy that will be to me to be free, after so long to be free. I do not care anything about the fame, it would not be anything to me to be a great author. If it could be done, nothing would please me better than to publish it anonymously, to let no one ever know that it was mine. If I could only have the little that I need to be free, I would publish all that I might ever write anonymously. Yes, that is the thing that makes my blood bound. To be free. Let it only be done, let it only be real, as it will be, and the naked force of it will shake men to the depths of their souls. I could not write it, if I did not believe that I was writing words that would grip the soul of any man, I care not how dull or how coarse he might be. I finished the first act just now. May 1st. I am wild today. Oh, how can I bear this? Why should I have to contend with such things as this? Is it not hard enough the agony that I have to bear, the task that takes all my strength and more? And must I be torn to pieces by such hideous degradation as this? Oh, my God, if my life is not soon clear of these things, I shall die. Oh, it is funny, yes, funny. Let us laugh at it. The dance hall musician has brought home his cello. I heard him come bumping up the stairs with it, God damn his soul. And there he sits, sawing away at some loathsome jig tunes. And he has two friends in there, I listen to their wit between the tunes. Here I sit, like a wild beast pent in a cage. I tell you, I can bear any work in the world, but I cannot bear things such as this. That I, who am seeking a new faith for men, who am writing, or trying to write, what will mean new life to millions, should have my soul ripped into pieces by such loathsome, insulting indignities. Oh, laugh. But I can't laugh, I sit here foaming at the lips, and crying. And suppose he's lost his position, and does this every day. Now every day I must lay aside what I am doing and sit and shudder when I hear him coming up the steps, and wait for him to begin this. I tell you, I demand to be free, I demand it. I want nothing in this world but to be let alone. I don't want anybody to wait on me. I don't want anything from this hellish world but to be let alone. It is pouring rain outside, and my overcoat is thin, but I must go out and pace the streets and wait until a filthy Dutchman gets through scraping ragtime on a cello. All day wasted. All day. Does it not seem that these things persecute you by system? I came in, cold and wet, and got into bed, and then he began again. And the friends came back, and they had beer, and more music. And I had to get up and put on the wet clothes once more. May 2d. I was crouching out on one of the docks last night. I had no place else to go. I can think anywhere, if it is quiet. A wonderful thing is the night. I bless thee for the night, O Zeus, heilige Natur. It was a voice in my soul, as clear as could be. She cannot bear too long the sight of men, sweet, holy nature, the swarming hives, the millions of tiny creatures, each drunk and blind with his own selfishness, and so she lays her great hand upon it all, and hides it out of her sight. Once it was all silent, and formless as the desert, soon it shall all be silent and formless again, and meanwhile the night, the night. Oh, I hunger for the desert. I do not care for beauty, I have no time for beauty, I want the earth stern and forbidding. Give me some place where no one else would want to go, an iron crag where the oceans beat, a mountain top where the lightning splinters on the rocks. I go at it again. But I am nervous, these things get me into such a state that I simply cannot do anything. It was not merely yesterday, I have it constantly. The dirty chambermaid singing, or yelling down to the landlady, the drunken man swearing at his wife, the boys screaming in the street and kicking a tomato can about. When I think of how much beauty and power has been shattered in my life by such things as these, it brings tears of impotent rage into my eyes. I must be free, oh, I must be free. It comes strangely from the author of The Captive, does it not? I give all my life to my work, and sometimes, when I am broken like this, I wonder if I do not give too much. Once I climbed to a dizzy height, and I cried out a dizzy truth. O God, how as nothing in thy sight are my writings. I do not know if I shall ever reach that height again. May 3d. I have not one single beautiful memory in my life. I have nothing in my life that, when I think of it, does not make me writhe. To all that I have lived, and known, and seen, I have but one word, one cry: away. Away. Let me get away from it. Let me get away from cities, let me get away from men, let me out of my cage. Let me go with my God, let me forget it all, put it away forever and ever. Let me no longer have to plot and plan, to cringe and whimper, to barter my vision and my hours for bread. Who knows what I suffer? Who has any idea of it? To have a soul like a burning fire, to be hungry and swift as the autumn wind, to have a heart as hot as the wild birds, and wings as eager, and to be chained here in this seething hell of selfishness, this orgy of folly. Ah, and then I shut my hands together. No, I am not weak, I do not spend my time chafing thus. I have fought it out so far. I was ever a fighter, so one fight more. I will go back, and I will hammer and hammer again, grimly, savagely, day by day. And out of the furnace of my soul I will forge a weapon that will set me free in the end, I think. May 4th. I wrote a little poem once. I remembered 2 lines of it, a nature description. They were not great lines, but there flashed over me today an application of them that was a stroke of genius, I believe. I was passing the stock exchange. It was a very busy day. I climbed one of the pillars, in spirit, and rode high above the portals, where savage beasts through forest midnight roam, seeking in sorrow for each other's joy. May 5th. A dreadful thing is unbelief. A dreadful thing it is to be an infidel. That is what all men cry nowadays. There is so much infidelity in the world. It is the curse of our modern society. It is everywhere. It is all prevailing. I had a strange experience today, Sunday. I went into a church, and high up by the altar, dressed in solemn garb and offering prayers to God, I saw an infidel. He preached a sermon. The theme of his sermon was liberalism. These men, cried the preacher, are blinding our eyes to our salvation. They are undermining, day by day, our faith. They tell us that the sacred word of God is literature. And they show us more literature, but oh, my friends, what new Bible have they shown us? As I got up and went out of that church, I whispered, what a dreadful thing it is to be an infidel. Oh, Dante and Goethe and Shakespeare, oh, Wordsworth and Shelley and Emerson. O thrice anointed and holy spirits! What a dreadful thing it is to be an infidel! What a dreadful thing it is to believe in a Bible, and not to believe in literature, to believe in a Bible and not to believe in a God. You think that this world lives upon the revelation of 2,000 years ago. Fool, this world lives as your body lives, by the beating of its heart upon the revelation and the effort of each instant of its life. And today or tomorrow the great revealer might send to some lonely thinker in his garret a new word that would scatter to dust and ashes all laws and all duties that now are known to men. There are many ways to look at the world, and always a deeper one. I see it as a fearful thing, towering, expanding, upheld by the toil and the agony of millions. Who will bring us the new hope, the new song of courage, that it go not down into the dust today? To do that there is the poet, to live and to die unheeded, and to feed for ages upon ages the hungry souls of men, that is to be a poet. Therefore will he sing, and sing ever, and die in the sweetness of his song. When I think of that, not now as I write it here in bare words but in quivering reality, it is a hand upon my forehead, and a presence in the room. May 6th. Chiefest of all I think of my country. Passionately, more than words can utter, I love this land of mine. If I tear my heart till it bleeds and pour out the tears of my spirit, it is for this consecration and this hope, it is for this land of Washington and Lincoln. There never was any land like it, there may never be any like it again, and freedom watches from her mountains, trembling. It is a song that it needs, a song and a singer, to point it to its high design, to thrill it with the music of its message, to shake the heart of every man in it, and make him burn and dare. For the first time there is liberty, for the first time there is truth, and no shams and no lies, enthroned. The news of it has gone forth like the sound of thunder, and has shaken all the earth, that man at last may live, may do what he can and will. And to what is it? Is it to the heaping up of ugly cities, the packing of pork and the gathering of gold? That is the thing that I toil for, to tear this land from the grasp of mean men and of merchants. To take the souls of my countrymen into the high mountains with me, to thrill them with a soaring, strong resolve. Living things shall come from this land of mine, living things before I die, for the hunger of it burns me, and will not ever let me rest. Freedom! Freedom! And stern justice and honor, and knowledge and power, and a noonday blaze of light. Arise in thy majesty, confronting the ages. Stretch out thine arms to the millions that shall be. Justice thine inheritance, God thy stay and sustenance. My country, to thee. Those are feeble words. If this were a book, I would tear it all up. I wonder if anyone will ever read this. As a matter of fact, I suppose 10 people will read gossip about the book for every one who reads the book. This is just a month from the beginning. A month today. Yes, I have done my share, I have done a third of it, a third. But the end is so much harder. May 9th. I have been for 2 days in the mire. I was disturbed, and then I was sluggish. Oh, the sluggishness of my nature. If ever I am a great poet, I will have made myself that by the power of my will, that is a fact. I am by nature a great clod, I feel nothing, I care about nothing. I look at the flowers as a cow chewing its cud. It is only that I will to do right. Sometimes the sight of my dullness drives me wild. Then again I merely gaze at it. I try time and again to get my mind on my work, and something, anything, provided it is trivial enough, turns me aside. Just now I saw a spider web, and that made me think of Bruce, and thence I went by way of Walter Scott to Palestine, and when I came to I was writing a song for who was the minstrel. To sing outside of the prison of Coeur de Lion. I go wandering that way, sometimes I sit so for an hour, and then suddenly I leap up with a cry. But I may try all I please, I don't care anything about the work, it doesn't stir me, the verses I think of make me sick. And then I remember that I have only so many weeks more, and what it will mean to fail, and that makes me desperate, but doesn't help. When I have stopped at some resting place in the poem, I can get going again. But now I have stopped in the middle of a climax, and the number of times that I have read that last line, trying to find another great heavens. But I cannot find another word. I am in despair. I know perfectly well what I shall do, only I am a coward, and do not do it. I shall stay in this state till my rage has heaped itself up enough and breaks through everything at last. And then I shall begin to hammer myself. To swear at myself in a way that would make a longshoreman turn white. And I shall spend perhaps 2 or 3 hours, perhaps 2 or 3 days doing that, until I am quite in a white heat, and then I shall go to my work. That is the price I pay for being distracted. May 11th. I said to myself the day before yesterday with a kind of a dry sob, I can't do it. I can't do it. Oh, how tormented I am by noises. What am I not tormented by? Some days ago I was writing in a frenzy and the landlady came for her rent. And the horrible creature standing there, talking at me. So lonely. Don't ever see people. Mrs. Smithers was saying, oh, damn Mrs. Smithers. I thought I could never do it, I was really about to give it up. I went out on the street, I roamed about for hours, talking I don't know what nonsense to myself. And then at last I came home, and I knelt down there at the bedside and said, here you stay without anything to eat until you've written 10 lines of that poem. And that was how I did it. I stayed there, and I prayed. I don't often pray, but that time I prayed like one possessed. I was so lonely and so helpless, and the work was so beautiful. I stayed there for 9 blessed hours, and then the clock stopped and I couldn't count after that. But the day came, and then the 10 lines. And so I had my breakfast. These things leave you weak, but a little less dull. May 13th. I have been working with a kind of wild desperation all day today. Oh, it hurts, but I am doing it. Whenever I read some lines of it that are real, whenever some great living phrase flashes over me, then I laugh like a man in the midst of a battle. I shall be just as a man who has been through a battle, haggard and wild and desperate. Oh, I don't think I shall ever have the courage to do it again. I did not know what it meant. I did not. It was giving myself into the hands of a fiend. All great books will be something different to me after this. Did Shakespeare write thus with the blood of his soul? Or am I weak? Did he ever cry out in pain, as I have? May 14th. Another day of raw torture. It is like toiling up a mountainside, and your limbs are of lead. It is like struggling in a nightmare, that is just what it is like. It is sickening. But then you dare not stop. It is hard to go on, but it is 10 times as hard to start if you stop. I could hardly stand up this afternoon. But the thing was ringing in my ears, it went on and on, I had to go after it. I was in the 7th heaven, I could see anything, dare anything, do anything. It made no difference how hard it called to me on. And I said, suppose I were to be tortured, could I go then? And so I went and went. I haven't written it down yet, I felt sick. But I know it all. Oh men, oh my brothers, will you love me for this thing? May 16th. I did no writing yesterday or today. I have been terribly frightened. I wrote what I had to write the day before yesterday, I could not help it. But when I stopped, my head was literally on fire, and the strangest mad throbbing in it, I stood still in fear. It felt so as if something were going to burst, my head seemed to weigh a ton. I poured cold water over it, but it made no difference, it stayed that way all night and all yesterday. What am I to do? I dare not think. I took a long walk, and even now I find myself thinking of the book without knowing it. Imagine me sitting on a doorstep and playing for 2 hours with a kitten. Why should I be handicapped in such a way as this? I had never thought of such a thing. I was thinking about the captive, it is my own. Nobody has helped me, I have told not one person of it. Everything in it has come out of my soul. May 17th. I feel better today, but I hardly know what to do. Meantime I was happy. Think of a poet's being happy with city flowers. Of a poet's being happy with store flowers, prostitute flowers, flowers for sale. It was all about a Narcissus, very flower of youth, and morning's golden hour, as I called it once. And it danced so. And I went off happy. Then I thought of a poem that is pure distilled ecstasy to my spirit. I will write it, and be happy again. Sit thee by the ingle, when the sear faggot blazes bright. Spirit of a winter's night? Sit thee there, and send abroad, with a mind self-overawed. Fancy, high-commissioned, send her. She has vassals to attend her. She will bring, in spite of frost, beauties that the earth hath lost. She will bring thee, all together, all delights of summer weather, all the buds and bells of May, from dewy sward or thorny spray, all the heaped autumn's wealth, with a still, mysterious stealth. She will mix those pleasures up, like 3 fit wines in a cup. And thou shalt quaff it? Ah! And so I went along, sun, moon, and stars forgot laughing and half dancing. People stared at me and I laughed. And then I passed 3 pretty girls, and I laughed, and they laughed too. I guess they thought I was going to follow them. But that pleasure was not in my cup, dear girls. Some of these days I hope to live in a beautiful world, where a man may speak to a pretty girl on the street. Badness is its own punishment, let the bad world observe. I would rather look at a beautiful woman than do anything else I know of in this world, except listen to music. May 18th. I often think how I shall spend my money after the captive is done. I shall take a band of chosen youths, seekers, and worshippers, and we shall build a house on a mountain top and worship the Lord in the beauty of music. I shall have to begin at the beginning. I have never had anyone to teach me music. But oh, if I did know. And if I ever got hold of an orchestra, how I would make it go. And in the middle of it the astonished orchestra would see the conductor take wings unto himself and fly off through the roof. A book that I mean to write some day will be called The Pleasures of Music, and it will sing the joys of being clean and strong, of cold water and the early morning and a free heart. It will show how all the unhappiness of men is that they live in the body and in self, and how the world is to be saved through music, which is not of the body, nor of self, which is free and infinite, swift as the winds, vast as the oceans, endless as time, and happy as whole meadows of flowers. The more who come to partake of it, the better it is, for generous is Frau Musica, her heart is made holy of love. And when I have shown all these things, Frau Musica, I shall tell of the golden lands that I have visited upon the wings of thy spirit. What objects are the fountains of thy happy strain? What fields or waves or mountains? What shapes of sky or plain? What love of thine own kind, what ignorance of pain? May 20th. I live among the poor people, and that keeps me humble. There is not much chance for freedom, I hear them say. There are not many who can dwell in the forests. Prove your right to it, prove what you can do, the law is stern. I am not afraid of the challenge, I will prove what I can do. But I see one here and there with whom the law is not so strict, I think. I met a merchant the other night. I dreamed of him. He said, I buy such goods as men need, I buy them as cheaply as I can, since life is grim. I sell them as cheaply as I can, since men are poor and suffering. I make of profit what I need to live humbly. I am not of the world's seekers, I am of the finders. I met also a guileless fool. We passed a great mansion. I should like to know the man who lives there, said the fool. Should you, said I. Is he a hero, asked the fool. No, said I. Is he a poet, asked the fool. No, said I. Must he not be very beautiful, said the fool, that men judge him worthy of so much beauty? May 21st. I must finish this thing this time. That cry rings in my ears night after night. I am toiling upward, I can see no sign of the end yet, but I must finish this time. If I had to stop with this thing haunting me, if I had to go out into that jungle of a world with this weight upon me, to repress myself with this fire in my heart, I could not bear it, I could not bear it. And if I stopped and went out into that world again, how many weeks of agony would it cost me to get back to where I am now? I must finish this time. May 22d. No, officer, I am neither a burglar nor a highwayman, nor anything else worth bothering, I'm just a poet, and I'm crazy, to all practical purposes, so please get used to me and let me wander about the streets at these strange hours of the night without worrying. Poor, perplexed policeman. Poor, perplexed world. Poor, perplexed mothers and fathers, sisters and cousins and aunts of poets. Mit ihnen Schwartbrannen agen. Siehst du mich vorskenden. Werbist du, und was fällt dir? Du fremder, kranker man. Who does not love the poet Heine, melodious, beautiful, bitter soul? Is there any other poet who can mingle, in one sentence, savage irony and tenderness that brings tears into the eyes? Who can tell the secret of his flower-like verses? Ich bin ein deutscher Dichter. Bekannt im Deutschen Land. Nennt man die besten Namen. So word auch der mein genannt. Und was mir fällt, du klein. Fällt manchem im Deutschen Land. Nennt man die schlimmsten Schmerzen. So word auch die mein genannt. I have never seen but one beautiful thing in New York, and that is its mighty river in the night time. I wander down to the docks when my work is done, and when it is still, I sit and gaze at it until the city is quite gone, and all its restlessness, until there is but that grave presence, rolling restlessly, silently, as it has rolled for ages. It makes no comments, it has seen many things. Tonight I sat and watched it till a tangled forest sprang up about me, and I saw a strange, high-bowed, storm-beaten craft glide past me, ghostly white, its ghostly sailors gazing ahead and dreaming of spices and gold. The old, old river, my only friend in a whole city. It goes its way, it is not of the hour. It fascinates me, and I sit and wonder. I gaze into its black and gurgling depths, and whisper what Shelley whispered, if I should go down there, I should know. But no, I should not know anything. The days when thou wert not, did they trouble thee? The days when thou art not shall trouble thee as much. May 24th. An essay after righteousness. I write this to set forth a purpose which I have for over a year held before me. I write it that it may serve me for a standard. I write it at a time when my bank account consists of $25, and I mean to publish it at such a time as by the method of plain living and high thinking, I shall have been able to increase it 100-fold. We are told that a man who would write a great poem must first make a poem of his life. An artist, as I understand the word, is a man who has but one joy and one purpose and one interest in life, the creating of beauty. He is a man lifted above and set apart from all other motives of men, a man who seeks not wealth nor comfort nor fame, nor values these things at all, a man whose heart is forever lonely, whose life is an endless sorrow, and whose excuse and whose spur and whose goal and whose consecration, is the creating of beauty. What power, be it talent or genius, God has given me, I cannot tell, I only know that an artist in that sense of the word I mean to be. I have thought out a plan by which I shall make the publishing of my books, as well as the writing of them, a thing of art. No one will read very far in what I shall write without perceiving there a savage hatred of the spirit of the modern world of wealth. It is only because I have faith in democracy and hope in the people of my country that I do not go to worship my God on a desert island. The world which I see about me at the present moment, the world of politics, of business, of society, seems to me a thing demoniac in its hideousness, a world gone mad with pride and selfish lust, a world of wild beasts writhing and grappling in a pit. I am but a voice crying in the wilderness, and these things must run their course. But in the meantime there is one thing that I can do, and the doing of that has become with me a passion. I can keep my own life pure. I can see that there is one man amid all this madness whose life is untouched by any stain of it, who lives not by bread alone, nor by jewelry and gold, who lives not to be stared at and made drunk with pride, but to behold beauty and dwell in love, who labors day and night to keep a heart full of worship and to sing of faith to suffering men, who takes of the reward of that singing just what food and shelter his body needs, and who shrinks from wealth and luxury as he would from the mouth of hell. To live humbly and in oblivion would be my choice, but it will be my duty to do differently. I know enough about the human heart to know that the presence of one righteous man makes 10,000 unrighteous men angry and uncomfortable. And therefore, for the help of any whom it may comfort, and for the damnation of all the rest, I shall choose that the life I live and the thing I do shall be public. I shall choose that the millions in our country who are wearing out their frantic lives in the pursuit of the dollar, and the few who are squandering their treasures in drunken pomp, shall know that there is one man who laughs at them whom all the millions of all of them could not buy, and who dwells in joy and worship in a heaven of which they can not even know. In other words, it is my idea not merely to make a poem of my life, but to publish the poem. I shall have other and deeper and kinder reasons also, for what I shall do. What I write in my books must be from my deepest heart, the confession of those moments of which I would speak to no living soul. It must be all my tenderness, and all my rapture, and all my prayer, and do you think it will come easily to me to put that out before the rough world to be stared at, to be bound up in a book and hawked about by commercial people? Would it not be interesting to me, if I could but pierce the future once, and see how long it is destined to be before I do so publish a book? I would do my work better, I fancy, for that. But let it lie. I shall publish it some day surely, that I know at least. Sometimes I can hardly realize what it will be to me when I have really won fame, when I can speak the things that so need speaking and be heard. May 25th. Line by line, page by page, I do it. I am counting the days now, wondering, longing. It is not merely the writing of it, it is the seeing of it, the planning and designing. Sometimes I brood over it for hours, I cannot find what I want, and then suddenly a phrase flashes over me, and like a train of gunpowder my thought goes running on, leaping, flying, and then the whole thing is plain as day. And I hold it all living in my hands. I am blessed with a good memory. In times of excitement such as that, I seize all the best phrases and carry them away, and bury them out of sight, like a miser. They are my nuggets of gold. And sometimes I am a greedy miser, and stand perplexed, shall I go on and gather more, or shall I make off with the armful that I have? May 26th. My religion is my art. I have no prayer but my work. Sometimes that is a glory, and sometimes again that is an agony. To have no duty outside of yourself, to have no inspiration outside of yourself, to have no routine to help you, no voice to cry out when your conscience goes to sleep, no place of refuge in your weakness. All that is but the reason why I dare not be weak. I have chosen to lead and not to follow, therefore I have no rest, and may not look behind me, and can think of nothing but the way. To be the maker of a religion is to sweat blood in the night time. There is but one way that I may live: to take every impulse that comes, to be watching, watching, to dare always and instantly, to hesitate, to put off never, to seize the skirt of my muse whenever it shimmers before me. So I make myself a habit, a routine, a discipline, and so each day I have new power. So each day I feel myself, I bare my arms, I walk erect, exulting, I laugh, I am a god. And as I write that, a feeling takes rise in me, and my heart beats faster, but I am tired, I sink back, I do not take the gift that is offered, and then my conscience gives a growl, and in a flash I see what I have done, and feel a throb of rage and leap up. One of my perils is that when I am strong I feel that I must always be so. This truth that is so obvious, these words that flow so swift, what need is there to fear for them, to write them now? And so they are never written. May 27th. Will you imagine me today, kneeling by the bedside, shuddering, my face hidden, the tears streaming down my cheeks, and I crying aloud, I will, oh, I will. I cannot tell any more. May 29th. I am coming to the last scenes. I hear them rumbling in my soul, far, far off, like a distant surf on a windless night. I am coming, step by step, I mean to fight it out on this line. I know a man who always rose to the occasion. Never was he challenged that he did not dare and triumph. Oh, if instead of being hungry and pining, I had but the music of that divine inspirer. Hellerschelend, mich Wallend, sind es Wellen sanfter Luft? Sind es Wagen van Eiger Duft? Wie es ich Wellen, mich Rosken, soll ich Ithman, soll ich Lauschen? Soll ich Schlürfen, Unterdichen, sus in Duften mich Verhauken? May 30th. Today. I had a spiritual experience, a revelation. Today, in a flash of insight, I understood an age, whole centuries of time, whole nations of men. I had been writing one of the great hymns, one of the great victories, and I had been drunk with it. It had come with a surge and a sweep, it had set everything about me in motion, huge phantom shapes, all life and all being gone mad. And then, when I had written it, I went out into the dark night, I walked and walked, not knowing where, still tingling with excitement. And, suddenly, I stood spellbound, the cathedral. There it was, there it was. I saw it, alive and real before me, all of it, all that I had seen and known. I cried out for joy, I stretched out my arms to it, the great, dark surging presence, and all my soul went with it, singing, singing up into the misty night. June 1st. I sat tonight by the river again. It was moonlight, and the water lay shimmering. A little yacht, gleaming with lights, sped by. It was very close, and I saw a group of people on it. I heard them laughing, and one of them, a woman, was singing. Oh God, what a voice! So rich, so exquisite. It soared upward and died again, quivering like the reflection of the stars on the water. It went into the very depths of my soul, it loosed all the woe of my spirit, it made the tears gush into my eyes. And then it died away, away in the distance, and I sat with my hands clasped. Sail on, O heavenly voice! Far off vision of brightness and beauty. Your lot is not my lot. There is something within me that weeps yet, at the echo of that music. Oh, what would I not give for music? How much of my bitterness, how many of my sorrows have melted into tears at one strain. And I cannot have it? Oh, you who do have it, do you know what you have? Oh beautiful voice, do you hear yourself? All things else I can make for myself, friendship and love, nature and books and prayer, all things but music. Can you not hear that voice dying over the rolling waters? June 2d. I shall come out of this a man. I shall know how to live all my days. I shall have memories that will always haunt me, memories that I can build the years by. June 3d. From the time that I began The Captive it has been almost 2 months, it is just 6 weeks from the day I wrote that I had 10 or 12 weeks in which to finish. I have done well financially. I have $21 left, and I have paid for my typewriting. It is not a fortune. But enough is as good as a fortune. And I am coming on. I have been counting the scenes. I am really within sight of the end. That day when I crouched by the bed I saw all of the end. I have seen the whole thing. It will leave me a wreck, but I can do it. And it will take me about 3 weeks. Think of my being able to say that. 500 or 600 lines at least I shall have to do, and still I dare to say that. But I am full of this thing, I mount with it all the time. I am finding my wings. Nothing can stop me now, I feel that I shall hold myself to it. I become more grim every day. No one can guess what it means to me to find that I have hold of the whole of this thing. It is like strong wine to me. I scarcely know where I am. June 4th. I am sitting down by the window, and first I kick my heels against my old trunk, and then I write this. Hi. I think of a poem that I used to recite about Santa Claus, ho, Castor, ho, Pollux. And then ho a lot of other things, a Donner and a Blitzen I remember in particular. I want a reindeer, a Pegasus, a Valkyrie, and anything to carry me away up into the air where I can exult without impropriety. Come blow your horn, hunter. Come blow your horn on high. In yonder room there lieth a cello player. And now he's going to move away. Come blow your horn. That's an old Elizabethan song. I heard them come up for his trunk just now, and they've dragged it downstairs, and I hear the landlady fuming because they are tearing the wallpaper. I have never loved the sound of the landlady's voice before. The world is divinely arranged, there is no question about it. June 5th. Deep in my soul I was convinced that the room would be let to something worse. But now it appears that the landlady's sister is to occupy it. So now I will get to work. Moving is noisy, I can't complain. I have been walking about the streets. I am hungry for the work, but still, I had much to think of. It is a wonderful thing, a glorious thing, this story. It will make men's hearts leap. June 6th. I have plenty of time to write journals, if I feel like it. There is the sister, and there is the landlady, and there is another woman, and they have been jabbering about dresses all of the morning. I have been like a crazy man. I was all on fire this morning, too. Oh God, it is too cruel. I could dress those 3 hags with broomsticks. How long is this to continue, I want to know. Here it is afternoon and they are still chattering. Every time I have tried to compose my thoughts they have come back and begun chattering again. And so I can only pace about, and then rush out into the street and wear myself sick. I call this simply monstrous. That my soul should be tied down to such vulgarity as this, is it not maddening? Here I am with all my load of woe at this fearful crisis. And I am to be shattered and wrecked and ruined by this. Just as long as they choose to sit there, just so long I am helpless. Was it for this that I have borne all the pain? It seems to me that I hear jeering laughter around me from a swarm of little demons. I hide my face and flee, but they follow me. But what can you expect? Have they not a right to talk? Yes, all the world has a right to be as hideous as it can. And I have no right but to suffer and to choke in my rage. 3 vile, ignorant serving women. Serving women, ah yes, and if they were my servants. If I could pay them. But who serves me? Of what consequence am I? These things goad me, they are like poison thorns in my flesh. The infinite degradation of it all, the shame, the outrage. It has burned a brand deep into my flesh, and never while I live will it come out. Ah, you rich men! You who rule us, who own the treasures, the opportunities, the joys. You who trample the fair gardens of life like great blind beasts. Do you think it is nothing to me that the inspiration and the glory of my whole lifetime is to be trampled into nothingness for lack of what others spend upon one dress? Yes, of my whole lifetime. My whole lifetime. Give me but what another will spend upon one foolish gimcrack that he never looks at again, and I will live for a whole lifetime. And I will write such music, bah! What am I doing? Sometimes when I think of these things a black shadow stalks over my heart. I hear a voice, fool, and do you still think that you are ever to escape from this? Do you not perceive that this sordid shame is your lot? Do you not perceive that you may writhe and twist, struggle and pant, toil and serve, till you foam at the lips? Who will heed you? Who will hear you? Who cares anything about you? Who wants your art? Who wants your work? Who wants your life? Fool! Of course this thing could not go on. And so of course, stammering and writhing, as I always do when I have my nose pushed into this kind of filth, I had to speak to the landlady about it tonight. And of course the landlady was astonished. Why, Mr. Sterling, can't a body talk in a body's own room? Yes, a body can talk, but then other bodies have to move away. Now she's going to speak to her sister about it? And here I sit, writhing and trembling. Oh my God, suppose I have to move. Oh merciful Father, have pity on me, I can't bear much of this. To go tramping around this hot and horrible city, to go into some new and perhaps yet more dirty place. And oh, the agony, the shame, suppose that will not do, and I have to keep on searching. Dragging this fearful burden with me. And I have only $18 left. If I think of it any longer I shall scream with nervousness. June 7th. And now it is all settled. A body has to talk in a body's own room, and a body's nose has to turn up with indignation as a body announces the fact. And so here I sit, waiting for the expressman to come for my trunk. Now that it is over it does not seem so bad. I am like a snail once back in my shell, I do not care what happens. I have given up trying to right the captive, and so nothing bothers me any more. I have forgotten all about it now, it is years behind me. But I have seen it all, I can get it back in good time. I do not fear. I have rolled up a little bundle, a toothbrush and some manuscripts principally, and I send the rest to a friend's house. I have had an inspiration. Why should I stay in this hot and steaming place? Why should I be barricaded evermore within the walls of cities? Ichwillin's land. Why did I not think of this in the beginning? I am going now to see the springtime, the only pretty ring time, when birds do sing hey ding a ding. That was a real idea. I do not know where I am going, but I will walk and get somewhere there will be woods. I'll sleep in hayricks if it can't be managed any other way. Away, away from men and towns. To the wildwood and the downs. I could have been through in 3 weeks now, I believe. But it was not to be. We have to take what comes to us. Let us then be up and doing. With a heart for any fate. I'm glad I don't have to write poetry like that. June 8th. Howdy do, brother Bobolink. How in the world did you guess I was coming this way? Es ist nun einmal so. Kein Dichter rest incognito. Ah, to be out in the open air again, to see the world green and beautiful, to run with the wind and look at the flowers and listen to the birds. I am sitting by a spring, I have eaten my dinner. I turned my steps Jersey-ward. I have been walking all day. I must find some place to stop very soon. I cannot think of the country with this burden on me. I am like a sick animal, I seek a hiding place. I fancied I might think of my work on the way, but I cannot. The world is happy, my work is not happy. My hope is all in the end of the journey, and the walking is drudgery. And then, my money is going. I must find some sort of a hut, a tumble-down house, an old barn, anything. I shall trudge one more day's journey. Then I think I shall be far enough from New York. I passed a tramp today, and while we walked together I composed an address. My brother, for are we not brothers, thou and I? Have we not fled from the sleek man, thou and I? And is it not we alone that know truth? Thy clothing is ragged, and there is hunger in thine eyes, it is so also with me. It is thy fate to wander, it is my fate to wander too. And with restless eyes to look out upon the world, to meet with distrust from men. Yet not for that am I sad, nay, not for that, but for a deeper sorrow, because I was sent out into the world with a curse upon me, because I was sent out into the world a drunkard. Yea, so it is, my brother. And that for which I thirst is not easy to find, and when I have found it I am not content, but must seek more, and so I have only desolation. Who laid this curse upon us, my brother? That we should dwell in sorrow and unrest? That no man should heed our voice, and that we should grow weak and faint? That we should die, and be forgotten, thou and I? Oh, tell us wherefore, ye wise men. June 9th. I have walked another day. I am beginning to get away from the suburban towns, and into the real country. I knew that it would cost me a good deal to go to a hotel last night, and it was warm, so I slept in a haystack. It was quite an adventure. Now I've got my pockets stuffed full of rolls, Benjamin Franklin style. My mind is like the ocean after a storm. The great waves come rolling over it still, it is all restless, tossing. But it is sinking, sinking to rest. Heaven grant that I may find my place of refuge before it is quite calm. It is everything or nothing with me, I am made that way. Either I give every instant of my time, every thought, every effort to my work, or else I close up like a flower and wait. I cannot write poetry and hunt a lodging too. So I am waiting. June 10th. I began inquiring today a shanty, a barn, anything. Everyone thinks it necessary to be very much puzzled about what I want it for. My clothes are still fairly respectable, and so they tell me about pretty summer cottages only so much per month. June 12th. I have been tramping on and on for 2 more days. I do not believe I shall ever find what I want. Nothing but one old musty place in ruins, so far. And my money is going, and I am wild with anxiety. I am almost tempted to turn back to the ruin. June 13th. I am sitting in a room in a dirty hotel. It was raining today and I had to come here. I shall probably have to pay 50 cents too. I won't stay to breakfast. Oh, what will I do if my money gives out? I saw a cottage today, that a man said I could have for $10 a month. I was tempted to spend nearly all I had and take it, and live on bread and water. I am desperate. June 14th. Perhaps maybe you'd like Oaklands, said the farmer, laughing. Oaklands turned out to be the home of a millionaire dry goods man who was in Europe. I did not want Oaklands. I don't know of anything else, said the farmer, scratching his head. Then he added with a grin, unless it be the cookhouse. What's the cookhouse? I asked, suspiciously. Oh, it's a kind of a little place they've got way out in the woods, said the farmer. It's where they goes when they goes picnicking. My heart gave a jump. What sort of a place? I asked. They've got a big platform chiefly, where they put up a tent. The cookhouse ain't nothin' but a little 2x4 shanty, with a big stove in it. How big is it? I cried. It's about half o' this here room, I reckon. And where is it? I cried. How can I get there? Oh, you don't want to go to no sick place easy that, said the farmer. There ain't no bed nor nothin' in it. And it's 2 mile out there in the woods. Let anybody imagine how my heart was going. Who can show it to me? I panted. Why, said he, I'm the man that's in charge of it, but And can you rent it to me for a month? Why, I don't know any reason why I can't rent it to you for a year, only it ain't worth nothin', and then rent it to me. The less it is worth the better it will suit me. But come, show me where it is. I reckon I can show you, said the man, looking perplexed. But what in the world do you want to go into that lonesome place for? Why, boy, nobody goes there in a month. And what you goin' to do for something to eat, and some place to sleep, and I managed to get him started at last. And now, oh just look at me. I been roaming around staring at it inside and outside. The gods love me after all. The infinite relief that it is. The infinite exaltation that it is. And all to myself, not a soul near me. And out in the woods. And mine for a month. Oh blessed cello player that moved away, blessed landlady's sister that talked. And oh blessed cookhouse. We will make thee a consecrated cookhouse before we get through, we will. We will cook a dish in thee that will warm the hearts of a goodly company, O blessed cookhouse. And outside a great white moon streaming through the forest trees. The cookhouse is about 10 feet square. It is about 1/3 stove, now covered with a newspaper and serving as a table. Besides that there is one chair, for which I have just improvised a leg, with the help of my knife. Besides the knife I have a fork, a plate, a cup, and a spoon borrowed from the farmer. I have a blanket and a bed consisting of an old carriage robe, rented from the farmer. I have a lamp and a kerosene can ditto. I have a frying pan ditto. But I haven't my little oil stove, so I fear I shall eat mostly cold things. I have a pail of milk, a loaf of bread, a ginger cake, some butter, some eggs, some bacon, some apples and some radishes, also a toothbrush, a comb, a change of clothing, 2 handkerchiefs, some pencils and paper, Prometheus bound, Prometheus unbound, Samson agonists, faith, hope, and charity. I believe I have named all the necessaries of life. June 15th. I have scooped myself out a bathtub below the spring. I forgot towels in my list of necessaries. I fear it will be inconvenient on rainy days. I am like a child with a new toy, in my wonderful home. I was too excited to think of working. I fried an egg over a little fire, and then I roamed all about the woods. I don't remember ever having been so happy before. I had forgotten there was anything beautiful in the world. I spent the whole of the afternoon dreaming a dream. When I have finished the captive and gotten some money, I am going to have a little house in the woods. I have just had it before my eyes and I laughed with delight like a boy. It will be a fine big house. It will cost about $50, and there will be a table and a chair, and a cot, and such things. It will stand by a lake, a wild lake far out in the mountains. I have vowed to find a lake at least 5 miles from anything, and once a week I will have somebody bring me provisions. That is the way I shall spend next summer. Up, up. Get to work. June 17th. I have done nothing for 2 days but wander around and stare at things. It is all gone, every gleam of it. And I cannot bring it back. I know not what to do, where to turn. I stopped in one of the hardest parts of the whole thing, in the very midst of it, and how in the world am I to begin? I walk around, I sit down, I get up again, I try to put my thoughts upon it, I bring them back again and again. But I cannot do it. I have let every thread of it go. What has tramping over the country and delight in houses got to do with my work? I have nothing to write, the whole thing is a blank to me. And here I am, eating up my provisions. This shows me what I am, what a child. But how am I to get up on those fearful heights again? How am I to take the first step toward those fearful heights again? I cry that all day. June 20th. Oh, the joy of being out in the woods. I never knew of it before, I never dreamed it. It is better than an orchestra. To be able to stretch your arms. To have a place to walk. To be able to talk aloud. To laugh, to shout, to do what you please. To be free from all men, and the thought of all men. And to hear your own poetry aloud. I cried out today that I would go back and do the whole of The Captive over again, so that I could hear it out loud. It made me quite wild yesterday when I first realized that I was alone. Last night there was a gale, and the clouds sped over the moon, and the wind roared in the trees, and I roared too. For I see the crescent promise of my spirit hath not set. June 21st. I did just as I have always done before. I got desperate enough, and then I went to work. I said I will, and I will, and I will. I think I said nothing else for 24 hours. And so the storm again, and the great waves speeding. Is there anyone who has ever watched the great waves? How they go! They take you right with them. My verses shall be waves. I am tired out again, but oh, I am filled with my music. There was never any poetry like it in the world. And at the height of it I cry out, I am free. I am free. I won't have to stop again. I can go to the very end of it. And I don't care who hears me. I am free. June 23d. I ate a raw egg this morning. For yesterday I let the fire go out 5 times, and gave up my breakfast rather than start a 6th. I wanted to save time, I thought it would be egg just the same, but I recorded for future generations of poets, that the experiment is not a success. You taste raw egg all day. I shall have them all hard-boiled in the farmhouse after this. 28 lines today. I had more, but I lost them, and then I fell down. There is always a new height, but there are not always new words. My verse grows more and more incoherent, and more daring. I can feel the difference of a whole lifetime between it now, and what I wrote 10 weeks ago. That is as it should be, of course. One does not reckon by days in a dungeon. I notice also that the periods get longer, it has more sweep, it leaps wider spaces, it is less easy to follow. Oh, let not any man read what I wrote this morning, except he stand upon the heights. I have worn a path in the woods, deep and wide, pacing back and forth, all day. Anyone who saw me would think that I was mad. Fighting all the time, fighting. Sometimes I run, sometimes I don't know what I do. Last night I know that it grew dark, and that I was still lying flat on the dead leaves, striking my hands, that were numb with excitement. I was too weak to move, but I remember panting out, there is nothing like that in King Lear. I brought about 20 phrases out of that, and 1 or 2 sentences. They will fall into the verse the next time it comes. June 24th. Listen to me, O thou world, I will tell you something. You may take a century to understand those phrases, to stop laughing at them, perhaps, who knows. But those sentences are real, and they will last as long as there is a man alive to read them. When I let anything make me cease to believe in that scene, may I die? I will shout it aloud on the streets, they are real. And there has been nothing like them done for some years, either. June 25th. Today you may imagine me frantically throwing stones at a squirrel. I said, if I get him I won't have to go to the farmhouse tomorrow. I had had nothing to eat but bread and apples for 2 meals, and I couldn't stand that again. I had fried squirrel and fried apples for supper. It was a very curious repast. And I was hungry, and I ate too much. That made me wild, of course, and I flung all my apples away into the woods. May they feed new squirrels. June 26th. I get up every morning like the sun. I overflow with laughter, nothing frightens me now. I never knew what was the matter with me before, it was simply that I could not fight as I chose. If ever I go back again to have my soul pent up in the cities of men, I am full of it, full of it. I grapple with it all the day, I cannot get enough of it. I do crazy things. And the harder it is, the faster I go. This thing has been my torturing, it has made me fight and live. That is really the truth. And I am coming to the end, really to the end. June 27th. A rainy day. And no glass in my house, only a board cover to the window. I made myself a nest on the sheltered side. Nearer. Nearer. June 29th. Wandering through the woods, dreaming of a banquet hall. The guests are witty. I have put into the mouths of the guests all that the world has said to me, since first I went poetical. June 30th. Today I got a big stock of things to eat. I count my time not by days, but by loaves of bread and dozens of hard-boiled eggs. This book goes out into the world, not to be judged, but to judge. July 1st. You do not hear much from a man in a battle, just now and then a cry. I have gone in to seek out my last enemy, the last demon who has defied me. I shall close with him, I shall have the thing over with, I will no longer be haunted and made sick. I believe I shall do it all in one day. I don't think I can lay it aside. July 3d. It is done. I wrote that at 3 o'clock this morning, and then I lay back and laughed and sobbed, and in the end I fell asleep in the chair. I was not ill, my relief was so great. I was only happy. I lay back and closed my eyes. I have borne my child. It is done. It is done. I realize it, and then I am like a crazy person. I do not know what I am doing, I only wander around and sit down in the woods and laugh and talk to myself. Oh God, I am so happy. I have only to write the end, the last scene in the dungeon. And that is nothing. I have fought the good fight, I have finished the course. July 4th. I have only to write the echoes that are in my heart, the stammering words of thanksgiving. It is nothing, I have been over them. My whole being is melted with the woe of them, but I can do them anywhere anyhow. And a sudden wild longing has come over me for the city. I must take all the world into my arms, I am so happy, I love it so. Ah, I have done it. I have done it. I am free. 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 I must get this thing typewritten, I must get rid of it, it must be published. How long does it take to get a book published? July 5th. I fought a fight with myself yesterday, and won it. The last of my weaknesses. I wanted to pack up my things and go home. And finish my poem on the train. I was that hungry for the goal. But I am still here doing the last scene. I shall stay until it is done. I cannot stay after that. Let me hear how your voice trembles as you sing the last strains of your song, and I will tell you how great an artist you are. Good night, sweet prince. And flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. July 6th. 5 in the afternoon. And the wind was howling in turret and tree, and all the forest was an organ chant. So I packed up my belongings, and laid my poem in next to my heart, the last words written, it is done. And I went out and stood and gazed at my little home. Farewell, farewell, little home. Perhaps I shall never see you again, but ever you will live in my fancy as my heaven upon earth. They built thee for picnic parties. And I wonder what proud prince had built for his pleasures the Garden of Gethsemane. And now I go forth like a bridegroom out of my chamber, rejoicing as a strong man to run a race. And all the world dances around me, and I stretch out my arms and sing. Come, come, my foes, where are ye now? What foes shall I be afraid of now? Is it the world and its trials? Come. I go back to conquer, I have forged my weapon. I have bared my arm. Where are those foes of mine? There is nothing so commonplace that it does not sing to me. I walk with a springing step, I laugh, I exult. birds, flowers, men, I love them all. I get into the train, and the going of it is drunkenness. I have won. I have won. I go back to the world. Come, world. I have but $4 left, $4. And the captive. It is not strange that a man should be made drunk with happiness by the writing of a tragedy. That is the great insincerity of the artist. That cry of agony. What a triumph of genius was that, my cry of agony. It is not the sorrow, it is the struggle, so I read the tragedy. This man is dead, but God lives, and art lives. I will go back, I will do anything now, I will empty ash cans, and find it a joy. The book is done safe in next to my heart. And now it will be printed, and not fire nor earthquake can destroy it after that. Free. Free. I am writing on the train. I write commonplaces. That is because I cannot shout. But back there, coming out of the woods, I shouted, and not commonplaces either. Coming out of the forest drunk. Now I know all about Pan and his creatures. I write carelessly. But in my heart I sit shuddering before that fearful glory. O God, my Father, let me not forget this awful week, and I will live in truth all my days. July 7th. Wandering all day about the streets of the hot city, seeing it not, hearing it not, waiting for the last lines of the poem to be copied. I could not do anything until that was done, and at a publisher's. I got it and fled home, and spent the night correcting the copy. Ah, God, what a thing it is! How it roars, how it thunders, how it surges! How infinite, how terrible! Stern, throbbing, is there anything like it in the world? 10 lines of it make my blood tingle, an act of it makes me bury my face in my pillow and laugh and sob for 5 minutes. Go forth, O my perfect song. 2. Seeking a publisher. July 8th. Today I took it to the publishers. I had been pondering for a week who were the best publishers. Today I hardly had the courage to go in. I know nothing about such things, and my hands shook so I could hardly hold the package. I asked to see the manager. I told him I had a manuscript to submit. He looked at me. I guess I must look rather seedy. What sort of a manuscript? He asked. A blank verse drama. Then he took it and glanced over it. Blank verse dramas are difficult things to publish, he said. You had best read it, I think, I answered. You will find it worthwhile. Very well, if you wish, said he, we always read everything that is offered to us. How soon shall you be able to let me know? Oh, in a week or 10 days. And then I went out shuddering with excitement. A week or 10 days. Well, I can wait. I have done all my duty, at any rate. July 9th. I have certainly played a bold game with my poem. At the publishers at last, and I, having paid my room rent, have just $1 in my pocket. I have been tramping about all day today, looking for some work. I don't care what it is, I can do anything to keep alive for a week or 10 days. I wonder if they will advance me some money at once. They all stare at me suspiciously. I think some of the wildness of the woods must still hang about me. Anyway, I walk along on air, I fear nothing. I could hug all the passers-by. My book is at the publishers. I could beg, I think, if I had to, and do it serenely, exultingly. I have only $1, but have I not all the stars? I was thinking today about Carlyle, and that ghastly accident to his manuscript. Let others blame Carlyle for his sins, for those days of agony and horror I forgive him all things, and love him. I have the original manuscript of The Captive put safely away. If that poem were destroyed it would kill me. I can think of anything else in the world but such a thing as that. July 10th. What will they write me about it? I picture to myself all the emotions of a publisher when he discovers a poem like that. Ah yes, good publisher, I have scanned your lists for many months back, but you have published nothing like The Captive. And then I shall taste my first drop of success. I do not want it for myself, it is not that I want it for the book. I want people to love it, I want it to stir their souls. I want brothers and friends and lovers in that great glory of mine. That is why I want all the world to shake with it. And then I can go on. I wonder if they will write to me sooner, when they find out what it is. I have been picturing myself with some money. It is all over now and I can do that. Will it not be strange to have some money? I have been thinking where I should live, and what I should do. The first thing I shall do is to get somebody to teach me music. And then all the concerts that I long for. How long has it been since I have heard a note of music? I think that is all I want. I want no toys in my life. I want my freedom, and my soul, and the forest once again. I read some of the Psalms tonight far, far into the morning. My heart is a psalm. I have gotten something to do. I am a waiter in a restaurant on 6th Avenue. I got the place this morning. Ugh. It is nasty beyond words. But I do not care, it will keep me alive. July 11th. What a thing is hope. I have been for 2 days chained in the most horrible kind of a place. Picture it, to stand all day and see low people stuffing themselves with food, the dirt and the grease and the stench and the endless hideous drudgery. And I 5 days out of the springing forest and the ecstasy of inspiration. Truly, it is a thing to put one's glory to a test. But I hardly feel it. I walk on air. Deep back in my soul there is an organ song, I hear it all day, all day. How soon will they write? I fly upstairs each night, looking for a letter. Hurry up. Hurry up. Pegasus, I'm Josh. July 13th. The book. The book. I go thinking about it. When I come home I throw myself down on the bed and laugh with suppressed excitement. I think all day they are reading it now, perhaps. Ah, my book. And perhaps I'll find somebody at home there to see me about it tonight. I look at the reviews. I am interested in all the books of the day now because The Captive is going to be among them. How will it seem to see it there, in big letters? And how will it seem to be known? I am not a fool. I know what will help me to my peace when I am out there in the woods again, and it will not be that the newspapers have been talking about me, and that the dames of high society have asked me to their tea parties. But there are 1 or 2 men in this world that I should like to know. Perhaps as the author of a book that is known it would be possible. Yes, before I was one of the mob, and now I have shown what I can do. July 15th. The horror of that awful eating joint grows on me every hour. I could not bear it much more. Physically it makes me ill, and no amount of enthusiasm can make that better. I will not sell a second more of my time than I have to. I made up my mind that I would give up the place at the end of the week. The money will do me for another week after that, and by that time I will surely have heard from the publishers. I'll have to tell them, that's all, it is nothing to be ashamed of. They'll have to give me some money in advance. I cannot live in that cesspool. Yes, tomorrow and half of the next day, that is all I will bear. I long sometimes to go and see them, but no, I can wait. July 17th. I treated myself to a long holiday this afternoon. I went up to the park, and walked and walked. Everything was in a tumult within me. I was clear of that last prison. And all the excitement and the power of that poem are still in me. I am restless, all on fire, stern, hungry, like a windstorm. Come not near me unless you wish for truth. Come not near me if you fear the gods. Today my thoughts went surging into the future. I shall have money. I shall be free. And what shall I do next? I counted up what I might have. Even a slight success for the book would mean a fortune such as turned my head to think of. What would I do? My mind pounced upon a new work, a work that I have dreamed of often. Would it be my next work? I thought, would I be able, would I dare? It is a grand thing. I went on, and got to thinking of it. I almost forgot that I was not still in the woods. What a sweeping thing I see it. The American. It would have to be a 3-volume novel, I fear it would be as huge as Les Miserables. It is the Civil War. I am haunted by that fearful struggle. Is there anything more fearful in history, any more tremendous effort of the human spirit? And so far it has not made one great poem, one great drama, one great novel. It was the furnace fire in which this land was forged, this land which holds in its womb the future of the world, this land that is to give laws to the nations and teach mankind its destiny. I search the ages, and I find no struggle so fraught with meaning, with the woe and the terror and the agony of a desperate hope. It must be all put into an artwork, I say. There is no theme that could thrill the men of this country more, that could lift them more, that could do more to make their hearts throb with pride. We sent all the best that we had, armies and armies of them, and they toiled and suffered, they rotted upon 1,000 fields of horror. And their souls cry out to me, that it must not be for naught, that the fearful consecration must not be for naught. The world is filled with historical fiction, it is the cant and the sham of the hour. Bah! This is what I long to do, to take the agony of that struggle and live it and forge it into an artwork, to put upon a canvas the soul of it, to put it there, living and terrible, that the men of this land might know the heritage that is come down to them. It would take years of toil, it would take money, too. I should have to go down there. But some day I shall do it. I saw some of it today, and it made my blood go. I saw a poet, young, sensitive, throbbing at the old wrong, at the black shame of our history. I saw him drawn into that fearful whirlpool of blood and passion, driven mad with the pain and the horror of it, and I saw him drilled and hammered to a grim savageness, saw him fighting, day by day, with his spirit, forging it into an iron sword of war. He was haggard and hollow-eyed, hard, ruthless, desperate. He saw into the future, he saw the land he loved, the land he dreamed of, the Union. She stretched out her arms to him, she cried with the voices of unborn ages, she wrung her hands in the agony of her despair. And for her his heart beat, for her he was a madman, for her he marched in sun and in snow, for her he was torn and slashed, for her he waded through fields of slaughter. Of her he dreamed and sung to the camps in the night time, till armies were thrilled with his singing. This was the thing of which he sang, the gaunt, grim poet. There is a monster, huge beyond thought, terrible, all-destroying, the name of it is rebellion, and the end of it is death. Day by day you grapple with it, day by day you hammer it, day by day you crush it. Down with it, down with it. Finish it. I heard that as a battle cry, finish it. I saw a man, wild and war-frenzied, riding a war-frenzied horse. He rode at the head of a squadron, bareheaded, sword in hand, demon-like, thundering downhill upon a mass of men, stabbing, slashing, trampling, scattering. Above the roar of it all I heard his cry, finish it. Finish it. And afterward he staggered from his horse and knelt by the men he had killed, and wept. I saw him again. It was when the man of the hour had come at last, when the monster had met his master, when, day by day, they hammered it, the fire-spitting, death-dealing monster, when they closed with it in death grapple in a tangled wilderness, where armies fought like demons in the dark, and the wounded were burned by the thousands. I saw companies of fainting, starving, agonized men, retreating, still battling, day by day, and I saw the wild horsemen galloping on their track, slashing, trampling, and still with the battle yell, finish it. Finish it. I saw him yet a third time. It was done, it was finished, and he lay wounded in a dark room, listening. Outside in the streets of Washington a great endless army marched by, the army of victory, of salvation, and the old war flags waved, and the old war songs echoed, and he heard the trampling of 10,000 feet, the rumbling of the old cannon, and the ocean roaring of the vast throngs of men. A wild delirium of victory throbbed in his soul, burned him up, as he lay there alone, dying of his passion and his wounds. Born of the joy that throbbed in the air about him, born of the waving banners and the clashing trumpets and the trampling hosts and the shouting millions. A figure loomed up before him, a figure with eyes of flame and a form that towered like the mountains, with arms outstretched in rapture and robes that touched the cornfields as she sped. Angel, prophetess, goddess, liberty. And at her feet he sobbed out his life. The American. July 18th. Still another day, and no news from the publishers. The time is nearly up. I cannot wait much longer. They have rejected the captive. They have rejected the captive. In God's name, what does it mean? They have rejected the captive. I stared at the paper in blank consternation. I couldn't realize the words, I couldn't understand what they meant. Such a thing never occurred to me in my wildest moment. What is the matter with them? Are they mad? Great God, that any human creature. And without a line about it? We have carefully considered the ms which you have kindly offered us, and regret that we are not advised to undertake its publication. We are returning the ms with thanks for your courtesy in submitting it. That letter came to me like a blow in the face. I have spent hours tonight pacing the streets, almost speechless. Fools! But I will not let such a thing disturb me for an instant. Yes, they are a great publishing house, but such things as I have seen them publish. And they regret. Well, you will regret, some day, never fear. July 19th. The manuscript arrived this morning. I took it upstairs and sat down, trembling, and read it all again. I wish that I could see the man or woman who read that poem and rejected it, just that I might see what kind of looking person it is. Oh, the wildness of it, the surge and the roar of it. The glory of it. I cannot afford to waste my time worrying about such things. I only say fools. I took it to another publisher. I don't know any in particular, but I will try the best. This publisher didn't seem very anxious to read it. Go ahead, try it. Or are you a fool too? Of course I shall have to begin tramping around, looking for some work again. I must find something better than the last. July 20th. Nervous, impatient it is so that I have lived. Never to waste an instant has been my passion. I have struggled, watched, fought for a minute. If ever I were held back or kept idle, it drove me wild, and I burst through everything. It has always been a torture to me not to be thinking something. But less of that torture than I have now. I think I never had. It seems as if I had won the mastery. I mind nothing any more. I walk upon the air, and I never tire. Thoughts, endless thoughts come to me without ever the asking. Nothing disturbs me, nothing hinders me. I take everything along with me. I am full of impulse, of life, of energy. I am the owner of the sphere, of the 7 stars and the solar year, of Caesar's hand and Plato's brain. And this when I have spent all the day looking for work, answering advertisements, and tramping to this place and that. Discouraging. What does the word mean? I am the man who has never learned to shiver and shake. I thought of a young Irishman I worked with a long time ago. Once I went into a place, and says I'd like to be having a job. And he looked me over, and he says he, get OOT. And so I thought I'd better get OOT. It might take me some time to find a publisher, I was thinking today. I do not know anything about publishers. But once get it before the world, that is the thing. I fear nothing, I can wait. It is done, that is all I can think of. The rest must follow, as the night the day. July 21st. Tonight I sat by the bedside trembling, thinking of what I had learned. Oh, this faith that I have gained, it must go forth among men. A prayer welled up in my soul. I have learned what I can do. I have learned that I can do what I will. I have seen the infinite heights that lie beyond. Oh, let me not fail. The hopes of unborn generations are in my soul. That is true. What systems shall come of this vision of mine, what new ways of beauty, what new happiness and new freedom. That thought has shaken the very depths of my soul. It makes me leap up, it makes me wish to go. Why should I not start now? Why should I waste today? July 22d. I have been making plans. I must get to work. I was racing through all sorts of vast schemes today as I walked about the streets hunting for something to do. I will make my Greek perfect first. I can do that while I am walking. I made an athlete of myself pacing up and down with the captive. I honestly think I walked 10 or 12 hours some days. I have walked all day today, but I do not feel tired. I answered advertisements in the papers. Why are men impolite? I do not believe I could ever learn to speak rudely. July 23d. The impossible occupations that I have thought of, in trying to solve my problem. Today I saw myself a lighthouse keeper. What does a lighthouse keeper do, anyway? And could I manage to get such a place where I could be alone by myself? But no, someone would have to attend to the light. I thought of being a hall boy. But you are not paid very much. I said, however, that I would at least get some sort of a place uptown. I could not stand it down in the business world. God, how horrible it is. All that seething effort, and for what? All this business, is it really necessary to the developing of the souls of men? Does each man in that rushing mob need more money yet, to begin developing his soul? Another occupation. I saw myself a lonely hunter, living by a mountain lake, and shooting game for a living. I wonder if that wouldn't be possible. I never shot any game, but I could learn. It would suit me perfectly to sit by a mountain lake and read Greek and watch for ducks. July 27th. I was getting down pretty close to the limit again, but I got something to do today. I had to take what I could find. It is what would be called a good position, I suppose. I am in a wholesale paper store. I get $12, and that is quite something. The business of the wool is to face the things that come, not any other things. Now I have to drill and discipline myself anew, to learn to save my soul alive in a wholesale paper store. It is a great, dingy place, full of chaffering, hungry-looking men. They are all desperately serious. It is a great business house, I believe. The very atmosphere of it is deadly poison. O bald-headed, grim-visaged senior partner, that didst gaze at me over black-rimmed spectacles, so I have an opportunity to rise, have I? Yes, I shall rise upon wings of a sapphire sheen, and toss myself up in the wind and shake down showers of golden light into thy wondering eyes, O bald-headed, grim-visaged senior partner. It is my business to show samples of paper. I shall learn all about them in a few days, and then I shall go at the Greek. July 28th. Whenever I feel weary, I run off into a corner and whisper into my ear, "It is done. Be not afraid." Instantly my heart goes up like swift music. July 31st. 12 days since I left the captive. They said it would take 3 weeks. Something strange flashed over me today, something that sent a shudder through me. I have done a strange thing to myself this summer, not in metaphor, but in fact. I have seen a ghost, I have drunk a potion, I have gazed upon a nymph, I have made myself mad. I am no longer a man among men, I am the reed that grows never more again. I try to lose myself in a book, but the book does not hold me. Nothing satisfies me as it used to. I am restless, hungry, ill at ease. Why should I read this man's weak efforts? What profits me that man's half-truths? And all the time I know too well what I want. I want to fight. I want to get back into the woods again. I want that vision again. That work again. I want myself. And here I am, a bird in a cage, beating the bars. What folly to say that I can be strong and endure this thing. That I can endure anything, dare anything. Yes, so I can if I can strive. Put me out there alone, and set me a task, and I will do it though it kill me. But how can I conquer when I cannot strive? Here I am, tied. I am tied not hand and foot but tied in soul. Tied in time. Tied in attention. How can I be anything but beaten and wretched? How can I expect anything but defeat and ruin? A song comes to me, it calls me and I cannot go. I must stare at it and watch it leave me. How can that not drive me wild? The great wings of my soul begin to beat, I go up, I am wild for the air, and then suddenly I am struck back by the hideous impertinences of the wholesale paper business. How can I endure such things as that? How can I conquer? Why, it is like the clashing in my ears of 20 trumpets out of tune. Do not keep me here long. Do not keep me here long. It is something that I find very strange and curious to watch how spontaneously, and instinctively, all young men dislike me. Have I a brand upon my forehead? It is not my habit to stand upon the pedestal of my inspiration, and gaze down upon those that I meet. Sympathy is my life. I can sympathize even with men who aspire to rise in business. But I have to live many lives, and new lives, and I can brook no delay. I will make no compromises. I have sworn a vow against idle words. They may dislike me as they will. I give my work, for which I am paid. I cannot give my soul. August 2d. Oh, what a horrible thing is business. Here, where I am, this is the world. An industrial era. This is a wholesale paper house, and the three partners who run it call themselves, with unconscious irony, wholesale paper men. They live their lives in wholesale paper, they talk it, they dream it, they plan it. They have no hope in the world except to find people to buy wholesale paper. And the manager, keen and hungry, he is planning to be a wholesale paper man himself. And here are 25 men and youths apparently having but one virtue in the world, the possibility of consecrating their souls to wholesale paper. What they make is useful, it may even be sublime, in which way the business is unique. But none of these men ever thinks of that. They would be just as absorbed in the business if it were wholesale bonnets. None of them has the least care in the world about books. And these men who come here to buy the paper, are they any better? Or is their interest in the paper the profits it may bring to them? Dear God! That brought me back to the captive. I have been sick today, and sickness clips your wings. It is an error of mine. I pay for my food with my soul, and so I try to eat little, and thereby make myself ill. August 3d. I got my first $12 today. August 5th. Today I made a resolution, that I must stop this chafing, this panting, this beating my wings to pieces. A man's inspiration must be under his control, to stop it, as well as to start it. I cannot write or dream poetry while I am in the slavery, and somehow I have to realize it. When I go home I will get to some work, and not wander around hungering. After my glimpse of the forest, it is frightful to be penned in this steaming city. To have to work in an office all day, sometimes it makes me reel. And then at night too, when I try to read, the room gets suffocating. Then I go out among the tenement house crowds, carrying my little notebook. I stop at a lamp-post and look at a couple of words and then walk on and learn them. So I go for hours. Hurry up, publishers. I wrote to them tonight. August 7th. In answer to your letter of the 5th instant, we beg to inform you that your manuscript is now in the hands of our readers, and that you may expect a report upon it in a week. I am reading Euripides. August 8th. Oh, how will I find words for my delight when I have got a little money and can escape from dirt and horror? Tonight 2 vile men have been quarreling in the room underneath, and I have been drinking in all their brutal ugliness. Bah! To live in a place where there are not horrible women in wrappers, reeling, foul-smelling men, snuffling children with beer cans. This is more of my economy. Tonight I sat upon the edge of the bed and whispered, to be free. I shall be free. Until I was trembling in every nerve. My beautiful poem. My beautiful poem will set me free. Sometimes I love it just as if it were a child. August 10th. $12 more. August 11th. We have read with the utmost interest the manuscript of The Captive, which you have been so good as to show us. We are very sorry to say that it does not seem to us that the publication of this poem would be a venture in which we could engage with profit. At the same time, however, we have been very much struck with it, and consider it an altogether remarkable piece of work. We should like very much to have the privilege of an interview with you, should you find it convenient. Now what in the world do they mean by that? If they are not going to publish the book, what do they want to see me for? And I've wasted 2 weeks more of my life. I had not reckoned on petty things such as these. I fear I have not much knowledge of men. How can a man read The Captive and not know that others would read it? What are they in business for, anyway? August 12th. I begged off from work for an hour. I have had an interview with the great publishers. I have learned a great deal too. I saw the manager of the firm. He meant to be very kind, that is the first thing to say. The second is that he is very well dressed, and comfortable looking. Now, Mr. Sterling, said he, you know a publishing house is always on the lookout for the new man. That is why I wanted to have the pleasure of meeting you. It is evident to me that you have literary talent of no common kind. I wish that I could tell you that we could consider The Captive an available piece of writing. I have read it myself with the greatest care. But you must know, Mr. Sterling, that it is an exceedingly difficult piece of work, I mean difficult from a publisher's point of view. There is very little demand for poetry nowadays. A publisher generally brings out at a loss even the poems that make a reputation for their authors. Whether you are aware of that I don't know, but it is true, and I think of all kinds of poetry a blank verse tragedy is the most to be shunned. What I want to talk to you about, Mr. Sterling, is the work which you contemplate in the future. As I said, I was interested at once in this work. I should like very much indeed to advise you and to be of any assistance to you that I can. I should like very much to know what your plans are. I should like very much to see anything that you might write. Are you contemplating anything just at present? No, not just at present. Not. Don't you think that you might find it possible to produce something just a little more in accordance with the public taste? Don't you think, for instance, that you might possibly write a novel? I have thought of a novel. Ah. And might I ask, would it be a character study? Or perhaps historical? Or? It would be historical. Ah. And of what period? The Civil War. Dear me. Why, that is very interesting indeed, Mr. Sterling. I should like to see such a work from your pen. And are you thinking of completing it soon? I had never thought of the time exactly. I had feared it would take a great many years. Oh, pshaw. Still, of course, that is the way all great work is done. Yes, one has to obey one's own inspiration. I understand perfectly how he cannot adjust himself to the market. I have seen too often how disastrous such attempts are. You don't think, then, that you will be able to undertake The Captive? No, Mr. Sterling, I really do not think we can. You understand, of course, if I take this work to the firm I have to tell them I think it will sell, and that I cannot honestly do. You know that a publishing house is just as much limited as any other business firm. It cannot afford to publish books that the trade does not want. And this is an especially unusual sort of thing. It is by no means easy to appreciate. You must be aware of that yourself, Mr. Sterling. You see, when I read a manuscript I have to keep constantly before my mind the thought of how it is going to affect the public, a very different thing from my own judgment, of course. From the former standpoint, I believe there are things in The Captive that would meet with a reception not satisfactory to either of us, Mr. Sterling. You'll have to explain that to me, I fear. Why, but the explaining of that would be to offer you my opinion about the book. I should be very pleased to hear it. Your reason for declining it, then, is not altogether that it is a blank verse drama. Not altogether, Mr. Sterling. It's a little difficult for me to tell you about these things, you know. I understand that the book must have meant a great deal to you, and so I am naturally diffident. but if you will pardon my saying so, it seems to me that the book it is obviously, of course, the work of a young man. It is very emotional, it strives to very high altitudes. I will not say that it is exaggerated, but the last part particularly, it seems to me that you are writing in too high a key, that your voice is strained. Of course, now, that is but my opinion. It will not seem of any value to you, perhaps, but while I read it I could not get away from the fact that it was not altogether natural. It seemed hysterical and overwrought in places. It gives the effect of crudeness. It is rather hard, you know, to expect a man who sits at a desk all day to follow you in such very strenuous flights. Mind you, it is not that I do not appreciate high qualities, Mr. Sterling, it is merely that it seemed to me that if it were toned down somewhat it would be better. You know, such things strike different people in different ways. You do not find it easy to believe that it would affect men so, but I am pretty sure that the impulse of the average critic would be to go still further to make fun of it. Here, for instance, let me read you the opinion upon the book that was handed in by one of our most experienced readers, etc., etc. I have told enough of that story, giving the conversation as literally as I can recall it. I am always a fool, the presence of other men overawes me, I sit meek and take all that comes, and then make my escape. The great publisher's manager still thinks he impressed me with his wisdom. He has half an idea I'm going to tone down the captive. He read me that criticism. Great God, it makes me writhe. It was like a review of the book of Revelations by Bill Nye. That my work should be judged by such men. Exaggerated. Hysterical. And is there nothing hysterical in life, then? And would you go through battle and pestilence with the same serenity that you sit there at your desk all day, you publisher? As if a man who was being torn to pieces would converse after the manner of Mr. Howells and Jane Austen. Tone it down. That bit of inanity has been haunting my ears. Tone down the captive. Tone down the faith and rapture of my whole life, until it is what the reading public will find natural. And tone down the Liebestod, and tone down the choral symphony and Epipsychodion and King Lear. Swoons, show me what thou lt do. Woot-ee weep? Woot-ee fight? Woot-ee fast? Woot-ee tear thyself? Woot-ee drink up Isel? Eat a crocodile? I'll do tea. Dost thou come here to whine? To outface me with leaping in her grave? Be buried quick with her, and so will I. And, if thou prate of mountains, let them throw millions of acres on us, till our ground, singeing his pate against the burning zone, make Asa like a wart. Nay, and thou lt mouth, I'll rant as well as thou. This is mere madness, observes the Queen. Tone it down. August 12th. I sat last night brooding over this thing till almost dawn. I could not bring myself to the thought of offering my work again to be judged by such people. I made up my mind to take a different course. I sat and wrote a long letter to a certain poet whom I love and honor. He is known as a critic, he will know. I told him the whole story, and asked him to read the poem. It was something that I had never thought about, the effect of the captive upon commonplace people. I was so full of my own rapture I made my audience out of my own fancy. And now these snuffy little men come peering at it? My appeal is not to the reading public, my appeal is to great minds and heroic hearts, to the ages that will come when I have gone. And can it be that I am to repeat the old story? Will everyone laugh at me and leave me to starve? I will get myself together and prepare for a siege. I will find an opening somewhere. You cannot shut up a volcano. August 16th. There seems to be little use of struggling. I cannot control myself. I wander around, restless, unhappy. That horrible prison that I am pent in, God, how I hate it. Such heart-sickening waiting. And meanwhile that intolerable treadmill. It drives me wild. I am so full of life, of passion, and to be dragged back and stamped on. Each day I feel myself weaker, each day my power and my joy are going. Let me go. Is my inspiration of no value at all, my ardor, my tenderness, my faith, all nothing? You treat me as if I were an ox? It is like being chained in the galleys. The dust and the heat, the jostling crowds, the banging and rattling, the bare, hideous streets, and above it all the wild, rampant vulgarity, the sordidness, the cheapness, the chaffering. My eyes stare at advertisements and signs until they burn me in my head. Oh, the hell of egotism and vulgarity that is a city. Why so much trouble? Other men bear dust and heat, and do their work without complaining. Ah, yes. But they do not have to write poems in the bargain. If it were for truth and beauty, such a life would be heroism. But the hoards of wealth that they heap up, they spend it upon fine houses, and silly clothes, and gimcracks, and jewels, and rich food to eat, and wines to drink, and cigars to smoke. Bah! It is the brutality of it all that drives me wild. I see great, hulking, disgusting bodies that live to be pampered and fed. And after that, in the place of minds, I see little restless centers of vanity hungering, toiling, plotting, intriguing to be stared at and praised and admired. August 20th. I thought that I would surely have heard from my poet by now. I am not a good waiter. The senior partner's nephew is a young German, over to learn the language. He is on a furlough from the army. He has close-cropped hair, a low forehead, and two front teeth like a squirrel's. When he smiles he makes you think of a horse. He has opinions, commercial and political, which he enunciates in a loud voice. Think of listening to Prussian opinions. And there is another clerk who was meant for a variety show specialist. He hums comic songs and cracks jokes, and conducts witty pantomime incessantly. He is very popular. He is never quiet. Sometimes he slaps you on the back. I wrestle with my soul all day, the rage of it is like to burst me. The infinite pettiness of it, that is the thing. I am bitten and stung by a swarm of poisonous flies. August 24th. Another $12 yesterday. I gasp with relief as if I were hauling a load up successive slopes. Here is so much gained, so much safe. I have gotten along on $12, I have a little over 35. I believe these things are more wearing than the toil of writing, I know I find it so. Then I accomplish something, here I work myself into nervous frenzies, and chafe and pant for nothing. I can feel how it weakens me, I can feel that I have less elasticity, less elan every day. Ah, God, let me go. August 25th. Why doesn't he answer my letter? August 27th. Today I took myself off in a corner. I said, am I not here, have I not this thing to do? The power that I have in my soul, it is to be used for the doing of this. If I am to save my soul, it must be by the doing of this. And I am a fool that I do not face the fact. I shall be free some day, that I know I have only to bide my time and wait. Meanwhile I am to stay here or until I have money enough, and now I will turn my soul to iron, and do it. I am going to study what I can in this place, and at night I am going to speed home and get into a book. I will never stop again, and never give up, and above all never think, and never feel. I will get books of fact to read, I will read histories, and no more poetry. I will read Motley, and Parkman, and Prescott, and Gibbon, and Macaulay. Macaulay will not afflict me with wild yearnings, I guess. Is there any author in the world more vulgar than Macaulay? Unless it be Gibbon. Or possibly Chesterfield. I have heard Chesterfield's letters referred to as a school for gentlemen. When the world is a little bit civilized, men will read them as they now read Machiavelli's Prince. All these resolutions while I was selling wholesale paper. I fought quite a battle, and heard some of the old-time music. What a task for a poet, to fight not to live. August 30th. I have still heard nothing from my poet. I wrote to him today to ask him if he had received my letter. 18 whole days gone by, and I watching every mail, with the captive lying idle in a drawer. I cannot stand waiting like this. Why do not people answer my letters promptly? August 31st. I have been reading George Moore's Evelyn Innes for the last 2 days. He is striving toward deeper things, but the mark of the beast is in the fiber. The spiritual struggles of a young lady with 2 sloppy lovers at once. Of a young and beautiful girl whose first walk on the street with a baronet is a temptation. And who turns nun at last and worships the Holy Virgin, in order to forget her nastiness. A Gallicized novelist ought to deal with Gallic characters. While I was reading Evelyn Innes, I could never get away from the impression that I was reading the career of a chambermaid. And the whole story hinges upon the fact that a woman cannot sing the sacred ecstasy of Tristan and Isolde without being a harlot. I read the confessions of a young man, and I felt the vigor of it, and the daring, but it was a very cheap kind of daring. The fundamental laws of life are occasionally enunciated by commonplace people, and that gives an opportunity to be startling. But I leave it for small boys to gape at such fireworks. My interest is in the stars. The last chapter runs into absolute brutality. I am accustomed to say that Gautier is a ruffian author, but if there is any ruffianism in Gautier more savage than that sentiment about the skinful of champagne, I do not know where to find it. About such stuff as that I would say that it makes me sick, but it is not worth that, it simply makes me tired. One would not call it impudent, because it is so silly, it is the driveling of a fool. He will get me off in a corner now, will he, and probe my soul? Out with it? Why not confess that you'd like to live a life of dissipation if you only had the money? Why, you poor fool, before I would live such a life, I'd have my eyes torn out, and my ears torn off, and my fingers, and my hands, and my feet. Why not confess the wild joys of getting drunk on champagne? Poor fool, I have never tasted champagne. Perhaps that is just the reason, you add. When the folly of a fool reaches its climax, the fool becomes a wit. But possibly that is it, I never was drunk. And yet I know something about drunkenness. I once buried a drunkard. He was my father. He died in a delirium. There must be something young about my attitude. Men smile at me. But I do not find it easy to imagine evil of men. I do not mean the crowd, I do not philosophize about the crowd. But I mean the artists. I was looking at a picture of Musset the other day. It was a noble face, the face of a man, and in the face of a man I read dignity and power, high things that I love and bow before. Here are lips, and lips are things that speak of beauty, here are eyes, and eyes are things that seek the light. And now to gaze upon that face and say, this man lived in foulness, he was the slave of hateful lust, he died rotten, and sodden with drink. I say that I do not find it easy. I have nothing to do with any artist who has anything to do with sin, anything, one way or the other. If a man must still think about sin, let him go back, and let him go down, let him be a Christian. Let him wrestle with his body, overcome himself, obey laws, and learn fear. To such men and to such ways I can only say, I have nothing to do with you. My life is for free men, my words are for free men, for men defying law and purged of fear, for men mad with righteousness. What right have foul men in the temple of my muse? The thought of them is insult to me. Away with them, in their presence I will not speak of what I love. For I am a drunkard, yes, and I am drunk all night and all day. And I am a lover, a free lover, knowing no law and defying all restraint. And how can I say such things in the presence of foul men? Let not any man think that he can feel the love clasp of my muse while he hides a satyr's body underneath his cloak. Free is my muse, and bold, fearing not the embrace of man, fearing not passion, nor the words of passion, not the throbbing heart, nor the burning brow, nor the choking voice. But the warmth of her breath and the fire of her eyes, they were kindled at a shrine of which the beast does not know. Let not any man think that he can kiss the lips of my muse while his breath is tainted with the fumes of wine. An artist is a man with one pleasure, and it is not self-indulgence. An artist is a man with one virtue, and it is not self-restraint. Sweetly and simply will I and my muse take all temptation, knowing not that it tempts, and wondering at the clamor of men. I will eat and drink that I may be nourished, I will sleep that I may be rested, I will dress that I may be warm. When I go among men it shall be to speak the truth, and when I press a woman to my heart, it shall be that a man may be born into the world. There is but one sin that I know, and that is dullness, there is but one virtue, and that is fire. And for the rest, I love pleasure, and hold it sweetest and holiest of all the words I know. The guidepost of all righteousness is pleasure, which whoso learns to read may follow all his days. September 1st. The reason for delay in replying to your letter is that it was mislaid. I am directed by Mr. to say that he has so many requests to read manuscripts that he is compelled to make it an invariable rule to decline. Secretary. So that hope is gone. That letter, or rather the chain of thoughts which it brought me, made me feel ill tonight. So many requests. An invariable rule. So many swarming millions, helpless, useless, dying unknown and unheeded. And I am in the midst of them, helpless, unknown, and unheeded. And now that I have done my work, I cannot find anyone with faith enough, interest enough even to look at it. How could a man who is a poet, who writes things that stir the hearts of men, how could he send such an answer to such a letter as I wrote him? I do not think that I shall ever send such an answer. Or is it really true, then, that the world is such a thing that it closes the hearts even of poets? That his ardor and his consecration, his sympathy and love and trust, he gives all to the things of his dreams and never to the men and women he meets? Oh, how shall I find just one warm-hearted man? I begin the trying of the publishers once more tomorrow. September 2d. I am in my 6th week. 2 weeks of the money is nearly gone. I had to get another pair of shoes and a necktie, and to have some things laundered twice. I have to be respectable now. I cannot wash my own clothes at the faucet when no one is about. My room costs me 75 cents a week, and my food from $1.50 to $2. At the end of the 7th week I shall have over $50 clear. I have made up my mind to give up the place at the end of that time. $12 is the most I ever earned, but I can't stand it longer than that. I shall be clear for nearly 4 months, and that will surely put me safe until I have found a publisher. I would go away into the country again, only I must have books. I have nothing to write now. Oh, the heat of this dreadful city, sometimes it takes all my strength to bear that and my drudgery, and nothing else. When the night comes I am panting, and can only shut my eyes. If I am kept here long, I tell you I shall never, as long as I live, be as strong and keen as I might have been. So long as I was working, striving for an education, preparing myself, I could bear it. But now I have done all that I can do amid these surroundings. I cry out day and night, I have earned my freedom. September 6th. He had no business to send me that answer. He had no business to send it. I care not how many such requests he gets. Pain throbbed in that letter, hunger and agony were in it, and if he were a man he would have known it. He had no business to send me that answer. I shall never forgive him for it. The last publisher said it would take a month. They had many manuscripts on hand, and could not do any better. So I have only to set my teeth together and wait. I count the days before my escape from that hideous place downtown. The thought of it drives me wild, it gets more and more a torture. Can I stay out the week? I ask. September 8th. All day I have but one thought in my mind, but one thought in my life. I am beset by it, I cannot escape it. That horrible shame to which I am subjected. It turns all my life to gall. It beats down my enthusiasm, it jeers at my faith, it spits into the face of my unselfishness. I come home every night weak and worn and filled with despair, or else with a choking in my throat, and helpless, cruel rage in my soul. Never mind that I am going to be free, the wrong is that it should ever have been. It will stay with me all my days and turn all my life to gall. It will wreck all my visions, all my aspirations, my faith, my eagerness. The memory of it will sound like a mocking voice in my ears, a sneer. Day by day I strive and struggle and tear myself to pieces, and sink back worn out, and don't you suppose that has any effect upon me? I can feel it. I see it plain as day, and shudder at it. I am being cowed. I am being tamed, subdued, overpowered. The thing is like a great cold hand that is laid upon me, pressing me down, smothering me. I know it, and I cry out and struggle as if in a nightmare, but it only presses the harder. Why, I was like a lion, restless, savage, all-devouring, never ceasing, eager, untamable, hungry for life, for experience, for power. I rushed through in days what others took months at. I watched every instant, I crowded hours into it. And now look at me. I crouch and whine. There is an endless moan in my soul. Can you break a man's spirit so that he never rises again? So that all his attempts to be what he was mock at him? So that he never tries any more? Look at those poor wretches you pass on the street, those peasants from Europe, from Russia. See the restless, shifting eyes, the cringing gait. That is what it is to be tamed. Hateful tyrant of the commonplace, so you will lay your cold hand over me and crush out all the fire from my heart. All this that was to build new empires, new hopes, new virtues, new power, all that I was, and all that I sought to be. Ah, but you will not crush me, understand it well. You may beat me and kick me, you may starve me to death, but you will never overcome me, you will never tame me into one of the pack horses of society. I will fight while I have a breath in me, while my heart has left one beat. The time may come when I shall have to drag myself away like a sick beast to die in the mountains, but if it does, I shall go defying you. Bah! How I wish I could find a rich man who could spare it, and from whom I could steal $1,000. I would turn it into 1,000 songs that diamonds could not buy, that would build new empires, and then I would pay the poor rich man back. I read a poem of Matthew Arnold's last night. From the world's temptations. From tribulations. From that fierce anguish, wherein we languish. From that torpor deep, wherein we lie asleep. Heavy as death, cold as the grave. Save, oh save. September 10th. A man was talking to me today about what I am doing. I should think you would try to get some work more congenial, he said, some literary work. Yes. I sell wholesale paper, and that is bad enough, but at least I do not sell my character. I to enter into the literary business world. I to forsake my ideals and my standards to learn to please the public and the men who make money out of the public. Ah, no, let me go on selling paper, and keep my love as a thing apart. No heathen shall look therein. What could I do, besides? And who would give me a chance? I could not review books. I know nothing about modern books, and still less about modern book standards. Neither do I know anything to write that any magazines would want. And besides, in 4 days more, shall I not have $50 or $60? And what shall I want then? Ah, how I count the days! And when I am out of this place, how I will run away from it! The very books I read while I was there will always be painful to me. They will be glad to get rid of me, too. Poor me, I have given up trying to be understood. All these things pass. My business is with God. Cicero thinks that the remembering of past sorrows is a pleasure. Yes, when the sorrows are beautiful, noble. But I have sorrows in my life, the thoughts of which send through my whole frame literally and physically a spasm. September 11th. I told the bald-headed, grim-visaged senior partner today that I was going to leave. He seemed surprised, offered me a raise. I told him I was going out of New York. I am a liar. Sometimes I philosophize about that. I am an unprincipled idealist. I have not the least respect for fact. I am doing my work. If I could help my work, I would lie serenely in all the 6 languages I know. And if I were caught, I would say, why, yes, of course. I think I would rather have a finger cut off than say to a New York businessman, I am a poet. September 12th. I have been forcing myself to read Gibbon, but half of him was all I could stand. I think with astonishment of the reputation of this history. a bare recital of facts, without the least interest or importance, and a recital by the shallowest of men. The vulgarity of his character is more evident than ever since the repressed parts of his biography have appeared. It is comical. And this man, who has no more understanding of spirituality than a cow, to tell the story of the greatest movement of the soul of man in history. There is not one gleam of the Christian superstition left in me. I have nothing to fear from the sneers of Gibbon any more than I have from those of Voltaire, but I do not care to hear lectures on the steam engine by a man who does not believe in steam. Some of these days the last thing that I can see on the horizon of my future I am going to write a tragedy called Jesus. The time is past, it seems to me, when an artist must leave alone the greatest art theme of the ages. Is it not the greatest? Is there any story in history more sublime than the story of this man? A humble, ignorant peasant he was, and out of the faith of his soul he made the future of the world for centuries. It is a thing that makes your brain reel. I write it casually, but I have shuddered over it far into the deep, deep night. I have dreamed of two acts, one of them Gethsemane, and the other Calvary. Poor fool, perhaps I shall never write them. I have burrowed into that soul, seeking out the truths of it, the truths, as distinguished from the 10,000 fancies of men. When I write that drama I shall deal with those truths. The climax of the scene in the Garden of Gethsemane will be a vision in which looms up before him the whole history of Christianity, and that will be the last agony. It will be then that he sweats blood. That will be something, I think. September 13th. Tomorrow is the last time I shall ever go into that hellish place. Tomorrow is the last time in all my life that I shall ever have to say, we have this same quality in 90-pound paper at 4.69. Throughout all this thing it seemed to me that when I came out I should no longer have a soul. But it is not so, I shall still keep at it grimly. September 14th. And now today I make my plans. I must keep near a library, but I shall hunt out a room uptown. There I can be near the park, and I shall suffer a little less from these hideous noises. I shall go over there and spend every day find out some place where there are not too many nurse girls. I cannot begin any other book, I must stand or fall by the captive. I shall be a homo unius libri. But I cannot attempt to write again ever in these circumstances. It is not that my force is spent, I am only at the beginning of my life, I see everything in the future. But I could not wrestle with these outside things again, it took all my courage and all my strength to do it once. There is no reason why I should worry about that. I have $56, and I am free for 4 months, barring accidents. And surely I shall have found someone to love my book by that time. And so I set to work reading. September 15th. A slight preliminary, of course. I spent a ghastly day hunting for a room. I found one in a sufficiently dirty and cheap place, and then I spent another hour finding a man who would take my trunk for a quarter. Having succeeded in that, I walked up there to save 5 cents, and when the trunk came the driver tried to charge me 50 cents. Picture me haggling and arguing on the steps, didn't know it was so far, man didn't understand God knows what else. And then he tries to carry off the trunk and I rushing behind, looking for a policeman. Again more arguing, and a crowd, of course. At last it appears that I have to pay him what he asks and go down to the city hall and make my complaint, hadn't told him how many steps there were, etc. So finally I agree to carry it up the steps myself, if he'll only leave it for a quarter. Next you must picture me breaking my back and tearing my fingers and the damned wallpaper while the damned frosy-headed landlady yells and the damned frosy-headed boarders stick out their heads. And so in the end I get into my steaming hot room and shut the door and fall down on the bed and burst into tears. Oh God, the stings of this bitter, haunting, horrible poverty. The ghastly weight that has hung about my neck since ever I can remember. Oh, shall I ever be free from it? Shall I ever know what it is to have what I ought to have, to think of my work without the intrusion of these degrading pettinesses? They are so infinite, so endless, so hideous. The thing gets to be a habit of my thoughts, my whole nature is steeped and soaked in it in filthy sordidness. I plot and I plan all the day. I cannot buy a newspaper without hesitating and debating. I am like a rag picker going about the streets. Sometimes the thing goads me so that I think I must go mad when I think of the time that I lose, of the power, of the courage. I walk miles when I am exhausted, to save a car fare. I wear ragged collars and chafe my neck. I stand waiting in foul-smelling grocery shops with crowds of nasty people. I cook what I eat in a half-dirty frying pan because I cannot afford to pay the servant to wash it. So it is that I drag myself about chafing and goaded, crouching and cringing like a whipped cur. My God, when will I be free? My God! My God! The boarding houses that I have been in. The choice collection of memories that I have stored away in my mind, memories of boarding houses. The landladies' faces, the assorted stenches, the dark hallways, the gabbling, quarreling, filthy, beer-carrying tenants. Oh, I wring my hands and something clutches me in my heart. Let me go. Let me go. 6 times in the course of my life, when I have been starved sick on my own feeding, I have become a table boarder, and out of those 6 experiences I could make myself another Zola. The infinite variety of animality in those 6 vile stables, the champing jaws and the slobbering mouths and the rank odor of food. The men who shoveled with their knives or plastered things on their forks as hod carriers do mortar. The women who sucked in their soup, and the children who smeared their faces and licked their lips and slopped upon the tablecloth. The fat Dutchman who grunted when he ate, and then leaned back and panted. The yellow woman with the false teeth who gathered everything about her on the table. The flashy gentleman with the diamond scarfpin and the dirty cuffs, who made a tower out of his dirty dishes and then sucked his teeth. Oh God! And the loathsome food. For 7 years I have had my nose stamped into this mud, and all in vain. I can still starve, but I cannot eat what is not clean. Some day I shall put into a book all the rage and all the hate and all the infamy of these things, and it will be a book that will make your flesh sizzle. And you will wonder why I did it? It will be better than Troilus and Cressida, better than the end of Gulliver's Travels, better than Swellfoot the Tyrant. I wonder why nobody else ever reads or mentions Swellfoot the Tyrant. I call it the most wholehearted, thoroughgoing, soul-satisfying piece of writing in any language that I know. When you think of my work you must think of these things. I do not mention them often, but they are never out of my mind. If you should read anything beautiful of mine, you must bear in mind that it is about half a chance that there was a dirty child screaming out in the hall while I wrote it. September 20th. It took me a couple of days to realize that I have still not to go downtown. But I have a fine facility in making myself new habits. Just now I am on a 4-month studying campaign. It is monotonous to read about. I get up at 6, and when I have had my breakfast and fixed a lunch, I go over into the park. There are only birds and squirrels and a few tramps about then, and it is glorious. Sometimes I am so happy that I do not want to read. Later come the squalling children and the hot sun, but I flit about from place to place. I wonder what they think of me. Werbist do, und was felt dir. I read all day, right straight along, and all night, now that it is not too hot. I have always done my reading by periods. I read our 19th century poets that way, 16 hours a day. I read Shakespeare in 3 weeks that way, and finished the month with Milton. So when I got German, I read Goethe and Schiller and Molière and Hugo again. Now I am reading history. It gives me the nightmare, but one has to read it. Every night when I put down my book, I flee in thought to my own land as to a city of refuge. A history where everything counts. A history that is not a mad, blind chaos of blood and horror. A history that has other meaning than the drunken lust and the demon pride of a Napoleon or a Louis Le Grand. Some day the ages will discern 2 movements in history, the first, the Christian dispensation, and the second, the American. There is a great deal in knowing how to read, especially with such books as history. I try to read as I write, to lash my author, to make him fill my mind. If he gets sluggish I am soon through with him. I read whole paragraphs in a sentence, and whole volumes in an hour. September 25th. The third week of the publisher's month has gone by. God, how cruel is waiting. I wonder if their readers knew how hungry I am if they would not hurry a little. I say to myself, there has been enough of this nonsense. Oh, surely there will not be any more, surely these men must take it. September 28th. I still read the literary journals and tingle with excitement thinking of the time when the captive is discussed in them. Can I believe that this book will not stir the world? If I did not believe it, I could not believe anything. I feel a new interest now in the authors that people talk about. I want to know who they are and what they do. And all the time I find myself thinking, have I more than this man? More than that man? That always throws me into despair, because I am a great admirer, and because I am always hypnotized by the last thing that I read. But I find very little that is great in modern books. Books are better made now than they ever were before, I mean in the way of literary craftsmanship. As far as form goes, there is no author living who would put together such a hodgepodge as Wilhelm Meister, or La Nouvelle Heloise. But they all imitate each other, they are all mild and tame, there is no real power, no genius among them. They have even forgotten it exists. I came across this, for instance, the other day in a book of Mr. Howells's. In fact, the whole belief in genius seems to me rather a mischievous superstition, and if not mischievous, always, still always, a superstition. From the account of those who talk about it, genius appears to be the attribute of a very potent and admirable prodigy which God has created out of the common for the astonishment and confusion of the rest of us poor human beings. Do they mean anything more or less than the mastery which comes to any man in accordance with his powers and diligence in any direction? If not, why not have an end to the superstition which has caused our race to go on for so long, writing and reading of the difference between talent and genius? Is not that simply blasphemous? Have I genius? Ah, save the word. How can I know? It is none of my affair, I do my work. Genius is next to the last and most sacred word we know, next to God, and next to the most abused word. Every man will possess it, in degree proportionate to his vanity. I think if they knew the work and the terror that goes with even a grasp at it, they would not make so free with it. September 30th. I wait for the captive. I do all these other things, I read, I think, I study, but all the while I am merely passing the time. I am waiting for the captive to win me the way. All my life hangs on that, I can do nothing else but pray for that, pray for it and yearn for it. Yes, and do you know it? I am sinking down every day. Down, down. The captive is my high water mark, where I was when I wrote that I shall never come again in my life until I am given my freedom and new courage, and can set to work to toil as I did then. Tell me not about future books, foolish publishers. I have told you I put all that I had and all that I was into that book. And by that book I stand or I fall. October 3d. Their month is up. I walked down there today and saw them. The manuscript is now being read. We are awaiting a second report. A second. That made my heart go like mad. Does that mean that the first is favorable? I asked. It means that we are interested in it, the man answered, we will let you know shortly. Oh, this waiting, this waiting. October 8th. Ah, God. I came home from the park tonight, and I saw something that made my heart go down like lead. It hurt me so that I cried out. My manuscript. It was back again. Oh Christ! How the sight of it hurt me. There was a letter with it, and my hand shook as I opened it. We are returning you the manuscript of The Captive by messenger herewith, regretting exceedingly that we cannot make you a publishing offer upon it. Is not this awful? Oh, it is terrible. It is beyond belief. A whole month gone, and only a note like that to show for it. 4 weeks of yearning and hoping, of watching the mail in agony, of struggling and toiling to forget. And then a note like this. Oh, it drives me wild. I sat tonight in a chair motionless, forgetting that I was hungry, forgetting everything. I looked to the future. I had a feeling that I do not think I ever had in my life before, a horrible, black, yawning despair, a thing so fearful that it took my breath away. Suppose you were standing on a bridge over an abyss, and that suddenly it gave way, and in one dreadful instant you realized that you were going down like a flash, and that nothing could save you. So it is to be this, so this is to be my life. I am to send this book to publisher after publisher, and have it come back like this. And meanwhile to spend my time alternating between this room and the wholesale paper business. Yes, I am getting to see the truth. I am a helpless atom, struggling to survive, a glimmering light in the darkness, and I am going out. I am losing, and what shall I do? Who will save me? Who will help me? I was talking to a friend yesterday. He predicted just what happened. Make one rule, he said, expect nothing of the world. When you send out a manuscript, know that it is coming back. Otherwise you go mad. But I should go mad that way. Why, what am I to do? How am I to work unless I can get free? I cannot live a single day unless I have that hope. And if these blind creatures that make money out of books keep on sending my poem back, why, it will kill me, it will turn me into a fool. October 9th. I did not go to bed last night until nearly daylight. I was desperate, I was crazy with perplexity. This thing had never occurred to me as the wildest possibility. I would pace the floor for hours, and then again sink into a stupor. They send it back. They don't want it? I kept on muttering. And, poor fool that I am, I had pictured to myself how they would read it. I saw the publisher himself glancing at a line of it by chance, and then rushing on. I saw him declaiming it with excited eyes as I used to declaim it. Poor fool. Well, I made another desperate attempt. I wrote last night to another poet that I respect. I wrote in the heat of my despair. I told him the whole story. I said that I was crying for the judgment of someone who had love and enthusiasm, someone who had another idea than making money out of it. I told him that I knew he had many such requests, but that he never had one from a man who had worked as I had. I pleaded that he need only read a few lines. I begged him to let me hear from him at once. And now I shall wait. I can't do anything else but wait. October 10th. I tried to read a novel today, but I could not fix my attention. I could not do anything. October 11th. I answer your letter at once as you ask me to. In the first place, let me assure you of my sympathy. You are at a stage at which all poets, or nearly all, have to pass. Do not let yourself be disheartened, keep at it, and if you work as you write you will come out the victor in the end. As to my reading the book, you must believe what I tell you, that I am simply crowded. I have no time to explain, but I could not possibly do it now, nor can I tell you when I could. Go ahead and try the publishers, there are enough of them. And take my advice, do not go on clinging to that book, do not pin all your hope to that, go on, go on. Maybe it is young and exaggerated, what of it? Go on. Meanwhile your circumstances seem to you hard, but in future years when you look back at them you will see, as all men see, that it was in that struggle that you got your strength. It is a lie. It is a lie. It is silly cant, it is brutal stupidity. What, you try to tell me that it is in contest with these degradations, these horrors, that I am to find my enthusiasm and my hope? Am I a dog that you must kick me to my task? It is a lie, I say it is a lie. If you could not find time to read my work, very well, but you did not have to sugar the pill with silly platitudes such as those. Go on, go on. My God, what a mockery! Is it not to go on that I am panting day and night? Is it not with the hunger to go on that I am mad? You fool, do you think I wrote to you because I wanted someone to admire me, because I had the need of praise and encouragement in my work? Give me a year's freedom, give me $200 and I'll show you how much I care for your praise. but then you chain me here to your torture stake, and bid me go on. Go on. And it is in that struggle that I am to get my strength. That sentence burns in my blood, it stings me. What is this struggle that you prate about, anyway? And what do you mean by getting my strength? Did I get my strength to right the captive that day when those fishwives moved in next door to me? Did I get my strength to dream of my new work that day when I was chasing after an express driver to save a quarter? Do I get it now when I am sitting here panting and ill with a headache, and with despair, and with lack of food? Damn such asininity, I say. What do you mean? I cry, what do you mean? Would it have helped Kant to solve the problems of the universe to have had a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing about his face? Would it have helped Beethoven to compose his symphonies to have had a dance hall over his head? What ghastly farce it is! That a poet is helped to realize his dreams and his joys in this hellish, reeking, marketplace of a city. Why, I tell you, sir, that every hour that I have lived in it I have known that I have paid out unmeasured powers of my soul. And I know now, as every other poet knows, that when I am out of it I come with what pittance of strength I have been able to save from the horrible ordeal. Do you think that I am a fool that I do not know what inspires me and what degrades me? Why, sir, I sit here and watch my spirit wither like a frostbitten plant. Such things bring tears of indignation into my eyes. As a matter of simple reference, if anyone wants to know what I imagine helps a poet, it is to live in the woods, to think and to dream, to read books and hear music, to eat wholesome food and, above all, to escape from hot asphalt streets, cable car gongs, and flaring advertisements of soaps and cigars. October 12th. I had an adventure today. I woke up with a headache, dull, sick, discouraged. I cared no more about anything. I got out the captive and made ready to take it to the publishers. And then I thought I would read a little of it. I sat down in the corner, I forgot the publishers, I sat reading and my heart beat fast, and my hands shook, and all my soul rose in one hymn of joy. O world, do your worst, I do not care. You may turn me off, but the gates of heaven are open. I will go on, I will bear anything, bear all things. I will wait and live and learn meanwhile, knowing with all my soul what this book is and what it must bring. So long as I can read it, I can wake my soul again. It is at the publishers. I will read books meantime and be happy. I saw a manuscript clerk this time. She was very airy. I fear I am a sad-looking poet, my buttonholes are beginning to wear out. We never read manuscripts out of turn, she said. It will take them 3 or 4 weeks. Yes, good poet, that is my answer to you. I cannot take your advice, I will cling to my book, I will pin all my hopes to it. I will toil and strive for it, I will haunt men with it, I will shout it from the housetops. No other book, no future book, this book. It is a great book it is. I am not ignorant of the price it costs to do that, it is my fate that I have to pay it. I can see, for instance, how Wordsworth paid it. Wordsworth, our greatest, our noblest poet since Milton. He had his sacred inspiration, and the world laughed at it, and so, grimly, systematically, he set to work to teach them to say to all men, to say to himself, to say day and night, it is poetry. It is great poetry. It is. And of course at last he made them believe him, and when they believed him, he, Wordsworth, was a matter of fact, self-centered, dull, and poor old man. It all rests with you, good world. How long must I stand here and knock at the door? October 18th. I am reading, and trying to forget meanwhile. When I get through my long list of histories I shall go back to my Greek dramatists again. My Greek is getting better now, I expect to have a happy time with Aristophanes. He is the funniest man that ever lived, Aristophanes. Then I am coming back to read the French novelists. There are many of them I do not know. October 22d. I was glancing today over a volume of Shelley's, and the memory of old glories thrilled in me. Ah, let me not forget what Shelley was to me in my young struggling days. Let me not forget while I am wrestling with a dull world, let me not forget what a poet is to young men hungering for beauty. Let me not forget. Yes, it is to such that my appeal is, it is by such that I will be judged. It is for such that I toil. For hearts upon whom the cold world has not laid its hand. For the poets and the seekers of all ages. Oh, come to me, poets and seekers of all ages, dwell in my memory and strengthen my soul. That I go not down altogether, that I be not overcome by the dull things about me. These thoughts are not becoming to a reader of history. But I am not a good reader of history, the old beasts are still growling within me. Something starts a longing in me, I cry out that I am getting dull, that I am going down, that I am putting off, I, who never put off before. And so the old storms rise and the great waves come rolling again. October 25th. I read that over just now. Yes, it is this that I dread. I dread the habit of not striving. When that becomes my habit, it is my death. And here I sit, day by day, doing just the thing I dread. Let me go now, something shouts in me. Now or I shall never go at all. Oh, if I could find some word to tell men the terror of that thought. It is my life, that is what it is. To obey this thing within me, to save this thing within me, to find this thing within me, that is my life. It is a demon thing, it is a thing that has lifted me up by the hair of my head and shaken me, that has glared at me with the wild eyes of a beast, that has beaten me like a storm of wind and struck me down upon the ground. It shakes me now, it shakes me all the time, it makes me scream with pain incoherently, frantically. Oh, save me. Spare me. Let me go. I rave. You say yes, I know. That is because I cannot say what I feel. But what matters it? Sometimes I say to myself, I put all that in the captive, and men have not heard it. And now, what can I do that they will hear? Shall I have to go out in the streets and scream? Or what other desperate thing is there? Mark this, O you world, that I cannot make hear me. Some desperate thing I shall do, I will not sit here and be respectable always. I wonder what locusts taste like, and just where one could find wild honey. October 29th. I sang a song today, a mad song. I wish I could bring it back. It came to me unexpectedly, while I was kneeling by the bed, thinking. I have forgotten it all now, one always forgets his best songs. I have not a line of this one, except the chorus. For I am lord of $1,000. So it is that my best songs go. I can count them on my fingers. But I have not yet learned how precious they are, that is why I lose them. Do you remember that time on the great cliffs by the ocean? There was nothing left but the ending again. Oh, bear me away in thy bosom, thou wind of the mountain high. November 2d. I am not always, as I write here, I am not always angry. I have my tender moments, when I see my woe as the world's woe above all the poverty. Oh, let me always have a tender heart for the poor. November 6th. I have a distant relative in the city, an old gentleman who belongs to clubs and is what is known as a man of the world. He has quite a sense of humor, is famous for good stories. He told me that he was interested in me, that he would be glad to find a place for me in life, if I would only get over my youthful follies. It has been years since I saw him, but I can still hear him. The last words he ever said to me were these, said with his quiet, amused smile, "Never mind, my boy, leave it to time. You needn't argue with me, just leave it to time, and it'll come out all right." Never have I sunk into a fit of despair that I have not thought of that, and the quiet smile has become the sneer of an imp. It has become all the world watching me, and knowing full well the issue. Wise world! That memory has never yet lost its power to make me grip my hands suddenly. So. And my life has no other purpose, then, than to point a moral for a rich clubman. Leave it to time. Leave it to time. Oh God, what a sentence that is, so savage and so true. Leave it to the long weary days that come one after another, that never tire, that never are beaten, that never are less, never faster, never slower, that wear you out as water wears a stone. Leave it to time. Say nothing, fear nothing, leave it to time. Leave it to the hours of dullness, the hours of sickness, the hours of despair. Leave it to failure piled upon failure, to insult piled upon insult, to rebuff upon rebuff, to sneer upon sneer. Leave it to the endless, never ceasing sight of ugliness, the endless, never ceasing sight of selfishness, of pettiness, emptiness, heartlessness, hatefulness. Leave it to heat and to cold, to dust and to dirt, to hunger and penury, to headache and heartache, and bitter, bitter loneliness. Leave it to time. Leave it to time. O my Father in heaven. November 8th. What am I doing? I am reading books full of facts. I am reading books that do not make me wretched. I am not reading poetry. I am leaving it to time. November 10th. It has been 4 weeks yesterday. I have been expecting to hear from the last publishers every day for a week. I have been trembling while I watched each mail. I have more than a hope that these publishers will take it. They publish a deal of poetry. But I have been practicing my friend's plan. I have been saying to myself all day, you might as well know that it is coming back. What is the use of trying to deceive yourself? It has been 4 months since I finished The Captive. If I had known then what I know now, I do not believe I could ever have written a line of it. What do I know now? I know more than I care to own to myself. There is a deadly growth taking root in the depths of my soul. November 13th. It is 2 months today since I gave up my last place. I have gotten along on just $3 a week, including everything. I find it is not possible to do better than that. There are so many odds and ends one needs. I have spent $27. I have $29. That means I can try 2, or possibly 3, publishers after this one. November 16th. My method did make it easier after all. The letter came this morning. We have read with care the manuscript of The Captive which you have offered us. We are pleased to be able to tell you that we have found it a very fine piece of work, but we are sorry to say that our previous experience with publications of this character does not lead us to believe that we could make a success of it. We are holding Ms. subject to your order. I did a desperate thing today, 2 of them. First I had to go and get the manuscript, so I asked to see the publisher. I sat down and looked straight into his face and said, how is a man who is trying to write what is fine to keep alive if the publishers won't publish what he writes? He was very kind. He seemed to be interested. He explained that a publisher who published books that the public did not want would be driven out of business in a year. Then he said he knew many who were facing the same problem as I, that there was nothing to do but write for the magazines and the papers, and that it was a bitter shame that society made no provision for such men. Your work is as noble and sincere as work can be, he said, but I do not believe that you will find a publisher in this country to undertake it, unless there be one who feels wealthy enough to do it as a service to literature and a labor of love. That made me turn white. I got my manuscript and I went out on the street, and the houses reeled about me. So, I said, and that settles it? As I walked along I stared into the future. It seemed very clear all of a sudden. I thought it all out. No one will publish The Captive, I said, and no one would heed it if it were published. Therefore I have but one question to face: have I the strength to go on, living as I have lived, distracted and tormented as I have been, and still piling up new emotions in my soul, daring new efforts, reaching new heights, producing new books? I can have no idea that my second work will be any more available than my first. On the contrary, I know that it would be just what The Captive is, only more so. Therefore, perhaps it will be 10 years, perhaps it will be 20 years before men begin to pay any heed to what I have written. And so there is the question: have I the strength to go on in that way? Have I the strength to face that future? Then I grew faint and had to lean against a railing. I knew that I could not do that. It is no question of what I will do. It is a question of what I can do. I am weakened and sick with the yearning that I have in me already. My last business experience drove me mad. and I am to go on, I am to rouse new hunger, new passion, new agony in my soul. Why, the work that I have dreamed of next is so hard and so far away that I hardly dared even whisper it. It would take years and years of toiling. And I am to do it here in this seething city, to do it while I sell wholesale paper, to do it while I am sick for lack of food. I cannot do it. I cannot. I went home, and I was crazy, so it was that I did my second desperate thing. I sat down and wrote a letter to Mr. I wrote a letter. I cannot see how it could fail to stir the soul of any man. I told him how I had toiled. I told him how for 4 long months I had waited in agony. I told him what the publishers had said to me. I begged him, I implored him, for the sake of the unuttered message that cried out day and night in my soul, not to throw the letter aside, to read it, to give me a chance to talk to him. I said, I will live in a hut, I will cook my own food, I will wear the clothes of a day laborer. If I can only be free, if I can only be free to be an artist. I could do it, all of it, for $200 a year, and I could win the battle, I know, if I had but 3 years. I am desperate as I write to you. I look ahead and I can see only ruin, and not ruin for myself. I do not mind that, but ruin for my art. I can tell you what that means to me in but one way. I ask you to read my book. I have put all my soul into that book. I will stake my all upon it. If you will only read it, you will see what I mean. You will see why I have written you this letter. You will see that it is not a beggar's letter, but a high challenge from an artist's soul. So there is one chance more. I do not see how he can refuse, and if he will only read the manuscript, I will be safe, I think. November 20th. I have done nothing but wait for 4 days, but I have not heard from him yet. Today I made up my mind that I would take the manuscript to another publisher's meanwhile. He is probably busy, and may not answer for a long while, and I can get the manuscript from a publisher at any time. November 24th. Still I have not heard anything from Mr. My soul was full of hope again, but it is sinking down as before. Is he not going to answer me at all? Can it be that he has not even read my letter? November 26th. I wrote to him again today, inquiring. If he does not answer that, I shall suppose his secretary threw it away. There is nothing weakens my soul like this endless waiting. I wander around desolate, helpless, I cannot fix my mind on anything. Oh, the shame of it! November 30th. I could not give up that hope yet. It seemed to me so terrible that of all the men of wealth in this city there should not be one willing to help me save my message. I wrote today the same letter to a clergyman who I know is wealthy, and who I believe would be interested in my work. December 2d. I have received your letter, and I regret very much that I cannot grant the request you make. The pressure upon my time is such that I cannot possibly undertake to read your book. There would be no use in my doing so, anyhow, for I tell you frankly, it seems to me the situation you are in is just what you need. My advice to you is to be a man and face it. I do not see any reason why one person should be set free from the labor which all of us have to share, and I assure you that you are entirely mistaken if you think that an artist has nothing to expect but ruin from contact with the world, and with suffering and toiling humanity. Isn't that a slap in the face for you? Great God, I think that is the most insulting thing that has ever happened to me in all my days. Set free from the labor which all of us have to share. What do you think I am, a tramp, or a loafer, you hound? A high challenge from an artist's soul. I think I never had so much hatred in my heart in all my life as I have today. Oh, my God, what a thing this world is! What stupid, blind brutality, what hideous vulgarity! This man a clergyman. And this is his faith, his nobility, his understanding. Why, I came out of the forest with my naked heart in my hands. I came out quivering with emotion, melting with love and with trust for all men. I came all sensitive and raw, hungering for sympathy and kindness. And oh, my soul! My God! You have beaten me and kicked me as if I were a filthy cur. Had I not offered up my heart for a sacrifice? Had I not burned it with fire? Had I not made all my being one consecration? And all for men, for men. For men I had torn myself, lashed myself, killed myself. For men I had forgotten what self was. Yes, literally that forgotten what self was. So little self had I left that I was willing to ask favors. So much consecration had I, so much trust, that I would beg. I had wept, I had suffered, I had starved. I had dreamed and sung, toiled until I set fire to my very brain. And you have beaten me and kicked me as if I were a filthy cur. Those thoughts turn my whole soul into one wild curse. Have done with laying bare your heart to men, have done with telling your life to men. Why should you go on trying to be a poet, go on putting your secret soul into books, to be spurned at by the rabble? Your soul is your own, it is your God's, and what have the rabble to do with it? And all its tenderness, all its shrinking ecstasy, all its holiest consecration. You will take them out to sell them to the rabble. When will you get back into yourself, you fool? When will you have learned your lesson, and let this hellish world boot you out of its way no more? Let ever any man know a gleam of your heart again. See one trace of your joy. And I came to it on my knees to this world, crouching, cringing, begging. Oh, oh. I scream it, oh. And after that I sank down by the bed and hid my face and sobbed, oh, Shelley. Oh, my Shelley. December 3d. I saw myself a businessman today, clearing a path for myself. But it does not last, I am not that kind of a man. My folly is my being. Rest assured that I shall climb back to the heights again where I am willing to bear any insult. But it will be a long time before I write any more letters. I have come to understand the world's point of view. I suppose busy men get thousands of letters from cranks, they will get no more from me. December 5th. I was reading an essay on Balzac today. I read about Balzac's fondness for things, and I put the book down and spent an hour of perplexity. I fear I am a very narrow person in my sympathies and understandings. Why should a man care about things? About all sorts of houses and furniture and pictures and clothes and jewels. I can understand a man's caring about love and joy and aspiration. But things. I can understand a child's caring about things, or a fool's caring. I see millions of such, but an artist? A thinker? A man? I am reading novels nowadays, reading all sorts of things that entertain. I have not read a poem for a long time. I have no interest in reading unless I can go with it. I have been studying some of the French novelists, some of Maupassant yesterday. What a strange creature is a Frenchman. A nervous, hysterical, vain, diseased creature. The Gallic disease. Let that be a phrase. The Gallic disease is this: to see only one thing in life, to know only one purpose, to understand only one pleasure, to have every road lead to that, every thought, every phrase. To know that every character in a book is thinking it, to know that every man who is introduced is looking for a woman. And that as soon as he finds her, they must forthwith, whatever be their age, rank, character, and position at the moment, begin to burn with unclean desires. That is what one might call the convention of French fiction. It gets very monotonous when you are used to it, it takes all of the interest out of the story. For there is but one ending to such a story. One's whole being is lowered by contact with that incessant animal appeal. December 8th. I have discovered another trouble, as if I did not have enough. I am to suffer from indigestion. It plagues me continuously. I cannot do anything for an hour after a meal, no matter what simplest thing I have eaten. And so all through my life I am to be hindered in my work by having to wrestle with this handicap. Just as if I had not been a clean man, but some vulgar bon vivant. December 10th. This is my 5th publisher. They said they thought it would take 2 weeks, but it has been 3 already, and they have not even answered my letter of inquiry. I see you can put no reliance on them in the matter of time. December 11th. In 2 days more it will be 3 months since I gave up my situation. I count my little hoard day by day, as a castaway might, or a besieged garrison. I have begun to try to get along on cheap foods again. Yesterday I burned a mess of oatmeal, and now I shall live on burned oatmeal for I know not how long. I was cooking a large quantity to save time. I count my store. I have come the last month on $11. I have been doing my own washing, and reading the newspapers at a library. I buy nothing but food, chiefly bread and milk and cereals. Why is it that everything that is cheap has no taste? Sometimes I am angry because I cannot have anything good to eat, but I only write my dignified sentiments here. I am getting down to the limit again, I sit shuddering. I shall have to get some work again, I cannot bear to think of it. What shall I do? If I go to that slavery again it will be the death of my soul, for I have no hope, and I cannot fight as I did before. And I can only try 1 or 2 publishers more. Oh, take it. Take it. December 14th. I went down to see them today. The manuscript mislaid, very sorry, had written readers to examine it at once, expecting report any instant, will write me, etc. And so I walked home again. Yes, elegant ladies and gentlemen, I am a poor poet, and my overcoat is out at one elbow, and I am sick. I look preoccupied, too. Would you like, perhaps, to know what is in my mind? I will tell you 5 minutes of it today. Bang. Bang. Look out of the way there, you fool. Use Casey's corn cure. Extra. Extra. Evening slop bucket and swill barrel, 6 o'clock edition. And it was at 72 and the market cab. Cab. Try Jones's little 5-cent cigars. Brown's Elite Tons Oriel and shaving parlors. Have you seen Lucy Legs in the high kicker? The Daily Hullabaloo says shine, boss. But she wouldn't cut it on the bias, because she thought read the evening slop bucket. 500 million copies sold every year. We rake all the mud gutters and it only costs you 1 cent. The slop bucket is the paper of the people. Move along, young man, don't block up the passage. Bang. Bang. Hurry up there, if you want to get aboard. Come along, my honey baby girl. If you will try Superba soap, Simpkins's whiskey is all the rage. Isaac Cohenstein's Cash Clothing Store, bargains in gents' fall overcoats. Look at these. Walk in, sir. Cash. Cash. The most elegant topaz brooches, with little read the Daily Swill barrel. Extra. Extra. He cut her throat with a carving knife. Bang. Bang. Toodles teething syrup. Look at my elegant hat with the flamingo on it. O'Reilly's restaurant. Walk in and gorge yourself, if you can pay us. Walk in. Get out of the way there. Have you read The Pirate's Pledge? The literary sensation Cash. Cash. Just come and see our wonderful display of newly imported Smith & Robinson diamonds and jewelry, latest and most elegant. Use Tompkins's tooth powder. Use Tompkins's tooth powder. Use Tompkins's read the evening slop bucket. We rake all the mud gutters. Murphy's Wines and Liquors. Try Peerless Cocktails. Levy's High Class Clothing Emporium. Come in and buy something, anything. We get down on our knees, we beg you. Cab, sir. Cab. Bargains. Bargains. Cash. Cash. Yine, yine, yine. So it keeps up for hours. And I put my fingers in my ears and run. December 17th. Today I happened to read in one of the magazines an article on a literary subject by a college professor of some reputation. It was a fine piece of work, I thought, very true, and I got to thinking of him, wondering if he might not be the man. I have no hope that these last publishers will take the book, and so I made up my mind to write to him. I wrote what I had written to all the others. I told him how I had struggled, and how I was living. Perhaps he is less busy than the rest. December 19th. The manuscript came back today. The letter was simple, the old, meaningless form. I am waiting to hear from the professor. December 20th. I reply to your letter somewhat against my rule, chiefly because of what you tell me about your circumstances. I will read your manuscript if you still think it worthwhile to send it to me, but I must tell you at the outset that I consider the chances very unfavorable, as regards my finding the work what you believe it. I assure you that the literary situation is not in the least what you picture it. The book market was never more wide awake than it is now. The publishers are all as eager as possible for the least sign of new power, and besides that, the magazines afford outlet not only for talent, but for mediocrity as well. You are entirely mistaken in your idea that literary excellence is not equivalent to commercial availability. If you could write one paragraph as noble as the average of Dr., or one stanza as excellent as the average of Professor, you would find an instant and hearty welcome. Moreover, I believe that you are entirely wrong in your ideas of what you need. You will not make yourself a great artist by secluding yourself from men. Go out into the world, young man, go out into the world and see what men are. As I say, it is not my rule to answer letters such as yours. The cry of the suffering is in the air every instant. If we heeded it we should never get our work done. But I am willing to read your poem, if this letter has not chilled your ardor. Last night I read The Captive again, and it brought the tears into my eyes, and so my ardor is not chilled, good professor, and I will send you the poem. But as for going out into the world, I think I am learning what men are pretty fast. December 23d. My poem stirs me, but it does not last. My whole habit of mind seems to me to be changed. A deep, settled melancholy has come over me. I go about mournful, haunted. I read, but all the time I am as if I had forgotten something, and as if half my mind were on that. I have lost all my ardor. I look back at what I was, and it brings the tears into my eyes. It is gone. It is gone. It will not ever come back. And each day I am drawing nearer to the rapids, to the ghastly prospect of having to drag myself back to work. Oh my God, what shall I do? Tell me anything, and I will do it. Give me a hope, any hope, even a little one. The last day I can stretch my miserable pittance to is the 1st of February. December 25th. Christmas Day, and I have no news, except that I am hungry, and that I am sitting in my room with a blanket around me, and with a miserable cold in my head. It is the agony of an unheated room, an old acquaintance of mine, that comes with each bitter winter. I live in a house full of noisy people and foul odors, and so I keep my door shut while I try to read, and so my room is like a barn. I could not accomplish anything today. I could not read. I felt like a little child. I wanted nothing but to hide my head on someone's shoulder and sob out all my misery. I am nothing but a forlorn child, anyway, lost in this great, cruel city. I am not much at pathos, but it was Christmas night, and I had one kind of cold in my head, and another kind in my feet. December 27th. I tell you that my salvation was my impatience. My salvation was that I wasted not an instant, that I fought. And each hour that I am forced to submit, that I am forced to endure and be still, that is an hour of ruin. It was those fearful 7 weeks that began it, and now I shall have to go back to that again. Oh my God, how can I bear it? What can I do? The pain of it heaps itself up in my soul. I am desperate. I will go mad. Tell me what to do. Tell me what to do. December 28th. I had a strange adventure tonight, a long adventure. I was free for once in my life. Free and glorious and delivered from earth. It happened all in a dream. I sat crouching in the corner, thinking. I had been walking down the street during the day and had seen a flower in a window, and had been made happy for a minute, thinking of last spring. My step had grown light, and I had forgotten the street around me. But then I had heard 2 little girls, sitting in a doorway, whisper excitedly, "Oh, look, he's laughing." And instantly all my soul had shrunk up, and my dream had fled, and I had hurried past and turned the corner. Is it not a strange thing? I mused this as I sat by the window, that deep instinct of secrecy, that cowardice. Why is it that I would die before I would let any man see the life of my soul? What are these people to me? I know them not at all, and never shall. But I crouch back, I put on a mask, yes, think of it, I even give up the life of my soul, rather than that any man should see me acting differently than himself. Somehow all at once that thought took hold of me with an overwhelming power. I saw the truth as I had never seen it before in my life. I saw how we live in society, and how social convention and triviality have us in such a grasp that it never even dawns upon us that the laws it dictates are not eternal and necessary. You must be dignified, and calm, and commonplace, say social convention and triviality. But I am not dignified, I am not calm. I am not commonplace. Well, then, you must seem so. You must walk quietly, you must gaze around indifferently, you must keep a vacant face, you must try to look innocent of a thought. If you can't manage that, if you really want to think, why then you must flee away to the woods, where you are sure no one will come upon you and find you out. And if you can't do that, why then there's nothing for you to do but give up thinking, give up living, become like everybody else. That idea shook me all of a sudden, it made me quite wild, it made me dig my nails into my hands. It was the truth, I saw that it was the truth. Here I was, a miserable, pining, starving wretch, and for no reason in the world but that I was a coward, a blind fool. Because I had not let the empty-headed and sodden, the placid and smug, the fat and greasy citizens of our great metropolis, tell me, the servant of the muses, how I ought to look, how I ought to act, what I ought to be. The very breath of my body is prayer, is effort, is vision, to dwell in my own light, to behold my own soul, to know my own truth, that is my one business in this world. To assert my own force, to be what I like, that is my duty, that is my hope, my one hope in all the world. And I do not, I cannot, I dare not do it. I am sick and starved and dying, and I crouch in corners while I pray for help, and if a gleam of sunshine comes from a flower to me, it goes because a child sees me laughing. I sat burning with the rage of that. What am I to do? I cried. How is it to be changed? Shall I live my life in spite of all men? And then I heard one of my devils, my commonplace devils, say, but people would think you were crazy. What do I care what people think? I burst out. Then came another of my devils, my facetious devil, and he made me laugh. By all means, said he, let us get together a few eager poets, and establish a society for the propagation of lunacy. Let us break down these conventions and confound the eyes of the fat and greasy citizens, and win freedom for our souls at any price. Let us wear strange clothes, and recite our poetry upon the streets. Let us. But I was not in a mood for my facetious devil. I flung him aside and sprang up and fled out to the street. What do I need with others? I exclaimed, with others to help me dare? This has to do with me. And it has to do with me now, with this moment. Am I to give up and let myself go down for such a phantom as this? For such a dread as that wooden-headed men and women will think me queer? Am I to stay in a prison such as that, to be bound by a chain such as that? I, who go about trying to persuade myself that this world is nothing to me, that this world is nothing to anyone, that it is a phantom, that the soul is truth. When I say that the soul is truth, do I mean it? Do I mean it? And if I do mean it, will I act by it? Will I act by it now, while I see it? Will I fling off this nightmare? Will I tear my way through these wrappings that have choked me? Will I say, once and for all time, that I will be myself, that I will live my life, and that no man shall stop me, that no man shall make me afraid? Will I take the battle upon me and win it now, fling off the last rag of it, put the world straight behind me now, here? Spread the wings of my soul and take my flight into the far spaces of myself. And dwell there, stay there, hold to the task and give it not up, though it kill me now. These thoughts took hold of me, they made my brain reel, and I cried aloud in excitement. I had not been so much awake since the day I came out of the woods. I said the word, I said it, the mad word that I had not heard for 6 long months, that I had not heard since I wrote the last lines of my poem and came back to the haunts of men. And I clenched my hands, and stamped upon the ground, and shouted, "Come on! Come on!" to the legions of my spirit. And it was like the taking flight of a great swarm of birds within me, a rushing of wings and a surging upward, a singing for joy as of a symphony. And there was singing in my soul, the surge of it caught me and I waved my arms and went striding on, shouting still, "Come on! Come on! Now, now! We will have it out with them, here, here! We will fight our fight and win it, and they shall not turn us back, no, by God, they shall not! And they may take it as they please, my soul is free, free once again! Away! Away!" And I felt the breeze of the mountains about me, and heard the rushing of the storm wind and the trampling of the thunder. There awoke the old rush in my heart, the old Valkyrie music that flies over the forests and mountains. And I laughed as I sang it. I heard the war horses neighing, and yelled to them faster and faster, higher and higher away from earth and all men. And then suddenly I felt someone seize me by the shoulder and shake me, and heard a gruff voice say, "Here! Here! What's the matter with you?" And I stared, half dazed. It was a big policeman, and around me I saw a sea of staring faces, wild-eyed children, women gazing in fright, boys jeering, and the windows were filled with yet another crowd. "What's the matter with you?" demanded the policeman again. "Are you drunk, or crazy?" And then I realized. But the fire was still blazing in me, and a wild rage whirled over me. "Then it is by this that I am to be stopped," I gasped. "By this? It is not possible after all, it seems, and I'm to be dragged back after all. By heaven, we'll see." And so I gave the cry again, the cry of the Valkyrs that is madness to me. Do you not hear it? And I was away again and free. What does a man want for his soul, if it be not just to strive, and to be resisted, and still to strive? What difference makes anything else, time, place, or conditions? I was myself again, and what else did I care about? I felt the policeman take me by the collar and march me down the street, but I hardly knew that I was on the mountains, and I laughed and sang. The very hatefulness of what was about me was my desperation. I would make head against such things, or I would die in the attempt. I would be free. I would live. I would live my life, and not the life of these people about me. I would fight and win, I would hold fast my heart, I would be true though the heavens fell. I would have it out, then and there. As I said, I would not come back to earth until I was master of myself. And so when I stood in the station house and the sergeant asked me my name, I said, "Desire is my name, and the soul is my home." And then, because they shook me and worried me, I stretched forth my arms and cried out, "O God, my Father, thou who art my help and my life, thou soul of my soul, shall I go back for these things? Shall I fear for these things? No, no, while I have life I will not. I will live for the truth, I will be crushed no longer." They led me to a cell, and when I heard the door shut I laughed like a madman for joy. And then who can tell it? They came, all my angels and all my demons, all my muses and all my nymphs. And the bases of the earth rocked and the heavens danced and sang, and I mounted on the wings of the ages, and saw the joys of the systems and the dancing of the young suns. Until I could bear it no more, and fell down and sobbed, and cried out to my soul that it was enough, enough. And afterward I sat there on the stone floor, and ate bread and water and ambrosial peace, and a doctor came in to see me, and asked me who I was. And I laughed. Oh, whoever laughed like that? And I said, "I am the author of The Captive." He left me and I sat there, shaking my head and pounding the stone floor for joy. And I sang again, and sang again. Yes, the author of The Captive. And captive myself, and free at last. It was far into the night when I stopped singing, and then I lay down, and never before had I known such peace, For I had found the way, I had seen the light, I was delivered from all fear and dullness for the rest of my days. I was so excited I could not sleep. When I fell asleep at last it was from sheer exhaustion. And when they roused me the next morning I bounded to my feet like a shot, and shouted to my soul, and was up and away through the forest like a startled deer again. They tried their very best to catch me, but they could not. I had not lived in the woods for nothing, I knew the paths, I knew where the mountains were. And when they thought they had me in court, I was on the very summits and laughing and drunk with the mountain air. I have a keen sense of humor, and of course I am never so drunk that I do not know I'm drunk, and know just what I'm drunk about, else how could I write poems about it? Do you think that when Shakespeare cried out his blow ye wines and crack your cheeks, he did not know just what he was saying? Ah! And when I saw all these queer little men about me, staring and wondering and so solemn, I laughed the inextinguishable laughter of Olympus, and shouted so that they dragged me out of court in a hurry. And then there came the end. They took me to the insane asylum, and I sat down on the floor of a cell and gazed at myself in amazement and panted, so there is a way you can live, after all. There is a way you can make them support you. There is a way you can do all your work in peace, and worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness. I could scarcely believe it all. It took half an hour for me to realize it. And then I shouted that I was saved, and fell to work at shaping that mad song of the west wind I had been so full of. And then suddenly I heard a muffled voice say, "What in the dickens are you making all that rumpus for?" And I stared about me and saw that I was still crouching by the window in my room. And I shrank back and quivered with rage, because I knew that I had been making a noise and that someone out in the hall had been listening to me. And that was the end of my long adventure. December 30th. I am pleased to be able to tell you that your poem is a great deal better than I expected to find it. I am forced to write briefly by reason of pressure of business, but you have very considerable literary gifts. The work is clearly made whole of sincerity, it shows a considerable command of expression, and a considerable understanding of style. It has qualities of imagination and of emotional insight, and is obviously the fruit of a wide reading. But besides these things, it is exactly as I expected, and as I told you, the work is very narrow in the range of its appeal. You cannot in the least blame the publishers for declining it, because it is true that very few people would care for it. My own judgment is hardly capable in the matter, because I myself am not an idealist. Recording my own opinion, I found the poem monotonous, and not especially interesting, but then, I say that of much that some other people consider great poetry. My advice to you is just what it was before, that you go out into the world and become acquainted with life. Not knowing you personally, I could not counsel you definitely, but I should think that what would benefit you most would be a good stiff course in plain, everyday newspaper reporting. Newspaper reporters have many deficiencies, but at least they learn to keep in touch with their audiences, and to write in a way that takes hold of the people. You may not welcome this advice, but we seldom welcome what is good for us. I am not dead yet, and I have not lost the power of getting angry. Such things as that do me good, they make me fight, they get all my soul in arms. Great God, the blindness, the asininity of it. It is enough if you can classify a man, give him a name, and then it's all out of the way. If he have faith and fire and aspiration and worship and you have not, why, say that he is an idealist, and that you are something else, and let it go at that. December 31st. The poem came back today, and I trudged off to another publisher's the 6th. I have no hope now, however, I send it as a matter of form. I shudder at the prospect of tomorrow's coming, for it will be just a month more to the time I said I should have to go to work. And New Year's Day, my soul, if I had foreseen this last New Year's. I thank heaven for that blessing, at least. Who are these men that I should submit to their judgments? These men and their commonplace lives, are they not that very world out of which I have fought my way, by the toil of nights and days? And now I must come back and listen to their foolish judgments about my song. You felt what was in it, you poor, stupid man. but it did not take you with it, for you are not a poet, you have not kept the holy fire burning, you are not still strenuous for the bright reward. And so you found it monotonous. Some men find nature monotonous. And some men find music monotonous. January 5th. 2 days ago I was reading Mens Genuendi Werke, by George Brandes. I was glancing over an essay on Friedrich Nietzsche, and I came upon some things that made my heart throb. This man takes willingly upon himself the sorrow of speaking the truth. His chief thought is this: a happy life is an impossibility, the highest that man can attain is a heroic life, a life in which, amid the greatest difficulties, something is striven for which, in one way or other, proves for the good of all. To what is truly human only the true men can lift us, those who seem to have come into being through a leap of nature, the thinkers and discoverers, the artists and producers, and those who achieve more through their being than their doing, the noble, the good in a great sense, those in whom the genius of the good works. These men are the goal of history. Nietzsche formulates the sentence: humanity shall labor continually at this, to beget solitary great men, and this and nothing else is its task. Here Nietzsche has reached the final answer to his question, what is culture? For upon this rest the fundamental principles of culture, and the duties which it imposes. It lays upon me the duty to place myself actively in relation to the great human ideals. Its chief thought is this: to every one who will look for it and partake of it, it sets the task, to labor in himself and outside of himself at the begetting of the thinker and the artist, the truth-loving and the beauty-loving man, the pure and good personality, and therewith at the fulfillment of nature. In our day a so-called culture institution signifies only too often an arrangement by which the cultured, moving in closed ranks, force to one side all those solitary and contrary ones whose striving is directed to higher things. Also among the learned there is so far lacking, as a rule, all sense for the genius that is coming into being, and every feeling for the work of the contemporary and struggling soul. Therefore, in spite of the irresistible and restless advance in all technical and specialized fields, the conditions for the originating of the great are so little improved that the opposition to the highly gifted has rather increased than diminished. From the government the superior individuals cannot expect much. It helps them rarely when it takes them into its service, very certainly it will help them only when it gives them full independence. Only true culture can prevent their early becoming weary or exhausted, and protect them from the exasperating battle with culture philistinism. Those words made my blood tingle, they made me tremble. Alone, miserable, helpless, here was a voice at last, a friend. I dropped the book and I went to the library, and I was back with Also Sprach Zarathustra in an hour. I have been reading it for 2 days, reading it in a state of excitement, forgetting everything. Here is a man. Here is a man. The first night that I read it I kicked my heels together and laughed aloud in glee, like a child. Oh, it was so fine. And to find things like this already written, and in the world. Great heavens, it was like finding a gold mine underneath my feet, and I have forgotten all my troubles again, forgotten everything. I have found a man who understands me, a man to be my friend. I do not know what the name Friedrich Nietzsche conveys to the average cultured American. I can only judge by my own case. I have kept pace with our literary movements and I have read the standard journals and reviews, but I have never come upon even a reference to Friedrich Nietzsche, except as a byword and a jest. I had rather live my own life than any other man's life. My own vision is my home. But every great man's inspiration is a challenge, and until you have mastered it you cannot go on. I speak not of poets, nor of philosophers, but of religious teachers, of prophets, and I speak but my opinion, let every man form his own. I say that I have read all those that men honor, and that a greater prophet than this man has not come upon the earth in centuries. I think of Emerson and Carlyle as the religious teachers, the prophets, of this time, and beside this mighty spirit Emerson is a child and Carlyle a man without a faith or an idea. I call him the John Baptist of the new dispensation, the first high priest of the religion of evolution, and I bid the truth-seeker read well his Bible, for in it lies the future of mankind for ages upon ages to come. Half that I love in my soul's life I owe to the Prophet of Nazareth. The other half I owe, not to Nietzsche, but to the new dispensation of which he is a priest. Nietzsche will stand alone, but he is nevertheless the child of his age. He sings what thousands feel. It is a disadvantage to be the first man. If you are the first man you see but half-truths and you hate your enemies. When you seek truth, truly, all systems and all faiths of men they are beautiful to you, born of sorrow, and hallowed with love, but they will not satisfy you, and you put them by. You do not let them influence you one way or the other. You can no more find truth while you are bound to them by hatred than while you are bound to them by love. There are dreary places in also sprak Zarathustra, narrownesses and weaknesses too. They come whenever the writer is thinking of the evils of the hour, whenever he is gazing, not on the vision of his soul, but on the half-truths of the men about him. When I speak of Christ, let no man think of Christianity. I speak of a prince of the soul, the boldest, the freest, the noblest of men that I know. With the thousand systems that mankind has made in his memory, I have simply nothing in any way to do. To me all morality is one. Morality is hunger and thirst after righteousness. Morality is a quality of will. The differences that there are between Christ and Nietzsche are differences of the intellect where no man is final. The doctrine of each is a doctrine of sacrifice. With one it is a sacrifice of love, with the other it is a sacrifice of labor. For myself, I care not for the half-truths of any man. I said to my soul, shall I cast out love for labor? And my soul replied, for what wilt thou labor but love? Moral sublimity lies in the escape from self. The doctrine of Christ is a negation of life, that of Nietzsche an affirmation. It seems to me much easier to attain to sublimity with the former. It is easier to die for righteousness than to live for it. If you are to die, you have but to fix your eyes upon your vision, and see that you do not take them away. But the man who will live for righteousness, he must plant and reap, must gather firewood and establish a police force, and to do these things nobly is not easy, to do them sublimely seems hardly possible at all. 20 centuries ago the Jewish world was a little plain, and God a loving Father. He held you in his arms, he spoke to you in every dream, in every fantasy, in every accident. Life was very short, but a little trial. You had only to be patient, and nothing mattered. Society did not exist, only your neighbor existed. Knowledge did not exist, nor was it needed. The world was to end perhaps tonight, and what difference made all the rest? You took no heed for the morrow, for would not your Father send you bread? You resisted not evil, for if you died, was not that all that you could ask? It was with such a sweet and simple faith as this that the victory of Jesus Christ was won. These were his ideas, and as the soul was all-consuming with him, he lived by them and died by them, and stands as the symbol of faith. And now 20 centuries have gone by. And a new teacher has come, to whom also the soul is all-consuming. What ideas has he? And what task does he face? I speak not to children. I speak to men seeking truth. In 20 centuries we have learned that God is not a father who answers prayers and works miracles and holds out his arms at the goal. We have come shuddering to the awful mystery of being. Strange and terrible words have been spoken, words never to be forgotten, phenomenon, and thing in itself. Not knowing what these words mean, you are ignorant and recreant to the truth. Knowing what they mean, you tug no more at the veil. Also we have learned that time and change are our portion, the plastic dance of circumstance. We talk no more of immortality. We have turned our hopes to the new birth of time, to the new goal of our labor, the new parent of our love, that we name society. And likewise evolution has come, which is the whole of knowledge. And we have learned of starry systems, of the building of worlds, of the pageant of history and the march of mind. Out of all these things has come a new duty, which is not peace, but battle, which is not patience, but will, which is not death, but life. There is no room in the world of evolution for the doctrine of non-resistance to evil. Non-resistance to evil is the negation of life, and the negation of life is the negation of faith. How shall you resist not evil when life is action and not passion? When not a morsel of food can you touch except by the right that you are more fitted to survive than that morsel? How when you know that you rose from the beast by resistance? And that you stay above the beast by resistance? Will you give up the farmland to be jungle again? Or will you teach the beasts your non-resistance? And the trees of the forest to crowd no more your land? It is no longer possible to build a heaven and reject the earth. Such as life is, you have to take it. And you have to live it. The huge machinery of society is on your hands, with all its infinite complications, its infinite possibilities of beauty and joy. Your life is, as ever, a sacrifice. All life is, as ever, a sacrifice, but it is a sacrifice to man, a sacrifice to the best. Once your task was self-abnegation, and that was easy, now it is self-assertion, and that is hard. Knowing what you are, you will dare to live, not for your own sake, but that strength and beauty may be in the world. Knowing what you might be, you choose infinite toil for your portion, and in the humility of toil you find your holiest peace. Your enemy you resist with all your soul, not for hatred of your enemy, but for love of the right. If he were not evil he could not be your enemy, and being evil, he has no right to be. Your conscience to you is no longer a shame, but a joy. You think no more of infinite sin, but of infinite virtue. And for the rest, you do not attain perfection, and you are not worshipped as a god, you are much troubled by trivialities, and the battle tries your soul. But you make no truce with lies, and you never lay down your sword, you keep your eyes upon a far goal, and you leave the world better than you found it. When you come to die you have no fear, but a song, for you are master of yourself, and you have learned to know that which you are. And there is only to add that whether you believe these things or not, they are what you actually do. It seems to me not desirable that one's belief should be less than one's practice. January 6th. Has anyone, at this end of the 19th century, a clear idea of what the poets of the ages called inspiration? If no one have, I will describe it. With the least remainder of superstition in him a man would scarcely be able to put aside the idea that he was merely the incarnation, the mouthpiece, the medium of overwhelming powers. The idea of revelation in the mind describes exactly the state of affairs that suddenly, with unspeakable certainty and fineness, something became visible and audible, something that shakes and pervades one to the depths. One hears he does not seek, he takes he does not ask who gives, like lightning gleams out a thought, of necessity, formed without hesitation I have never had a choice. An ecstasy, whose colossal strain breaks in the middle with a stream of tears, in the course of which the step becomes, involuntary, now raging, now slow, a state in which one is completely beside himself, with the distinctest consciousness of countless shudderings and quiverings, even to the toes of his feet, a depth of joy in which all that is painful and somber serves, not as a contrast, but as conditioned, as demanded, as a necessary color in such an overflow of light, an instinct of rhythmic relations which overleaps vast spaces of forms, all happening in the highest degree involuntarily, but as if in a storm of sensations of freedom, of infinity, of power, of divinity. This is my experience of inspiration. I doubt not but that one must needs go back thousands of years to find one who might say, it is also mine. Do you think that I wrote that Arthur Sterling? No, I did not write that. The man who wrote that is known to you as an atheist. January 7th. When Zarathustra came into the next city, which lay beside the forest, he found in that place much people gathered together in the market, for they had been called that they should see a rope dancer. And Zarathustra spoke thus unto the people. I teach ye the overman. The man is something who shall be overcome. What have ye done to overcome him? All being before this made something beyond itself, and you will be the ebb of this great flood, and rather go back to the beast than overcome the man? What is the ape to the man? A mockery or a painful shame. And even so shall man be to the overman, a mockery or a painful shame. Man is a cord, tied between beast and overman, a cord above an abyss. A perilous arriving, a perilous traveling, a perilous looking backward, a perilous trembling and standing still. What is great in man is that he is a bridge, and no goal. What can be loved in man is that he is a going over and a going under. I love them that know not how to live, be it even as those going under, for such are those going across. I love them that are great in scorn, because these are they that are great in reverence, and arrows of longing toward the other shore. And here ended the first speech of Zarathustra. The air thin and clear, the danger nigh, and the spirit filled with a joyful mischief, these things go well together. I will have gnomes about me, for I am merry. I feel no more with you, these clouds which I see under me, these clouds black and heavy over which I laugh, just these are your storm clouds. You gaze upward if you long for exaltation. I gaze downward because I am exalted. Who among you can both laugh and be exalted? Who climbs upon the highest mountains, he laughs at all sorrow play and sorrow reality. Bold, untroubled, mocking, full of power, so will wisdom have us, she is a woman and loves always but the warrior. You say to me, life is hard to bear. But for what had you your pride in the morning, and in the evening your submission? I would believe only in a God who knew how to dance. And when I saw my devil, I found him earnest, profound, deep, solemn, he was the spirit of heaviness, through him fail all things. Not by anger, but by laughing, one kills. Up, let us kill the spirit of heaviness. Free dost thou call thyself? Thy ruling thoughts will I hear, and not that thou hast escaped a yoke. Art thou such a one that can escape a yoke? Free from what? What is that to Zarathustra? Clear shall your eye tell me, free to what? Canst thou give to thyself thy good and thine evil, and hang thy will above thee as thy law? Canst thou be thine own judge, and avenger of thy law? Fearful it is to be alone with the judge and the avenger of thy law. So is a stone flung out into empty space and into the icy breath of isolation. Dost thou know truly, my brother, the word scorn? And the pain of thy righteousness, to be just that which thou dost scorn. As I lay in sleep, a sheep ate up the ivy crown of my head, ate and then said, Zarathustra is no more a scholar. Said it and went strutting away, and proud. A child told it to me. This is the truth. I am gone out of the house of the scholars, and have slammed to the door behind me. I am too hot, and burning with my own thoughts, oft will it take away my breath. I must into the open and out of all dusty rooms. But they sit cool in cool shadows, they wish in all things to be but spectators, and guard themselves lest they sit where the sun burns the steps. Like those who stand upon the street and stare at the people who go by, so they wait also and stare at the thoughts that others have thought. If one touches them with the hands, they make dust around them like meal sacks, and involuntarily, but who could guess that their dust comes from corn and the golden rapture of the summer fields? Too far away into the future I flew, a horror overcame me. And as I looked around me, there was time my only companion. Then I flew backward, homeward and ever faster, so I came to you, men of the present, and to the land of culture. For the first time I brought an eye for you, and good wishes, truly, with longing in my heart I came. And what happened to me? Frightened as I was, I had to laugh. Never had my eyes seen anything so color besprinkled. I laughed and laughed while my foot still trembled, and my heart too. Here is the home of all paint pots, said I. Painted over with 50 spots in face and limbs, so sat ye there, to my amazement, ye men of the present. Written all over with the signs of the past, and also these signs painted over with new signs, so you have hidden yourself well from all sign readers. All times and principles look piebald out of your coverings, all customs and faiths speak piebald out of your features. How could ye believe, ye color besprinkled? Who are pictures of everything that ever was believed? Ah, whither shall I go now with my longing? Who are pictures of everything that ever was believed? Who are pictures of everything that ever was believed? I read that and I slapped my knees and I lay back and laughed like a very Falstaff. Pictures of everything that ever was believed. Ho, ho, ho. That is some of Nietzsche. January 8th. Today it snowed hard, and it occurred to me that I might add to my money. I bought a second-hand shovel and went out to shovel snow. It is not so bad, I said, you are out of doors, and also you can think of Nietzsche. I made $1.50, but I fear I did not think very much. My hands were cold, for one thing, and my shoes thin, for another. There is nothing that brings me down like physical toil. It is madness to believe that you can do anything else. You drudge, and your mind is an absolute blank while you do it. It is a thing that sets me wild with nervousness and impatience. I hate it. I hate it. And I find myself crying out and protesting against it, and then I see other men not minding it, and I hear the words of my dear clergyman friend, the labor which all of us have to share. So I say to myself, perhaps I am really an idler then. A poor unhappy fool that cannot face life's sternness, that is crying out to escape his duty. That I could say such a thing, O God, what sign is that of how far I have fallen? Of how much I have yielded? A vapor, heavy, hueless, formless, cold. Leave it to time. Leave it to time. I hear that, and I hear around me the laughter of mocking demons. It startles my soul but no longer to rage as it used to. I sit and stare at it with a great, heavy numbness possessing me. January 12th. I am still reading Nietzsche. I think I shall read all that he has written. I am always kept aware of the limitations, but he is a tremendous man. Can you guess how this took hold of me? The Grave Song. There lies the island of graves, the silent, there are also the graves of my youth. Thither will I carry an evergreen wreath of life. Thus resolving in my heart, I went over the sea. O ye visions and apparitions of my youth! O all ye glances of love, ye godlike moments! How swiftly you died in me! I remember you today as my dead. From you, my dearest dead, there comes to me a sweet odor, heart-melting, tear-melting. Truly it shakes and melts the heart of the lonely seaman. Still am I the richest and the most to be envied, I, the most lonely. For I had you, and you have me still, say, to whom fell, as to me, such rose apples from the trees. Me to kill, they strangled you, you songbirds of my hopes. Yea, at you, the dearest, shot wickedness its arrows to strike my heart. This word will I speak to my enemies, what is all murder of man beside that which ye did to me? Thus, in the good hour, spake my purity, godlike shall all being be to me. Then ye fell upon me with your foul spirits, ah, whither now hath the good hour fled? All days shall be holy to me, so spake once the wisdom of my youth, truly the speech of a happy wisdom. But then you enemies stole away my nights and sold them to sleepless torment, ah, whither now hath the happy wisdom fled? As a blind man once I went a blissful way, then you threw rubbish in the blind man's way, and now he is weary of the old blind ascendings. And once would I dance as never had I danced before, above all the heavens away would I dance. And then you lured away my dearest singer. Only in the dance can I speak metaphors of the highest things, and now my highest metaphor remained unspoken in my limbs. Unspoken and undelivered remained my highest hope. And there died all the visions and solaces of my youth. That thing brought the tears down my cheeks. It is what my soul has cried all day and all night, that I see all my joy and all my beauty going. It is the fearful, the agonizing waiting that does it. I know it, I put it down. There is nothing kills the soul in a man so much as that. When you wait, your life is outside of yourself, you hope, you are at the mercy of others, at the mercy of indifference and accident and God knows what. But again I cry, what can I do? If there is anything I have not done, tell me. Tell me. Here I sit, and I have but $7 left to my name, including what I made by the shoveling. And I sit and watch the day creep on me like a wild beast on its prey, the day when I must go back into the world and toil again. Oh, it will kill me, it will kill me. I sit and wait and hang upon the faint chance of one publisher more. It is my only chance, and such a chance. I find myself calculating, wondering, yes, famous books have been rejected often, and still found their mark. Can I still believe that this book will shake men? Ah, God, in my soul I do not believe it, because I have lost my inspiration. I have let go of that fire that was to drive like a windstorm over the world. Yes, I ask myself if such things can be. I ask myself if they were real, all those fervors and all that boldness of mine. If it was natural, that way that lived. Oh, and then I look back, and my heart grows sick within me. So I spend my time, and when I turn and try to lose myself in Nietzsche, his mercilessness flings me into new despair. January 18th. I have the terrible gift of insensibility, and I think my insensibility torments me more than anything else in the world. I have no life, no power, no feeling, naturally it is all my will, it is all effort. And now that I am not striving, I sink back into a state of numbness, of dull, insensible despair. I no longer feel anything, I no longer care about anything. I pass my time in helpless impotence, and day by day I watch a thing creeping upon me as in a nightmare. I must go out into the world again and slave for my bread. Oh, then I will feel something, I think. Another week and more is gone, and I have but a little over $4. January 20th. I have stopped reading Nietzsche. I could not stand any more of it. It does not satisfy me. It is not merely that I am so weak now, and that his mocking goads me. I would have been through with him in any case. He is so narrow, so one-sided. It is reaction from the present, of course, that accounts for it. Too much gazing upon the world, that has led him to believe that love of man necessarily implies compromise. There are two words that are absent from his writings, they are love and humanity, and so it never satisfies you, you are always discontented, you have always to correct and supply. January 22d. Oh, why do those publishers take so long? I wait and yearn, I grow sick with waiting and yearning. I never allowed any weakness in my soul before, I never made any terms with it. I blamed everything upon myself. And now that my whole life is weakness and misery, I writhe and struggle, I turn back always on myself, suspecting myself, blaming myself. I cannot lay it to the world, I cannot get into the habit, it is such a miserable habit. How many millions there are of them, poor, querulous wretches, blaming their fate, crying out against the world's injustice and neglect, crying out against the need of working, wishing for this and that, discontented, impotent, miserable. Oh my God, and I am one of such. I cannot bear the sound of my own voice when I complain. I hear the world answering me and I take the part of the world. Why don't you be a man and go out and earn your way? Why don't you face your fate? You prate about your message, what business has a man with a message that is too much for him? What business have you with weakness, what excuse have you for weakness? And so I came to see it. The world is right and I am all wrong. And the truth of it burns me like an acid in my brain. January 24th. And all the time my whole being is still restless with the storms that raged in it last spring. I have all those memories, all that poignancy. I cannot realize it any of what I was and had, but I know it as a fact, a memory, and I crouch and tremble, I grow sick with it. Why don't they write to me? My money is going. January 26th. The reason that I shudder so at the prospect of having to face the world again, is that I have no hope. I have no hope. Once I could go out into that hellish market. I could be any man's slave, do any drudgery because I saw a light ahead, I saw deliverance, I had a purpose. And now what purpose have I, what hope have I? I tell you I am a man in a trap. I can do nothing. I can do no more than if I were walled in with iron. I say that my business in this world is to be a poet. I say that there is only one thing I can do, only one way that I can get free, and that is by doing my work, by writing books. And I have done all that I can do, I have earned my freedom and no one will give it to me. Oh, I shall die if I am penned here much longer. I eat out my heart, I burn up my very entrails in my frenzies. Set me free. Set me free. I thought today if I only had a little money, if I could only publish that book myself. I cannot believe that men would not love it. I cannot know, you may crush me all you please, but I cannot. And I would take it and shout it from the housetops, I would peddle it on the streets, I would make the world hear me. And then I sink back, and I hear the world say, you poor fool. January 28th. I have only $1.50 left. I have sat, shuddering, and waiting, all that I dare, the end is come now, I must look for work tomorrow. It is like a death sentence to me. I could do nothing tonight. January 29th. Providence came to help me tonight for once. It snowed today and I have been hard at work again. January 30th. Some more snow. My hands were nearly frostbitten, but I keep at it, for at least it is out in the air, and it gives me a little longer respite. In the afternoon I made up my mind to go and see the publishers and ask them if they could not read the story at once. It has been a month. I saw their literary manager, he said he was going to read it himself. January 31st. More snow again today. And I have made over $5. But I have come out of it more dead than alive, dulled, dispirited, utterly worn out. If I could only be an animal for a time. But each day of the drudgery only makes me wilder with nervousness. February 1st. They regret, of course, and hold the Ms. at my disposal. I went up to get it this afternoon, and half by accident I met the man I had seen before. I had a talk with him. He was a very curious personage. He seemed to have been interested in the captive. I'll tell you, he said, you know there's really some extraordinary work in that poem. I believe that you have it in you to make some literature before you get through, Mr. Sterling. Do you? I said. Yes, he replied, I feel pretty sure of it. You ask me to tell you about it, so you mustn't mind if I speak frankly. And of course it's very crude. You haven't found your voice yet, you're seeking for mastery, and your work is obviously young. Anybody can see in a few lines that it's young. It's one of those things like Gets von Berlichingen, or Die Rob, or you tear a passion to tatters, you want to rip the universe up the back. But of course that wears off by and by. It isn't well to take life too seriously, you know, and I don't think it'll be long before you come to feel that the captive isn't natural or possible or desirable either. The publisher was smoking a cigar. He puffed for a moment and then he asked, what are you doing now? Nothing just at present, said I. I should have supposed you'd be writing another poem, he replied, though of course as a matter of fact the wisest thing you can do is to wait and learn. Your next book will be entirely different, you can be quite sure. You won't be so anxious to get hold of all the world and make it go your way. I smiled feebly. Possibly not, I said. I'll tell you a story, said the publisher, speaking about youthful aspirations. I was talking to Mr. X last night, the author of. You wouldn't think X was the sort of man to be reforming the world, would you? But he told me about his earliest work, that he said he had tucked away in a drawer, and it turned out he was like all other authors. This was a socialist story, it seems, and the hero delivered fiery speeches 6 pages long. And X said that he had written it and taken it to a publisher, expecting to upset the world a week after it appeared, but that he never could get anybody to publish it, and gave it up finally and went into journalism. The funny part of it was that he had sent it here, and when he told me about it, I remembered looking it over and writing him just about what I'm telling you. The publisher smoked for a moment or two. You see, Mr. Sterling, he said at last, he had to wait 10 years before he arrived. So you must not be discouraged. Have you read his book? No, I have not. It is a very pretty piece of work. It's been many months since it came out, but they say it's still selling in the thousands. Don't get discouraged, Mr. Sterling, keep at it, because you have real talent, I assure you. I rose to go, and he shook my hand. Take my advice, he said, and write something more practicable than a tragedy. But of course don't forget in any case that we shall always be very happy to read anything of yours at any time. I walked down the street meditating. I will get over it again, of course, but tonight I sat in the dark and the cold, shivering. And I asked myself if it must not be so after all. Is it true, the thing that I did, is it natural? I said. Or must it not be exaggerated and crude, as they all tell me? And uninteresting. What is the use of it? I tormented myself that way and tore myself to pieces, but it does not stir anyone else. Ah, of course it's all dead in me and I'm prepared to believe anything they tell me. It's overwrought, it's young, it's pitched in too high a key, it's strained and unnatural, it takes life too seriously. Certainly at any rate they are right that I shall never do the same thing again. But unfortunately I don't feel like writing anything else. I don't know anything about historical novels. I would have read some of the poem again tonight, but I'm too discouraged. I am tired of it. I know it by heart, and it doesn't take hold of me. I have been too long among men, I groan. I see their point of view too well. Why, there are things in that book that when I read them now make me shudder. I have hardly the courage to offer it to anyone else to read. I don't know anyone to take it to, besides. Oh God, I'm so unhappy. February 3d. Today an idea occurred to me, one that should have occurred before. Once upon a time I was introduced to the editor of the... Perhaps he will not remember it, I said. But anyhow, why not try? I will take him the captive, perhaps he can use it in the magazine, who knows? I knew nothing better to do, so I went there. He was very polite, he did remember my face. He was fearfully busy, it seemed. He did not think there was much likelihood of a magazine's publishing a blank verse tragedy, but I told him how I had worked, and he said he'd read it. And so there's one chance more. My poor, foolish heart is always ready to tremble with new hope. But faith in that book was so ground into it. I asked him to read it at once. I explained that I was in great haste. I think he understood what I meant. My clothes show it. I have been hoarding my money, counting every cent. I dread the world so. Now that I am so broken, so laden with misery, it sounds about me as one jeer of mockery. But I shall have to be hunting a place soon. You never can tell how long it may take you, and the chances are so terrible. I will not do anything until I hear from this one man, however. He promised to let me know in a week. I did not see him at the publisher's. He has another office besides. He had huge piles of papers and books about him. He is an important man, I guess. Can it be that he will be the one to save me? I think, oh, if he knew, he would. I find myself thinking that of all the world, if I could only make them understand. Poor, impotent wretch, if I could only find the word. Or is it simply my blind egotism that makes me think that? February 6th. I do not think that what I write can be of much interest. It must be monotonous, all this despair, this endless crying out, this endless repetition of the same words, the same thought. Yet that is all that my life is. That is just what I do every day whenever I am not reading a book to forget myself. It is all so simple, my situation. That is the most terrible thing about it. It is the same thing always and forever. I have lived so much agony through this thing, it would not startle me if I saw that my hair had turned white. I know I feel like an old man. I am settled down into mournfulness, into despair. I can do nothing but gaze back. I have lived my life, I have spent my force, I am tired and sick. I. Do you get tired of hearing it? It was not always like that, once you read a little about a book. February 8th. This is the 5th day. I am counting the days, I have been counting the very hours. He said he would be a week. And I only think of it, I have but $2.60 left. Hurry up. Hurry up. And then I say with considerable scorn in my voice, haven't you learned enough about that manuscript yet? And about publishers yet? February 10th. Just imagine. I went to see him today, and he stared at me. Why, sure enough, Mr. Sterling. It had slipped my mind entirely. I have learned to bear things. I asked him calmly to let me know as soon as possible. He said, I am honestly so rushed that I do not know where to turn. But I will do the best I possibly can. I said, poor, pitiful cringing, is it not terrible? That I'd be up his way again in 3 days, and did he think he could have it read by then? He said he was not sure, but that he'd try. And so I went away. Now I have $2.23. I have to pay my rent tomorrow, and that will leave me $1.50. I can make that do me 7 or 8 days. I have 1 or 2 things at home. I'll wait the 3 days and then I'll have to set out in earnest to find something to do. Oh, the horror of not knowing if you can pay your next week's room rent in this fearful city. February 11th. I sat and looked at myself today. I said, when a soul is crushed like this, can it ever get up again? Can it ever be the same, no matter what happens? Don't you see the fact, that you've been tamed and broken, that you've given in? And how will you ever rise from the shame of it? How will you ever forget it? All this skulking and trembling, how will you ever dare look yourself in the face again? Will not it mock your every effort? Why, you poor wretch, you've got a broken back. February 12th. And tomorrow again I must go there, trembling and nervous, hanging on a word. There is not much sense in it, but I have learned to hate all men who have ease and power. February 13th. I knew it. I could have told it beforehand. I am awfully sorry, Mr. Sterling, but it is no use talking, I simply cannot. I will write you just as soon as ever I get it read. And so I came out. I had $1.20. My rent would be due in 4 days again. So even if I got some work at once, I should have to pawn something. Thus I began my search for a situation. I could not choose, I was willing to take anything. I fear I look like a tramp, but I have several letters from places where I have worked. Still, I could not find anything. I have tramped all day until I could hardly move. I bought a paper, but everything advertised was gone by that time. If it would only snow again, so that I could shovel some more. February 14th. Again I have been pacing the streets the whole endless day, beaten back and rebuffed at every turn. I have been drilled for this, this is the climax. First take every gleam of heart out of me, and then set me to pacing the streets in the cold, to be stared at and insulted by every kind of a man. And still nothing to do. February 15th. I take my lunch with me. I have cut myself down to 20 cents a day for food. I walk and walk, and I am so hungry I cannot do on less than that. I have but 60 cents left tonight. I failed again today. February 16th. It is not as desperate as it sounds, because I have a few books and things that I can sell. I do not believe that I will actually starve. I have always done my work well, and have gotten references. But oh God, the shame of it, the endless, heaped up bitterness. I have sunk into a beast of burden. I trudge on with my mind torpid. I take whatever comes to me, and go on mechanically. Oh, it cows me, it wears me down. I have learned to bear anything. A man might kick me and I would not mind. I think I went to 50 places yesterday. Nothing to do, nothing. Today is Sunday, but I tried even today. I came home to get some dinner. I might have been a porter in a hotel, and carried trunks. That was my one chance. But I have not the physical power for that. And then after all toward evening when I was so tired I was almost wild I had an offer at last. And guess what it was of all the things that I had made up my mind I could not bear to be a waiter. It is, I believe, what a man should call a rare opportunity. It is a fairly good restaurant just off Broadway, and I get $10 and tips. Poor me. My heart bounded for a moment, and then I asked myself, and what do you want with money anymore? I took the place, and I am to begin the day after tomorrow. I am so tired I can hardly move. February 17th. Was it not irony? I have watched day by day for snow, and now that I have taken the other place behold, today it snows a foot. I went to see the editor in the afternoon. I was desperate at the thought of tomorrow. I said I would tell him. But when I got there I only had the courage to inquire about the poem. He had not read it? I feared he seemed annoyed. I shall not go there again for a week. I cannot make him hurry. February 18th. Today I had to begin by apologizing to my landlady, and begging her to let me pay her a week later. I had to go into an elaborate explanation. She wanted to know why I had not been working all these months, and so on. She has a red face, and drinks, I think. Then I had to take a load of my best books, my poor, few precious books that I have loved, and sell them at a second-hand bookstore. When I had sold them I had to hire a waiter's suit for a week, until I had money to buy it. And then with that awful thing on I went down to the restaurant. Can you imagine how a pure woman would feel if she had to go into a brothel to live? That was just how I felt, just how. Oh my God, the indignity of it. Is there anything that I could do more humiliating? But I have lost the power of getting angry. Only my heart is one great sob. February 20th. Oh, that hellish place. What is there in this whole city more brutal than that restaurant? Day and night, to see but one thing, to see flashy, overdressed, fat and vulgar men and women gorging themselves. Oh, this will teach me to feel this at least. I go about with my whole being one curse of rage. I could throttle them. And to bow and smirk and lackey them all day. All day. Oh, what shall I do? How shall I bear it? They offer me tips. At first I thought I should refuse, but no, I dare not do that, even if I wanted to. And since I have stooped to do it, I will take all I can get. To get money is my one passion now. Oh my God, how can I bear it? February 21st. I said today, I must fight this thing, I must, or it will kill me. I cannot let myself go to wreck in this fashion. I've got to fight. And so I got my notebook, and I fell to work to drive myself as of old. The effort that it cost me made me ill, but I did it. I shall keep on doing it. I am like a man faced by a fiend. I must keep on, I must. But then, why do you want to have new languages? Do you not know enough now to keep you in reading matter for all the time you are ever likely to have? February 24th. Oh, one can get used to even a flashy restaurant. It is your fate, you take it. This is how I pass all my time there. I struggle to resist the deadening of it, and the horror of it. While I am going about the loathsome grind, I try to think, try to have some idea in my head. And something comes to me, something beautiful, perhaps, and then in a few moments, in the clatter and confusion, I lose it, and after that I go about haunted, restless, feeling that I have lost something, that I ought to be doing something. What the thing is, I do not even know, but so it drives me and drives me. I spend literally hours that way. February 25th. When are you going to read that poem? When? The week was gone yesterday, but I will not trouble you, even now. I wait, I wait. February 27th. There is another torment about this fearful place that I am in, one that you could not imagine. I had thought that it would be a pleasure, but it tears my soul. They have music in the evening, and fancy a person in my state listening to a violin. Chiefly, of course, they play trash, but sometimes there comes something beautiful, perhaps only a phrase. But it takes hold of my soul, it makes my eyes grow dim, it makes me shudder. It is all my pent-up agony, it is all my sleeping passion. Why, it overwhelms me. And I am helpless, I cannot get away from it. Remember that I have not heard any music for a year. It is like the voice of a dead love to me. I thought tonight that I could not bear it. March 1st. Today I had a day off, and I went to see the editor. I have been waiting, day by day, for a letter. It has been a month since I left it with him, and I found that he had not read it yet. "Mr. Sterling," he said, "it is not my fault, it has simply been impossible. Now I will tell you what to do. I am going out of the city Sunday week, and I shall have a little leisure then. I do not see how I can get to it before that, so you take it and see if you can find someone else to read it meanwhile. If you will bring it to me Saturday, a week from today, I will promise you faithfully to read it on Sunday." So I took the manuscript. I tried 4 publishing houses, but I could not find one that would read it in a week. I had to take the manuscript home. March 3d. Tomorrow ends my 2nd week at the restaurant. It took me 5 days to find that place, but I am going to give it up tomorrow. I could not bear it, if it were to save my life. I cannot bear the noise and the grease and the dirt, and the endless vulgarity, but above all I cannot bear the music. I can bear almost any degradation, I have found, but not when I have to listen to music. Besides, I can afford to give it up. I have made a fortune. I shall have over $30 when I leave. I have always been paid, I find, in proportion to the indignities I bore, in proportion to the amount I humiliated myself before the rich and the vulgar. These vile, bejeweled, befeathered women, these loathsome, swinish men, these are the people who have money to spend. They go through the world scattering their largesse with royal hand, and you can get down and gather it up out of the mud beneath their feet. I come home at night worn out and weak, sometimes almost in a stupor, but I am never too ill to brood over that hideous state of affairs. I gaze at it and I wring my hands, and I cry, "Oh my Father in heaven, will it always be like this? Think of it, this money that these people squander, do you know what it is? It is the toil of society. That is what it is my toil, it is the toil of the millions that swarm in the tenements where I live, it is the toil of the laborers, the beasts of burden of society, in the cities and in the country. Think about it," I cry, "think about it. Can I not find any word, is there nothing I can do or say now or at any time, to make men see it? Why, you take it for granted, I have taken it for granted all my days, that money should belong to the brutal rich to squander in whatever inanity may please them. But it never dawns upon you that this money is the toil of the human race. Money is the representation of all that human toil creates of all value, it is houses that laborers build, it is grain that farmers raise, it is books that poets write. And see what becomes of it, see. See. Or are you blind or mad, that you will not see? Have you no more faith in man, no more care about the soul? You think that I have been made sick by my work in that one haunt of vice. But it is not only that, it is not only that fever district where all the diseases of a city gather. I have been all over the city, and it is everywhere the same. Go to the opera house any night and you may see blasphemous vanity enough to feed the starving of the city for a year. Walk up Fifth Avenue and see them driving, or go to Newport and see them there. Why, I read in the papers once of a woman who gave a ball, and the little fact has stuck in my mind ever since, that she wore a dress trimmed with lace that cost $1,000 a meter. I do not speak of the infinite vulgarity of the thing, it is the monstrous crime of it that cries to me. These people, why, they have society by the throat. I bury my face in my pillow and sob, but then I look up and pray for faith. I say we are only at the beginning of civilization, we can see but the first gleams of a social conscience, but it will come, it must come. Am I to believe that mankind will always submit to toil and pant to make lace at $1,000 a meter to cover the pride-swollen carcase of a society dame? How is it to be managed? I do not know. I am not a political economist, I am a seeker after righteousness. But as a poet, and as a clear-eyed soul, I stand upon the heights and I cry out for it, I demand it. I demand that society shall come to its own, I demand that there shall be intelligence in the world. I demand that the toil of the millions shall not be for the pride of the few. I demand that it shall not be to buy diamonds and dresses and banquets, horses and carriages, palaces and yachts. I demand that it shall be for the making of knowledge and power, of beauty and light and love. Oh, thou black jungle of a world! What know you of knowledge and power, of beauty and light and love? What do you dream of these things? The end of man as you know it is to fight and struggle like a maniac, and grab for his own all that he can lay his claws upon. And what is your social ideal but to lavish, each man upon himself, all that he can lavish before he dies? And whom do you honor save him who succeeds in that? And whom do you scorn save him who fails? O thou black jungle of a world! I cry it once again. Where savage beasts through forest midnight roam, seeking in sorrow for each other's joy. I sit alone and think of these things, until my breath comes hard with rage. I say, it is these that I serve, it is these who own the fruits of my toil, it is these for whom I am starved and crushed, it is these by whom my God-given power is trampled into annihilation. March 4th. I gave the place up this morning. I have $31. I think such a sum of money never made me less happy. I have nothing to do but drag myself back to my room and wait there until the 8th, to take back my manuscript. It will be 5 weeks that he has kept me, I suppose that is not his fault. And then I say, fool, to torment yourself with such hopes. Don't you know that he will say what all the rest have said? He is a clever man, and he knows everything, but what use is he going to have for your poetry? I wandered about almost all of today, or sat stupid in my room. I have lost all my habits of effort, I have forgotten all that I ever knew, all my hopes, all my plans. I said, I will study. But then I added, why should I? Shall I not only make myself miserable, get myself full of emotion, and to no purpose but the carrying of dishes? It is terrible to me to have to acknowledge any change in my way of living, I never did that before. Compromises, concessions, surrenders. Words such as those set me mad. But what am I to do? What can I do? I writhe and twist, but there is no escape. I struggle upward, but I am only beaten back and back. How should I not stop striving? Circumstances made no difference to a man. So I used to prate. No difference. Why, I was a giant in my soul, swift and terrible as the lion. I leaped upon my task, I seized upon everything that came my way. I passed whole classes of men at a bound, I saw, I felt, I bore the world in my soul. I would dare everything, learn everything, live everything, take it all into myself. And every day I was stronger, every day I was more. And now see me. You have penned me here, you have starved me, stunted me, crushed me, I sit shivering and staring at my own piteousness. Why, I cannot even be angry any more, I am too shrunken, too impotent for that. And was it my fault? Have I not fought till I was ill? But never did I put forth a hope that it was not withered in the bud. My every enthusiasm you stamped into the ground, every advance that I made, why you smote me in the face. And all my ardor, my confidence, my trust, has it ever met with anything but jeers? Yes, and now you turn away, this revolts you. This is bare, painful egotism, this is whining, this is querulous misery. It offends you like the sight of raw flesh. It is my raw soul. My poor little naked, pitiful, beaten soul. Groveling, and begging, too. But whose fault is it, merciful heaven, whose fault is it? It is my nature to live in myself, to live from myself. And this that is unbearable egotism, why, it would have been exalting power. Joy in a vision. Mastery of a life and an art. But here you shut me up. You crush me down. I try to escape, I cry out, I am not an egotist, I am a worshipper. I want nothing in the world so much as to forget myself, my rights, my claims, my powers, my talents. I want to think of God. Only give me a chance, only give me a chance to do that, and I care not what you do with me. Here I stand with my poor little work, begging, pleading for someone to heed it. Thinking of it only, living for it only, insisting upon it day and night. But do you think that I do that of choice? My God, no, you are mad, I only want to go on. Give me but the chance to go on, and do you think that I would care whether any man admired my work? Why, I would not even know it, I would be out in the mountains alone. But for what had you your pride in the morning, and in the evening your submission? Can you guess how that jeer rings in my ears, how it goads me? March 5th. Sinking down. Sinking down. To see yourself one of the losing creatures, to know that there is no help for you in this world, that no one will heed you, no one will stretch out a hand. To see yourself with every weakness, to see yourself as everything that you hate, to be mad with rage against yourself, and still to be able to do nothing. Understand what I mean, poor fools, do not think it is for myself that I fear. If I wanted to fight a way for myself I could do it, yet never fear. But you will save the mother and not her child. What I weep for, what I die for, is my art. My vision, my life, my joy, my fire. These are the things that are dying. And when the soul is dead, do you think that I shall care about the body? Do you think that I will stay in this world a shell, a mockery, a corpse? Stay either to putrefy with pleasure or to be embalmed in dullness. Nay, you do not know me. I said to myself tonight, if I perish in this world it will be because I was too far ahead of my environment, that and that only. It will be because I was pure, single-hearted, consecrated, and because of such you neither know nor care. Do I fear to say that? I am done with shame, I think that I am dying, let me speak the truth. And I have really said the word, then the word that cannot be recalled, that my hope is dead, that I give up, that I cannot live my life. Nay, I do not have to say the word says itself. March 6th. Today I shook myself together. I could not stand such wretchedness. I said, I will get a novel, and I will put myself into it grimly, I will read in spite of everything. And such a book as I lighted on by chance. Once I had whole yawning vistas of books toward which I stretched out my arms, but somehow I had forgotten them all today. I could do no better than pick up a book by chance. I picked up Tess of the D'Urbervilles, and I found myself in the midst of the same misery that haunts me here. I read it, but it did not help me. It is strange what poverty has ground into my soul. I find myself reading such a book with but one feeling, one idea crying out in me. I discover that my whole being is reduced to the great elemental, primitive instinct of self-preservation. Love is dead in me, generosity, humanity, imagination is dead, everything but one wild beast passion, and I find myself panting as I read, get some money. Get some money. Hold on to it. After a while I think suddenly, and I am a poet. That brings a moan from me and I sit shuddering. March 7th. Tess of the D'Urbervilles is one of the most unconvincing books I ever read. I neither believed in it nor cared about it in the slightest. I am shown a pure woman, and by I learn, to my perplexity, that she has been seduced, after which she continues the pure woman again, and I am asked to agonize over her troubles. But all the time I keep saying, this is not a woman that you are showing me at all, a woman with a soul, it is a puppet figure that you suppose seduced for the sake of the story. It is our absurd English ideas of propriety that make possible such things. If the author had had to show the seduction of Tess, the weakness of the thing would have been plain in an instant. That he did not show it was his lack of conscience. There is no propriety in art but truth. March 8th. I took the manuscript to the editor again today. He told me to come in on Monday. Deep in my soul I can have no more disappointments about it. I take it about from habit. I sat and looked it over last night, but one cannot read emotional things in cold blood. I said, is this true? Is it natural? Is there any use in it? I was tempted to cut out one or two things, but I decided to let it stay as it was. March 10th. I have been sitting tonight in my room, half dazed, or pacing about the streets talking to myself in a frenzy. I can hardly believe that it is true, I can hardly realize it. I laugh with excitement, and then I cry. I went today to get back my manuscript. And the editor said, Mr. Sterling, it is a most extraordinary piece of work. It is a most interesting thing, I like it very much. I stared at him gasping. Then I waited to hear him say but I regret, but he didn't. I can't tell you anything definite about it, he said. I want to submit it to the firm. I wouldn't undertake to accept any such unusual thing for the magazine without consulting them, and especially seeing if they will bring it out afterward. You are thinking of using it in the magazine? I cried. As I tell you, I can't say positively. I can only tell you what I think of it. I will have them read it at once. I will take it to them today. I put in. No, he said, you need not, for I am going there this afternoon, and I will take it, and ask them to read it immediately. I can't remember what else he said. I was deaf, crazy. I rushed home, talking to myself incoherently. I remember sitting here in a chair and saying aloud, oh, it can't be. It is impossible. That it should be good enough to publish in a magazine like that? It is some mistake, it will all come to nothing. It's absurd. So I sat, and I thought what such a thing would mean to me. It would make my reputation in a day. I should be free. But I thought of it and it did not make me happy. I only sat staring at myself, shuddering. The endless mournfulness that is in my heart surged up in me like a tide, and suddenly I began to cry like a child. It has come to me too late, I exclaimed, too late. I can't believe it. It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't care anything about it. I mean the poem. I don't believe in it myself. God, do you know I said that, and meant it? I said more. I sat and whispered it to myself, let them take it, yes, let them. I don't care, it will set me free. I shall have some money. But they're fools to do it, they're fools. March 11th. I tremble with excitement all the day, dreaming about that thing. I go about half mad. Oh, just think of it, I whisper, just think of it. I linger about it hungrily. He spoke as if he really meant to make them take it. March 13th. I went to see him today to ask. No, they had not let him know yet, but they had the manuscript. He would write me. I made up my mind that I would not bother him again. I will wait, hard as it is. I sat asking myself today, do you really mean that you believe that poem is going to stir the world, this huge, heedless world you see about you? Have you truly that blind, unreasoning faith that you try to persuade yourself you have? Ah, I don't know what I believe now. Only, once I had my young courage, I feared not the world, I could do anything. Now I am but one among a million. March 16th. I force myself to read these things that half interest me, but I think I spend a quarter of my time wandering about whispering that they are going to publish it. I cry out, oh, they must. I go into the library and stare at the magazine and think of it there. I walk past the publishers, and think of it there. I have been inquiring all about publishing, about terms, and all that sort of thing. It makes my brain reel. Why, they might pay me $500 for it. Think of it, $500. I could go crazy with such a thought as that. And then I think what the reviews will say of it, and I cry, oh, no, it can't be true. Again I find myself saying, only let them take it. I don't care about the rest, whether it succeeds or not, let them take it. March 18th. I walked past the editor's office today. It took just every bit of will that I had, not to go in. I said, he might know even now, and I wouldn't hear till tomorrow. But I didn't do it. I said I would wait a week, anyhow. March 20th. I don't know what in the world to make of it. The week ended today, and nothing yet, and I hit upon another scheme. I went to the publishers. I said, I will ask them, and he needn't know anything about it and it won't bother him. So I went in and they referred me to the manuscript clerk. She said she had never heard of The Captive. But it's here somewhere, I said, the editor brought it here. There is no manuscript ever comes here, she answered, that is not entered on my books. But, I said, some member of the firm must have it. If any member of the firm got it, she said, smiling, the first thing he would do would be to bring it to me to enter in the books. I insisted. I wanted to see somebody in the firm, but she answered me there was no use. Finally she suggested that they might know something about it up in the offices of the magazine. I went there, but no one had ever heard of it there. I came home dazed. I don't know what in the world to make of it. He certainly said that the firm was reading it. I wrote tonight to ask him about it. March 23d. I have waited day by day in the utmost perplexity to hear from him about that. I should have heard from him yesterday. I don't know what in the world to make of it. Can he have gone into them privately? Or can he have forgotten it? He is so busy. I dread the latter circumstance, but I dread as much to anger him in the other case. March 27th. I waited 4 days more. I went up to see him. Just as I feared. I have annoyed him. I could see it. I know he must be tired of seeing my face. Mr. Sterling, he said, I have told you that the poem is being read by the firm, and that I will let you know the moment I hear from them. I only came, I said, because the clerk told me. There are some things clerks don't know, he put in. I tremble at the thought of making him angry. I will not go near him again. March 30th. I am doing my best to keep my mind on some reading, so as not to make the agony unbearable. But it is very hard, the mails disturb you. I can only read in the middle of the day, and at night. In the morning I expect the first mail, trembling, but after that I know a city letter can't come till afternoon, so I can read. Then again at night I know it can't come. I am reading The Ring and the book. I have always found that it doesn't do to take vulgar opinions. I had supposed I should find The Ring and the book hard reading. It is skippable, the consequence of having a foolish scheme to fill out. But the story of Pompilia and Giuseppe is one of the finest things I know of anywhere. April 3d. It has been another week. I could not stand it any more. I am going over to the publishers again this afternoon. What in heaven's name does this thing mean? I met the satisfied smile of the clerk again. We have never seen the manuscript, Mr. Sterling. If you could only see how positive she is. I don't know anything about what the editor told you, I can only tell you positively that he has never submitted any such manuscript to the firm, or to anybody connected with the firm. That thing drove me wild. I don't know what to make of it. Surely he's given it to someone, for he told me so. I went up to the magazine rooms, and he was in his office, but he had left word that he would not see anyone, and they would not even take in my name. April 4th. I can do nothing but haunt that place till I find out what it means. It has been 3 weeks and a half since he gave it to them, and he said I would hear at once. What in the world does he think it means to me? Can't I presume the slightest gleam of interest, of care, on his part? April 5th. Today I could not stand it any longer. I went to the place again. I saw the manuscript clerk once more, the same answer. I went upstairs, he was there again, but busy. I wrote a note and left it. I explained that I did not in the least wish to trouble him, but that the thing meant a great deal to me, and that I had the utmost need of promptness, that it had been almost 4 weeks since he gave it to the firm, and that nobody there seemed to know anything about it. April 7th. He did not answer my letter. I thought I should hear today. Oh God, this is the most tormenting thing. Think what it means. And what in heaven's name has he done? Surely someone he must have given it to someone. Only why in the world doesn't he understand my perplexity and explain? April 9th. No letter yet. I went back to the publishers again this morning. I have been wandering by the place every day since. They had not seen it yet. She said she'd have the firm inquire, but I said not to, as it might annoy him. He surely has given it to someone, you know. She laughed at me. I went up to the magazine office again. He was not there, but I saw his associate. The associate did not know anything about it either. April 10th. I waited 1 day more and no answer. I wrote to him again tonight, begging him to please reply. I have begun several novels, but I can't get interested in them. I am simply sick. I came out of that horrible restaurant with money enough to do me for 10 weeks, and here are over 5 of them gone in this hideous way. Oh, it is monstrous. It has been 9 weeks and a half since I gave him that poem in the beginning. I never spent 9 such weeks of horror in my life. April 12th. In answer to your letter, I beg to inform you that the manuscript of The Captive is now in the hands of the firm, and that you may expect a decision in about a week. So. It is a relief at any rate to know that the thing is all right. I can wait a little better now. Of course I knew it must be there. A plague on that foolish clerk. April 14th. All the while that I am writing about this thing, I keep up my courage by thinking what it will mean to me. It is something so immense that I can hardly realize it. I shall be famous. And he really liked it, there can be no doubt about that. He was too busy to talk much, but he showed he liked it. April 17th. Oh my soul, I think this is the most frightful thing. Is it not simply a nightmare? I have been pacing the floor tonight in an agony. They have never seen that manuscript. I was going by there today, and I couldn't withstand the temptation. The week was not up, but I said, if I inquire, there's no reason why he should know about it. I went in. And that terrible clerk, she smiled at me still. The more I talked, the more she shook her head. There's no such manuscript ever been seen here, she said. I showed her the letter, and that decided her to go in and see the firm. They sent out word that neither they nor their readers had ever heard of it, but that they would write to the editor at once. Oh, I think this is horrible, horrible. And then just guess what I did. I couldn't bear the agony. I went to the other place, and he wasn't there, and so at last I went to his club. He wasn't at the club, but they told me where he was, and I spent 10 cents telephoning him. At this place they said he had an engagement to be there later, so I spent another 10 cents, and that time I found him. I told him who I was. The week isn't up yet, I said, but the firm say they have never received the manuscript. So, he said, his voice sounded hard, I thought, and it made me shudder. You come up to see me the day after tomorrow at 10 o'clock, and you'll hear about your manuscript. And that is all. And I walked out of the great, rich club, and I have been pacing up and down in my own garret ever since. I am almost too ill with anxiety to stand. April 18th. And today I can only wait. Once I lay down upon the bed and cried. April 19th. I don't know how to tell this thing. I am simply dazed. I had an experience today, the most hideous thing that I think ever happened to me in my life. Oh, I have been like a madman ever since I lost my head. I did not know what I was doing. I was really crazy. It is 3 o'clock in the morning, now, but I shall write it down. I cannot sleep. Today I went up to see that man as he told me to. I went trembling with suspense. Just think, it has been 11 weeks since this agony began. And I went into his office. He was alone, and when he saw me he sprang to his feet. My soul, he looked like a tiger. He stood there in the middle of the room fairly gasping with rage. "So," he cried, "you've come, have you? I tell you, young man, I have never been subjected to such an outrage as this in my life. I would not read another manuscript for you. Why, I wouldn't stand for such an imposition from Balzac or Thackeray. No, sir, I wouldn't." I stared at the man, simply speechless with astonishment. "Why," I panted, "what do you mean?" "What do I mean? Why, you have hounded me about this city until I'm crazy. There's no place I can go to escape you. You come to my office, you come here, you come to my club. You have made yourself a perfect pest at the publishers to everyone. Why?" He stopped out of breath. Of course I have no courage or head with men. I was ready to grovel at his feet. "My dear sir," I pleaded, "I assure you I didn't mean to do anything of the kind. It was only that the clerk kept telling me." "I don't care what the clerk kept telling you. I tell you that that manuscript has been in the hands of the company since the day I told you I would leave it there. Of course there have been delays, there is all sorts of routine to go through with, but suppose all our contributors did the same thing, what would we do?" He was talking at me as if expecting a reply. Fortunately the right words came to my lips. I was really ready to cry with shame and perplexity. "I don't think it is quite the same with all your contributors," I said, with a trembling voice. "While I have been waiting I have been simply starving." It seemed to clear the atmosphere. He stared at me, and then he sat down. He was ashamed of himself, I could see. "Why," he said, "you couldn't have been paid anything for months." "I didn't know," I said, "I didn't know anything about it. But I have been starving." He spoke more quietly. "Mr. Sterling," he said, "I'm very sorry about this, the whole thing has been unfortunate." "Excuse me that I spoke angrily, let us not think any more about it." I stood there, feeling almost like crying, I was so nervous. "Now, about that manuscript," he went on, "I'm doing what I can to learn about it. It's been there all along, as I told you, and you will hear about it soon. Why, Mr. Sterling, I even took the trouble to send my secretary down there yesterday to make sure that it was all right." "I did not want you to go to any such trouble," I stammered. "That's all right," he said, "don't mention it. Now they will have decided in a few days, and I will write you." "No, please do not," I said, still with my abject humility. "Don't take any more trouble, let me go there and find out." "By no means," said he. "Take my advice and don't go near there again under any circumstances. You can't tell how much an author hurts himself by troubling a publisher as you have done. Don't go near there, let me write to you." I promised that I would, and then with more abjectness I got myself out of that room, and I went out and sat down upon a step nearby, simply shaking like a leaf. "Oh, heavens!" I gasped. That was horrible. Horrible. I sat dazed thinking about it, thinking it over and over. I couldn't understand it, try as I might. Why should he have been so angry that day? Had he not told me to come there? And had he not said I should have a report? And then suddenly something flashed over me that made me leap. That firm had written him a letter the day before yesterday asking about the manuscript, and that was why he was angry. And he had sent his secretary down to inquire. But why in heaven's name should he send his secretary down to inquire when he had a telephone connecting with the firm right there in his office? And so I saw it all in one instant. The thing flashed over me. I was so wild I paid a car fare. I rode straight as a die down to that place, and I went in and saw the clerk. "He has sent the manuscript now," I said, "hasn't he?" "Yes," she said. "He sent it in yesterday," I said. "Yes. He sent it by his secretary, didn't he?" "Yes," she said again. "Thank you," I answered, and went out. Is not that simply monstrous, simply awful beyond words? I have been beside myself tonight with rage, with amazement, with perplexity. Oh, Think what I have suffered at the hands of that frightful man. And what have I done to him? Why should he have treated me so? What does it mean? I am baffled every way I turn. The thing is like flame in my blood, like acid in my veins. It makes me hysterical with pain. I cry aloud. What do you mean by it, you monster, you wretch? Why, here for 11 weeks I have been hanging upon your every word. 11 weeks of my life spent in torment, absolutely flung away. 11 weeks. And you have lied to me, and you have kicked me about like a dog. What do you mean? What do you mean? Tell me, above all, why you did it? Were you torturing me on purpose? Or did you simply forget it? But then, how could you forget it when you had to tell me all those miserable falsehoods? And when you had to write me those letters? And then today. That is the thing that goads me most today. I stood there cringed before you like a beaten cur. You kicked me, you spit upon me. And it was every bit of it a lie? That insolent rage of yours, why, it wasn't even genuine. You weren't even angry. You knew that you had no reason to be angry, that you had treated me as if I were a worm to tread on. And yet you stood there and abused me. Oh why, the thing is madness to think of. It is more madness the more you realize it. I have never known anything like it before in my life. Yes, actually it is something quite new to me. I have met blind people who would not heed me, but a really evil person I have never known before. A person who has no respect for another's rights, who would trample upon another. Oh, you miserable wretch, and the lies. The hateful sneaking of it, you black-hearted, insolent man. The manuscript had been there all the time. The delays, the routine. And you had sent your secretary down to inquire. And above all, oh, above all, the prince of them, I must not go near there lest I should injure myself. I must not go near them, they were so weary of seeing me. And I never saw a single soul there in my life but one clerk. I never suffered such a thing as this before in all my days. Deliberate, brutal injustice. And that I should be so placed as to be a victim of such a thing, that I should have to hang upon your words and to be at your mercy for 11 weeks of agony. You are a great editor, a clubman, a rich man. You have fame and power and wealth, and you stand up there and scald me with your rage and with your heart a mess of lies all the time. But why did you do it? That is the thing I ask myself in consternation. Why? Why? Were you not interested in my work? If you weren't, why didn't you give it back to me, and let me go my way? And if you were, if you had any idea of publishing it, then why did you use me in this way? Where was the manuscript all this time? What did you mean to do with it? How long did you expect me to wait? And what object did you have in telling me untruths about it meanwhile? The whole thing is as blank to me as night. That a man should have in him so much infinite indifference about another as to leave that manuscript in a drawer, and write me that I was to have a report on it within a week. Why, it is something of which I cannot even think. And then to get out of it by that sham anger and that sneaking. April 20th. I have done absolutely nothing but brood over this thing and rage all day. What am I to do? I sat and wondered if there was anything I could do but go and shoot that man. And I asked myself, ought I not at least to go and get the manuscript from that accursed place this instant? Ought I not to have taken it then and there? But see the utter misery of my situation, the abject shame of it. Suppose they were to take the thing. It is my one hope in this world. I dare not lose it. I have to leave it there. But then, what hope is there now? I ask. Why, he was going to urge it upon them. And now, of course, he simply sent it in there without a word. Don't you see what it was? It was that letter of inquiry they wrote him. He paid no more attention to me than if I were a hound, but he had to send it when they wrote. And perhaps they said something about carelessness, and that made him wild. Oh, the thing is an endless spring of gall to me. I am all raw with it. I have to rush out on the street and walk away my passion. I never saw my situation so plainly, the horrible impotence of it. Just see what I struggle against, the utter insane futility of everything I do. Why, I beat my wings in a void, I hammer my head against a wall. And now I must wait for that thing to come back. Don't I know that it will come back? And don't I know that that will be the end of me? A black, horrible gloom has settled down upon me. I am utterly lost in despair. April 21st. I will write no more about that man. My whole being is turned to bitterness. I wonder at myself. I have no longer one feeling left in this world except a black brooding hatred of him. And all the time the thing haunts me like a detective story. I can't find the solution. What does it mean? Why did he do it? It is so irrational, so impossible, so utterly incomprehensible. And shall I never know the truth about it? April 24th. We regret that we are not advised to undertake the publication of The Captive. We return the manuscript by express. There it is. I read that thing, and I felt my whole being sinking down as if into hell. There it is. And that is the end of it all. Oh, merciful Providence, is it not simply too cruel to be believed? 11 weeks. 11 weeks. I can do no more. I do not know where to turn. I believe I shall go mad with my misery. April 25th. Today I thought I would go up and see him. I thought I could not live until I knew what this thing meant. I heard myself saying, I demand to know why you treated me thus. I say I demand it. Before God, how dared you? Or don't you believe in a God? Then again I thought, I will plead with him. It must be some mistake. I can't believe that it is all over. Why, he liked it? And now perhaps it was only looked over by some careless reader and flung aside. But no, I could not go near the place. I could not face that man again. The memory of his look as he stood there in his insolence is so hateful to me that it makes me tremble. April 26th. I see myself crying this out from the housetops. I even wrote a letter to a newspaper, but I did not send it. I went to a lawyer, a man I used to know. I told him I had no money. I asked him to help me. But I cannot sue him. He was under no obligations, it seems, and I cannot prove that the manuscript was injured in value by the delay. So there is nothing that I can do. He will go his way. He will never think of me again. He is rich and famous. I have just $9 left of my money. I cannot possibly make it do more than 3 or 4 weeks, and meanwhile I sit and brood and watch them go by in blank despair. April 28th. I fight with myself. I must get that hellish thing out of my head. I went to a publisher's today. I didn't have the heart to go in, but I gave it to the clerk. It will take 2 or 3 weeks. This will be the 8th publisher. I said today, I will force myself to read, I will get myself together, I will not let myself be stamped to the mud by this man. There is nothing I can do about it. I only poison my whole soul thinking of it. I must put it out of my mind. I must work. May 1st. I said to myself today, do you really believe that the world would heed that poem? Do you think that if any publisher published it, he could sell it? I answered, no, I do not. If one took it, I should think I was making a fool of him. I offer it on that chance. What am I going to do? I do not know. I must try to find some work that does not tear me to pieces, and then perhaps some day I shall be able to write something different. May 3d. My whole soul is in a turmoil these days. I struggle, I cannot give up while I live, but for what do I struggle? I am a man journeying in a thicket, I cannot see one step before me. I try to forget myself. I try to get interested in a book. But I never had but one kind of interest. I cannot get used to living without a purpose, without enthusiasm, without morality. I have no ideas anymore. My whole life is shrunken and contracted. It is all stagnant. The garden of my soul is full of weeds. The broad fields that I used to cover, the far-off things I used to strive for, what have they to do with me now? I heard a gull today far, far up, a mere speck in the sky. I started, as I watched him vanish. Then I said, but you, too, will have to come down and mingle in the turmoil and the danger. May 6th. I go over into the park. The springtime is in full glory, all the sights that used to thrill my heart are there, the splendor of new verdure and young flowers, the birds that I love rioting in song. But it moves me not in the least, it only makes me 10 times more mournful. I turn away. Why, once an apple spray in blossom was to me a drunken ecstasy. Shall I ever know what it is to be generous, and rich and royal in my heart again? To know that surging fullness of emotion that makes you think of gold and purple and regal pomp? I tell you, the whole thing is a question of money with me. I have come down to the bare bedrock of sordidness. I must have money, money. It is everything in this world to me. I can never think of anything else again until I have it. I see myself going out into the world and fighting as other men fight, and making a place in it for myself. May 8th. I am getting down again, my poor hoard is going. I sit and count it, I calculate it, I lay out my bill of fare. Oh, where shall I go, what can I do? Can I write anything? I ask. I have nothing in me but a naked, shivering longing. I dread to be in the desperate fix I was the last time I could find no work. And yet I can not make up my mind to do anything until I hear from this one publisher more. May 9th. I walked over there today to save a postage stamp. They had not heard from the reader yet. I sit down and try to study. Then I get up and say I ought not to put it off any longer. Then again I think, wait until tomorrow, at any rate. May 10th. I was looking at that man's magazine today. What thoughts it brought to me, what agonies, what longings, what despair. And, above all, what ocean floods of bitterness. I walked all the way down to the wholesale paper store. I thought I would prefer that to evils that I know not of. I have almost a terror of having to come into contact with new people. But my place was filled. I trudged home again. I went to the publishers too, nothing yet. The 3 weeks were up today. May 12th. I dared not wait any more today. I had just $3.10 left. And my rent is due the day after tomorrow. I have answered every sort of advertisement, from dishwashing to tutoring a boy. I guess I look too seedy for the latter. Sometimes when I am wandering around in all this misery, still yearning for what I might have been, the thought comes across my mind, and in this huge world there might yet be someone who would understand the thing. Someone who would help me. Someone by whom it would be an honor to be helped if I could only find him. And here I am, having my life beaten out of me, spark by spark, and I can't find him, I can't. I cry out for money, for money. But no, it is others who have it. And the way that they use it, oh God, the way that they use it. If all the world were poor, it would not be so bad, but the sight of wealth, of infinite oceans of it squandered in perfect frenzies of ostentation. The sight of this world, which they take quite as a matter of course. I have seen a good deal of this world myself, and I at least do not take it thus. I gaze upon the men and women who do take it thus, and I say, are you men and women really? Or are you not some strange, un-God-made creatures, without ever a thought about justice, without ever a gleam of reason or purpose or sense? May 14th. I have tramped the streets for 2 days more. I was made so ill by my anxiety last time that I made up my mind I would not risk it again. I asked my landlady tonight to wait a while, as I was looking for some work. She was ungracious enough, but I have no longer any sensibilities, I only want to be safe. She can wait, she has my trunk, as I told her. Probably she wouldn't even be as willing, if she could see what is in it. I have no longer anything to sell. I had to exchange my waiter's costume for a pair of trousers, for mine were all in rags. I have $2.70. I imagine that is a safe margin. There are no words that can tell what an absolutely deadening thing it is to be wandering about the city looking for work. It turns you into a log of wood. You not only no longer have an idea, you have not a thought of an idea. You simply drag on and on until the thing becomes a habit, and you go without even thinking of that. May 15th. Our readers have examined with a great deal of interest the unusual piece of work which you have sent us. But it has been our experience that poetry proves such a distressing adventure commercially, that we are forced to decline the offer which you have so kindly made us. We wish, however, to assure you of our desire to see anything else which you may have on hand, or may have at any time in future. That is about the way the letter ran. I tore it up. I did not read it but once. I took the thing to another firm. It can't do any harm. I have not been able to find anything today. May 16th. So long as I have thoughts I can write a journal, but while my life is that of an animal, it doesn't seem very necessary. I have always felt myself an outcast. A poet has to be that, but I never felt it quite so much as at present. I wander around from door to door, and those who have homes and money and power, they simply order me out of the way. May 18th. I do not think I can stand this much longer. I never had such a time before finding anything. I think my state must be written in my face. Men no longer have any use for me. I fear my coat is seedy. And I know my collar is soiled, but the two I left at the laundry won't be done till tomorrow. I have broken my last $2 bill. I watch in terror for the next week. I cannot face that woman again. I must save enough for that. May 19th. I applied for a position as office boy today. I was desperate. I have not enough to last me through a week, if I pay the woman anything. But they said I was too old. My feet are most horribly sore. I can hardly walk. And I have the strangest ringing in my head. I could not eat any supper, and the milk won't keep in this warm weather, either. May 22d. The day before yesterday, when I woke up in the morning, I could hardly stand. My head was on fire, and I do not think I have ever been so sick before. I got around to a drug store. The man said he would give me some powders. He said they were 40 cents, but I dared not pay it. He gave them to me for a quarter. He said I should have a tonic, but I haven't had it. I was too ill to move all day yesterday. I am better today, but still I daren't go out. I have only 85 cents left. I must manage to get out and get some work tomorrow, or I shall go mad. I had a scene with that horrible creature yesterday. It was the second week she thought I was shamming, I know. She said she never allowed her roomers to get behindhand. It was her invariable rule. Oh God, I was so sick I could scarcely see. I did not care what she did. I told her that I had no money, that I was waiting to get some work, that I would pay her the first moment I could. Why don't you keep work when you get it? She demanded. You have been idle nearly all the whole time you've been here. I could not argue with her. She can turn me out when she likes. May 24th. I dragged myself out today. I feel better except for the blisters on my feet. But nothing to do. Nothing to do. Oh, I am half mad. I thought today I would call upon some of my relatives. But I bit my lips together. No, I will not ever do that. It is the ghastly heat that kills me. Yesterday was almost stifling. I thought I could not bear it. I never knew it to be so hot so early. May 26th. I have got but 35 cents, and today I was so tired I had to rest for 2 hours nevertheless. Oh, merciful heavens, but this is fiery torture. It is half a week again. I know she will not let me stay another week. I did a strange thing. I wrapped up all my papers and carried them out under my coat. She can keep everything else I have, but my papers are mine. I took them to the grocery store where I buy things and asked the man to keep them for me. May 27th. What does a man do when he wants to work and can't find anything? Does he really starve? Or does he get locked up? Or what? I said today, I will eat nothing but bread and oatmeal till I get something to do. May 29th. It was just as I thought. She has demanded her money and I have but 15 cents. I helped a man up with a trunk and got 10. She told me that I would have to get out. It is clear tonight. I shall sleep somewhere in the park. I cannot write any more. May 31st. I got some work to do after all at the height of my despair. I am giving out samples of a hitherto unequaled brand of soap. It was yesterday morning, I met one of the men and asked him where he got the job. He said they wanted more men, so I got on a car and rode down there in haste. I made 50 cents yesterday, for half a day, and $1 today. Thank God. I spent the night before last in the park, and last night in the room where I am writing. It is in a tenement house. I paid 50 cents a week for it, and there is a drunken man snoring on the other side of a board partition. I shan't go back to the other place, of course, until I get more money. Besides, she has probably rented the room. I am so relieved at having gotten something to do. I believe I am even proud of the soap. I am getting used to walking all day, anything so long as one doesn't have the agonizing worry about starvation. I am ill, but I shall keep at it, and answer advertisements meanwhile by mail, till I get something better. I am going out to sit by the river. I cannot stand the heat and stench in this room. Tomorrow is Sunday. I shall have a long rest. June 2d. I did not go back to distribute soap today. I have given up the work. I have just 70 cents left in my pocket. The rent of this room is up on June 6th, and the money will last me until then. On June 6th I am going to die. Today I went to the publishers. I said, on June 6th I am going out of town. On June 6th you will have had the manuscript 3 weeks and more. I shall have to ask you to have a report by that date, or to return it to me now. He said, you shall have the report. If they will publish the poem, I shall wait. If not, I shall die on June 6th. That is settled. 3. The end. Listen to me now. I must soon get to the end of this. I mean to tell you about it. I have spent yesterday and today going over this journal, explaining things that I had written too briefly, putting in things that ought to be there. I mean to tell everything. When I began this journal it was with the idea that I should be famous, and that then it would be published. Of late I have written it from habit, mainly, never expecting that anyone would see it. Now I write again for a reader, to a reader. I know that it will be published. The night before last I went down by the river. As well as I can remember, these were the thoughts that came to me. It was a calm, still night, and I sat watching the lights on the water. Then suddenly I recollected the night when the yacht had passed, and I had heard the woman singing. It came back to me like an apparition, that voice, and that melody. I heard it again more plainly than words can tell, dying away over the water, and a perfect sea of woe rolled over my soul. I thought of that night, what I had been that night, what hopes I had had, what fervor, what purpose, what faith. That was, you remember, just when I was at the height of my work, and the memory came back to me, as it has never come back to me since the day that I came out of the forest with my book. It simply overwhelmed me, it shook me to the very depths of my being. I buried my face and burst out sobbing. It shook away from me all the hideous dullness that had mastered me. I saw myself as I was, ruined, lost. I cried out, "Oh, my Father in heaven, it is gone. It is gone, and it will never come back. I am a lost soul. I am a traitor, I am ruined." So I went on, feverishly, twisting my hands together. I have given up the fight. I have been beaten, oh, my God, beaten. Think of those raging hours in the woods, those hours of defiance, of glory. I gazed at commonplaceness and dullness, I mocked at it, and now it has conquered me. I am trampled down, beaten. It is all gone out of me. And then I cried out in despair and terror, "Oh, no, it can't be. It can't be." But even while I cried that, my thoughts fled back to the horror to which I was tied, to the samples of soap and to the filthy hole next to a drunken laborer. The thing overwhelmed me, even while I stood there trying to resolve. I was frenzied. I have done everything, I panted, I have fought and toiled and struggled, I have wept and prayed, and even begged. And yet I have been beaten, I have gone down. And what more is there that I can do? I shall be beaten down again. Oh, what shall I do? Is there any hope, any new plan that I can try? Shall I go through the streets and shriek it? Shall I lay hold upon some man and make him hear me? Is there anything to make them understand what I have? To make them understand what they are doing? God gave me a vision, it may not come again for a century, it can never come again, it is mine only. And they grind it into the dust. This demon power that is in me, don't you suppose I know what it is? This thing that roars like the wind upon the mountains, that runs like the great billows on the sea. I was pacing back and forth in the silent night. I had all the world about me, I cried out to it, I gripped it, to make it hear me. Fools, oh fools! I cried, what is it that you do believe in? Blind creatures that you are, this raging faith of mine, this fervent ardor, you do not believe in that. You do not believe in enthusiasm, you do not believe in ecstasy, you do not believe in genius. You think that I am mad, poor raving poet. You see me sick, haggard, dragging myself about. But I am caged, I tell you, I am caged. You are killing me as you would kill some animal, and I am never to sing that song, I am never to sing that song. The thing was a madness to me. No. I rushed on, I will get free, I say I will. If I must, I will go out and beg on the streets, before I will let this thing die. Show me the vilest of you, I will get down upon my knees before him, I will kiss his feet and beg him to let me live. There is no degradation of myself that I will not bear. What am I? I am a worm, I am filth, I am vanity and impertinence and delusion. But this thing, this is God. Oh, you man with a carriage, will you not give me a little? For $100 or $2 I can live for a year. And you, why, see that ring on your finger. You would not think twice if you lost it, and yet think what I could do with that bauble. Oh, see how you abuse life, how you mock it, how you trample upon it, how you trample upon God. So I go about all day, haunted all the time, raging, lusting for my task. And you who believe in genius in the past, and do not believe in it in the present. Some of you had this faith when you were young, but I have it always, it is I. I was born for that, I will die for that. It is my love, my food, my health, my breath, my life. It comes to me wherever I am, carrying trays in a restaurant, pacing back and forth by the river, sitting here in my room and writing of it. So I thought, so I cried out, and each time as the thing surged in me, I sank down and moaned and sobbed. No, it is all lost. I am helpless. I am beaten. I am walled in and tortured. I am a slave, I am a prisoner, I. And so the torrent of my thoughts sped on, and so I rushed with it, rushed to my fate. For suddenly I came to four words, four fearful words that roared in my soul like the thunder. I am a captive. It was like the falling of a bolt from the sky. It came with a sound that stunned me, with a flash that lit in one instant the whole horizon of my mind. I am a captive. I am the captive. Fool that I am, pent here in these prison walls of tyranny, and beating out my brains against them. Panting, praying, cursing, pining to be free. And I am the captive. The thing struck terror into the last chambers of my soul. I stood stock still, I felt my flesh quiver, I felt my very hair move. I saw a pair of demon eyes glaring into mine, I saw all the wildness and the fearfulness of life in that one instant. I wrote a book, I tried to make it true, and, oh, my God, how have I succeeded? I do not know what I did, I was half crazed, as in a nightmare. I fought and struggled, but I was in the grip of a truth, and though it set my brain on fire, I had to face it. I was the captive. I was the captive. and I was crying out against circumstances, I was crying out against my fate, and all the time there it stood and faced me, the truth, the iron truth. I was to die. A sudden fury swept over me, my whole being flamed with wrath. What? I cried. I shall go on in this servitude, in this degradation. I shall go on playing the lackey to the filthy pleasures of men, cringing, crouching before any insult, begging for my bread, begging to keep my miserable self alive. And I shall see one by one my virtues die in me, my powers, my consecrations. I shall sink into a beast of burden, into a clod of the earth, into a tool of men. And I, who wrote the captive, my God, who wrote the captive. I, who stood upon that height, drank in that glory, sang with those angels and gods. I, who was noble and highborn, pure and undefiled, seer and believer, I walked with truth, and now I am a slave, a whimpering, beaten hound. They have made a eunuch of me, they have cut away my manhood. They have put me with their swine, they have fed me upon husks, they have bid me drink their swill. And I bear it, by God, I bear it. And why? I bear it that I may live. Come here, come here. Look at this. The thing seized me by the shoulders and shook me, the thing with the fiery eyes. Did you mean it, all that you wrote in that book? Did you mean it, those vows that you swore in the forest? Were they the truth of your soul as you faced your God, or were they shams that you dallied with to please your vanity? Answer me. Answer. I sank down upon the ground as I heard that voice. I was shuddering with fear, and I moaned aloud, I don't want to die. I want to live, I want to do my work. And then I heard the voice say, you hound. And so I shut my hands like a vice, and I panted, no, no. Come. Take me. I will go. I think it must have been hours that I lay there, wrestling in horrible agony. I cried again and again, yes, yes, I will do it. I will do it. I fled on breathlessly, whispering, panting to myself. Before I knew it I was saying part of the captive, the first fearful lines of the struggle. Spirit or fiend that led me to this way? Oh, tell me, was ever poet so taken at his word before? I thought of that then, and I shook like a leaf with the pain of it. Again and again I faced it, again and again I failed. It was physical pain, it was a thing that I could feel like a clutch at my heart. Was it not tearing out my very soul? But the voice cried out to me, you have been a slave to the world. You have been a slave to life. You have been crucified upon the cross of art. Yes, and all things a man may sacrifice to art, but one thing, he may not sacrifice his soul. What? It rushed on. Have you so much faith in your art, and no faith in your God? Is it for him that you have so much need to fear, to crouch and tremble, to plot and to plan for him? And when he made you, when he gave you your inspiration, his soul was faint. He that sendeth forth the surging springtime, and covereth all the earth with new life. He that is the storm upon the sea, the wind upon the mountains, the sun upon the meadows. He that poureth the races from his lap. He that made the ages, the suns and the systems throughout all space, he that maketh them forever and smite them into dust again for play. He that is infinite, unthinkable, all-glorious, all-sufficient, he hath need of thee. He hath need that thy wonderful books should be written, that mankind should hear thy wonderful songs. Thy books, thy songs, that are to last through the ages. And when this earth shall have withered, when the sun shall have touched it with his fiery finger, when it shall roll through space as silent and bare as the desert, when the comet shall have smitten it and hurled it into dust, when the systems to which it belongs, the sun into which it melted, shall be no more known to time, where then will be thy books and thy songs? Where then will be these things for which thou didst crouch and tremble, didst plot and plan? For which thou didst lick the feet of vile men, for which thou didst give up thy God? And then I leaped up and stretched out my arms. No. No. I cried aloud, I have done with it. Have I not fought this fight once, and did I not win it, this fight of the captive? And can I not fight it and win it again? Away, away with you, world, for I am a free man again, and no slave. Soul am I, will am I, unconquerable, all-defying. In his arms I lie, in his breath I breathe, in his life I live, I am he. Fear I know not, death I know not, slavery and sin and doubt and fear I will never know again. Nay, nay. Go thy road, proud world, and I go mine. In dem wajenden schwal, in dem tonenden schal, in de weltethems wehendem all. Trinken versinken unbewust hocus ain't lust. Oh, think not of that poetry. Think of the music. The surging, drunken, overwhelming waves of music. Do you not hear them? Do you not hear them? We sie schwellen, mich Rosken. Sol ich ithman, sol ich laus chen. So the thing went, and I panted and throbbed, and sank down upon the ground for weakness. There came to me all that mad poetry that I had written myself, all that victory that I had won, that freedom, that vision, that glory. It came to me 10 times over, for was it not everything to me now? It was more than I could bear, it split my brain. And it would not leave me. All through the long, long night I prayed and wept with it, and in the morning I reeled through the street with it, and men stared at me. But here was one time when I did not fear men. I was free, I was a soul at last. I had won the victory, I went my way as a god. I had renounced, I had given up fear, I had given up myself. My mind was made up, and I never change my mind. I had passed the death sentence upon myself, I walked through the streets as a disembodied soul, as the captive dragged to the banquet hall. But no, I went to my torture of myself. I went to the store. It was early Sunday morning, and the place was just open. I got my papers and put them under my arm, my original draft of The Captive, and all my journal. I went down the street and came to a place where a man was burning some trash. I was a demon in my strength just then, my head reeled, but I went with the dancing step of newborn things. I stood upon the heights, I laughed at all sorrow play and sorrow reality. Ho, sir, I cried, I have things here that will make a fire for you. And so I knelt down and unwrapped the captive. There is much fire in this, I said. Once I thought it would explode, I did. It was a shot that would have been heard around the world, sir. Only I could not pull the trigger. The man stared at me, and so I burned it, page by page, and laughed, and sang a foolish song that I thought of, Stride la Vampa. And afterward I unwrapped the journal. I laughed at my journal, 'tis a foolish thing, but then all at once my conscience touched me. I said, is it not a shame? Is it not small of you? They would not heed you. Fool, what of it? Perhaps it is not their fault, certainly it is their sorrow. But you will not get much higher than you are now by trampling upon them. And so I stopped, and I wrapped up my journal again. You have fire enough now, sir, I said to the man. I will keep this to build another fire with. I went on. Let them have it, I said, let them make what they can out of it. And then I laughed aloud, and they will discuss it. And there will be reviews of it. And wise articles about it. And learned scholars will write tomes upon it, showing how many sentences there are in it ending with a punctuation mark, and old ladies and Methodist ministers will shake their heads over it and say, see what comes of not believing in Adam. I walked on, singing the Ride of the Valkyries, the children staring at me, going to Sunday school. But I was glad that there was another copy of The Captive left. I love even that wicked editor now. All that was a day and a half ago. I am not so happy now, but I am very calm. I have found my righteousness again, and I can take whatever comes. And tasks in hours of insight willed can be in hours of gloom fulfilled. June 3d. I have now 3 days more to wait, to learn if The Captive is accepted. I have money enough to last me till then. If it is not accepted, I should obviously have to starve, should I not? for I will never serve the world again. And am I a sheep that must be driven? No, I shall find a quicker way of dying than by starvation. In the meanwhile I live my life and say my prayer. I have thought a great deal about the thing, and it seems by no means best for the world that it should treat all the men who have my gift as it has treated me. Let the world take notice that I perish because I have not cheap qualities. Because I was born to sing and to worship. Because I have no alloy, because I will not compromise, because I do not understand the world, and do not serve its uses. If I only knew all the book gossip of the hour, and all the platitudes of the reviews. If only I knew anything of all the infinite frivolity and puerility that occupies the minds of men. But I do not, and so I am an outcast, and must work as a day laborer for my bread. The infinite irrationality of it seems to me notable. Why, upon the men of genius of the past you feed your lives, you blind and foolish men. They are the bread and meat of your souls, they make your civilizations, they mold your thoughts, they put into you all that little life which you have. And your reviews have use enough for them. Your publishers publish enough of them. But what thoughts have you about the new teacher, the new inspirer? The madness of the thing. I read books enough, it seems to me, telling of the sufferings of the poets of a century ago. Of the indifference of the critics, the blindness of the public, of a century ago. And those things pain you all so cruelly. But the possibility of their happening to the poets of the present, it never seems to enter into your heads. Why, that very man who sent me back his curt refusal by his secretary, he writes about the agonies of Shelley and Keats in a way that brings the tears into your eyes. And that is only one example among thousands. What do these men think? Is it their idea that the public and the critics are now so true and so eager that the poets have nothing more to fear? That stupidity and blindness and indifference are quite entirely gone out of the world? That aspiration and fervor are now so much the rule that the least penny a liner can judge the new poet? And they think that the soul is dead then? And that God has stopped sending into this world new messages and new faiths? Oh, you civilization! You society! You critics and lovers of books! Why, that new message and that new faith ought to be the one thing in all this world that you bend your faculties to save. It is that upon which all your life is built, it is that by which this republic, for one thing, is to be made a factor in the history of mankind. But what do you do? What have you done? Here I am, and come now and tell me what it is that you think you have done. For I have the message. I have the faith. And you have starved me, and you have beaten me, until I am too ill to drag myself about. And what can I do? Where can I turn? What hope have I, except, as Swift's phrase has it, to die like a poisoned rat in a hole? I could wish that you would think over that phrase a little while, cultivated ladies and gentlemen. It is not pleasant to die like a poisoned rat in a hole. You ask me to believe in your civilization, you ask me to believe in your love of light. Let me tell you when I would believe in your civilization and your love of light. I say that the last and the highest thing in this world is genius. I say that religion and art and progress and enlightenment, that all these things are made out of genius, and that genius is first and last, highest and best, and fundamental. And I say that when you recognize that fact, when you believe in genius, when you prepare the way for it and make smooth the paths for it, I say that then and then alone may you tell me that you are civilized. The thing shrieks against heaven your cruelty, your stupidity. Since ever the first poet came into this world, it has been the same story of agony, indignity, and shame. And what do you do? It is poverty that I talk about, poverty alone. The poet wants nothing in this world but to be let alone to listen to the voices of his soul. He wants nothing from you in all this world but that you give him food while he does it, miserable people, not for himself, but for you. This is the shame upon you, that you expect, that you always have expected, that the poet, besides doing the fearful task his inspiration lays upon him, that he shall go out into the coarse, ruthless world and slave for his bread. That is the shame. That is the indignity, that is the brutality, the stupidity, the infamy. Shame upon you, Shame upon you, world. The poet? He comes with a heart trembling with gladness, he comes with tears of rapture in his eyes. He comes with bosom heaving and throat choking and heart breaking. He comes with tenderness and with trust, with joy in the beauty that he beholds. He comes a minstrel, with a harp in his hand, and you set your dogs upon him, you drive him torn and bleeding from your gates. The poet? You make him go out into the market and chaffer for his bread. You subject him to the same law to which you subject your loafers and your louts, that he who will not work cannot eat. Your drones, and your drunkards and your poets. Every man must earn for himself, every man must pay his way. No man must ask favors, no man must be helped, no man shall be any different from other men. For shame! For shame! And you love letters. You love poetry. You are civilized, you are liberal, you are enlightened. You are fools. I tell you, the agony of this thing is in me, yet it has heaped itself up in my soul all my days. It was my life that cried out. And now that I cannot save my own self, oh, let me at least save the others. O God, let me not die till I have said one word that reaches their hearts, till I have done something to change this ghastly thing. The voices of the ages cry out to me. Not only the hundreds who have gone before, but the hundreds and the thousands who are to come. What are we to do? They cry, who shall save us? Are we to share the same fate? Are we to struggle and die in vain? And in this world that is civilized, in this world that seeks progress, in this world that wants nothing but light? Not to the mob I speak, not to those who once mocked me, if none but they lived, I should hold my tongue and go. But you men who are leaders, you men who stand upon the top, you men who see. Can I not find some word to reach you? You men who really love books, who have money, who want nothing but to put it to use. Can I not find some word to reach you? O God! And it is all so simple. I tell you, this land will never be civilized, this land will never lead mankind, it will never be anything but the torture house that I have found it, until it makes some provision for its men of genius. Until this simple fundamental thing be true, that a man may know that if he have genius, that the day he shows he has genius he will be honored and protected by society and not trampled and kicked like a dog. That he will not have to go out into the marketplace and vend his wares. That he will not have to make sick his soul haggling for his bread. That if he turns his strength to higher things, and exposes himself to the world thereby, he will not be trodden down in the struggle for existence. That he will not have to bear indignities and insults, that he will not have to write till he be ripe, or be stunted and deformed by early deprivation. Genius! And am I not to die now? And what matters the world? Therefore let me write it, that I was a man of genius. And that you have trodden me down in the struggle for existence. That I saw things that no other man has ever seen, I would have written things that no other man can ever write. And that you have trodden me down in the struggle for existence, that you have trodden me down because I could not earn my bread. This is what I tell you, this is what I cry out to you, that the man of genius cannot earn his bread. That the work by which he develops his power is something absolutely and utterly different from the work by which he earns his bread. And that every hour which he gives to the one, he lessens his power and his capacity for the other. Every hour that he gives to the earning of his bread, he takes from his soul, he weakens his work, he destroys beauty which never again can he know or dream. And this again is what I tell you, this again is what I cry out to you, that the power by which a man of genius does his work, and the power by which he earns his bread, are things so entirely distinct that they may not occur together at all. The man may have both, but then again he may only have the former. And in that case he will die like a poisoned rat in a hole. What is the first principle of the democracy of which we boast, if it be not that excellence, that power, that genius, is not the attribute of the rich or the noble, but that it may make its appearance anywhere among men? And you who sigh for men of talent to raise American letters, what do you do about it? I will tell you something right now, to begin with. It will startle you, perhaps, and you may not believe it, but I mean to prove it later on. For the present I say this, that of the 7 poets who constitute the glory of the literature of England in the 19th century, 4 of them were rich men, 5 of them were independent, 1 of them was endowed when he was a youth, and the 7th, the greatest of them all, died like a poisoned rat in a hole. And what do you do about it? What you do is to lean back in your chair and say, the literary market was never so wide awake as it is now, and the publishers never so anxious for new talent. Fools! And you think that the publishers are in business for the developing of talent, and for the glory of literature. And that they care about whether a man of genius dies in the streets, or not. Why, have I not heard them tell me, with their own lips, that a publisher who published books that the trade did not want would be driven out of business in a year? And you tell me that the author is an independent man nowadays, and can earn his living with his books. It is your privilege to think that, if you choose, but perhaps you will not mind hearing what I tell you, that the author can find no way to a living more degrading to him than the earning of it with his books. I have shoveled snow, and shoveled manure too, in the streets, and shoveled food for swine in a restaurant. But I never did anything so degrading as I should have had to do if I had tried to earn my living with my books. Oh, the author may be independent, may he? And you will escape with that fine platitude, and with that bitter mockery. And never think that the author's independence is but the fine phrase for your own indifference. Again, it is your privilege to think what you choose, but again perhaps you will not mind hearing what I tell you, that there can never be any man in this world more dependent than an author, if he be a true author. A true author is the singer and dreamer of society, and who is there more dependent than the singer and the dreamer? Who is there less powerful and less cunning in the things of the body? Why, the author gives up his whole life for your joy and help, he consecrates himself, he lashes and burns and tortures himself for your sake. And you spurn him from you, and tell him he is independent. Here is the truth, here is the crux, here is the whole thing in a sentence. A publisher is not in business for the furtherance of art, or for the uplifting of humanity, or for the worship of God. He doesn't mind doing these things incidentally, of course, when the fortunate occasion arises, but do you think if he had his choice between publishing a new Paradise Lost to be read 50 years from date, and publishing a biography of a reigning prince, or a treatise on gastronomy, or a new dime novel by Marie Corelli in a first edition of 100,000 copies, do you think he would hesitate? Now really? You say that literary excellence is identical with publishing availability. I tell you that they are as far apart. Why, that they are just exactly this far apart as what mankind likes is from what mankind ought to like. And you ask the man of genius to cringe and tremble before the standard of what the reading public likes. You ask him to tame the frenzy of his inspiration, to pull your pleasure carriages with his winged steed. He shall be no more the seer and the prophet and the leader, he shall be mountebank and public entertainer. And you call yourself civilized. O God! And the poet? Again the poet. Is he not vital to your society? Is he not, in the last analysis, the lawmaker, the law enforcer, the seeker, this inspirer, this man with the new vision of right? I look at this society body enough, I see bone and muscle, and a good, large, capable stomach. Brain enough I see, too, or nearly enough, but soul? Soul? Who will dare to tell me that there is soul enough? And your poet, why, he is your soul. He is the man who fills the millions with the breath of life, who makes the whole vast machine a living, rejoicing, beautiful thing. Every noble impulse that you have has come originally from him. The memory of his words thrill in the hearts of men. Pupils gather to study them, tired hearts seek them for refreshment. They grow and they fill all the earth, and never through the centuries do they die. They blossom into noble impulses, into new movements, into reforms that reach down to the lowest wretches of the gutter, who never even heard of a poet. Why, they have reached to the very dogs, that are beaten less than they were. And what is it that makes civilization in the end? What is it that the world really honors in the end? You Americans, you who love your country, you who believe in your country's institutions, who believe that your country holds in her womb the future of mankind. You who want the world to believe that? How are you going to get the world to believe that? Is it poor, impotent, foolish creatures by covering your land until it is a maze of 20-story office buildings? By lining it with railroads 6 feet apart? Do you not know that this very hour the reason why Europe does not believe in America is that it has not a man to sing its soul? That it has been a century in the eyes of the world, and has not yet brought forth one single poet or thinker of the first rank? The poet? And I sought to be that man, my heart burned to sing that song. And look at me. Who will dare to say that I might not have sung it? What chance have I had? Have I not been handicapped and stunted, beaten and discouraged, punished as if I had been a loafer by you, the world? Here I am only a boy and thrilling with unutterable things. And I am going down, down to destruction. Why? For what I had to say I needed years and years to ripen, and how can I tell now, how can any man tell now what those things would have been? And what am I? A worm, an atom. But what happens to me today may happen to another tomorrow, and may happen to 100 in a century. And who knows? Who cares? What do you do with your railroad presidents? You take good care that they get their work done, don't you? They have secretaries to catch every word, they have private cars to carry them where they would go, men to run and serve them, to make smooth their paths and save their every instant for them. But your poet, your man of genius who makes smooth his paths, who helps him? He needs nobody to run and serve him, he needs no cars and no palaces, no gold and precious raiment, no, nor even praise and honor. What he needs, I have said it once, he needs but to be left alone, to listen to the voices of his soul, and to have someone bring him food to keep him alive while he does it. That, only that. Think of it, for the most precious things of this life, the things that alone save this life from being a barren mockery and a grinning farce. And he cannot have them, and you enlightened society, you never care about it, you never think of it. If he comes a master, he can force his way, or if he be rich, or if someone honor him, then he can live his life and heed nothing. But when he is poor, and when he is weak, and when he is young, God help him, God help him. For you great savage world, you crush him. You send him to the publishers. And he is young, and crude, and inexperienced. He has not found himself, he has not found his voice, he stammers, he falters, he is weak. And you send him to the publishers. I have said it once, I say it again, that the publisher is part of the world and his law is a law of iron. He publishes the books that will sell. And this feeble voice, this young love, this tender aspiration, this holy purpose, oh, it is a thing to make one shudder. And these things higher yet, these things so precious that we dare not whisper them, this new awe of righteousness, this new rage at what the world loves best, this flash of insight that will astound a new age. You send it all to the publisher. But what can you do? I will tell you what you can do, I will tell you what you will do when you come finally to honor what is truly precious in this life, when you are really civilized and enlightened, when you really believe in and value genius. You will provide it that your young poet, your young worshipper, come elsewhere to receive a judgment than to the money-making publisher, and to the staring, vulgar crowd. You will provide it that he does not measure his voice against the big drum thumping of the best-selling pomposities of the hour. You will provide it that he come, with all honor and all dignity, to the best and truest men that you can engage for the service, and that he come to be judged by one standard, and that not the standard of sales. Whether it be true, whether it be noble, whether it be sincere, whether it show imagination, whether it have melody, beauty, love, aspiration, knowledge, whether, in short, in those forms or in any other forms, it have power. Whether the man who wrote it is a man worth training, whether he will repay society for its trust, whether he will bring new beauty into the world. And then, if these things be true, so long as he works and grows and proves his value, so long shall he have the pittance that he needs until he be the master of his voice. Yes, you never thought of that before. I read everything everywhere and I never heard it before. And what does that tell about the poverty and blindness and stupidity of this world? Are we not rich enough? Are we not the richest nation in the world? Have we not railroads and houses, food and clothing and bank stocks enough to make the brain reel? And do we not call ourselves a Christian land? And worship as divine the teacher who said that man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God? Oh, you world! And what would it do? What would it mean? I will tell you a few things that it would mean. First of all, it would mean that the man who felt in him the voice of God would know that there was a road he could travel, would know that there was a home for him. He would no longer face the fearful alternative of mediocrity or starvation. He would no longer be tempted, he would no longer be forced to turn from his faith, and stunt his development, and wreck his plans, by base attempts to compromise between his highest and what the world will pay for. Can you have any idea what that would mean to an artist? You say that you love art. Can you have any idea of the effect which that would have upon art? Upon the art of your country, upon American literature. To have a band of perhaps 100, perhaps 1,000, proved and chosen the best and strongest that could be found and set free and consecrated to the search for beauty. Try it for 50 years, try it for 10 years, try the method of raising your poets in your gardens instead of flinging them into your weed beds, and see what the result would be. See if in 50 years American literature would not have done more than all the rest of the world. And what would it cost? Oh God! Is there a railroad in this country so small that its earnings would not pay for it for the whole of the 1,000? Why, pay a poet $500 a year, and he is a rich man. If he is not, he is no poet, but a knave. And there would be waste? Yes, where is there not waste? But grant that in the whole 1,000 there is just one who is a mastermind, and that him you set free and keep from defeat, that him with all his glory you make yours, and then tell me if there be any other way in this world that you could have done so much for man with your money. No, these are not your ways, oh you cruel world. You let every man go his way, you let him starve, you let him die in any hole that he can find. The poet, tenderest and most sensitive of all men. The poet, the master of the arts of suffering. Exposed on every side, nervous, haunted, unused to the world, knowing how to feel and knowing that alone. Is not his life an agony under any conditions? Is he not tortured for you, the world? And you leave him helpless, despairing. What is the matter with you? How can you be so blind? There are some of you who really love books. Look and see the story of genius, if it be not a thing to make you shudder and turn sick. It has been so through all the ages, and it will be so through all the ages to come, until society has a conscience and a soul. Tell me if there is anything in this world more frightful than the lot of the poets who have been born poor, of Marlowe and Chatterton and Goldsmith, Johnson and Burns and Keats. And who can tell how many were choked before even their first utterance? I cannot talk of that, for it makes me sick, but I will talk of the poets who were born rich. Is it not singular, is it not terrible how many of the great stalwart ones were rich? To be educated, to own books, to hear music, to dwell in the country, to be free from men and men's judgments. Oh, the words break my heart. But was not Goethe rich, and did he not have these things? And was not Hugo rich? And Milton? When he left college he spent 5 years at his father's country place and wrote 4 poems that have done more to make men happy than if they had cost many millions of dollars. But let me come to what I spoke of before, the 7 poets of this century in England. I name Wordsworth and Byron, Tennyson, Browning and Swinburne, Shelley and Keats. I said that 6 of them were independent, and that the other, the greatest, died like a dog. Wordsworth came first. He was young and poor and struggling, and a friend left him just such an independence as I have cried for, and he consecrated himself to art, and he revolutionized English poetry, he breathed truth into a whole nation again. And when he was clear and looked back, he made such statements as these, that a poet has to create the taste by which he is to be enjoyed, and that my poetry has never brought me enough to pay for my shoestrings. And see how the publishers and critics, how the literary world received him. How they jeered and jibed, and took 50 years to understand him. Oh, think of these things, think what they mean, you who love literature. Think that the world owes its possession of Wordsworth's poetry to the accident that a friend died and left him some money. I name Byron, he was a rich man. I name Tennyson, he had a little competence, and he gave up the idea of marriage and for 10 years devoted himself to art, and when he was 32 he published his work and then they gave him a pension. I name Browning, Browning went his own way, heeding no man, and he never had to think about money. I name Swinburne, and the same was true of him. I name Shelley, and Shelley was wealthy. They kept him poor for a time, but his poems do not date from then. When he wrote the poetry that has been the spiritual food of the high souls of this century, he lived in a beautiful villa in Italy, and wandered about the forest with his books. And oh, you who love books, stop just a moment and listen, I am dying, and the cry of all my soul is in this. Tell me, you who love Shelley the pard-like spirit, beautiful and swift thyself the wild west wind, O boy divine. Tell me how much you think you'd have had of that glorious burst of music, that golden rain of melody, of heavenly ecstasy, if the man who wrote had been a wholesale paper clerk or a cable car conductor. How much do you think you'd have had if, when he'd torn himself free to write Queen Mab, or even if he'd been ripe enough and written his Prometheus, if he'd had to take them to publishers? If he had had to take them to the critics and the literary world and say, here is my work, now set me free that I may help mankind. And when I wrote that I sank down and burst into tears. It cannot be helped. It is very hard for me. Oh, but come face this thing, you that are responsible. But who is responsible? I hear a voice. Every single man is responsible, every single man who has money, who loves letters, and who faces these facts. You are responsible. Perhaps you are weary of my pleading, you think that I perish of my own weakness. But come and tell me, if you can, what it is that I have not done. What expedient is there that I have not tried, what resource, what hope? Have I not been true enough, have I not worked enough? Have I been extravagant, have I been dissipated? Did I not make my work my best? Come and reason with me. I shall be dead when you read this, but let us talk it over calmly. Put yourself here in my place and tell me what you would do. Have I not tried the publishers, the critics, the editors, the poets, the clergymen, the professors? Have I not waited until I am sick, crazy? Have I not borne indignities enough? Have I not gotten myself kicked enough for my efforts? But you say, I know nothing about the captive. Yes, so it is. Then let us go back to Shelley. A fair test would be Queen Mab or the Revolt of Islam. He was my age then, but I will go 10 years later and take Prometheus bound. Would he have found anyone to publish it? Did he find anyone to read it? Why, 10 or 20 years after Shelley died, Browning records that he searched all England for a copy of that queer poet's works. Why, Shelley's poetry was a byword and a mockery, and Shelley himself, first of all he was insane, of course, and afterward he was exile, atheist, adulterer, and scoundrel. They took his children away from him, because he was not fit to take care of them. And he would not have been welcomed with open arms, I think. And he wouldn't have been set free, consecrated soul that he was. And sensitive, nervous, fragile, hysterical boy. Do you think he would ever have written his poems, that he would ever have uttered his message? I have to make somebody understand this thing, somehow. I suggest that you think what that would have meant to you who love poetry. Think that you would never have read. O wild west wind, thou breath of autumn's being. O lift me as a wave, a leaf, a cloud. I fall upon the thorns of life, I bleed. Think that you would never have read. Teach me half the gladness that thy brain must know. That you would never have read. On a poet's lips I slept. I repeat that I have to make somebody understand this thing. I try that plan a little more. Listen to me now, think what it would have meant if that wise friend had not died when he did, think that you would never have read. And then my heart with rapture fills, and dances with the daffodils. Think that you would never have read. The light that never was on sea or land. The consecration and the poet's dream. Think that you would never have read. Blank misgivings of a creature, moving about in world not realized. High instincts before which our moral nature did tremble like a guilty thing surprised. That you would never have read. Will no one tell me what she sings? Perhaps the plaintive numbers flow for old, unhappy, far-off things, and battles long ago. I say a third time that I have to make somebody understand this thing. Let us try it again now, just once again. Let us suppose that there had not been any little independence or any pension. Who can think what it would have meant to us? Who can think what it would mean never to have read? Ring out, wild bells. Or, when the war drum throbs no longer. Or, crossing the bar. Never to have read. Blow, bugle, blow. Never to have read. My strength is as the strength of 10. Because my heart is pure. Oh, think not of what these things are to you, think of what they are to men. How many railroads would pay for them? 1, do you think? The work of how many libraries have they done, do you think? How much money do you think could be raised in the world today to save them? And not 1 cent to create them. I have saved the chief thing to the last. I have spoken of the 6 fortunate ones who had money, I have not spoken of the, oh my poor, poor Keats. The hours that I have hungered with thee, the hours that I have wept with thee, O thou my poet, O thou my Keats. O thou most wretched, most miserable of poets, O thou most beautiful, most exquisite, most unthinkable of poets. Most inspired poet of England, since Milton died. It was given to others to be beautiful, it was given to thee alone to be perfect. It was given to thee to be ecstasy incarnate, to be melody too sweet to hear. It was given to thee, alone of all poets, to achieve by mere language a rapture that thrills the soul like the sound of an organ. And they mocked thee, they spit upon thee, they cursed thee, O my poor, poor Keats. Thou, the hostler's son, thou, the apothecary's clerk. Thou, sick and starved and helpless, thou, dying of disease and neglect and despair. Oh, for a draught of vintage that hath been cooled a long age in the deep delved earth, tasting of flora and the country green, dance and Provençal song, and sunburnt mirth. Oh, for a beaker full of the warm south, full of the true, the blushful Hippocrene, with beaded bubbles winking at the brim, and purple-stained mouth, that I might drink and leave the world unseen, and with thee fade away into the forest dim. Go back to thy golly-pots, Mr. Keats. Think not of Gifford, poor fool, but think of yourself, O world. Think what you lost in that man. You killed him, yes, you trampled him, and you throttled him. And he was only 25. And he had never finished Hyperion because he had not the heart. Come, now, all you who love books, come quickly, and let us take up a subscription, that we may save for men the rest of Hyperion. Lost Echo sits amid the voiceless mountains, and feeds her grief with his remembered lay. I have been sitting here from 7 in the evening until 3 in the morning, and I cannot write any more. Only think about this thing. Look up the facts and see if they are not true. These 7 men made England's poetry for a century, they made England's thought for a century, they make it today. They are the inspiration of whole peoples, the sources of multitudes of noble deeds and purposes. What do you think in money would be represented by the value of these books alone? Enough to support 10,000 poets for a lifetime, do you think? And how many hundreds of thousands of students are hearing about them this day? How many young men and maidens are going out into the world owing all that they have that is beautiful to them? And all these authors of the day, All these critics and teachers, novelists and poets, how much of what they have that is true do they not owe to these men? Go ask them, go ask them. And you have it all because of the accident that these men were independent. You have all from 6 of them for that, and from the 7th you have nothing, yes, almost nothing, because he was poor. Because he was a hostler's son, and not a gentleman's son, and you sent him back to his gollipots and to his grave. June 4th. I wait to hear from the publisher merely as a matter of duty. I have never had the least idea that he will take the book. I have made up my mind to drown myself. There is no mess about it, and men do not have to know of it. I have often read of murder cases. They tie a rope around the body and a stone to the rope, but the stone slips out, or the rope wears, and then it is unpleasant. I used to say they were fools. Why did they not get a dumbbell or something like that, and a small chain? Then there would have been no trouble. When I thought of that I smiled grimly. I am living on dry bread, and saving my money to buy a dumbbell and a chain on Friday. I pray most of the time. I have no longer the old ecstasy. Such things do not come often in cities. But it will come once again before I die, that I know. I have a strange attitude toward death. To me it is nothing. There is, of course, the pain of drowning. It probably hurts to be strangled, but I do not think it will hurt as much as 10 lines of The Captive hurt. About the physical part of it, the invisible corruption, I never think, it is enough that it will be invisible. And for the rest, death is nothing, it is the end. I have never shrunk from the thought of it, it does not come as a stranger to me now. I take it simply and naturally. It is the end. It is the end that comes to all things in this phantom dance of being, to flowers and to music, to mountains and to planets, to histories, and to universes, and to men. I said, it must come some day. It may come any day. Love not thy life too much, know what thou art. God can spare me. He got along without me once, and doubtless he can do it again. There are many things that I should like to see. I should like to see all the ages, but that was not my fate. When I was young they taught me to be orthodox. And I see them stare at me now in horror. Suicide, they gasp. Suicide. Yes. Why not? Am I not the lord of mine own life, to end it as well as to live it? And the law? Prate not of laws, I know of no laws, either of man or God. My law is the right and my holy will. And the punishment? Well, and if your hell be a reality, why, it is my home. It is the home of all true men. The sublime duty of being damned is ever my reply to theological impertinences. No, the sight of death does not thrill me in the least. When I stand upon the brink it will not thrill me. It is not fearful. What the weakest of men have done, I can do. And it is not sublime. Life is sublime, life thrills me, death is nothing. June 5th. Today I wished that it were winter. A wonderful idea came to me. I am almost tempted to live and wait for winter. I said, I would choose one place where the money blind and the folly mad assemble, where I have seen them and had my eyes burned by the sight. I would go to the opera house on the opening night. I would go to the top gallery, and I would put my journal, my story, under my coat, and in the midst of the thing I would give one cry, to startle them, and I would dash down that long flight of steps, and shoot over the railing head first. Ha! That would make them think. They might read the book, then. What place could be more fitted? In an opera house meet, as nowhere else in this world that I know of, the two extremes of life, God and the devil. I mean on a Wagner night? Here is the inspiration of a sainted poet, here is ecstasy unthinkable, flung wide and glorious as the dawn, and here is all the sodden and brutal vulgarity of wealth, deaf, blind, and strutting in its insolent pomposity. I am very ill today. I have a splitting headache and I am weak. It is from trying to save too much money for the dumbbell, I fear. But I laugh. What care I? My body is going to wreck, but what care I? Ah, it is a fine thing to be death devoted, and freed from all the ills that flesh is heir to. I go my way, do what I please, hammer on, and let happen what will. What, old head? Wilt ache? I guess I can stop thy aching before long. And all ye mechanical miscellaneous stomachs and what not. Thou wilt trouble me too? Do thy pleasure, go thy way, I go mine. There is a kind of intoxication in it. I climb upon all these ills that used to frighten me, I mock at them, I am a god. I smite my head, I say, I am done with thee, old head. I have thought with thee all the thoughts I have to think. I have made me right drunk upon life, yes, that is the truth, and now the feast is over, and I will smash the crockery. Come, boys, come. Away with it. Through the window here with the head, look out of the way below there for the stomach, ha, ha. Is not that Shakespearean humor for you? Such a thing it is to be death devoted. But there is a deeper side to this wonderful thing, this prospect of peace, this end of pain. All these solemn realities that were so much to thee, this world and all its ways, its conventions and proprieties, its duties and its trials, how now, do they seem so much to thee after all? Cynical relative that wouldst leave it to time, was I so wrong, that I would not hear thy wisdom? Suppose thou wert coming with me tomorrow, hey? And to leave all thy clothes and thy clubs, thy bank account, and thy reputation, and thy stories. Ah, thou canst not come with me, but thou wilt come after me some day, never fear. This is a journey that each man goes alone. Oh, it is easy to be a man when you are sentenced to die. Then all things slip into their places, power and pride, wealth and fame, what strange fantasies they seem. What tales I could tell the world at this minute, of how their ways seem to me. Oh, take my advice, good friend, and pray thy God for 1 hour in which thou mayst see the truth of all those foolish great things of thy life. I read Alaster this afternoon. What a strange vision it is. And I, too, in awe and mystery shall journey away unto a high mountain to die. And then later I went out into the park. I saw a flower, and suddenly the wild ecstasy flashed over me, and I sank down upon a seat, and hid my face in my hands, and everything swirled black about me. I cried, I do not want to die. Why, I am only a boy. I love the flowers, I want to see the springtime. And then I felt someone take me by the shoulder, and heard a grim voice within me say, come. Come. Oh, it will be all right, never fear. Never yet have I failed to do what I resolved to do. And thou world, thou wouldst have me thy slave, but I am no man's slave, not I. My death warrant is ready. I go for it tomorrow. June 6th. Last night I knelt by the bedside, far into the deep hours, far into the dawn. The whole drama of my life rolled out before me, I saw it all, I lived it all again, and him in whose arms I lay, I blessed him for the whole of it. Now that the pain is gone, I see that it was beautiful, that flower of my life. Other flowers the plant might have borne, but this flower was beautiful, and each flower is for itself. I stretch out my arms, I float upon a tide, back, into the rolling source of things. Weep not for me, you who may love me, I cannot die, for I never was, that which I am, I was always, and shall be ever, I am he. Go out into the world, you who may love me, and say, this flower is he, this sunset cloud is he, this wind is his breath, this song is his spirit. What is my faith, the faith in which I die? It is the faith of modern thought, it is the faith of the ages. It is a spiritual pantheism, an impassioned agnosticism. A presence am I, what is my source I know not, nor can I ever know. The moral fact I know, my will, and I take it as I find it, and rejoice in the making of beauty. Do I believe that I ever shall live again? I know that I shall not. I do not insult his perfection and my faith, with the wish that such as I should be immortal. What I have he gave me, it is his, and he will take it. I have no rights, and I have no claims. I see not why he should give me ages because he has given me an hour. He never turns back, he never makes over again that I know. And neither do I ask rewards, my life was beautiful, I bless him for every prayer. I ask him not that he cover the fair painting with whitewash. I have no fear of oblivion. I have no thoughts about it. There are no thoughts in oblivion. The days when thou wert not, did they trouble thee? The days when thou art not shall trouble thee as much. I have made up my mind that I will get some work this morning, or sell my coat, or something. I will go out into the country, I will be alone with him tonight. I will fling off every chain that has bound me. I will fling off the world, I will fling off pain, I will fling off health. I will say, burst thyself, brain. Rend thyself, body, as thou wilt. But I will see my God tonight before I die. I have been to the publishers. They gave me back the captive. It is done. The end. On guard. Mark Mallory's celebration. Contents. Chapter I. A letter from a furlough man. Chapter 2. Mark's idea. Chapter 3. A new ally. Chapter 4. A surprise for the seven. Chapter V. The scheme succeeds. Chapter 6. What Mark overheard. Chapter 7. Mark's counterplot. Chapter 8. The attack on Mark. Chapter 9. Three discomfited yearlings. Chapter X. Texas runs amok. Chapter 11. Texas raids West Point. Chapter 12. The cause of a friend. Chapter 13. The Reformation of Texas. Chapter 14. A plot of the yearlings. Chapter 15. The Plebes plot, 2. Chapter 16. Setting the trap. Chapter 17. The result at the hop. Chapter 18. A strange announcement. Chapter 19. Texas turns highwayman. Chapter XX. Two midnight prowlers. Chapter XXI. Benny is exposed. Chapter XXII. Mark receives a committee. Chapter XXIII. A fight, and other things. Chapter XXIV. Six to the rescue. Chapter XXV. Mark in the hospital. Chapter XXVI. Texas has an interview. Chapter XXVII. A plot to beat the general. Chapter XXVIII. Bull finds an ally. Chapter XXIX. Strange conduct. Chapter XXX. A surprise for Murray. Chapter XXXI. The plot succeeds. Chapter XXXII. Triumph conclusion. The original frontispiece. Chapter I. A letter from a furlough man. A letter for me, did you say? The speaker was a tall, handsome lad, a plebe at the West Point Military Academy. At the moment he was gazing inquiringly out of the tent door at a small orderly. The boy handed him an envelope, and the other glanced at it. Cadet Mark Mallory, West Point, NY, was the address. I guess that's for me, he said. Thank you. Hello in there, Texas. Here's a letter from Wix Merritt. This last remark was addressed to another cadet in the tent. Texas, officially known as Jeremiah Powers, a tall, rather stoop-shouldered youth, with a bronzed skin and a pair of shining gray eyes, appeared in the doorway and watched his friend with interest while he read. What does he say, Mark? He inquired, when the latter finished. Lots, responded Mark. Lots that'll interest our crowd. They ought to be through sprucing up by this time, so bring 'em over here and I'll read it. Sprucing up is West Point for the morning house cleaning in the summer camp. A half hour is allowed to it immediately after breakfast, and it is followed by the AM inspection. In response to Mark's suggestion, Texas slipped over to the tent in back of theirs in B Company Street, and called its 3 occupants. They came over and joined those in Mark's tent, and then Mark took out the letter he had just received. "I've got something here," said he, "that I think ought to interest all of us. I guess I'll have time to read it before inspection." "We are a secret society, aren't we?" "That's what we are," assented the other 6. "But what's that got to do with it?" added Texas. "And we banded ourselves together for the purpose of preventing the yearlings from hazing us," continued Mark, without noticing his friend's inquiry. "Well, it seems that they've been doing about the same thing down at Annapolis, too. This is from Wicks Merritt, a second-class cadet up here, who's home on furlough this summer. He took a trip to Annapolis, and this is what he says. Listen very dutifully now, and don't get impatient. Dear Mallory, I have heard a lot about you since the last time I wrote. Several of the fellows have written to me, and they haven't been able to mention anything but you. They tell me you are kicking up a fine old fuss in West Point during my absence. They say that you won't let anybody haze you. They say that you've gotten a lot of plebs around you to back you up, and that the yearlings are half wild in consequence. I don't know what to make of you. You always were an extraordinary genius, and I suppose you have to do things in your own sweet way, whether it's rescuing ferry boats or sailboats or express trains, or else locking us yearlings in ice houses. I cannot imagine what will be the end of the matter. I am sure the yearlings will never give in. I'm told that when they tried to lick you into submission you did up Billy Williams, the best fighter in the class. Also that Bull Harris, whom I warned you against as being a sneaky fellow, tried to get you dismissed by skinning you on demerits, but that you circumvented that. Also that you and your friends have made it hot for him ever since, upon which fact I congratulate you. I don't know what the yearlings will do next, but I imagine that they're stalled. Since you've started, I suppose the best thing for you to do is to keep up the good work and not let them rest. But for heaven's sake, don't let any of them see this. They'd cut me for aiding and abetting a plebe rebellion. You are certainly the boldest plebe that ever struck West Point. Nobody in our class ever dared to do what you've done. It seems, though, that you have imitators, or else that you are imitating somebody. Down here at Annapolis this year pretty much the same state of affairs is going on just now. There's a plebe down here by the name of Cliff Faraday, and he's raising the very old boy with the third-class fellows. It seems that he outwitted them in all their hazing schemes, and has got them guessing at what he'll do next, which is about as BJ as anything you ever did, I imagine. It looks as if plebs both at West Point and here would get off with almost no hazing this year. And it's all on account of you, too. Genius knows no precedent, they say. Farewell. Your friend. Wicks Merritt. P.S. They tell me you've saved the life of Judge Fuller's daughter. Just take a word of advice, make the most of your opportunity. She's the prettiest girl around the place, and the nicest, too, and she has half the corps wild over her. If you can make friends with her, I think the yearlings would stop hazing you at her command. Mark finished the reading of the letter and gazed at his comrades, smiling. You see, he said, our fame has spread even to Annapolis. Gentlemen, I propose 3 cheers for our crowd. And 3 for Cliff Faraday, cried Texas. Only don't give any of them, added Mark, for somebody might hear us. There was a moment's pause after that, broken by a protest from one of the 7, Joseph Smith, of Indianapolis, popularly known as Indian, a fat, gullible youth, who was the laughingstock of the post. I tell you, said he, his round eyes swelling with indignation, I don't think what Cliff Faraday did was a bit more BJ than some of our tricks. That's what I say, too, BG, chimed in another, a handsome, merry-eyed chap with a happy faculty of putting everyone in a good humor when he laughed. Just look at how Mark shut 2 of 'em up in an ice house. Or look at how, when they took Indian off to the observatory to haze him, BG, we made 'em think the place was afire and had 'em all scared to death, and the fire battalion turning out besides. Now, BG, I want to know where you can beat that. and his sentiment was echoed with approval by the remainder of those present. The 7 had by this time scattered themselves about the tent in picturesque and characteristic attitudes, listening to the discussion carried on by the excitable Master Dewey. First of all and foremost was the grave and learned parson, the Boston geologist. The parson was stretched on his back in one corner with nothing but his long, bony shanks visible. Somehow or other Parson Stannard always managed to keep those legs of his with their covering of pale green socks the most conspicuous thing about him. Sitting erect and stately on the locker, was Master Chauncey, the dude of the party. A few weeks of West Point had already worked wonders with Chauncey. His aristocratic friends on Fifth Avenue would scarcely have known him. In the first place, he, with the rest of the plebes, were compelled to walk, whenever they went abroad, with head erect, chest out, eyes to the front, little fingers on the seams of the trousers, palms outward. Try this and you will find, as Chauncey was finding, that it is hard to do that and at the same time keep up the correct London stoop. Chauncey had been obliged to leave his cane and monocle behind him also, and a few days later, when plebe fatigue uniforms were donned, his imported clothes and high collar went by the board, too. But Chauncey still clung to his accent, by Jove, and was still known to the 7 as the man with a tutor and a hyphen, his name being Mountbonsall, if you please, and to the rest of the corps as the dude who most did up 6 yearlings. The corner opposite the parsons contained the dozing figure of Methusalem Zebediah Chelvere, the farmer from Kansas, popularly known as Sleepy. Sleepy never did anything or said anything unless he had to. The 7 had known him for weeks now, and knew no more about him than at the start. Sleepy was still sleepy, and that was all. The other members of this bold and desperate secret anti-hazing society were Dewey, the prize storyteller of the party, B.G., Indian, the prize pig, Texas, a wild and woolly cowboy just from the plains, with a right arm that had paralyzed 4 cadets in as many minutes, and, last of all, Mark Mallory, the leader. Just look at the things we've done, B.G., continued Dewey. Look at the times they've tried to haze us and we've outwitted them. See how we had the nerve to yank 'em out of bed the other night, B.G. Or, if that isn't enough, just think of Bull Harris. This last remark was greeted with a chuckle of laughter from the 7, in which even Sleepy found sufficient energy to join. And, indeed, the recollection was enough to make one laugh. As readers of the first books in this series, off for West Point and the cadets' honor, know, Bull Harris was the sworn enemy of the 7, and of Mark in particular. He never had ceased plotting in his mean, cowardly way to get Mark into trouble, and it was the joy of the plebes lives to outwit him. On the day previous they had succeeded beyond their wildest dreams. Given a bloodhound that had been sent out from a neighboring village to trail a burglar who had stepped into a barrel of pitch, the 7 had put pitch on Bull Harris's shoe and started the dog after him during the evening's dress parade. The dog had chewed Bull's trousers to ribbons, had broken up the parade, had made Bull the laughingstock of the place and earned him the deathless nickname of Bull, the burglar. Naturally, Bull was wild with rage, and the 7 with hilarity. They were still chuckling over it and the general discomfiture of the yearling class and their own future prospects as triumphant plebes, when inspection put an end to the discussion and scattered the crowd. But just you keep in mind, was Dewey's parting declaration, that we're the BJest plebes that ever were, are, will be, or can be. And, BG, we're going to show it every day, too. Which the parson punctuated with a solemn yeah, by Zeus. Chapter 2. Mark's idea. The yearling corporal who did the inspecting had done his criticizing and gone his way, leaving 4 of the 7 in their tent. Mark, Texas, the parson, and Sleepy, who, being the tallest, had been assigned to Company A. And the 4 sat down to await the signal to fall in for drill. I reckon, Mark, said Texas, meditatively surveying his new uniform in the looking-glass. I reckon that we fellows can say that hazing's most over now. Assuredly, said the parson, gravely, for indeed we have completely broken the spirit of the enemy, and he knows not which way to turn. I think that, in words of the Song of Miriam, we may say, "Sing, for the sword of the tyrant is broken. His chariots and horsemen are rent in twain." Yeah, by Zeus. The parson said this with his usual classic solemnity. Mark smiled to himself as he sat down upon the locker and gazed at his friends. "I've got something to tell you fellows," said he. "I think now's about as good a time as any. I haven't said anything about it to the crowd yet. When I do they'll have their eyes opened, and realize that if we're going to subdue the yearlings, we've got to start right at it all over again. We've scarcely begun yet." The three others looked at him in surprise. Texas rubbed his hands gleefully, seeing that Mark's statement, if true, meant lots more fun for the future. "You remember last night," Mark continued, "about midnight, how the parson shouted out in his sleep and woke the whole camp?" "Yes," added Texas, "and scared me to death. I thought I was down home and the old place was being run in by rustlers or something. You met me at the door of the tent," Mark went on. "I didn't tell you where I'd been, I'll tell you now. Last night a dozen or two of the yearlings took me out of camp. They surprised me, and held me so that I couldn't move. They tied me to a tree, and were just on the point of beating me." "What?" The three were staring at Mark in unutterable amazement. "Yes," said Mark. "They told me I'd either have to promise to be a milk and water plebe after this or else be licked until I would. And Bull Harris took a big rope and—" "Did he hit ya?" cried Texas, springing to his feet excitedly. "Wow! I'll go out and I'll—" "Sit down," said Mark. "He didn't hit me, for the parson yelled just then and scared 'em all back to camp. And you needn't tackle Bull anyhow, for I'm going to do that myself pretty soon. The point just now is that the yearlings haven't given up. They're still fighting." "I didn't know there were so many cowards in the place," muttered Texas. "They're desperate," said Mark. "They've got to do something. Now we'll watch out for such surprises the next time, and meanwhile we'll show them that we're determined not to stop." And Mark saw by the faces of the other three that that was just what they wanted. Texas especially was twitching his fingers nervously and looking as if he were wishing for some yearling to tackle right then and there. "I tell you what we'll do, Mark," he broke out, suddenly. "We'll tie ourselves together and sleep that way, and then if they take one they'll have to take all." "That's quite an idea," said the other, laughing. "But the main point now is just this, we're to set out with only one idea in our heads to think of. Perhaps it might be well to offer a prize to the fellow who thinks of the best scheme. We want to keep those cadets fairly on the jump from the start." "Bully," cried Texas. "And it seems to me, moreover," continued the leader, "that we make a big mistake if we let this day pass without doing something." "Yeah, by Zeus," vowed the parson, his solemn face glowing with interest. "For this day is the day of all days in the calendar of freedom. This day is the day when our immortal colonies did vow and declare that the dragon of tyranny they would trample beneath their feet. This day is the day when first the eagle screamed, when humanity cast off its fetters and stood in the light of God's truth. This day is the glorious 4th of July." The parson had arisen to his feet, the better to illustrate the casting off of the fetters, and his long black hair was waving wildly and his long white arms yet more so. Boston and Boston liberty were dangerous topics with him. He got more excited over them than he did when he found his immortal cyathophyloid coral in a sandstone of tertiary origin. "Yeah, by Zeus," he continued. "Such are the auspices, the hallowed recollections of this immortal moment that I verily believe no revolution can fail on it. I say that if ever we strike boldly, we do it today. And I, as a citizen of Boston, pledge my aid to any plan. Yes. And we got a half holiday today, too." This rather prosaic peroration to the parson's speech came from one corner, where Sleepy sat lazily regarding the scene. That was the first hint that the farmer had offered, and it had corresponding weight. The four shook hands on it then and there, that by the time dinner was over they would have a brand new and startling plan to work for the yearlings' edification. The signal to fall in for drill found them still pledging themselves to that. Mark said nothing more to anyone upon the subject. He left his friends to think for themselves, and he, when he got a chance, started out likewise on his own hook. In the first place, it was necessary to find out just how the yearlings meant to spend that half-holiday afternoon. Having found that, it would then be time to think up a plan for spoiling the fun. There was a member of the plebe class who had been a plebe the year before, that is, who had failed on examinations and had not been advanced. Naturally, he knew all the yearlings, and, having been through camp once, knew also what would be apt to happen on the 4th of July. Mark himself knew nothing about it, for no one thought it necessary to tell plebes about such things, and so to this holdover Mark went to learn. That gentleman, in response to some diplomatic interrogation, emitted the information that there was nothing on. That a ball game had been intended, but prevented at the last moment. That probably most of the cadets would go walking, or amuse themselves anyway, some of them do a little hazing. That it was a pleasant custom to make the plebes dress up in masquerade and give a parade or something. And that finally there was to be an entertainment in the evening. What sort? Well, it was dignified and patriotic. There were programs issued not given to plebes, of course. Would Mallory like to see one? Perhaps he could get one, would see after drill, etc., etc. Much obliged. Good morning. The affable young gentleman did manage to get Mallory a program. He gave it to him just before dinner. Thank you. Oh, not at all, only too glad to oblige you, etc. And Mark rushed into the tent and eagerly read the handsomely printed pasteboard. United States Military Academy. July 4th, 8:30 p.m. Program. Overture. Prayer. Music. Reading of the Declaration of Independence. Cadet George T. Fisher, Pennsylvania. Music. Oration. Cadet Edmund S. Harris. Mark read not another word. He stared at the paper in amazement and incredulity, rapidly changing to glee. Harris. Bull Harris delivering an oration. Mark turned and faced his companions, feeling about ready to burst with hilarity. Listen here, fellows, he cried. Here's a chance of a lifetime. Oh, say. Bull's going to make a speech. Gee whiz. Will. Didn't you fellows know about that? Put in a voice in the doorway, as Dewey's face appeared there. I heard the yearlings talking about it. They say Bull's a fine orator, that he's been working at an elegant speech for months. And, BG, he means to bring down the house. Mark's face was simply a picture of merriment at that. Fellows, he said, as soon as he could manage to get breath to say anything at all. Fellows, I'll go you just one bargain more. What is it? Cried the others. It's very simple. It's just that we spoil that beautiful speech of Bull Harris's, if we have to bust to do it. And the seven cried done, in one breath. Chapter 3. A new ally. The more they thought over that scheme the better they liked it, the more they imagined Bull Harris, pompous and self-conscious, spouting his magnificent periods and then brought to an ignominious and ridiculous conclusion, the more they chuckled with glee. They felt no prickings of conscience in the matter, for Bull was not a personage to inspire such. His devices had been cowardly and desperate. Only last night he had been on the point of lashing Mark with a rope when the latter was helplessly tied to a tree. With such a man ordinary standards of fairness did not hold good. The only trouble with the scheme was its general indefiniteness. And that the seven recognized. It was all very well to say you were going to bust up Bull Harris's speech. But how? It would not do to guy him, or to use any device of which the authors might be found out. It was quite a problem. Texas suggested an alarm of fire, which was outvoted as dangerous, likely to produce a panic. Someone else wondered how about kidnapping Bull and tying him up. This suggestion was put on file as being possible, to be consulted in case no better appeared, which bid fair just then to be the case. Mark and his friends marched down to dinner without any further ideas appearing. The plebes still marched separate from the rest of the corps, though they were allowed to share the privilege of the spirited band which enlivened the proceedings. They still sat at separate tables, too, which made most of them feel very much outcast indeed. The command break ranks, after the march from mess hall again, marked the beginning of that holiday during which the seven had vowed to do so much. And still nobody had seemed to hit upon any suitable plan for the discomfiture of Bull Harris. "We've got to hurry up about it, too," Mark declared. "For, if there's any fixing up to be done, we ought to be doing it now." "Where's the thing to be, anyway?" inquired Dewey. "In the big gymnasium building, they say," was the answer. "They'll probably cover the floor with seats. But I don't think we can do anything inside the place. I think we ought to kick up some sort of rumpus outside." And with this advice the seven heads got to work again. Ideas come slowly when you want them badly. It would seem that with those 7 minds busy on the same subject something should have resulted. But it didn't. The 7 strolled away from camp and wandered about the grounds cudgeling their brains and calling themselves names for their stupidity. And still no plan came forward. They strolled down to the gymnasium building in hopes that proximity to the scene itself would prove efficacious. They stared at the vestibule and the windows blankly, wondering what the place might be like inside, wondering if there would be much of a crowd, wondering if Bull would have much of a speech, wondering about everything except the matter in hand. "Plague take it all," they muttered. "Let's walk out Professor's Row and find some quiet place to sit down. Perhaps we can think better sitting." Professor's Row is a street that bounds the parade ground on the west. It is cool and shady, with benches and camp chairs on the lawn. But there were plenty of people to occupy the seats, and so the 7 found no place there to cogitate. They had not gotten much farther before all ideas of plots and orations were driven from Mark's head flying. They were passing a group of people standing on the opposite side of the street, and suddenly one of them, a girl, hurried away from the others, and cried out, "Mr. Mallory! Oh, Mr. Mallory!" Mark turned the moment he heard the voice, and, when he saw who it was, he promptly excused himself from his friends and crossed the street. The 6 strolled on, smiling and winking knowingly at one another. "Hope he'll remember what Wicks Merritt said, BG," laughed Dewey. Mark had no time to remember anything much. He was too busy, watching the vision that was hurrying to meet him. Grace Fuller certainly was a beautiful girl, beyond a doubt. She was a blonde of the fairest type, her complexion was matchless, and set off by a wealth of wavy golden hair. She was dressed in white, and made a picture that left no room to wonder why half the cadets in the place were wild over her. "I'm glad I swam out to save her," was the thought in Mark's mind. A moment later he took the small white hand that was held out to him. "Mr. Mallory," said the girl, gazing at him earnestly, "I shall not wait for anyone to introduce you to me. I must tell you that I appreciate your bravery." Mark bowed and thanked her. He could think of nothing more to say. "They just let me out of the hospital today," she continued, "and I made up my mind that the very first thing I was going to do was to tell you what I thought of your courageous action on my behalf. I want to know you better, Mr. Mallory." She said it in a plain and simple way that Mark liked, and he told her that nothing would please him more. "I would ask you to take a walk with me now," said Grace, "but for all those cadets who are with me. I don't think they'd relish that, you being a 4th-class man." "I don't think they would," responded Mark, with a queer smile which the girl did not fail to notice. "I don't care," she exclaimed, suddenly. "They can get mad if they want to. I think a great deal more of some plebes than I do of yearlings. Excuse me just a moment." And then, to Mark's infinite glee, this beautiful creature hurried over and said something to the group of cadets, at which they all bowed and walked off rather stiffly, sheepishly, Mark thought. The girl rejoined him, with a smile. I told them they'd have to excuse me, she said, as she took Mark's arm. I told them I owed you a debt of gratitude, and I hoped they wouldn't mind. Probably they won't, observed Mark, smiling again. I don't care if they do, vowed Grace, pouting prettily. They'll get over it. And they're awfully stupid, anyway. I hope you're not stupid. With which Mark quite naturally agreed. I don't think the cadets like you much, she went on, laughing. I had such fun teasing them by talking about your heroism. They didn't like it a bit, and they'd try all sorts of ways to change the subject, but I wouldn't let them. They say you are terribly BJ. Are you? I suppose they think so, answered Mark. I'm nothing like as BJ as I shall be before I get through. That's right, vowed the girl, shaking her head. I like BJ plebes. I think I should be BJ if I were a plebe. I don't like these mild, obedient fellows, and I think the plebes stand entirely too much. I wish you were one to help me, laughed Mark, noticing the contrast between the girl's frail figure and her energetic look. I'm stronger than you think, said she. I could do a lot. And then suddenly she broke into one of her merry, animated laughs, during which Mark thought her more charming than ever. If I can't fight, she said, you must let me be a daughter of the revolution. You must let me make clothes and bake bread the way the colonists' daughters did. It's just appropriate for today, too. I don't want any bread, began Mark, looking at her thoughtfully. Perhaps not, she put in, with a peal of laughter. If you saw the bread I make, you'd be still more emphatic. It's like the fruit of the tree of knowledge, whoso eateth thereof shall surely die. I see you read the Bible, said Mark, laughing. But to get back where I was. I'll let the tailor make my clothes, also. What I need most just now are tricks to play on the yearlings. Do you? Inquired Grace. I can tell you of lots of tricks the cadets have played. But that's the first time I ever heard of a plebe playing tricks on yearlings. It's usually the other way. Variety is the spice of life, said Mark. The yearlings have tried rather contemptible tricks on me once or twice, very contemptible. I could tell you what several of those cadets who were with you did to me last night, and I think you'd be angry. Anyway, I'm going to make them miserable in return. I helped the yearlings get up a beautiful joke last year, said Grace, looking at Mark in ill-concealed admiration. Wix Merritt was the ringleader. He wrote to me, by the way, and told me to be very nice to you now that you'd saved my life, just as if he thought I wouldn't. Anyway, I got them some powder to use for the scheme. Powder, echoed Mark. How did you get powder? They couldn't manage to run off with any around here, so I got George to buy some. George is our butler. You'll see George when you come over to visit me, which I hope you will. I thought you lived across the river, beyond cadet limits, put in Mark. So I do, but the cadets come, all the same, lots of them. So will I, then, laughed the other. But you haven't told me what you did with the powder. Do you see that big gun over there? She answered, indicating Trophy Point. Well, they stood that upon end and fired it off late one night. Wasn't that a fine joke? Yes, said Mark, very slowly. Yes, it was. He was staring at the girl, a look as of an inspiration on his face. They stood that gun up on end and fired it off late one night, he repeated, scarcely heeding what he was saying, so wrapped was he in his thought. Yes, said Grace, gazing at him curiously, and meeting his eyes. Yes. Why? Mark studied her look for a moment, he saw mischief and fun dancing in it, and, in a moment more, he had made up his mind. Tell me, Miss Fuller, he said, speaking very low. Would you like to have George buy some more powder? More powder, she echoed. What do you And then she caught the gleam in her escort's eye. Do you mean you want to do it? She cried. Yes, said Mark, simply. Will you help? Yes, yes. Do you mean it? I'll give you my hand on it, responded Grace. Mark took it. When? Asked she. And Mark answered, with a laugh, almost a shout of triumph. Tonight, he said. Tonight? Ye gods. Chapter 4. A surprise for the 7. 6 disconsolate plebes sat on a bench at the extreme northern end of Professor's Row late that afternoon, gazing unappreciatively at the magnificent view of the upper Hudson. Those plebes had been cudgeling their stupid heads ever since dinner time to no purpose. "Durnation," growled one of them. "I dunno what we air goin' to do. Mark won't let us blow up the durnation old building. He won't let me hold up the crowd, 'cause they'd expel me. He don't want to kidnap Bull, 'cause Bull would tell. I dunno what." "BG," added another. "I wish he'd come help us think instead of chasing around town with girls. He's been with her all afternoon." "Here they come now," interrupted Texas, pointing down the street. "Yeah, by Zeus," assented the parson. "And our friend is much smitten already." "Who wouldn't be?" laughed Dewey. "Isn't she a beauty, though? BG, I wish he'd bring her over and introduce her." "Reckon she ain't a hankerin' after plebes," drawled Sleepy, who, as usual, had half the bench for his tired form to cover. This observation put a damper on Dewey's enthusiasm. It was true, and, besides that, it came from the silent member of the firm. "She's beautiful, all the same," he vowed, as the two drew nearer still. "And, BG, she seems to be lively, too." "If I mistake not," put in the parson, gravely, "our friend is vastly excited over something." This last observation seemed to be correct. The two were laughing. In fact, their faces seemed to express about as much glee as they could very well express, and once Mark was seen to slap his knee excitedly. The 6 were carried away by curiosity, which curiosity changed suddenly to the wildest alarm. For when the two were just opposite, what must Mark do but turn and lead the girl over to his friends? The effect upon the latter was amusing. Chauncey made a wild grab for his collar to see if it were straight. Sleepy sat up and rubbed his eyes. The parson cleared his throat ahem. Indian gave vent to a startled "bless my soul." "Dewey," exclaimed BG, and poor Texas turned pale and trembled in his bold cowboy legs. A moment later the vision in white was upon them. "Miss Fuller," said Mark, "allow me to present my friends," etc., etc. The parson inclined his head gravely, with dignity becoming the immortal discoverer of a cyathophyloid coral in a sandstone of tertiary origin. Chauncey put on his best Fifth Avenue salute. Indian gasped and hunted in vain for his hat. The farmer swept the ground with his. Dewey looked all broke up and Texas hid behind everybody. There was vague uncertainty after that, changing to horror at the next speech. "Miss Fuller," said Mark, smiling, "has proclaimed herself an ardent sympathizer and admirer of the purposes and principles of the Banded 7. Miss Fuller desires to be known as a daughter of the Revolution. Miss Fuller knows about Bull Harris, and doesn't like him, and suggests a first-rate method of busting, if you will pardon my slang, Miss Fuller tonight's celebration. Miss Fuller likes to hear cannon go off at night. She offers to procure the powder if we will do the loading. She even offers to fire it, if we'll allow her. Also, gentlemen, allow me to propose member number 8 of the 7, and incidentally to suggest that the name Banded 7 be changed and that in future we go down to posterity as—" Mark paused one solemn moment, and cleared his throat. "The Banded 7 and one angel." And after that there was a deep, long, wide, and altogether comprehensive silence, while the 6 stared at Mark and his thoroughly amused friend in incredulity, amazement, alarm, horror, who can say what? It was fully a minute before any of them found breath. And then a perfect torrent of "Bah Joves! Durnations! Bee Gees. Bless my souls. And by Zeus's. Burst out upon the air, to be followed by another silence even longer and larger than the last. What on earth had happened? The six couldn't seem to get it through their heads. Could it be possible that this girl, the belle of West Point, the beauty over whom half the cadets were wild, the daughter of a famous judge, was sympathizing with a few, poor, miserable plebes in an effort to upset West Point? And that she had actually offered to help them in a trick, the boldness of which was enough to make the boldest hesitate? Good stars! The world must be coming to an end. No wonder the amazed plebes gasped and stared, and then stared and gasped, unable to believe that they stood on the same earth as half a minute previously. Mark and his companion, who understood their perplexity entirely, and who seemed to have gotten amazingly in sympathy during a brief afternoon's conversation, stood and regarded them meanwhile with considerable amusement. Well, it must be true. Mark said so, and the girl heard him and seemed to say yes with her laughing blue eyes. That was the conviction which finally forced itself upon the incredulous and befuddled six, and with it came a dim, undefined consciousness of the fact that possibly they were not doing the very politest thing in the world in staring at their angel. First to realize it was Texas, last of all to whom one would have looked for any species of gallantry. Texas sprang forward and seized the girl's fair white hand in his own mighty paw. "Hi, Miss Fuller," he cried, "I'm glad to have you join." Whoop! Which broke the ice. Chapter V. The scheme succeeds. Dress parade in all its 4th of July holiday splendor had passed, and the sunset gun marked the ending of that day of celebration. Through the dusk of evening the battalion had marched back from supper, to the tune of Marching Through Georgia from the band and the popping of sundry small firecrackers from mischievous small boys on the way. And then the cadets had scattered, still in their dress uniforms, each to join his own party of friends and go to the evening's entertainment. Cadets are famous as ladies' men, and during the gay holiday season, which was now on, West Point was crowded with girls, so that every cadet had his opportunities for gallantry, excepting, of course, the plebes, who do not go into society. As the hour approached, the big gymnasium hall took on a lively aspect. It ceased to be a gymnasium for a while, rings and trapezes were hung up, and rows of seats occupied the floor, instead of parallel bars. The big West Point band was seated in front, and the rest of the room was devoted to pretty girls and their cadet escorts. The 4th of July celebration was a cadet affair. The president occupied the small platform in solitary grandeur, the commandant and his staff were present, but they sat among the audience. The plebes were there, too, on sufferance. The gallery was given up to their use, and they filled it entirely, and gazed on the scene below. The room with its decorations of flags and bunting, making them feel very patriotic indeed. The plebes we are interested in were there with the rest. They sat off in one corner where they could whisper and keep their secret all to themselves. If anyone had overheard them, which they took good care should not happen, he would have learned, to his amazement, that the night's plot was all perfected. He might have learned that George had done his duty with fully as much delight as any of the seven. He might have learned that having been taken into the secret George had not only gotten the powder, but had volunteered to do the work himself, to save the 7 young gentlemen all danger of discovery. He might have learned that down in a secluded woody hollow just east of camp lay 3 big siege guns in Battery Knox, loaded and stuffed to the muzzle with powder and paper and rags. There was lots more he might have learned. He might have learned that at the present moment the jolly, red-faced butler was lurking about the neighborhood of the battery, anxiously surveying his watch at intervals of every minute or so, waiting for 9:30, the precise minute when he was to touch off the fuse and run. Also that Grace was down with her father, in the audience, occasionally stealing a sly glance at Mark, also that Mark was bearing a good deal of merry banter upon his conquest, also that the 7, having spent 2 hours or so with Grace, were vowing her the most original, daring, and altogether charming girl that ever was anywhere, a most undoubtable and valuable ally of Mark and his anti-hazing society. The 7 were about as nervous and anxious as 7 plebs could possibly be. What if George should be found out? What if the guns should not go off? It was such a colossal and magnificent plot that the mere thought of its failure was enough to make one's hair turn grey. What if the thing should begin too late, the guns go off before Bull started? Or on the other hand, suppose his speech was short and he shouldn't be interrupted? Mark had calculated the time carefully. He had allowed 5 minutes for the prelude. But suppose it should be longer, or shorter, or should begin after 8:30. As the hour drew near, Mark and his friends sat and wriggled in their seats and glanced at their watches and... "It's 1:30 now," growled Texas. "Darnation, it's a minute after that. Ain't they ever ah?" The bandmaster arose from his seat, and raised his baton in the air. It was the Star-Spangled Banner, and the sound shook the flags that graced the walls and shook the hearts of the audience, too, and made them rise as one man. "'Tis the Star-Spangled Banner and long may it wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave." The notes died out and the 7 remembered that for a moment they had forgotten to be nervous. The grave young chaplain arose, and raised his hands. His prayer was earnest, and his voice trembled as he spoke of the flag and its country. But alas! Our friends had no eye or ear for beauty. It was time. Would he take more than the calculated 5 minutes? It was time for him to stop. Plague take it 6. 6.5. Ah! There he had said finally, no, he was going off on another tack. Gee whiz 8, thank heavens. The sigh of relief that came at last from the 7 almost shook the roof. Then came music, that had been problematical. Music might mean anything from 2 minutes to 20. But there is no need of torturing the reader, even if the 7 were tortured correspondingly. The piece took some 10 minutes of agony, and then Cadet Captain Fisher stepped forward on the platform. Fisher was an immensely popular man with his class, and they applauded him to the echo. He looked handsome, too, in his chevrons and sash. He read the Declaration of Independence, and he read it in the voice that had made him first captain, a voice that was clear and deep and ringing, a voice that sounded in the open above the thunder and rattle of artillery drill, and that sounded still better in the hall, as it spoke the words that had made a continent tremble. There was nothing in that to worry the 7. They had gotten a copy of the Declaration and practiced it by the watch. Fisher finished on schedule time, but then came the tussle. And some poor plebs up in the gallery nearly had apoplexy from waiting. There were 15 minutes left. That allowed say 10 minutes for the music, and 5 for Bull to get warmed up to his work. The bandmaster arose, he played Hail Columbia. The audience, wild with fervor, stormed and shouted, he played it again. The minutes fled by. The 7 gasped. The audience kept up their applause, and the music struck up My Country, 'Tis of Thee, while the time fled yet faster still. Great heavens! And still the fools. In that crowd clapped and waved handkerchiefs. Would they never stop? Would they never let Bull step forward? He was dying to. The 7 could see him in his seat, half risen, waiting doubtless as impatiently as they. And still the people wouldn't behave themselves. Bull rose up. Ah, at last. There was a cessation in the infernal racket. The amount of torture the plebs suffered during those brief moments cannot be told. The gun might go off at any moment now. It might go off before Bull started, might ruin the whole thing. Plague take him, what made him walk so slowly? Would he never get up on that platform? And the foolish audience, why didn't they stop and let him start? What did they want to be applauding that ugly old yearling for? And why didn't he stop that fool bowing and scraping? Some people are such chumps. The applause stopped at last. An expectant hush fell upon the crowd. Bull Harris stood pompous and self-conscious, gazing upon the scene for a moment, and then began. The 7 gasped, "We've got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we have assembled upon this memorable occasion to celebrate one of the most glorious achievements that ever was attained by man. We have assembled to applaud with the voices of the present, words that echo from memories of the past, words that will ring through the halls of time as long as time shall be counted in the heart-throbs of living men. The deeds of our ancestors live in the at last. With a boom and a rattle and a crash, gun number 1 of Battery Knox thundered out upon the still night air. Bull stopped in amazement, the audience sprang up in alarm, the 7 shrieked silently for joy. And then, boom! It was number 2. The room rang with shouts of confusion, cadets stared and ran hastily about, women cried out in alarm. Boom! It was number 3, and at the same instant from 100 throats came the dreaded cry of fire. 3 guns is West Point's fire alarm. Quick as a flash, before the audience had time to think of flight, of panic, the commandant of cadets sprang to the platform. Company fire battalion form on the street outside, immediately. At the same moment, in response to a command from outside, a drum orderly sounded the long roll. The band struck up a quick march, and tramp, 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 the grave cadets marched out of the hall, forgetting friends and entertainment, forgetting everything in the one important thought: discipline, obedience to orders. And in half a minute more the gymnasium was empty, the street was crowded with the anxious audience, and the battalion was tramping steadily across the parade ground in a vain search for an imaginary fire. In that battalion were 7 wildly delighted plebes. They hugged themselves for joy, they gasped, choked with repressed laughter. They punched each other in the ribs and whispered, "Didn't we do it? Oh, didn't we do it?" 3 cheers for the banded 7 BBJ. The fire, of course, was not found. Near camp the corps halted, to wait for the person who fired the alarm guns to come out and lead the way. He didn't do it, and gradually it began to dawn upon the commandant and the assembled tax that the whole thing was a hoax. And then indeed the Philistines were wroth. Captain Quincy, the commandant, stepped to the head of the line, determined to investigate the matter on the spot. Roll call disclosed the fact that no one was absent, that made him think the guns were fired with a time fuse, and so he tried another way to find out the culprits. It is not good form in West Point to lie, cadets who do soon find themselves cut by the class. So Captain Quincy, knowing that, gave this order: parties who fired those guns will remain standing. Those who are innocent will advance 1 step. March. Now that any plebe had dared to do such a bold trick had never occurred to the cadets. They were convinced that some of their number were guilty, and they protected them in the usual way. Not a man moved. They refused to obey the order. The commandant was furious, of course. He tried it the other way, ordered the guilty ones to advance. Whereupon the whole corps stepped forward to share the blame. To punish them he tried the dodge of keeping them standing at attention for half an hour or so, but several dropped from well-feigned exhaustion, which stopped that scheme. He ordered one of the tax to march them around the parade ground. The cadets, who were out for fun by this time and angry besides, guyed the unpopular tack with a vengeance. It was too dark for him to distinguish anyone, and so everyone obeyed orders wrong, producing chaos and finally compelling him to summon the commandant to preserve order. With the commandant watching, those weary cadets marched for an hour more. Then he asked some questions and again got no answers. And finally in disgust he sent them off to their tents, most of them still puzzled as to who did it, some of them wild with joy. These last were the banded 7 BBJ. Chapter 6. What Mark overheard. Now, Captain, there are no 2 ways about it, this business has got to stop, and stop right where it is. The speaker was Colonel Harvey, superintendent of the West Point Military Academy. He was sitting in the guardhouse tent of the camp and talking to Captain Quincy. "Yes," he repeated, slapping his leg for emphasis, "it's got to stop." "I quite agree with you, Colonel," responded the other, deprecatingly. "Quite. But the only question is to find out the offenders. If the offenders are not found out, cried the other, I shall punish the whole class until they confess. Discipline shall not be laughed at while I am in command of this academy. And that is just exactly what that matter amounts to. It certainly does seem, admitted the other, that the yearling class has such an idea in mind. Never since I have been here has a class of yearlings dared to celebrate their release from plebeihood by such a set of lawless acts. It began the very first night that the plebes entered camp. I do not know what had been going on before that, but the yearlings had evidently become entirely reckless of consequences, and careless of discovery. They woke the camp by a series of outrageous noises. One of them fired off a gun, I believe. Lieutenant Allen, put in the other, told me that he made an investigation on the spot and could find nothing suspicious. The yearlings had probably seen to it that he wouldn't. Then night before last, Lieutenant Allen, who was again on duty, reported to me personally that he was awakened about midnight by a shout, and going outside of his tent found that about half the cadets had been out of bed and over in Fort Clinton, probably hazing someone. They were all rushing back to camp. He says that it was so dark he could recognize no one. It is perfectly outrageous, exclaimed the commandant. It has got to be stopped, too, vowed the other. That incident of the gun last night capped the climax. I have heard of the cadets playing that prank before, loading one of the guns and firing it at night. But this time they did it for the evident purpose of breaking up the entertainment, and moreover, they fired 3 so as to make people think it was an alarm of fire. I think myself that was carrying the matter a trifle too far. And as I said, I propose to see that it is punished. The above was meant to be private. Neither the superintendent nor the commandant meant that their conversation should reach anyone but themselves. There was one other auditor, however, and it was Mark. He was a sentry and his beat lay by the tent. As he paced up and down, every word that was said was audible to him. Early that same morning, after having been spruced up and polished by his friends, he had turned out and received an elaborate set of instructions from a yearling corporal. Now he was putting them into effect during his 2 hours' turn on guard. One of his instructions had been silence. Yet he was only human, and as the angry remarks of the high and mighty Colonel Harvey reached his ears, it must be confessed that between chuckles and grins he was far from silent indeed. And a few minutes later, when he was relieved from duty till his next turn, he rushed off with unconcealed excitement to his tent. There were 3 seated therein, and Mark greeted them with a burst of long-repressed merriment. "Hello, fellows," he cried. "Oh, say, I've got the greatest news of the century." "What's up?" they inquired eagerly. "I thought I'd die laughing," responded Mark. "You know all the tricks we've been playing on the yearlings. Well, I just overheard the superintendent talking to the commandant of cadets, and he's blamed it all on the yearlings." "What?" "Yes, I heard it. And he may punish them. You see, it's always the yearlings who have played pranks before. The plebes have never dared. And so the superintendent doesn't think of blaming us. Isn't that fine? And, oh, say, won't the yearlings be mad?" The parson arose solemnly to his feet. "Yeah, by Zeus," said he. "Gentlemen, I propose 3 cheers for the banded 7. They were given with a will and in a whisper." "Wow," roared Texas. "And to think that the old man Colonel Harvey, if you please, went and blamed the firin' o' them guns on the yearlings. Whoop. Say, didn't it come out great? It scared the place most blue, and that coward, Bull Harris, the feller that wanted to lick Mark when he was tied to a tree, had his ole speech busted up in the middle, too. Whoop. I think," laughed Mark, "I shall have to go around and carry this news to Grace Fuller." That remark started Texas on another speech no less vehement. "I tell you, saw, she's a treasure," he vowed. "Just think of a girl that had sense enough to think up that air scheme fo firin' the gun, and nerve enough to offer to do it, too. And she's ginned with us to bust them ol' yearlings. Whoop. It's all on account o' Mark, though. Yeah, by Zeus, put in the parson, gravely. As I have said before, our friend is much smitten, and she likewise. I do not blame her, since he saved her life. A rattle of drums interrupted the conversation just then, summoning the plebes to drill. Mark alone had an hour of leisure, he having been on guard duty, and during that hour having secured a permit, he set out for the hotel in search for the object of all their talk. Grace Fuller was sitting on the piazza as he approached. She was dressed in white and the color just seemed to set off the brightness and beauty of her complexion. She greeted her friend with one of her pleasant smiles that seemed to make everyone near her feel happy. "Come up and sit down," she said. "I've been waiting for you all morning. I'm just dying to have someone to talk to about our adventure last night." Mark ascended the steps with alacrity and took a seat. And for the next half hour the two talked about nothing else but their glorious triumph, and the way they had fooled everybody, and how mad the commandant was, and how puzzled the cadets. "I suppose you noticed," said the girl, "that George was about 2 minutes late." "Well, it seems there were two people sitting on one of the guns, and he didn't know what to do. He waited, and finally crept up and lit the fuse and ran. The gun went off while those two were sitting on it." There was a hearty laugh over this rather ludicrous picture. And then a few moments' silence, during which the girl gazed thoughtfully into space. "I've got something important to tell you, by the way," she said, suddenly. "Last night the cadets all thought one of themselves had played the joke. Well, it seems that they've found out since." "They have? How do you know?" "I was talking to Corporal Jasper this morning. Jasper's a mighty nice boy, only he thinks he's a man. All the yearlings are that way, so pompous and self-conscious. I think plebes are delicious for a change. I told Mr. Jasper that and he didn't like it a bit. Anyhow, they must have inquired among themselves and found out that nobody in their class had anything to do with it. For the corporal was pretty sure you were the guilty one, and he said the class was mad as hops about it." "That's good," laughed Mark, rubbing his hands gleefully. "Perhaps we'll have some fun now." "You will. That's just the point. I don't know that I ought to tell you this, but I didn't promise Mr. Jasper I wouldn't, and I suppose my duties as a member of the Seven are paramount to all others." "Yes," responded Mark, "we'll expel you if you play us false. But don't keep me in suspense. What's all this about?" "I like to get you excited," laughed the girl, teasingly. "I think I'll hold off a while so as to be sure you're interested, so as to make you realize the importance of what I have to say. For you must know that this is a really important plot that I've discovered, a plot that will—" "I think it is going to rain," remarked the cadet, gazing off dreamily into space. "I hope it will not, because it is liable to damage the corn crop, the farmers say that." "I'll give up," laughed the girl. "I'll tell you right away. You are to be on sentry duty tonight, aren't you?" "Yes," said Mark, "I am. I wouldn't be here now if I were not." "And your post is number 3, isn't it?" "Yes." "How did you know?" "All this is what my small boyfriend the corporal told me. You see that my information comes right from headquarters. I suppose you know that post number 3 runs along Fort Clinton Ditch." "But what's that got to do with the plot?" cried Mark. "Everything. The plot is to dump you, as the slang has it." "Dump me?" "Yes, take away your gun and roll you head over heels into the mud." "Oh," responded Mark, thoughtfully, "I see. Take my gun away and roll me head over heels into the mud. Well, well." There was a silence for a few moments after that, during which Mark tapped the chair reflectively. "Are you going to let them do it?" inquired Grace at last. "From what you know of me," inquired he, "do you suppose I will?" "Hardly. And I won't, either. I think the yearlings that try it will have some fun. I only hope there are enough of them." "There will be," said the girl. "There'll be 3. I'm very glad you told me, said Mark, very. I'm beginning to perceive that our ally will be a very serviceable ally indeed. She will be faithful anyway, said the girl. The daughters of the revolution always are. She has a debt of gratitude to pay to the chief rebel which she will not very soon forget, and she hopes he will not, either. Whereupon Mark bowed and arose to take his leave. I must get back to camp, he explained, to tell the 7 about this new plan. We shall find a way to circumvent it, I think, we always do. And I'll promise you that the yearlings who dump me will have a very lively evening of it. Goodbye. And Mark left. Now it must be explained that the plebs had lately been given guns. The instruction in marching, halting, etc., which they had gotten in barracks was supplemented by all sorts of evolutions, and by drill in the manual of arms. This latter of course necessitated guns, and great was the joy of the ambitious and warlike plebe on the momentous day that guns were given out. The guns were regulation army muskets, heavy beyond imagination. So the plebe soon wished he hadn't wished for them. Besides drilling with them, which he found harder work than digging trenches, he had to clean them daily, and cleaning a gun under the watchful eye of a merciless yearling proved to be a matter of weeping and gnashing of teeth. It had to be done, for he had a number on his gun, so that he couldn't steal his neighbor's well-cleaned one, and if his own wasn't clean he got into trouble at the very next inspection. Besides the 3 drills a day, there were other duties galore. There was policing twice a day, policing meaning the sweeping clean of the acre or 2 of ground within the limits of Camp McPherson. Then also there was guard mounting. Guard mounting is the daily ceremony of placing the sentries about the camp. The cadets who go on duty then remain until the following morning. This ceremony has already been described within the pages of the series. It will have much to do with our present story. The plebes of course were not put on guard until they had been fairly well trained in other duties. They had to know how to march, halt, salute, present arms, etc. Also they had to be accoutred in their dress uniforms, which were issued about this time. Mark Mallory had been notified to report for guard duty that morning, greatly to the joy of his friends, the 7, who had rubbed and polished him till he shone. He had fallen in at the summons and received a long and appalling list of instructions from his corporal. Then he had been put on post number 3 for his first tour of duty. The sentries about the camp march for 2 hours, and then have 4 hours off duty, thus having 8 hours on in the 20. During this time they speak to no one, except to challenge parties who cross their beats. This last duty is where the yearlings have all the fun with the new plebe. Deviling sentries is an old amusement at West Point. The plebe goes on duty, solemn and anxious, awed to silence and gravity by the sternness of his superiors. He is proud of his important office and thoroughly resolved to do his duty, come what may, and to die in the last ditch. He seizes his gun resolutely, feels of the bayonet point valiantly, puts on his sternest and most forbidding look, strides forth with a step that is bold and unwavering. And the yearlings don't do a thing to him. What they did to Mark and his friends will be described later on. Chapter 7. Mark's counterplot. Mark returned to the camp to find his 6 friends just returned from drill and enjoying a brief respite until the summons came for their next duty. He gathered them together in solemn conclave, and then in whisper imparted to them the information he had just received from the angel. The effects of Mark's announcement upon his friends varied considerably with each. Indian was terrified beyond measure. The possibility of such tricks being tried upon him, too, made his fat eyes bulge. Texas, on the other hand, was wild with excitement and joy, and a little good-natured envy. "Wow! Mark," he cried. "Why is it you always have all the fun? Them old cadets always go FOU, nobody else can ever do anything. F them fellers don't get ruined to me someday I'm goin' off and raise a rumpus some other way." "What'll you do?" inquired Mark, laughing. "I'll go off and get on a roarin' ol' spree," vowed the other, solemnly. "And I'll ride into this your ol' camp and raise such a rumpus as it ain't ever seen afore. Jess, you watch me now? What you fellers a Logan at? I'm sorry I can't let you go on in my place, said Mark, smiling. Or perhaps I'll let you come out and help me do them when they tackle me. Texas was somewhat mollified by that, and then the seven settled down to a serious discussion of the situation. Fellows, said Mark, I want to tell you something. You know, I'm getting tired of the notion those yearlings have in their heads, that they can haze us without it's costing them anything. Now I've been thinking this business over and I've got an idea. If they try to dump me tonight, I'm going to fool them and I'm going to fix it so that they'll be the laughing stock of the Corps. After I get through with them, then we'll go dump some of their sentries instead. And now, what I want to know is, will you help me? Help you, gasped the others, excitedly. Help you? What are we banded for? Oh, wailed Indian. I can't. I'll be on duty, too. And suppose they attack me? Bless my soul. You'll have to fight your own battle, laughed Mark. They won't try anything very desperate on you. But now let me tell you of my plot. The six gathered about him to listen to his whispered instructions. From the contortions their faces went through, one would have supposed they liked the scheme. And in the end Mark, finding that it met with approval, sat down and wrote a brief note. Dear Miss Fuller, we have a plan to punish those yearlings, and we want you to help us once more. Ask George, the butler, to go down to Highland Falls and buy us a quart of peroxide of hydrogen. The parson says it must be very strong, a 90% saturated solution. We'll explain to you afterward what we want the stuff for. Please do not fail us. Your friend, Mark Mallory. They sealed that note and put it together with a coin into the hands of a drum orderly. And after that there was nothing to do but wait in suspense and impatience for the momentous hours of evening, when the yearling class was to make one more effort to subdue the BJest plebe that ever struck the place. Night came, as night always does, no matter how anxiously it is waited for. Mark and his friend Indian went on guard that afternoon from 2 to 4, and soon after that came dress parade and the sunset gun, then supper, and finally darkness at last. With 8 o'clock the two went on once more. Though Mark did not once relax his vigilance during the time from then till taps, he was inclined to think that the attack upon him would not take place until his next watch, which began at 2. For now there were numbers of people strolling about and hazing was decidedly unsafe. So sure was he of this that his allies did not even prepare their plot. Mark's judgment proved to be correct. He marched back and forth along the path that marked his beat and no one offered to disturb him. What deviling was being done at that hour was of a milder sort, a sort that was not intended for such BJ plebs as he. Among the victims of this, however, was our unfortunate friend Indian. What happened to Indian happens to nearly all plebs at the present day. It is our purpose to describe it in this chapter. Indian was a gullible, innocent sort of a lad. Life was a solemn and serious business with him. Most plebs take their hazing as fun, rather unpleasant, but still nothing dangerous. With Indian on the other hand it was torture. He dreaded the yearlings as his mortal enemies, and to his poor miserable soul everything they did was aimed at his life. This curious state of affairs the yearlings were not slow to discover, and the result had been that fully half the hazing that was done had fallen on the head of this unfortunate plebe. And one may readily believe that the merry cadets were waiting with indescribable glee for the first night when poor Joseph Smith turned out on sentry duty. Sentry duty at the camp is of course a mere formality. No enemies are expected to attack West Point, and there is no necessity for an all-night guard. But it was precisely this fact that our friend could not understand, and that was where the fun came in. To Indian, the sentry was put on guard to ward off some real and terrible danger. Everything that happened confirmed this view in his mind. In the first place, the solemnity and business-like reality he found in the guard tent impressed him. Then the sepulchral tones of the corporal who gave him instructions, and who, it may readily be believed, lost no opportunity to impress the gravity of the situation upon his charge and to frighten him more and more, strengthened his conviction. Then they gave him a gun, a heavy, dangerous-looking gun, with a cold steel bayonet sharp as a knife, that made him see all sorts of harrowing visions of himself in the act of plunging it, all bloody, into the body of some gasping foe. After that, with all these uncanny ideas in his head, they marched him solemnly out to his post and left him there alone in the darkness. Indian's post lay alongside the camp, but in his fright he did not recognize anything. All he knew was that it ran along a dark deserted path beneath trees that groaned and creaked in the moonlight. An Indian paced tremblingly up and down, clutching his cold steel gun nervously, seeing an enemy in every waving shadow and in every tree stump, hearing one in every distant voice and tread, consoling his mind with visions of all sorts of horrors, wishing he had someone to talk to, and wondering if it were not almost 10 o'clock and time for that other sentry to relieve him. The very clanking of his own bayonet scabbard made this bold young soldier jump. This continued as the night wore on. Indian strode back and forth, losing heart every moment, and beginning to believe that the relief guard had forgotten him. Tramp, tramp, and then suddenly he halted, his heart leaped up and began to thump in a frenzy. Could that be? Yes, surely it was. Someone was crossing his beat, stealing along in the moonlight. Half mechanically, Indian obeyed his instructions, brought down his gun to the charge position and gave the challenge. Who goes there? The voice was so weak that Indian scarcely heard it. He stood trembling, to await the answer. When the answer came he was still more mystified. The Prince of Wales, called the intruder. The Prince of Wales? What on earth was he doing here? Poor Indian had received no instructions about the Prince of Wales. But he was given no time to find out, for a step way back at the other end of the post took him down there on the run, where in response to his second challenge the ghost of Horace Greeley made itself known. And scarcely had the ghost been warned away before the confused sentry had to rush back to the original place to find that the prince had given place to a band of Potawatomi squaws combined with Julius Caesar and the Second Continental Congress. Indian of course should have summoned the corporal of the guard. But in the alarm he had forgotten everything except that he must challenge everybody he saw. The result was that the poor lad was kept flying up and down until nearly dead from exhaustion, challenging ghosts and colonels, armed parties, patrols, grand rounds, reliefs, and other things military and otherwise. Occasionally a friend with the countersign would hail, and then inform the rattled sentry that the countersign was butter beans, or Kalamazoo, or kangaroo, or any old thing you please, as one joker told him. Poor Indian was fast being reduced to a state of nervous prostration. He was in this condition when the climax came. Hurrying down the path he was suddenly electrified to see a redkin lying in the middle of the path. Staring out in great black letters that made the sentry gasp were the letters DYNAMITE. Indian started back in alarm. He saw a spark, as if from a fuse, and in an instant more before he had a chance to run, that can which contained a firecracker went up into the air with a terrific flash and roar. That was the last straw for Joseph. He dropped his gun, gave vent to one shriek of terror and then turned and fled wildly into camp. Chapter 8. The attack on Mark. There was confusion indescribable in a moment. Cadets rushed out of their tents, and everyone who chanced to be in the neighborhood started on a run for the scene of the trouble, most of them just in time to see the figure of the frightened plebe flying down a company street to the guard tent. Indian's hair was sailing out behind, his eyes were staring and his cheeks bulging with fright. In response to the first yell, Lieutenant Allen, the tactical officer in charge, had rushed to the tent door, followed by the corporal of the guard, the officer of the day, and a host of other cadet officials. The figure in blue, however, was the only one the plebe saw. That meant an army officer and safety for him. So to that figure he rushed with a gasp of fright. "What's the matter?" cried Lieutenant Allen. "Dynamite, sir, anarchists." "What?" "Yes, sir, oh, please, sir, bless my soul, sir, I saw it, Sir Puffo." It took the amazed officer several moments to take in the situation. Anarchists, he repeated. Dynamite? Why, what on earth? And then suddenly the whole thing flashed across him. It was another prank of the yearlings. And, what was worse, 1,000 times worse, here was a sentry off his beat, in direct violation of his orders of all military law. Didn't you receive a command, sir, he demanded severely, not to leave your post for any reason whatsoever? Don't you know that in time of war your offense would mean hanging? Bless my soul, sir, gasped the sorely perplexed plebe, frightful visions of gallows rising up before his bulging eyes. Yes, sir, that is, no, sir, bless my soul. They're going to attack the place. The officer gazed at the lad incredulously for a moment. He thought the plebe was trying to fool him. But that look on Indian's face could not possibly be feigned, and the officer when he spoke again was a trifle more consoling. Don't you know, my boy, he said, this is all a joke. It was not real dynamite. Not real dynamite, cried the other in amazement. Why, I saw it. It was the yearlings trying to fool you, said the lieutenant. Yearlings trying to fool me, echoed the other as if unable to grasp the meaning. Why, bless my soul. Yearlings trying to fool me. The thought filtered through gradually, but it reached Indian's excited brain at last. The change it produced when it got there was marvelous to behold. The look of terror on his face vanished. So he had been fooled. So he had let the yearlings outwit him. Yearlings, his sworn enemies. And he a member of the Bandit Seven at that? It was too awful to be true. It was. And then suddenly, before Lieutenant Allen could raise a hand or say a word, the plebe wheeled, sprang forward and tore back down the company street. There was a look on Indian's face that his friends had seen there just once before. The yearlings had tied him to a stake that day to burn him, and they had set fire to his trousers by accident. Indian had broken loose, and it was then that the look was on his face, a look of the wildest fury, of convulsive rage. Now it was there again, and Indian was too mad to speak, almost too mad to see. He rushed down the street, he tore in between two of the tents and burst out upon the path where the sentry beat lay. It was dark and he could see little, but off to one side he made out a group of cadets. He heard a sound of muffled laughter. Here were his tormentors. Here. And with a gasp and gurgle of rage, Indian plunged into the midst of them. After that there was just about as lively a time as those yearlings had ever seen. Indian's arms were windmills and sledgehammers combined, with the added quality of hitting the nail on the head every time they hit. The result 10 eyes could not have followed, and as many pens could not describe it. Suffice it to say that the plebe plowed a path straight through the crowd, then whirled about and started on another tack. And that a few moments later he was in undisturbed possession of his post, the yearlings having fled in every direction. Then Indian picked up his musket, shouldered it, and strode away down the path. I guess they'll leave me alone now, he said. They did. Indian marched courageously after that, his head high and his step firm, conscious of having done his duty and signally retrieved his honor. Pacing patiently, he heard tattoos sound and saw the cadets line up in the company street beyond. He heard the roll call and the order to break ranks. He saw the cadets scatter to their tents, his own friends among them. Indian knew that it was 9:30 then and that he had but half an hour more. As he marched he was thinking about Mark. He was wondering if the yearlings had had the temerity to try their dumping so early in the evening. And he wondered, too, if Mark had prevailed, and if he had dared to put into execution the daring act of retribution he had planned. Mark meantime was also walking his post, over on the other side of the camp. He had marched there in silence and solitude since 8. He, too, had heard tattoo. He had seen his 5 friends enter their tents which lay very close to his beat, and he had nodded to them and signaled that all was well. Time passed rapidly. He saw the cadets undressing, saw most of them extinguish their lights and lie down. And then suddenly came a roll upon the drum, 10 o'clock, lights out and all quiet. and at the same moment he heard the clank of a sword, and the tramp of marching feet coming down the path. It was the relief. They left another sentry there in Mark's stead and marched on around the camp, picking up the others. Among these was the weary fat Indian, who joined them with a sigh that it is no pun to call one of relief. A few minutes later they were in the guard tent, where Indian learned that the attack had not yet come, at which he sighed again. Cadets who are members of the guard sleep in the big guard tent, which is situated at the western end of the camp. Here they can be awakened and can fall in and join the relief when their time comes without disturbing the rest of the corps. Mark and Indian did not go on duty again until 2 o'clock in the morning, and so they turned in no time and were soon fast asleep. When they are awakened again we shall follow Mark to post No. 3. Nothing more was done to poor Indian that night. It was the corporal of the relief, who touched Mark on the shoulder and brought him out of the land of dreams. He sprang up hastily and began to dress. Cadets sleep in their underclothing, so that they may be ready to fall in promptly, all dressed in case of an emergency. Mark, gazing about him, saw a big white tent, with sleeping forms scattered about it. A yawning cadet officer sat at a table, a candle by his side. And 5 other sentries, about to go on like himself, were sleepily dressing. Promptly at the minute of 2 the 6 fell in response to the low command of the corporal. At the same time the sentry's call of the hour sounded. 2 o'clock and all's well. And then out into the cold night air marched the 6 and away to their posts of duty. There was a bright moon and the whole camp was light as day as they marched. At number 3, in response to the corporal's order, Mallory fell out. And then forward, march, and away down the dim vista of trees swept the rest and around a turn and were gone. Mark Mallory was alone, waiting for the enemy. He was not afraid. He had made up his mind as to what he should do, and now he was here to do it. He realized that from the very first moment he set foot on this post, the word must be vigilance, vigilance. And he gritted his teeth and set his square, sunburned jaws and seized his rifle with a grip of determination, striding meanwhile on down the path. He had not gotten halfway down to the end, the tramp of the relief was still in the air, when suddenly came a low, faint whistle. Mark was expecting that, and he faced about, started off the other way. He heard a faint sound of hurrying feet and knew that his friends, the 5, had crossed. He saw shadows flitting in the deep grass of the ditch beside him and knew that they were scattering to hide and wait in accordance with the agreement. And he set his teeth with a still more grinding snap and strode on. Vigilance, vigilance. The moon was high in the heavens by this time, one could almost have seen to read. They won't dare to try it, thought Mark. A snake couldn't creep up on me now. They'll have to come from the camp, too, for they can't cross any sentry beat. But I'll watch, all the same. His heart was beating fast then, he could almost regulate his step by it. Outside of that all was ghostly and silent, except for the breathing of the sleepers in the nearest tents of Company A. Once, too, he heard the distant roar of a train as it whirled down the river valley, and once the faint chug-chug of a steamboat that passed on the water. But for the most part the camp was unbroken in its peacefulness. Tramp, tramp. Down the path to the sentry box, right about, and back again. His post number 3 extended from the upper end of the color line on which 2 and 6 were marching, down along the north side of the camp skirting the tents of Company A, his own with the deep ditch of Fort Clinton right to the left, past the tent of Fisher, the first captain, and that of the adjutant, and ending near the water tank. Tramp. Tramp. It was just a few minutes more before the corporal of the relief came around, testing the sentry's knowledge of the orders of the night. Later still came the cadet officer of the guard, with a clank of sword, and he passed on, too. Tramp, tramp. And still no sign of trouble. Mark's challenge, "Who comes there?" had been heard but once, and that by the corporal. Will they try it, he thought. Now's the time. Will they try it? The answer came soon. peering ahead with the stealthiness of a cat, glancing back over his shoulder every minute, watching every moving shadow, listening for every faintest sound. Tramp, tramp. Eastward toward the river, he reached the water tank, where the shade was the thickest, where stood the only bushes that could conceal a lurking foe. Opposite the tent of the bootblack he halted and started back again, where the path lay clear in the moonlight. Tramp, tramp. He could see number 2, far down in the distance, his white trousers glistening as he marched. He saw the shadows of the trees waving, he heard the breathing of the sleepers. Then suddenly came the attack. There was a quick step behind him, and everything grew dark. A cloth was flung about his mouth, and 2 pair of hands about his writhing, sinewy body. Down he went to the ground, fighting with every